Talcott Parsons. Structure of Social Action. Volume I. Introduction by Maurizio Ricciardi. Introduction. Maurice Ricciardi. In the twilight of structural functionalist sociology, Jürgen Habermas has found a way to assert that Max Weber, George Herbert Mead and Émile Durkheim have become classics of sociological thought, not least thanks to the works of Talcott Parsons. Habermas openly acknowledges that since the mid-1960s interest in his work has steadily declined, yet he concludes that nowadays no theory of society can be taken seriously unless it is at least related to that of Parsons. And he adds, whoever is deceived on this point remains a prisoner of current events rather than being attentive to it. 1. This claim of the productive outdatedness of Parsonsian theory is even more significant if we consider that only a few years earlier Habermas had denounced its specific insufficiency too. Even more explicitly, Norbert Elias wrote that Parsonsian categories are largely arbitrary and that at their basis there would be the idea that the task of every scientific theory is to conceptually reduce everything that is mutable to something immutable and to simplify all complex phenomena by breaking them down into their individual constituent parts. 3. Parsonsian sociology was the victim of the season of criticism that led to 68. The words of Charles Wright Mills, according to which in Parsons' sociology there is no place for structures of domination reveal a distance also expressed by Betty Friedan, for whom Parsons finds sexual segregation functional in terms of maintaining the social structure as it is, which seems to be the primary concern of the functionalist. 5. Lapidary, Hannah Arendt denounced the logical inconsistency of functionalism and its constant drive to neutralize history by reducing it to a process without events. 6. The consequence is the tendency to maintain the order of the system in the optimistic expectation that it is capable of absorbing all the deviations that may arise. In this sense, as Jean-François Lyotard writes, in Parsons, the systemic principle is still, so to speak, optimistic. It corresponds to the stabilization of growth economies and affluent societies under the aegis of a temperate welfare state. Later, that same systemic theory would become technocratic, indeed cynical, not to mention desperate. 7. Parsons is thus delivered to the historical and political season of which his theoretical performance would represent the maximum interpretation and the most desired legitimization. The Structure of Social Action, first work by Talcott Parsons, published in 1937, represents a sort of imperfect genesis of later structural functionalism. 8. As it has rightly been written, it is undoubtedly the most ambitious attempt ever conceived to specify and systematize sociological theory as such. 9. This attempt takes place through the analysis of semantics, concepts, theories of three sociologists, Pareto, Durkheim, and Weber, and an economist, Alfred Marshall, treated as the empirical material to verify the possibility of constructing an articulated and complex theory voluntarist action. To achieve this goal, Parsons preemptively criticizes much of modern political and economic theory, identifying the dominant position within it in utilitarianism. 10. With the surprising absence of any analysis of Jeremy Bentham's thought. 11. Parsons reconstructs the rise and fall of a long theoretical tradition from which his reference sociologists would have taken more or less explicit farewell. In this way they would have produced an epistemological caesura whose outcome is not only the transition from the dominance of one disciplinary discourse to another, but also the response to the historical framework that was imposing itself. 12. It must be added that, precisely because of how it is structured and certainly also because of the historical and biographical period in which it was written, this Parsonsian text is the one in which the mortgage of U.S. values is least heavy. In the subsequent production a certain methodological nationalism asserts itself and those values tend to be generalized as a perspective point from which to observe even that West, which here instead is an autonomous category of discourse, highlighting Parsons' debt to the famous pages of the preliminary observation of the Weberiana religions sociology. The volume opens by registering the oblivion fallen on Herbert Spencer, the greatest exponent of those utilitarian doctrines expressly indicated as the main culprits of the crisis of the present. It would be too easy, and certainly also wrong, to establish an analogy between the oblivion descended, according to Parsons, on Spencer and the decline of his own sociology. Unlike Spencer's, Parsons' sociology is far from forgotten, and his lesson continues to be investigated, resumed, and reproposed in the changed conditions of the new millennium 13. The two sociologies therefore do not share an obscure symmetry of destiny. It can rather be said that they are historically placed in two profoundly different points in the story of the welfare state, which after all was one of the most eminent products of the 19th and 20th century social sciences. Spencer finds himself in the genetic moment of the welfare state and criticizes its very possibility. 14. The politics of the contract that Spencer sees affirming itself in industrial institutions is the exact opposite of the process affirming itself in the 20th century welfare state, which must guarantee the disadvantaged positions not only of those who cannot access contracts, but also of those who occupy them because they conclude an employment contract. Parsons' sociological reflection takes place at the moment of the full affirmation of the welfare state and, precisely for this reason, as he himself clarifies in the introduction, he encounters capitalism, the system of private initiative, economic individualism, as a problem. The 1937 text is the result of a 10-year reflection which, from a historical point of view, is placed in the long crisis that began in Europe with the First World War and reactivated in the United States from 1929. It is not just a question of a particularly laden with effects, but with the collapse of a specific way of conceiving society and its economy. The end of John Maynard Keynes' laissez-faire describes in a meaningful way the change of epoch in which contemporaries feel involved. The Great Crisis thus also affects the lexicon and concepts of the 19th century social sciences, which had largely contributed to establishing the order vocabulary of society. Within this process, capitalism becomes a markedly polemical concept. Since it no longer manages to convey certainties about the future of society, it is increasingly used with a strongly negative connotation to bring out the injustice and even the unsustainability of contemporary society. Compared to other contemporary investigations on the link between sociology and capitalism, Parsons does not dramatize the crisis of the latter, but aims to grasp the theoretical elements of what he calls social thought to rethink the constitution of society. Not dramatizing the crisis means not re-evaluating the action of the market and the state as guarantor of its functioning, as the ordo-liberals did in the same period, reaching the point of declaring the same reference to capitalism obsolete or unnecessarily dangerous. 15, nor even accepting the idea supported by Marxists that the crisis is calling into question the very stability of capitalist society. 16. Parsons is rather convinced that in the constitutional history of the West there are elements that can be valued despite the dramatic caesures that the crisis is highlighting. These elements of continuity are summed up in the phrase social action, i.e. in a form of acting in which the individual shows all his dependence on the social world to which he historically belongs. Parsons' theory is not simply the sociological theory of American Fordism. 17, but rather the expression of a systematic relationship between society and individuals that only sociology is capable of thematizing. The strategy of dedramatization of the crisis of capitalism articulated by Parsons emerges clearly by following the development and changes of the argument that he develops in his German thesis discussed in Heidelberg in 1929, in the essays that collect the results of that thesis published in the United States between 1928 and 1929 and, finally, in the volume of 1937. The German thesis has the title Der Kapitalismus bei Sombart und Weber and includes, in addition to what is announced by the title, a chapter dedicated to an examination of other analyses of the concept which would not have appeared in the English version. In particular, Parsons opposes the liquidation of the very concept of capitalism proposed by Richard Passau 18, as well as its reduction, made by George von Below, to the sole large size of firms and their production techniques, therefore to a merely quantitative phenomenon. 19. Finally, he contests the denial of its historical specificity advocated by Lucio Brentano, according to which aspects of the capitalist economy could actually be found throughout human history. 20. Parsons instead finds in Werner Sombart, and above all in Max Weber, the decisive affirmation that capitalism is a historical individuality with specific political and sociological characteristics which, in addition to its own genesis, also has peculiar evolutionary lines. For this reason, the concept of spirit of capitalism arouses his interest, which focuses on an intellectual and cultural position, historically produced, capable of establishing the specific capitalist normativity. For Parsons, it is not so much a question of reactivating the original spirit of capitalism, but of demonstrating that, despite its current crisis, it continues to rest on certain social elements which in turn are based on a shared normativity. Precisely the inability to grasp those elements lays bare the limits of classical economic theory in the face of criticism from socialists. These are political limits, because the reduction of capitalism to a system of economic exchange prevents us from thinking that processes of individual and collective governance can take place within it, revealing that the bourgeois economy really lacks the social position. 21. The notion of social collocation standard 22 is important because it aims to enhance the cultural and religious motivations of action that allow the configuration of capitalism as a social category. Placing capitalism socially is an obligatory step in constructing a theory of society, since its crisis reveals in the first place the indisputable need for a theory capable of bringing the meaning contents of the concepts it uses back to unity. It must be a theory rather than a concept. If we do not want to proceed in a purely formal way, we cannot simply prepare concepts, but the concepts must emerge from the factual material and from the problem positions. 23. The structure of social action is the answer to this need for theory, which in Sombart and Weber finds the field in which the motivations and aspirations of empirical individuals manifest themselves. Parsons attributes to Sombart, and to his Der moderne Kapitalismus, the ability to make theory in a much broader sense than economic science does, meaning not merely an equilibrium system, but any system of concepts which can be used in the analysis of social phenomena. 24. Sociology would therefore be able to produce a specific paradigm shift that puts it in a position to take over from economic science in the role of fundamental social science, because it is able to express a social theory capable of responding to society's political problems. In the past, political economy had managed to prepare reference frameworks capable of interpreting and directing the actions of individuals and institutions, but it no longer seems to express that capacity for unification, because it insists on acquisitive passion as the only motivation for action. Both Weber and Sombart refuse to isolate a single reason to explain the birth and affirmation of capitalism. Both reject the idea that capitalism derives from a specific psychology and take as their starting point the individual as a whole. Consequently, they are attentive to the differences between mental attitudes in different times and places, and this gives a specific historical character to their work. Sombart, in particular, finds within the spirit of capitalism a dialectic between the spirit of the entrepreneur and that of the bourgeois, whose guiding principle is that of rationality and which assumes as its own task that of making life systematic, disciplined. 25. In the tension between the entrepreneur, understood as a purely technical and organizational figure, and the bourgeois, as a social figure with a specific orientation towards values, it is the spirit of the latter that establishes the conditions of possibility for the development of large capitalist enterprise. The virtues of the bourgeois are objectified in the enterprise by producing a specific institutionalization, such as to allow us to affirm that, although Sombart claims the contrary, it is not true that there are radical discontinuities within capitalist development. Without espousing the optimism of the supporters of progress, who affirm a unilinear idea of historical development, Parsons can thus introduce and sustain over time the need to think of capitalism as a unity within which differences are produced which, however, do not arrive to deny the fundamental characteristic of the social process. From this point of view, both Sombart and Weber follow the path traced by Marx, the first to think of capitalism as a single historical development and as a system that embraces all social life. 26. This search for the social discipline of action is the basis of the 1937 volume. Weber is the author who most influences it, because his studies on the link between religion and capitalism are an integral part of the strategy for dedramatization of the crisis of capitalism. This strategy emerges clearly in the different ways in which Parsons renders a passage from the Weberian sociology of religions to arrive at the definition of capitalism as order, as an organization, and not as a system always potentially exposed to disorder. Decisive is the ability of capitalism affirmed by Marx and widely taken up by Weber to compel behavior as a system functioning on objective basis. However, the question is whether such a system can ever function without the subjective adhesion of the majority, which accepts the validity of the objective rules as legitimate. The simultaneous and non-contradictory presence of the objectivity of rules and of subjective action is understandable for Parsons, starting from Weber's affirmation according to which only in the West does there exist a capitalist order of the entire economy, which is not reduced to the role of great enterprise and is not based on some psychological propensity that is impossible to demonstrate. 27. Capitalism for Weber is an order that invests and determines not only the economy, but all areas of social life. Not surprisingly, with a truly disruptive statement, he defines it as the power of our modern life most charged with destiny. 28. Significantly, Parsons does not consider this definition in any of his texts. Recognizing such a force destined to capitalism would greatly impede its strategy of dedramatization of the crisis. Instead, it is significant that, although they are taken from the thesis, in the American essays he radically modifies the meaning of Weber's statement, translating capitalist order of the entire economy with capitalist order of society as a whole. 29. In the structure of social action the semantic variation is even more significant, and the same passage is rendered with capitalist organization of society as a whole. 30. The result is evident: the reference point of capitalism is no longer the economy, but society. The story of Parsons' Weberian translations and interpretations is notoriously complex, and a few decades later it leads to open controversy. 31. In our case, however, it is not a question of the error of an inexperienced translator, but of the intentional displacement of the foundation of order, which for Weber is what is established in capitalism between the economy and bureaucracy, while for Parsons it must be traced back to society, because the economy has revealed all its inadequacy in regulating social relations. The centrality assigned to society is even clearer if we think of the way in which Parsons takes up the conceptual antithesis between community, Gemeinschaft, and society, Gesellschaft, formulated by Ferdinand Tönnies. Weberian semantics, in fact, tends to dissolve those concepts, choosing to escape their hypostatization to render them in a dynamic form, using communion, Vergemeinschaftung, and association, Vergesellschaftung, in their place. Parsons records this conceptual choice by Weber, but prefers to return to the Tönniesian antithesis with its Hobbesian foundation as a supplement to the Weberian conceptuality, which is in any case the dominant one in his text. Parsons' society is not characterized by the process of its bureaucratization, because the latter would eliminate the very possibility of a social action which in its evolutionary process cannot encounter any steel cage. Parsons is more interested in the Weberian opposition between bourgeois rational capitalism and that of the adventurers of capital whose sole aim is their individual private gain. The religious trace that permeates that model of capitalism is much more significant than the concrete historical fact. It reveals that, in order not to be a constant bearer of crises, capitalism must accept that it is permeated by a normativity strong enough to regulate its most disruptive manifestations. Severing the link with this ethic of economic action means putting at risk the link with the community of which individuals also belong. 32. On this terrain, Parsons' theoretical intention does not really coincide with Weber's, because the motivations are different, which in Weber are never aimed at systemic construction, but rather at the placement of the individual or, if you prefer, of man in the era of bureaucratic rule. For Parsons, however, the crisis of capitalism is the crisis of a specific model of individualism that becomes evident on the economic terrain. It is therefore a question of overcoming a model of action that judges individual rationality exclusively in terms of a relationship between the means available and the ends that can be achieved. If, however, the action is thought of in subjective terms, there can be no assurance that the individual pursuit of ends does not produce chaos. The Hobbesian problem of order, from which Parsons starts, arises precisely in response to this situation. The Hobbesian solution is the affirmation of a sovereign authority which, thanks to its coercive force, is able to prevent the eruption of chaos. The Parsonsian belief is that no one has yet managed to solve that problem, which therefore continues to recur even when the pursuit of the useful or instinct is assumed as fundamental psychological motivations. Not even social Darwinism, which also prevents us from thinking of economic action as a closed system, forcefully supporting the importance of environmental influences, can deny the need for a coercive force that takes over in the extreme case. It is true that in this way economic rationality finds itself deprived of the central importance that was hitherto recognized to it. Only Marx fundamentally denied the existence of a universal economic rationality, while liberal thought has constantly reiterated the claim that for some unknown reason, ends are not in conflict, that there is a natural identity of interests. 33. In fact, it postulates that whoever asserts his own interest by following economically rational criteria is also in the interest of the whole. Only under this condition can the collective interest result from the natural connection of all individual interests, and, if this does not occur, the Hobbesian solution always returns as an ultima ratio in the face of a rationality branded as deficient. Since political forces, institutions, and the state itself cannot be analyzed on the basis of that rationality, economists end up considering them somehow irrational. This economic imperialism thus ends up showing the limits of its empiricism, highlighting an unfounded belief in the existence of economic laws that do not need to be demonstrated. Economic rationality is combined with positivistic rationality, assuming the predictability of human action and therefore denying that man is essentially an active, creative, and evaluating creature. 34. To escape this denial, Parsons promotes and affirms the possibility of a sociological rationality instead of an economic one. He starts from the conviction that, even more than the changes in the economic situation, it is the rationality underlying it that is in crisis. His alternative is that the ends of men should not be separated and should not be either forcibly limited or miraculously compatible, but in fact, in a given society, held in common. The change of perspective is radical, because it no longer moves from single isolated individuals, but from the way in which their ends are mutually connected in the structure called society. For this society to be possible, the claim of economic rationality to be the only possible rationality must be denied. Classical political economy, the one that Parsons calls orthodox, is faced with the need for a radical reconstruction. 35, and equally unsatisfactory are the efforts of the heterodox one, essentially U.S. institutionalism, to solve its theoretical problems simply by expanding the set of empirical factors to consider, such as instinct and habit, and thus trying to present itself as a sociology. In both cases there is a lack of that capacity for abstraction which only for Parsons, on the basis of the lesson of A.N. Whitehead, let science move forward. In this encroachment on the sociological field by other social sciences he sees the danger of an encyclopedism that takes over to heal the difficulties of their epistemology. The analytical distinctions identified between Pareto, Durkheim, and Weber do not serve to trace the profile of a chapter in the history of sociological thought, but are rather the way to escape the encyclopedic temptation that crosses it, allowing to consolidate a specific sociological field aimed at identifying of the role of common ultimate values within social action. The ultimate ends of the members of an entire society also form, to a greater or lesser extent, an integrated system which to be understood must be taken as a whole. Here the religious trace of the Weberian Protestant ethic is combined with the Durkheimian definition of society as a sui generis entity, which it is no coincidence that Parsons defends against any accusation of metaphysics. The horizon of the relationships between means and ends is therefore subtracted from its individualistic foundation to affirm its necessarily systemic nature, without which individuals themselves could simply neither set ends for themselves nor have means at their disposal. And this acquisition redefines the very concept of action, which can only be understood as to some extent dependent on, and correlated with, such a socially integrated system of ultimate ends. 36. Thinking of ultimate ends without society is simply unrealistic, because it enters directly into their determination. Precisely for this reason, sociology must necessarily deal with their role in human life, just as it cannot ignore the action of coercive power for the very existence of society. This is a point of deep tension between Parsons of the 1930s and the economists, who would soon define themselves as neoliberals aiming to reaffirm and extend the rationality of only acting oriented towards exchange and the market. Parsonsian sociology emancipates itself from the primacy of the economy, because only by analytically separating the different spheres of discourse, sociology, together with the economy, politics, and technology, can restore the general outline of the society of the science of action. 37. The specifically sociological reference to ultimate ends is the only way to understand the dynamics of action by subtracting it from the statics and supremacy of the past. An end is the subjective anticipation of a future desirable state of affairs towards the realization of which one can think that the action of the individual in question is directed. 38. In addition to the subjective nature of the action, therefore, the prediction of what the future state of things will be comes into play, knowing that ultimately it depends very partially on the action itself. The creativity of the action must therefore be affirmed, knowing however that it does not correspond to the power of a sovereign individual capable of autonomously giving shape to reality. From this point of view, and thanks to his critique of utilitarianism, Parsons corrects the specifically modern understanding of the subject, while at the same time the future orientation of social action expresses the specifically modern trait of his sociology. 39. It is not so much a question of denying that it is influenced by the legacies of the past, by anachronisms, and by tradition, which moreover is, so to speak, the substitute for the intrinsic need to determine the choice of particular means. It too, like all the other elements that seem to exhibit the sign of the past, exists on the level of a contemporaneity open to the future. For the science of action, Parsons graphically writes, the latter is not spatial, but temporal. 40. The connection of means with ends is understandable as a prognosis about the future state of society, which removes action from its merely individual character and makes ends become the social determinant of action. Being independent of the action, they are not predetermined, and the fact that every action contains a voluntaristic element precludes the possibility of completely determining it by scientific knowledge. The ends are precisely the elements of a rational action which fall beyond outside the scheme of positive science. 41. The existence of society is verified by the fact that individuals orientate the choice of means to achieve their particular ends to the existence of ultimate ends that must be thought of as if they constituted an integrated system. The existence of this system is the only plausible alternative to total regulatory chaos. This explains why Hobbes is for Parsons the only one to describe with radical clarity the situation that arises in the absence of integrated ultimate ends. This system is not an overall ethical system and therefore does not exhaust all the possibilities for investigating the action. However, it can be said that without it one cannot coherently speak of a social action. However, the sociological starting point is not the integrated system, but the diversity of empirically existing values in order to then determine which ultimate value systems are relevant for understanding action in a given society at a given time. 42. However, the set of norms to which social action is oriented brings the problem of power back into the picture, because they obviously apply to a majority of people but not to all, and this entails the need to consider the diversity of the actors and not their homogeneity. Although Parsons specifically assigns sociology the task of investigating the integration of common values, or how norms are institutionalized, the dividing line with politics is not so clear-cut. In the latter, in fact, he sees the social science that deals with the question of power. However, it is questionable whether it is possible to treat social and political institutions as separate issues, while it is possible to state that the very internal logic of Parsons's argument ends up determining the way in which the question of power must be posed. Here emerges the intrinsically political character of the social sciences and in particular of sociology. 43. As Parsons points out, in the Hobbesian form the problem of order presupposes that all individuals always follow the same rationality both in the state of nature and in the civilized one. The civil condition does not modify the ways of choosing of individuals. Precisely for this reason sovereignty always acts in a limit condition which can potentially always reopen the question of its legitimacy. What determines the constant return of the Hobbesian problem is therefore not only the empirical fact that historically coercion has proved to be an efficient means of solving the empirical problems of order, but rather the necessary social production of power. This is true even though the Hobbesian solution consists in the introduction of a deus ex machina. The sovereign, placed completely outside the system, could maintain order with the threat of sanctions. 44. In the absence of this figure, the most appropriate rational choice remains force and fraud. The Lockean alternative, at least according to Parsons, instead considers society as a sphere of communication between naturally equal individuals among whom the conflict of power should not exist given the equally natural equality of interests. But the most important aspect of Locke's solution is that it practically contradicts the idea that order should be the answer to chaos. For Locke, in fact, natural order is the presupposition of civil order, which ultimately represents only a evolution or, in Parsonsian terms, a further integration of existing elements. Precisely for this reason, in Parsons' reconstruction, post-Hobbesian utilitarianism is constantly led to neutralize the question of power, with the significant exception of Malthus, who however does not change its conception so much but, through reference to the principle of population, reintroduces the problem of its production, effectively declaring any different distribution impossible. Within economic theory, only Alfred Marshall introduces elements of effective novelty for Parsons, becoming a sort of transitional figure between economics and sociology. His problematic connects him directly to Weber, because also in his opinion the fundamental characteristic of modern capitalism would be the affirmation of a specific conduct of life. 45, which reveals how the problem of value can be transferred from the strictly economic level to the ethical. The same is true, on the other hand, according to Parsons, for the Pareto category of non-logical action which in turn introduces elements of value that escape purely economic reasoning. The specific Marshallian evolutionism would be partially extraneous to the dominant utilitarianism, since it assigns a decisive centrality to the development of the character based on activities and not on anthropological or psychological invariants, and thus detaches itself from the static nature that dominates the fundamental anthropology of modernity. Marshallian individuals are not constitutively selfish, and therefore are not destined to submit to coercive authority, but their interests do not mesh harmoniously, without being characterized by such antagonism as to result in constant conflict or class struggle. Only Marx, assigning political centrality to the class struggle, reopens the question of power. 46, however formulating it in profoundly different terms from Hobbesian ones. In fact, the reference to rationality changes, which is no longer the individual one, and coercion is no longer only that exercised from the outside. From this point of view, Marx introduces for Parsons a fundamental turning point in social thought, showing the existence of a coercion that arises from social relations themselves. As he repeatedly repeats, the conception of capitalism of Sombart and Weber remains substantially indebted to Marx on this point. Even more relevant, however, is the dislocation of the question of obligation beyond the separate field traditionally assigned to politics. The neutralization of capitalism as a crisis thus opens up the possibility of considering power as an order and not only as an external constraint to which individuals are forced to conform. Although he assigns the specific question of power to politics alone, Parsons actually outlines a social complex of power, in which the acquisition of wealth, the control of technological efficiency and the coercive function are closely linked and cannot be considered separately. The most relevant effect of this arrangement, which is in fact also the condition of possibility for a social system to exist, is the necessary distribution of power and wealth. The sharing of values is only possible if such a distribution takes place. The Hobbesian model is in fact more internalized than surpassed. While not posing the question of the production of power, in fact, Parsonsian sociology recognizes with Durkheim the need for a coercive authority within the social system, but explicitly introduces the question of the distribution of power. It is not a question of resuming the classic theory of the division of political power, just as it is not a question of a redistribution of social power with a view to its greater equity, but of considering power as a process that is distributed within the social system as a whole. One could say that it is a sort of sociological constitutionalism, according to which society as a system cannot exist in the presence of excessive concentrations of power. The latter, in fact, would be nothing more than positions of strength capable of introducing systemic enemies. Parsons attributes the intuition of this problem to Pareto, who would have shown how force and fraud are not reducible to the opposite of order, but are modalities that reveal the degree of integration of society. They must therefore be considered as symptoms of the possible evolution of the social system and therefore of its concrete ability to organize its own reproduction. Parsons acknowledges that coercive rationality cannot be a property of the total system, because coercion is always exercised by some individuals over others. In this sense, the struggle for power is for him at the origin of specific systems of action, to which he gives the name of elements of political action. However, they cannot be completely disengaged from the normative elements and ultimate values that individuals share. If the ultimate origin of the power on which sanctions are based is the common sense of moral attachment to norms, then there is a coercion, not necessarily rational, even greater than that produced by institutionalized political power. On the other hand, it is no coincidence that Parsons is increasingly interested in the community elements of society, i.e. in those normative elements that produce the obligation before and outside of any rational calculation. We have said that the structure of social action is a kind of imperfect genesis of later functionalism. This is undoubtedly true if we consider the elements of richness and theoretical complexity which do not always recur in Parsons' production. On the specific terrain of the analysis of power, however, there has remained over time a conception that does not consider it either as an exclusive property of its owner or as a zero-sum game, precisely because the need for its distribution is based on the belief that it represents the existing order relations between individuals and not just a coercive function. It is no coincidence that, broadening his gaze beyond the borders of the national welfare state, Parsons comes to imagine an evolution of power which, in order to resolve international conflicts with their polarizations, responds to the needs of the global social system. 47. Preface to the first edition. This book can be defined, in a certain sense, as a contribution to the secondary literature for the critical analysis of the thought of some scholars, who have provided an important contribution in the field of social theory. But the genre secondary literature includes several species. Of all these, the example of only one, and perhaps not the most usual one, can be found in these pages. The primary purpose of the study is not to determine and summarize what these writers said or thought about the subjects they wrote about, nor to verify directly, for each proposition contained in their theories, whether what they said is acceptable in the light of current knowledge in the field of sociology and related disciplines. Both of these questions need to be asked, but what is important is not so much whether they are asked, or even how they are answered, but the context in which they are asked. The element that needs to be emphasized is perhaps found in the subtitle of the book. It is a study of social theory, not of social theories. We are not so much interested in the isolated statements that can be found in the works of these scholars, but rather a single body of systematic theoretical thought, the development of which can be followed through a critical analysis of the works of these authors and some of their predecessors. The affinities in their thinking, which make it possible to bring them together in the same study, do not depend on whether they constitute a school in the current sense, or whether they are typical of a phase or a period in the history of social theory. What the important thing is that all, in various respects, have provided important contributions to the formation of this unitary body of thought, analysis of their works is an adequate way of illustrating the structure and empirical validity of the system of theory of interest here. This theoretical system, social action theory, does not consist of a group of concepts and their logical interrelationships. It is the theoretical system of an empirical science, whose concepts refer to a reality external to the concepts themselves. It would be the worst kind of dialectical sterility to analyze the development of a theoretical system without reference to the empirical problems in relation to which it was constructed and applied. A scientific theory is not the result of idle speculation, it is not constructed by deriving their logical implications from the initial assumptions, but it is the result of observation, reasoning, and verification, starting from the facts and continually returning to the facts. For this reason, direct reference is made, in every important passage, to the empirical problems with which the authors considered dealt with. Only by considering the theory in close relationship with the facts and empirical problems is it possible to arrive at an interpretation to some extent adequate to the process of development of the theory, and of its scientific significance. But although this book is presented as a theoretical study, in the sense that we have indicated, the identification of the lines of development of a theoretical system in the work of these four scholars was not the original intention of the author when he undertook the study insight into their thinking. He was not, and could not have been, because he, like all the other interpreters of these authors, had not understood that it was a single and coherent theoretical system. The reason why the analysis of these four authors was undertaken is rather of an empirical nature, namely that all four, in different ways, were interested in that complex of empirical problems relating to the interpretation of some of the main aspects of the modern economic order, capitalism, the system of private initiative, economic individualism, according to the various current definitions. Only very gradually did it become clear that the same conceptual scheme was operating in the treatment of these problems, albeit from such different points of view. Thus the interest gradually shifted towards the elaboration of the scheme itself. The author wishes first of all to acknowledge that in the long history of this study, which due to the continuity of the problems covered dates back to his student days, his scientific debts are so numerous and often so imprecise as to make an adequate expression of acknowledgement and gratitude impossible. Only a few persons will be mentioned here, whose contributions have been of particular relevance to this work in the form in which it is presented. To three colleagues, my gratitude is particularly profound. Less precise but perhaps more important of all, is the one towards Professor Edwin F. Gay, who for many years followed the progress of this study with keen interest, assisting and stimulating the author to give the best he was capable of. Professor Overton H. Taylor has provided invaluable assistance on countless occasions in long conversations and discussions, particularly on the question of the status of economic theory. Both have read parts of the manuscript, generous with advice and suggestions. Professor Lawrence J. Henderson critically and thoroughly read the entire work, and this re-examination resulted in important changes in several points, especially in relation to the problems of scientific methodology and the interpretation of Pareto's work. Together with these, the author wishes to remember his students, especially those of the higher courses, with whom he discussed the problems of social theory in the long period of maturation of the study. In the stimulating atmosphere of these discussions, many fruitful ideas have emerged, and many obscure points have been clarified. Two other people gave a generous contribution of criticism and suggestions after reading the work, Professor A.D. Nock, especially in the portions dealing with religion, and Professor Robert K. Merton. Still others have read the manuscript or proofs, among whom we wish to mention Professors P.A. Sorokin, Joseph Schumpeter, Frank H. Knight, Alexander von Skelton, C.K.M. Kluckhohn, N.B. Denude, Elizabeth Nottingham, Emil B. Smulyan and Edward Shills. Emil B. Smulyan and Benjamin Halpern also collaborated in the research that prepared this book. If these people have contributed to the technical aspects, in other respects the author wishes to thank on the one hand the Committee on Research in the Social Sciences of Harvard University, which has given financial support in the course of the research and the editing, and in another sense, his father, Edward S. Parsons, who undertook to revise the entire manuscript from the point of view of form and presentation. If this writing is legible and understandable, even in the difficulties that it inevitably entails due to its character, the credit goes largely to his help. Finally, I thank the typists who wrote the manuscript text, Miss Elizabeth Wolfe, Miss Agnes Hannay and Mrs. Marion B. Billings, and Miss Elaine Ogden for her assistance in compiling the bibliography. T.P. Cambridge, Mass. October 1937. Preface to the second edition. Almost 15 years have passed since the publication of The Structure of Social Action. The book was unfortunately out of print when the wave of interest in theoretical studies and teaching of relevant aspects of social science developed in the post-war period. I am therefore very pleased that the Free Press has decided to publish a new edition of the volume. For a variety of reasons, it was decided to reissue it unchanged. This obviously does not mean that the book could not have been improved by a revision. Nothing could be further both from the spirit of the work and from a number of statements contained in it. 48. The same process of theoretical elaboration of the author has not stopped, and if he were to rewrite it now, this book would be very different and, hopefully, better. Revising the initial edition in the sense of adapting it to what would be a version written in 1949 would, however, constitute a very onerous commitment. It would require not only that large parts were rewritten but, even before that, a review and re-evaluation of the main sources on which the study is based. This would no doubt be very productive, but the problem is balancing the benefits of such work with the alternative uses of time and energy it would require. The most important consideration in this choice is the relative advantage of one of two options: to further refine the critical examination of theoretical work formulated more than a generation ago, or to proceed to a direct analysis on theoretical problems related to current empirical research interests, without pretending to further refine the critical orientation. The decision not to embark on a review of the book stems from the belief that, in the present state of social science, the latter route is the best investment of time and energy. The structure of social action has been understood essentially as a contribution to systematic social science, and not to history, i.e. the history of social thought. The justification of his critical orientation towards the work of other authors is given by the fact that this was a convenient means to clarify problems and concepts, implications, and interrelationships. It was a means of taking stock of the theoretical knowledge at our disposal. It was a pause to reconsider basic policy decisions, on principles that are useful in scientific work as in many other fields, namely, that it is good to know what we are doing, and that in the situation we can being resources and potential that, absorbed in our daily work, we tend to neglect. The clarification derived from this inventory has made possible a further theoretical development of such a magnitude that its stimulus has not yet run out. This is certainly true of me, and it is reasonable to believe that it will continue to be true of others as well. The structure of social action analyzed the process of convergent theoretical development that constituted a fundamental revolution in the scientific analysis of social phenomena. The three main authors covered in this study are by no means isolated, but only those who contributed to the sociological side of that development, and the perspective gained over the next decade does not diminish their relative stature as high points in the movement. There is a high level. There are not just three peaks, but these three peaks tower much higher than the others. This is true on the sociological side. One of the book's more serious limitations is the underweight given to the psychological aspects in the overall conceptual scheme, an imbalance that a thorough review should certainly attempt to correct. At least one figure of the same generation as the others, that of Freud, seems to have had the same fundamental influence on a process of development which, despite the differences in its starting points and empirical interests, must be regarded as a vital part of the same movement. Thought general. Psychology is perhaps richer in secondary figures than is the sociological side, but none seem to approach Freud's stature. So much so that a comprehensive analysis of Freud's theoretical development seen in the context of social action theory, and the adaptation of the rest of the book to the results of that analysis, would seem indispensable to the type of revision that should be undertaken. and this obviously would lead to further extending an already very extensive work. There may very well be a difference of opinion as to whether there are comparable figures in theoretical stature in the field of social or cultural anthropology. The author's opinion is that this is not the case. Although Boas, for example, may be of comparable general importance to social science and equally a great man, his contributions to systematic theoretical analysis in the same stream of development are not in the same category as those of a Durkheim or A. Freud. In a broader sense, the contributions of anthropological thought are nonetheless of primary importance and deserve greater study than was done in the structure of social action. This applies in particular to the relationship between the structure of social action and the structure of culture. At the present time, a more in-depth study of these issues is one of the most urgent needs in social science. In its fundamental aspects, the theoretical development we are dealing with had already taken place about 25 years ago. But the frames of reference, the polemical orientations, the empirical interests and the intellectual traditions of each author were so different that the real unity of their work could only be grasped thanks to a great effort of critical interpretation. Indeed, the situation was even worse, as a tangle of interpretations and misunderstandings had already superimposed on the real differentiations, which made the confusion even greater. I think one of the major merits of the structure of social action was that it cleared the ground so that the essential theoretical framework could emerge more clearly. A better understanding of the psychological and cultural aspects, to which the analysis of Freud's work and anthropological thought could have led, would certainly be desirable. Furthermore, it cannot be denied that the exhibition is quite tiring. Despite all these shortcomings, the book has reached a point where further developments are possible. Furthermore, thanks to some interpretative keys that it provides, the original works can be used in a much more free and fruitful way. In other words, the outline of a theoretical framework and the contributions of some of its principal creators have now become to a greater extent the common property of a professional group, instead of remaining the exclusive possession of a small coterie of Pareto, Durkheim, or Weber scholars, which would most likely be rival cliques. If one admits that the essential theoretical scheme elaborated in the structure of social action, without prejudice to the need for an inevitable work of clarification and refinement, is valid in its fundamental lines, it seems appropriate to add some indications on the character and direction further developments that can be based on this scheme. It has been said that the scheme had been elaborated in relation to the empirical interests and problems of the authors studied. This remains true and is of great importance. But this empirical orientation could only in a few cases, in that phase, be defined as operationally specific. One such case is Durkheim's analysis of suicide rates, despite some aspects of its methodological coarseness. Another, on a completely different level, is Weber's attempt to verify the influence of religious ideas on economic development, through the comparative analysis of the relationships between the relevant factors in some societies. But overall, on an empirical level, he did not go beyond a generic clarification of the problems, in the sense of overcoming confused and unacceptable interpretations and opening up new alternative possibilities. A central problem therefore remains, namely in what sense a theoretical approach of this type is adequate for the task of directing, verifying, and refining technical research, especially through the use of technically elaborate observation instruments, and the ordering and the empirical analysis of observational data. It seems to us that, in many respects at least, an important series of steps in this direction are made possible by a shift from the theoretical level of the analysis of the structure of social action as such to the structural functional analysis of social systems. These are, of course, ultimately systems of social action. But in this new approach, the structure of these systems is analyzed not directly in terms of action, but in terms of institutionalized models which are located at a level very close to easily describable and verifiable empirical generalizations. This in turn makes it possible to isolate specific processes of action for examination of a dynamic nature, i.e. by treating them as action in relation to institutionalized roles, in terms of correspondence or deviation from expectations regarding socially established role definitions, Role expectations opposing and problematic for the individual, and of the complexes of forces and motivational mechanisms operating in such balances and conflicts. Isolating these problems and making them susceptible to setting them in empirical terms is largely possible within a structural functional theoretical system, and the results are comparable to those of dynamic analysis methods. Treating dynamic problems in the context of their relationship to the structure of a system and of the relationship existing between processes and the functional prerequisites for the existence of the system itself, makes it possible to establish a frame of reference within which to locate the results, and to systematically follow the interconnections of the results themselves with other facts and problems. It therefore seems to us that there are two most promising directions for theoretical development in sociology and in the sectors most closely related to it, particularly in psychology and in the cultural field. One is the theoretical elaboration of the structural functional analysis of social systems, including the problems of motivations and their relationships with cultural models. In this process, the structure of social action is a fundamental frame of reference, and some of its aspects assume essential relevance in many connections. But the fundamental theoretical task is more than the refinement of the conceptual scheme presented in this book. It is necessary to move to a different level and approach of theoretical systematization. 49. The second direction is represented by the elaboration of operational formulations on a technical level and by the rethinking of theoretically significant concepts. The development of techniques for empirical research has been very rapid in recent years, and looks very promising for the future. These are techniques that can give considerable results, even if the theory that guides their use is still not very advanced. But these results are only a minimal part of what could be obtained, if they were integrated into a generalized technical theoretical framework. It is precisely the belief that these directions of development are the most valid that led us not to correct and reformulate, at this point, the structure of social action. A review of this kind does not seem necessary. The progress that the author may have made on a theoretical level in recent years 50 rests solidly on this book, relying essentially on the indications drawn from the study of the great thinkers whose work it analyzes. The further dissemination of these analytical models, even in their present form, should help raise the general level of theoretical understanding and expertise in our field, and induce others to develop the most promising strands for the advancement of the social sciences, towards the realization of the promises implicit in the work of the great predecessors of the beginning of the century. T.P. Cambridge, Mass. March 1949. Part 1. The Positivist Theory of Action. Introduction. The problem. Who reads Spencer the most nowadays? It is difficult at present to assess the enormous impact he made on the world. He was the intimate believer of a strange and rather unsatisfactory deity whom he called the principle of evolution. The God of him betrayed him, evolving beyond Spencer 51. Professor Brinton's verdict can be paraphrased thus: died by suicide, or at the hands of an unknown person or persons. We cannot disagree on the verdict. Spencer died 52. But who killed him, and how? That is the question. Of course, there may be particular reasons why Spencer, and not others, died, just as there are particular reasons to explain the impact made by him rather than by others. Our study, however, will not address this. The crime we are trying to solve has given death not only to the reputation or interest in a single author. Spencer, in the overall setting of his conception, was a typical representative of the late stages of development of a system of thought about man and society, which has played a very important part in the intellectual history of English-speaking peoples, the tradition positivistic utilitarian. 53. What happened to this tradition? Why did she die? We suggest that she was the victim of the revenge of the jealous god evolution, in this case, of the evolution of scientific theory. In this chapter we do not intend to examine this process of evolution, nor its point of arrival. We will do this later. However, it is necessary to set the problem, albeit provisionally, and formulate some general considerations on the way in which the task we propose must be carried out, and the criteria by which the study should be judged. Spencer's God was evolution, sometimes also called progress. Spencer was one of the most faithful followers of this God, but certainly not the only one. Like many other social thinkers, he believed that man was close to the culminating moment of a long linear process, which extends uninterrupted in the past up to the dawn of primitive man, without any essential changes in direction. Spencer also believed that the industrial society of modern Western Europe was approaching this climax. He, and those who thought like him, were confident that evolution would continue almost indefinitely, and always in the same direction, cumulatively. Many scholars later expressed reservations about this. Isn't it possible that the future holds something other than bigger and better industrialism? The opposite view, that contemporary society is at a turning point, occupies an important place in the theory of a school of social scientists who, though still relatively few in number, are increasingly commanding attention. Spencer was a radical individualist. But his extremism was only the exasperation of the deeply held belief that, at least in the economically dominated phase of social life, we have been blessed with an automatic, self-regulating mechanism which operates so that each individual's pursuit of his private interest and ends results in the greatest possible satisfaction of everyone's needs. It is therefore sufficient to remove the obstacles to the functioning of this mechanism, the success of which would be based on the conditions included in the rational pursuit of one's own interest. This doctrine too has been the subject of increasingly severe criticisms, not all of which are however relevant to the purposes of this study. But another dogma of faith about the workings of the social world has collapsed. Finally, Spencer believed that religion arose from men's prescientific conceptions of the empirical facts about their nature and environment. It was the product of ignorance and error. As knowledge progressed, religious ideas would be replaced by science. This was just one stage in a larger process of deifying science. For the social scientist of the Spencerian type had been virtually confined to primitive man's interest in religion. The question was, how far had science developed from primitive religion? And even in this field there is widespread skepticism about the Spencerian conception. We were only able to cite positions on a few issues. However, they are sufficient to suggest that a fundamental revolution is underway in the empirical interpretation of some of the most important social problems. Linear evolutionism has lost its importance and cyclical theories are looming on the horizon. Different types of individualism are increasingly under fire from criticism. In their place, socialist, collectivist, organicist theories of all kinds are appearing. The role of reason and the status of scientific knowledge as an element of action have been repeatedly questioned. We are overwhelmed by a flood of anti-intellectualistic theories about the nature and behavior of men, again of all kinds. It is difficult to find a revolution of this magnitude in prevailing empirical understandings of human society occurring in the short space of a generation, unless one travels back as far as the 16th century. How can this be explained? It is very probable that this change is largely simply an ideological reflection of some underlying social change. This thesis poses a problem which could hardly be answered in terms of Spencerian thought. But a comprehensive discussion of this point is far beyond the scope of the present study. It is no less probable that it is to a large extent attributable to an imminent 54 development within the body of social theory and the knowledge of empirical fact itself. This is the working hypothesis on which our study is based. We will try to delineate and evaluate the significance of a particular phase of this developmental process, which can be isolated and analyzed in the work of a group of authors in the social field, mostly known as sociologists. But, before embarking on this enterprise, it is necessary to make some preliminary methodological remarks on the nature of what we define as a body of social theory and knowledge of empirical fact. In what reciprocal fundamental relations are its main elements found, and in what sense and through what process can one think that such a body can be thought of as undergoing a process of development? Only later will we be able to explicitly indicate the type of study we are proposing and the results we can reasonably expect from it. Theory and empirical fact. In the discussion that follows we will set out some fundamental methodological propositions, without, however, making any attempt to ground them critically. It will turn out, however, that the question of the status of these views will form a major element of the argument of the whole study. Their validity must be judged not by the arguments adduced in support of them in the present introductory discussion, but by considering how they fit into the design and findings of the study as a whole. A deeply held idea, often more implicit than explicit, is that the advancement of scientific knowledge consists essentially in the accumulation of discoveries of facts. Knowledge is regarded as a purely quantitative affair. The only important thing is to observe something that has not been observed before. Theory, according to this view, would consist only in the generalization of known facts, in the sense of determining which general statements justify the known body of facts. The development of the theory would consist exclusively in a process of transformation of these general statements, which takes into account the discoveries of new facts. Above all, the fact-finding process is regarded as essentially independent of the existing body of theory, and as the result of an impulse of idle curiosity. 55. It is evident that terms such as fact badly need to be defined. We will do it later. For the moment, we limit ourselves to opposing the opinion just mentioned with another, namely that scientific theory, more generally defined as a body of logically correlated general concepts referred to empirical data, is not only a dependent variable but also independent in the development of science. It goes without saying that a theory, to be correct, must correspond to the facts, but it does not follow that the facts alone, discovered independently of the theory, determine what the theory should be, nor that the theory is not a factor in determining the type of discovered facts, i.e. for the direction of the interest of scientific inquiry. Theory is not only an independent variable in the development of science, but the body of theory existing in a given field at a given moment constitutes, to a lesser or greater degree, an integrated system. That is, the general propositions, which can be, as will be seen later, of different types, which constitute a theoretical body, have mutual logical relations among themselves. We do not mean by this, of course, to affirm that everything else is deducible from any one of them. This would reduce the theory to a single proposition, but rather that any substantial change in the formulation of one important proposition of the system has logical consequences for the enunciation of the others. This is equivalent to saying that every theoretical system has a determined logical structure. Now, obviously, the propositions of the system refer to empirical facts, otherwise they could have no claim to be called scientific. In fact, if the term fact is interpreted correctly, it can be said that a theoretical proposition, insofar as it occupies a place in science, is itself either the statement of a fact or the statement of a mode of relations between facts. It follows that any important change in our knowledge of the facts, in the field in question, leads to modify the enunciation of at least one of the propositions of the theoretical system and, through the logical implications of this modification, to revise the enunciation of other propositions. That is, it comes to change the structure of the theoretical system. All of this seems to correspond to the principles of the empiricist methodology outlined above. However, it should first be noted that the word important, used above, is written in italics. What does a major change in our knowledge of the facts mean in context 56? Not that the new facts are generically interesting, that they satisfy an idle curiosity, or that they demonstrate the goodness of God. The scientific importance of a change in knowledge of the facts consists precisely in its consequences for a theoretical system. A scientifically unimportant discovery is one which, while true and interesting for other reasons, has no implications for a theoretical system that interests scientists in that field. Conversely, even an observation that appears trivial from any other point of view, a minimal variation in the observed position of a star, compared to the calculated one, for example, can be not only relevant, but of revolutionary importance, if its logical implications for the structure of the theory are far-reaching. It is probably accurate to say that all the changes in factual knowledge which have led to the theory of relativity, from which has come a major theoretical development, are utterly insignificant from every point of view, except for their relevance in the structure of a theoretical system. They have in no way influenced, for example, the practical applications of mechanics or navigation. 57. However, the question of the importance of facts is only part of the picture. A theoretical system is not limited only to stating facts that have been observed and their logically deducible relationships with other facts that have also been observed. To the extent that such a system is empirically correct, it will also tell us what empirical facts should be observable under a given set of circumstances. The most basic of scientific honesty is that the one who formulates a theoretical proposition must take into consideration all the relevant known facts that are accessible to him. The testing process, fundamental in science, is not merely the re-examination of this applicability of the theory to known facts, by others other than the original formulator of the theory, and then merely waiting for new facts to arrive. It consists in the deliberate investigation of phenomena, with in mind the expectations derived from the theory, and seeing whether or not the facts thus found coincide with those expectations. This investigation is one of those which previously have not been studied at all or in any case without having in mind those particular theoretical problems. Where possible, the situations to be investigated have been produced and controlled experimentally. This, however, is a matter of practical technique, not logic. To the extent that the expectations based on the theory correspond to the observed facts, taking into account possible errors of observation, etc., the theory is verified. But the significance of the verification process is not limited to this. If, as often happens, this correspondence does not take place, it can be established either that the facts diverge from theoretical expectations, or that there are other facts that have no place in the theoretical system, or the result calls for a critical review of the system itself. There is therefore a reciprocal process, in one direction, thanks to the expectations derived from the theoretical system towards the fields of factual investigation, then the reaction of the results of this investigation on the theory. Verification in this sense is not the only important relation of a theoretical system in the direction of empirical investigation. It is not only specific theoretical propositions that have been formulated directly on certain matters of fact that are subject to verification. It will also be found that a theoretical system built on observations of fact, as its implications are worked out, has logical consequences for areas of fact in which the formulator of the original theory was not directly concerned. If some things are true in one field, other things in another related field must also be true. These implications are also subject to verification, that is, in this case, to a finding of the facts in the field in question. The results of this investigation may in turn exert a kind of reaction on the theoretical system. Thus, in general, in the first place, the direction of interest in the empirical fact will be channeled by the logical structure of the theoretical system. The importance of certain factual problems will be inherent in the structure of the system. The empirical interest will be in the facts as they are important in solving these problems. The theory not only states what we already know 58, but also tells us what we want to know, i.e. the questions that need to be answered. Furthermore, the structure of a theoretical system tells us which alternatives are open in the possible answers to a given question. If the facts, observed with the utmost accuracy, do not fit into any of the alternatives that the system leaves open, the system must be reconstructed. Another point is important in this regard. Not only do theoretical propositions stand in logical interrelationships with one another, so that they may be said to constitute systems, but theoretical systems, by their very nature, should tend to be logically closed. That is, a system begins with a group of related propositions, involving reference to empirical observations within the logical framework of the propositions in question. Each of these propositions has logical implications. The system becomes logically closed when each of the logical implications, which can derive from any proposition within the system, finds its enunciation in another proposition of the same system. However, we repeat once again that this does not mean that all propositions are logically derivable from any of the others. If this were true, scientific theory would be a mere tautology. To clarify in the simplest way the meaning of the concept of closed system in this sense, we must consider the example of a system of simultaneous equations. Such a system is determined, i.e. closed, when there are as many independent equations as there are independent variables. If there are 4 equations and only 3 variables, and none of the equations can be derived from the others by algebraic steps, then one variable is missing. In general logical terms, the propositions indicated in the 4 equations logically imply a postulate which is not indicated in the definitions of the 3 variables. The importance of all this is evident. If the explicit propositions of a system do not constitute a logically closed system in this sense, it can be assumed that the arguments advanced rest on one or more unexpressed postulates. The application of this criterion and, if gaps are found, the identification of the implicit postulates, is one of the first functions of the logical criticism of theoretical systems. Moreover, although all theory tends to develop logically closed systems, it is dangerous to confuse this process with the empirical closure of a system. It will be necessary to return several times to this point, that of empiricism. The implications of these considerations justify the claim that empirically verifiable knowledge of any kind, even that of common sense, in everyday life, implies implicitly, if not explicitly, a systematic theory in the sense indicated here. The importance of this assertion lies in the fact that some people who write about social subjects vehemently deny it. They say they state mere facts and let them speak for themselves. The fact that a person denies to theorize is no reason to take it literally, avoiding inquiring what implicit theory these statements imply. This is important, as empiricism of this kind has been a very common methodological position in the social sciences. 59. From all this we understand the general nature of the problem of developing a body of scientific knowledge, as it depends on elements internal to science itself. It is the problem of the ever-increasing knowledge of empirical facts, intimately combined with the changing interpretations of this body of facts, and therefore of the general statements relating to it, and, last but not least, with the modifications of the structure of the theoretical system. Particular emphasis should be given to this close correlation of general statements about empirical facts with the logical elements and structure of theoretical systems. This study can be considered, in one of its main aspects, as an attempt at an empirical verification of this conception of the nature of science and its development in the social field. It takes shape in the thesis that, intimately linked to the modification that has taken place, as has been said above, in the empirical interpretations of society, an equally radical change has taken place in the structure of the theoretical systems. The hypothesis can be formulated, to be subjected to subsequent verification, that this development is to be attributed to a significant extent to reciprocal interactions between new intuitions and factual knowledge on the one hand and, on the other, modifications in the theoretical system. None of these elements is the cause of the other, it is a condition of mutual interdependence. We want to elaborate the verification of this hypothesis in a monographic study. Attention will be focused on the process of developing a coherent theoretical system, which can be referred to as the voluntaristic theory of action, and on defining the general concepts on which this theory is based. From a historical point of view, the main interest lies in the process of transition from one phase of its development to another completely different one. Spencer can be considered as a late, an extreme point in some respects, typical representative of this phase. For ease of reference, and for no other reason, this phase has been termed the positivistic system of action theory, and, most importantly for this study, the utilitarian system. Both of these terms are used in a technical sense and will be defined in the next chapter, where the general logical structure of the positivistic system will be outlined. It is, however, of great interest to note that an identical system, at least in all its fundamental aspects, seems to emerge, through an analogous process of transition from a radically different theoretical tradition, which can be defined as idealistic. The work of Max Weber, the dominant figure in this transitional process, will be the subject of in-depth scrutiny. This convergence, if it is demonstrated, constitutes a very strong argument in support of the thesis that the observation and correct interpretation of the facts constitute a fundamental element to explain why this particular theoretical system has developed. As has been said, we will focus on the process of formation of a particular theoretical system, that of the voluntaristic theory of action. But the previous considerations suggest the opportunity to treat this problem in close relationship with the empirical aspects of the work of the scholars whose theories will be examined. Thus, at least some of the main empirical conceptions of each thinker will be presented and an attempt will be made to clarify the relationships between them and the theoretical system in question. In each case it will be argued that it is impossible to adequately understand how these empirical conceptions were formulated without reference to the structure and logical relationships of the theoretical concepts used by the thinker in question. In all cases, with the exception of Marshall 60, we aim to demonstrate that the remarkable change which has taken place in the empirical conceptions with respect to the current conceptions in the tradition to which the writer in question was most closely associated can only be understood by referring to the corresponding change produced in the structure of his theoretical system with respect to the dominant one in the tradition in question. If this can be demonstrated, important general implications will be drawn. There will be proof that anyone arriving at important empirical conclusions, which transcend common sense, cannot overlook considerations of systematic theory. The choice of writers treated here was prompted by various considerations. The central interest of the study is the development of a particular coherent theoretical system, as an example of the general process of imminent development of science itself. This process has been defined as determined by the logical requirements of theoretical systems, in close relationship with the observation of empirical facts and the general statements that incorporate these facts. The choice of the authors was made in order to keep these elements isolated, as far as possible, from others, for example from the influence of the general climate of opinion of the time, of little interest for the purposes of this study. The first criterion is the effective relationship with the theory of action. Among the authors for whom a relationship of this kind exists, it has seemed useful to have representatives of intellectual traditions, social environment, and personal character as differentiated as possible. Marshall's inclusion is justified by the fact that economic theory involves a set of crucial problems in relation to action theory in general and to the positivist system, in particular in its utilitarian variant. This problem, as will be seen, constitutes the most important connecting link between utilitarian positivism and the later phase of the theory of action. Pareto too was deeply interested in the same set of problems, but in relation to other aspects of the positivist tradition and in the context of an extremely different climate of opinion. The comparison between the two is most instructive. Durkheim's starting point was also positivistic, much more explicitly than the other three. However, he represents the variant of the positivist system most radically extraneous to the positions of that utilitarian individualism 61 in which Marshall was deeply immersed, and so was Pareto, albeit to a lesser extent. As for personality and experience, it is difficult to imagine a greater contrast than that existing between Marshall, a typical exponent of the strong moralism of the English middle class, Durkheim, a French professor, an Alsatian Jew, radical and anti-clerical, Pareto, the distant and refined Italian aristocrat, and finally Weber, son of the most cultured German upper class, raised in the environment of German idealism and educated in the historic schools of law and economics. Intellectual influences, the latter completely absent in the formation of the thought of the other three. Moreover, Weber's own character was profoundly different from that of the others. A further strong argument in favor of the choice of authors made here is that, although all four were more or less contemporary men, there is no trace of any direct influence of any of them on the others. Pareto was undoubtedly influenced by Marshall in the formulation of his technical economic theory, to an insignificant extent for the purposes of this discussion. In the vast cultural unity constituted by Western and Central Europe of the late 19th and early 20th centuries, it would be difficult to pick four men who shared so many important ideas and were least influenced, in developing this common body of ideas, by factors other than only those immanent to the logic of theoretical systems in relation to empirical facts. 62. Some other considerations are appropriate here. This study aims first of all to trace the outline of a theoretical system. Minor variations from writer to writer are of no interest to us, however. It is necessary to elaborate the logical structure and ramifications of the system in the clearest possible form. For this reason we have chosen to study in depth, from a point of view that is significant for our purposes, the work of a small number of among the most eminent scholars. Marshall was considered by many in his field to be the leading economist of his generation. Moreover, the present study takes him into account less than the others. The other three are all generally known as sociologists, and there can be no doubt of their importance in this field within their generation. It is impossible to think of a list of the first 6 sociologists of the last generation that does not include these three names. 63. This does not mean that they are the only ones at this level of eminence, but for the purposes of this study they certainly appear to be the most suitable. To avoid any possibility of misunderstanding, we repeat, this study is meant to be a monographic study of a particular problem in the history of recent social thought, that is, the appearance of the theoretical system that has been defined as the voluntaristic theory of action. It follows that there are a number of things connected, which this study is not and is not meant to be. First, it is not a history of sociological theories in Europe, more or less over the last generation. It deliberately avoids including problems and figures that such a task would require. If the results obtained have any value, this will confirm that the process under consideration is an element of the history of European sociological theory of that period. Well, this study will constitute a monographic contribution to the story, but nothing more than that. Secondly, it is not a general interpretation of the work of one or all the scholars it deals with. Neither an indirect exposition nor a critical evaluation of them is proposed. 64. The aspects that this study deals with are of great, sometimes central importance for the work of each of these thinkers, but we will not try to evaluate their importance in relation to other aspects. Finally, again for the same reasons, we have not set out to discuss all aspects of the work of these authors and of the literature dedicated to them. We have read practically all the existing literature on them, limiting ourselves, however, to citing what seemed particularly important in the immediate context. Failure to cite must not be interpreted as an implicit criticism, but only as a lack of direct relevance for the purposes of the argument. 65. Moreover, one does not even claim to have reached an encyclopedic completeness with regard to the texts themselves. Likewise, not all the passages that could have been considered important for the purpose in question have been cited, but only those sufficient to clarify the points in question, considered in the context of the structure of the author's theories as a whole. 66. Finally, allow us one last comment with reference to interpretation. This study is designed as an organic whole, dealing with logically related ideas that permeate the entire study. The reader should always bear this in mind as he sifts through any critical remarks he may be inclined to make. In a particular way, in a study of this kind, it is legitimate to expect that a cited fact or an expressed statement should be considered not only in their immediate intrinsic character and meaning, but also in relation to the total structure of which they are a part. Residual categories. 2 or 3 further points must be taken into consideration in a preliminary way, so as not to leave the reader uncertain as far as possible. First, a further conclusion follows from the position outlined above about the nature of the development of science. It is possible to have fragmented and unorganized bits of knowledge, and to agree on the truth of further fragmented bits, as they come to our attention. This type of knowledge, however, does not constitute science in the sense in which the term is understood in this study. The latter is present only insofar as these bits of knowledge have been integrated with reference to fairly clear theoretical systems. 67. To the extent that this occurs, 2 things can be said. It is unlikely that such a system will play any important part in directing the thinking of a number of highly intelligent men, for any length of time, unless the propositions of the system involve empirical references to real phenomena and, within the framework of the assumed conceptual scheme, correctly observed. At the same time, the very structure of the conceptual schema inevitably converges interest on a limited set of such empirical facts. These can be thought of as a dot illuminated by a spotlight in the middle of darkness. What lies outside this zone is not really seen until the light from the reflector moves, and then only what is in the area into which its ray is projected at this second time will be seen. Even if a number of facts may be known outside this area, they are not scientifically important until they can be related to a theoretical system. This fact is of the utmost importance as an interpretative canon. In studying a man's empirical work, the questions posed will not only be, what were his views on certain concrete phenomena? Nor, what is its essential contribution to our knowledge of these phenomena? The more important questions will rather be, what theoretical reasons did he have for being interested in these particular problems rather than others, and how much did his research results contribute to the solution of his theoretical problems? And vice versa, how did the knowledge gained through these researches contribute to a new definition of his theoretical problems, and through these to the revision of his theoretical system? Thus, with regard to Durkheim, the really interesting point is not that he established that the suicide rate in the French army was, during a certain period, considerably higher than in the civilian population. Those interested in this fact in itself may consult the study of him. Here we will rather ask why Durkheim studied the phenomenon of suicide, and what is the meaning, for his general theory, of this and the other facts that he established in the course of his research. Something more should be said about the general character of the process by which this awakening of a new scientific interest in fields of fact proceeds by modifying theoretical problems. Each system, including both its theoretical propositions and its most relevant empirical insights, can be visualized as an illuminated dot immersed in darkness. In general, the logical name given to darkness is residual categories. Their function can be inferred from the internal need for a system to become logically closed. On whatever level it operates. 68, a theoretical system must include the positive definition of certain empirically identifiable variables or other general categories. The very fact that they are defined implies that they are distinct from others, and that the facts, which constitute their empirical reference, are consequently, at least in some respects, specifically differentiated from others. If, as almost always happens, not all actually observable facts of a field, or those that have been observed, fall into sharply and positively defined categories, they tend to have one or more generic names referring to negatively defined categories, i.e. to facts known to exist, which are also more or less adequately described, but are defined theoretically by their failure to fit into the positively defined categories of the system. The only theoretically relevant statements about these facts are negative, they are not so and so. 69. But it must not be inferred that, as negative, these propositions are unimportant. It is true that in the work of mediocre representatives of a theoretical system the qualification of their empirical deductions from the theory, necessitated by the existence of these residual categories, is often overlooked or so vaguely formulated as to be virtually meaningless. In the case of those who are dogmatic about the system, their existence, or at least their importance to the system, can also be flatly denied. Both of these attitudes are encouraged by an empiricist methodology. But in the work of the most capable and acute representatives of a system these residual categories will often be not only implicit, but explicit, and will be rigorously exposed. In this sense, the best way to identify the weak points of a system is to refer to the work of its major exponents. More than any other reason, this explains why the work of so many of the greatest scientific theorists is difficult. Only minor stars can come to dogmatically affirm the exclusive importance and adequacy of their positively defined categories. 70. It follows that the surest symptom of imminent transformations within a theoretical system is an increasingly general interest in these residual categories. 71. In fact, one form of progress in theoretical work consists precisely in cutting out positively defined concepts from residual categories and verifying them in empirical investigation. The obviously unattainable goal, which one nevertheless approaches asymptotically, in the development of a scientific system is the elimination of all residual categories in favor of positively defined and empirically verifiable concepts. In any system there will always be residual categories of fact, but they will be resolvable into positive categories of one or more other systems. 72. Such residual elements will be found to be present in the data necessary for the empirical application of any system. Cutting out positive concepts from residual categories is a process by which the reconstruction of theoretical systems is accomplished, with the result that they can eventually be altered beyond any possibility of recognition. However, it can be stated that the original empirical intuitions associated with the positive categories of the original system will be reworked in a different form, but unless they completely collapse under the combined criticism of the theory and the new empirical verification, they will not be eliminated. Indeed, as we noted above, this is unlikely to happen. This fact is the essential basis for speaking in a justified way of a progress of science. Theoretical systems change. There is not only a quantitative accumulation of factual knowledge, but a qualitative modification in the structure of the theoretical systems. But if the verification has been valid and correct, this modification leaves behind a permanent precipitate of valid empirical knowledge. The form of the statement may change, but the substance will remain. Older sentences will generally take the form of a special case of the new. The utilitarian strand of positivistic thought has been, by virtue of the structure of its theoretical system, centered on a certain series of empirical observations and theoretical problems relating to the latter. The central fact, a fact which is beyond any question, is that in some respects and to some extent, given certain conditions, human action is rational. That is, men adapt to the conditions in which they find themselves and adapt the means to their ends, so as to find the most efficient way to achieve these ends. And the relations of these means and conditions to the pursuit of their ends are recognized as inherently verifiable by the methods of empirical science. Of course, this proposition contains a large number of terms which, in general usage, have been and still are ambiguous. Their definition is one of the first aims of this study. This range of factual insights and the theoretical problems that arise from them, and this alone, is the subject of the first analysis. The task of the first two parts of the study is to trace its development from one well-defined theoretical system to another. The process was essentially the one outlined above, a process which, by focusing attention on the residual categories that can be found in the different versions of the initial system, derives positive theoretical concepts from them. Perhaps one can suggest here, or repeat in a slightly different form, a fundamental canon of interpretation for a study of this kind. It is in the nature of the enterprise that many facts and theoretical considerations, important from any of the many disparate possible points of view, are overlooked here. We have set forth a specific criterion of what we understand by scientific relevance, and the observations made in the preceding lines serve to further elucidate this criterion. Were a critic to accuse us of having overlooked the importance of these things, he would have to demonstrate that the point overlooked relates directly to that limited range of theoretical problems to which the study has been deliberately limited, and that its correct consideration would alter significantly the conclusions about them, or b. that the whole conception of the nature of science and its development put forward herein is so fundamentally wrong that these criteria of relevance are inapplicable. 73. Theory, methodology, and philosophy. From these considerations another series of problems immediately follows which require a brief comment. One wonders if a study of this kind can really be limited to science, or does it end up navigating the perilous waters of philosophy? At certain points this will be inevitable, and it is therefore appropriate to briefly outline the most important relationships that link these two disciplines to each other, and to the study proposed here. This exposition, like the others presented in this chapter, will be summary, and its critical foundations will not be exposed. We have already indicated the main features of our conception of the general character of empirical science. The distinction of science from all philosophical disciplines is essential. But one must not therefore think that the two disciplines do not have significant reciprocal correlations, and that one can ignore the other. For the purposes of this study, not necessarily for others, it is legitimate to define philosophy as a residual category. It constitutes the attempt to reach a rational understanding of human experience by methods other than those of empirical science. The existence of important reciprocal relations between philosophy and science, once the distinction between them has been established, derives from the more general nature of reason itself. The tendency of theoretical systems in science to become logically closed is a special case. The general principle is that in the very nature of reason there is a tendency to provide a rational explanation of all the experience that falls within its orbit. To the extent that both philosophical and scientific propositions are brought to the attention of the same intellect, there is in the nature of the case a tendency to place them in relations of logical coherence with each other. It follows that in human experience there are no watertight compartments, rational knowledge is an organic whole. The methodological principles already set forth constitute a canon, which can be used in this context as in others. Since we are concerned here with the character and development of certain particular theoretical systems in science, and the interest in these systems is scientific, philosophical problems will be treated only when they become important to these systems, in the narrowly defined sense. The discussion will be deliberately limited to philosophical problems important in this specific sense. Similarly, we will not avoid them on the sole pretext that they are philosophical or metaphysical, and therefore do not come under scientific study. This is often an easy way to avoid taking sides on fundamental but embarrassing issues. We will now briefly indicate in which terms philosophical problems can take on relevance for the problems of this study. In the first place, if scientific knowledge is not the only important cognitive relationship that man has with experience, it nevertheless constitutes an authentic and valid relationship. This means that the two groups of disciplines are in a relationship of mutual critical correction. In particular, evidence drawn from scientific sources, the observation of facts and the theoretical consequences of these facts, constitutes, insofar as it is correct, a valid basis for the critique of philosophical conceptions. Furthermore, if the scientific evidence, which there is reason to believe is correct and which has to do with important problems, will be in conflict with philosophical conceptions implicitly or explicitly formulated in the work studied, this will be taken as an indication of the need to investigate the basis of these conceptions on a philosophical level. The goal will be to find out whether the philosophical grounds are so compelling that they leave no alternative but to revise the previous impression of what purported to be scientific evidence. We will encounter a number of conflicts of this kind, in which philosophical ideas clash with empirical data of extreme importance. However, in none of these cases has a sufficiently powerful philosophical foundation been found to invalidate the empirical evidence. 74. But this need to criticize philosophical positions from a scientific point of view is not the only relevant relationship between the two groups of disciplines. Every system of scientific theory carries philosophical implications, both positive and negative. This is nothing but a corollary of the rational unity of cognitive experience. Furthermore, it is also true that every system of scientific theory implies philosophical postulates. 75. These can be of a different nature. Those to which we now want to pay particular attention are of a methodological nature. That is, the problems of the foundation of the empirical validity of scientific propositions, the kinds of procedures which in general can be expected to give rise to valid knowledge, etc. directly affect the philosophical fields of logic and epistemology. 76. Indeed, we could say that the main concern of modern epistemology, from approximately Locke onward, has been precisely the problem of the philosophical foundations for the validity of the propositions of empirical science. Since throughout this study questions of validity will be of paramount importance, we cannot leave out discussing their philosophical aspects. This is particularly important in one context. We will be dealing with a group of methodological conceptions which, again for ease of reference and only for this purpose, have been grouped under the term empiricism. Their common characteristic is the identification of the meanings of the specific concrete propositions of a given science, theoretical or empirical, with the scientifically knowable totality of the external reality to which they refer. That is, they argue that there is an immediate correspondence between the concrete reality that can be experienced and scientific propositions, and that only to the extent that this is possible is there valid knowledge. In other words, they deny the legitimacy of theoretical abstraction. It should already be evident that such a position is radically incompatible with the conception of the nature and function of theoretical systems which underlies our study. Therefore we cannot avoid discussing the philosophical foundations proposed in support of this conception. The term methodology, as understood in this work, is the borderline between science on the one hand, logic, and epistemology on the other. In other words, this term does not refer primarily to empirical research methods such as statistics, monographic studies, interviews, and the like. We prefer to call the latter research techniques. Methodology is the consideration of the general foundations 77 of validity of scientific propositions and systems. As such, it is neither a strictly scientific nor a strictly philosophical discipline. It is a field in which such systems are subjected to a philosophical critique of the foundations of their validity, but it is at the same time a field in which the philosophical arguments adduced in support of the validity of such propositions are subjected to criticism in the light of the evidence brought by science itself. If philosophy has implications for science, it is no less true that science has implications for philosophy. The following example will illustrate what we mean. Before Kant, the epistemological question was generally posed in these terms: what philosophical foundations do we have for believing we have valid empirical knowledge of the external world? Kant turned the question around, stating, it is a fact that we have such valid knowledge. And only afterwards did he ask himself, how is this possible? While Kant's answer may not be fully accepted, his way of asking the question was of revolutionary significance. It is a fact, as well established as any other in empirical experience. 78, the existence and consequences of this fact must form the starting point for any philosophical consideration on the foundations of validity of science. In this context we can distinguish three different levels of considerations. First, you have the scientific theory proper. Its function has already been partly discussed. His direct interest is directed only to specific empirical facts, and to the logical consequences of propositions expressing these facts, for other propositions concerning other facts. The theory proper, therefore, is limited to the formulation and logical interrelationships of propositions expressing empirical facts, in direct relationship with the observation of the facts, and therefore with the empirical verification of the propositions. Methodological considerations come in when we go beyond this, to inquire whether the procedures by which observation and verification have been carried out, including the enunciation of propositions, the concepts implicit in them and the ways of drawing conclusions from them, are legitimate. We wonder whether in general, apart from the specific facts involved, a given procedure can actually lead to valid results, or whether our impression of their validity is illusory. The verification of scientific theory, on this level, is the task of methodology. Finally, this will lead to philosophical considerations, because 79 among real or presumed reasons for believing or not believing in the validity of a specific scientific procedure, there will always be some of a philosophical nature, which must be considered philosophically. Thus the three levels of considerations are strictly interdependent, but nevertheless it is important to keep them logically distinct. 80. Let us now briefly mention two main contexts, in which a direct interest in the methodological problems as defined above will arise. One relates to the general foundations of validity of the theories of empirical science, as the term has been used here, without consideration of the particular class or kind of empirical facts involved. Any theory that aspires to have scientific validity is legitimately subject to critical analysis in these terms. On the other hand, there are methodological questions which arise in relation to judgments about the validity of propositions concerning particular kinds of empirical fact, and the particular kind of theoretical systems connected with these propositions as distinct from others. Failure to adequately distinguish these two sets of methodological problems has been the source of much needless confusion. The empirical problems on which the study is concerned relate to human action in society. We can mention some characteristic elements of this research sector which give rise to particular methodological problems. It is a fact, however one interprets it, that men attribute subjective motivations to their actions. If they are asked why they do a given thing, they will answer by referring to a motivation. It is also a fact that they manifest the subjective feelings, ideas, motivations associated with their actions by means of linguistic symbols or in other ways. Finally, it is still a fact that, both in action and in science, when certain types of concrete phenomena are encountered, such as, for example, black ink marks on sheets of paper, these are interpreted as symbols having a meaning. These and other similar facts pose the main methodological problems of the sciences that are interested in human action. There is a subjective aspect of human action which is made manifest through linguistic symbols, to which meaning is attributed. This subjective aspect expresses the reasons that we ourselves give to justify our way of acting. No science that studies human action, if it wants to go beyond the surface of things, can overlook the methodological problems connected with the relevance of this order of facts for the scientific explanation of other facts of human action. 81. Our study has a fundamental interest in such facts. In another context, moreover, philosophical problems acquire particular importance for the sciences of human action, in a different way from what happens for the natural sciences. It is a fact beyond any dispute that men conceive and express philosophical ideas, that is, non-scientific. 82. This fact creates fundamental problems for the sciences of human action. Indeed, it is also true that men subjectively, and very closely, associate these ideas with the motivations they attribute to their actions. It is important to know what relationship exists between the fact that individuals conceive such ideas and that in any specific case ideas are what they are, and the fact that they act, or have acted, in a certain way. This will constitute one of the central substantial problems of the whole study. Finally, there is an aspect of the relationship with philosophy, which constitutes a corollary of the immanent tendency of reason to integrate experience on a rational level, namely that a scientist, like every other man, has philosophical ideas which are in certain relationships with his scientific theories. Indeed, since excellence in scientific theory implies a high level of intellectual ability, the foregoing statement is likely to be more often true of scientists than of most humans. It is clear that the Weltanschauung and the scientific theories of an eminent scientist cannot be radically dissociated. But this does not contradict the claim that there is an imminent process of development in science itself. 83, and this is the focus of our concern here. Above all, we will not deal with the scientist's motivation in undertaking his studies, except insofar as it is determined by the structure of the theoretical system itself on which he works. Behind this, undoubtedly, there are reasons, partly philosophical, which determine his interest in the system. To give a complete explanation of his scientific theories, it would be essential to take these reasons into consideration, but we do not intend to arrive at a complete explanation. This would constitute a research of Wissen's sociology, which does not fall within the limits of this study. Naturally, at certain points the philosophical views of the men we will study are relevant to our field of interest. This happens when they become important for the theoretical system under consideration. Moreover, they must not be analyzed because they are interesting, or dangerous, or otherwise as philosophical opinions, nor even because they clarify the general motivations of individual thinkers, but for their relevance to the particular theoretical problems under discussion. Only in this context will they be considered. Types of concepts. So far we have treated theory and theoretical systems in general terms, as if there were no important distinctions between different types of theory and theoretically relevant concepts. It is unwise to carry on the discussion without examining the different types of theoretical concepts and their different relationships with the empirical elements of scientific knowledge. The following discussion will only consider, at the outset, the main concept forms of relevance to this study. Fundamental statement is that there is no empirical knowledge that is not, in some way and to some extent, formed through concepts. To refer to purely sensitive data, to raw experience, or to the formless stream of consciousness means not to describe the real experience, but to make a methodological abstraction, legitimate and important for certain purposes, but still an abstraction. In other words, to quote Professor Henderson 84, every empirical observation takes place in terms of a conceptual scheme. This is true not only of elaborate scientific observations, but of the simplest statements of fact deriving from common sense. Conceptual patterns are in this sense inherent in the structure of language and, as anyone familiar with more than one language knows, they differ in important respects from one language to another. In relation to our problem, three main types of conceptual schemes can be distinguished. From the above considerations it follows that the description of the facts implies a conceptual scheme in that it does not constitute only a reproduction of external reality, but a selective ordering of it. When scientific observation transcends common sense and becomes somewhat methodologically sophisticated, then explicit patterns emerge which can be termed descriptive patterns of reference. These can vary considerably with respect to the generality of application, and perhaps differ in other respects as well. No attempt will be made here to conduct a comprehensive analysis. They are modes of general relations of facts, implicit in the descriptive terms employed. The space-time structure of classical mechanics is one such pattern. Therefore a fact, to be relevant to the theory, must be described with reference to a body or bodies that can be identified in space and time, in a position relative to other bodies. A similar pattern, in the social sciences, is that of supply and demand in economics. To be relevant to orthodox economic theory, a fact must be able to be explained in terms of the law of supply and demand. It must somehow refer to a good or service for which there is a demand and which, relative to the question, is scarce. It is clear that insertion into a scheme of this type does not in itself explain anything, but it is an indispensable preliminary to the explanation. The assertion that a physical body at a given time and place has a given property, say a given speed, does not explain why it has such a speed. This implies a reference both to the other properties of the body itself, in this and in previous instance, and to the properties of other bodies. The same is true of an economic fact, such as that the closing price for wheat of a particular grade on the Chicago market on a given day was $1.25 a bushel. The total explanation of the fact in question must not be thought to be possible in terms of any single theoretical system, for example mechanics or economic theory. For example, the speed of a man falling from a bridge, just as he is about to touch the surface of the water, is a physical fact, but if the individual in question is suicidal, certainly this is not demonstrated by the fact that all the background of which the speed is a consequence can be explained in terms of mechanical theory. Similarly, if there has been a notable rise in the price of wheat in the early days of a war, there is no evidence that this fact, although it is undoubtedly an economic fact, i.e. a fact relevant to descriptive and analytical schemes of economics, can be satisfactorily explained in terms of the factors alone formulated by economic theory 85. All this seems obvious when it is referred to a concrete example, but if it is not taken into account, one risks committing very serious errors, especially in social science. It is the fallacy that Whitehead has termed the fallacy of misplaced concreteness 86. Methodological problems arise which are of fundamental importance for the whole discussion that follows. It has already been mentioned that the reference schemes can be of various scope. First of all, it must be emphasized that the same empirical facts, depending on the scientific aim proposed, can be exposed in terms of more than one of these schemes, which are connected to each other not only in the sense that one constitutes a more limited, particular case than another, but in the sense that they interfere with each other. It is a great merit of Prof. Zinaniecki 87 have pointed out that essentially the same facts concerning man in society can be stated in any of the four different schemes which he terms social action, social relations, social groups, social personality 88. As far as we are concerned here, the terms are clear enough. We will limit ourselves to noting that the scheme of social personality is not connected to psychology, but to the concrete individual, as a member of society, belonging to groups and in social relationship with other individuals. The action scheme forms the main basis of this study. In it act concrete individuals, who are believed to adjust the means with respect to the ends. Within each schema there may of course be sub-schemas. The law of supply and demand must be considered as a sub-scheme of Action 89. Descriptive reference schemes, understood in this sense, are fundamental in all sectors of science. But they by no means exhaust scientific conceptualization. Facts can be described within these schemes, but the description within them has the function of defining a phenomenon which must then be explained. That is, from the great mass of possible empirical observations, we choose those which are at the same time significant within this framework and which are coherent with each other. Thus they serve to characterize the essential aspects of a concrete phenomenon, which then becomes an object of scientific interest. This is what Max Weber calls a historical individuality 90. It should be noted in particular that it is not simply a matter of reflection of external reality, but of its conceptualization in relation to a particular direction of scientific interest. Only when this object is given do subsequent problems of conceptual formulation arise, connected to explanation in the proper sense. Here two fundamental procedural alternatives open up. The distinction between them is essential. Let's start from the fact that a specific object of scientific interest is given, that is, it is described in terms of one or more frames of reference, as indicated above. Theoretical explanation requires that it be broken down into simpler elements, which are the units of one or more theoretical systems, in terms of which it is to be explained. Now, this subdivision can take place not in one, but in at least two logically distinct directions. On the one hand, we can divide the concrete object into parts or units. On a biological and physical level it is quite easy to understand what is meant. A steam engine consists of cylinders, pistons, cranks, boilers, valves, etc. Thus an organism is composed of cells, tissues, and organs. A part in this sense is a unity, the concrete existence of which, independently of its relation to other parts of the same whole, has its own meaning. However, while a machine can be disassembled and broken down, an organism cannot be so in the same sense, at least without definitively destroying its function. A dead organism, however, can be dissected and its parts thus identified. These two examples have the spatial reference in common, since the parts are entities that can as such be placed in space in relation to each other. But this is not the essential point. The same order of analysis is possible when the parts have no spatial existence, because the spatial coordinates are not implicit in the reference scheme under consideration. A complex of actions can be analyzed into its parts, such as rational and irrational acts, religious and secular acts and the like. The fundamental question is always whether we can conceive such an act as existing for itself, that is, as a pure type, without also implying the other types from which it is concretely distinct. The fact that many concrete real cases are mixed types does not matter now. Thus one can well conceive of meeting a man of pure Nordic race, however such type may be defined, and it is not necessary to assume a priori that he by definition has Mediterranean blood or any other non-Nordic blood. The main difficulty in dealing with concepts of this kind, such as part or type, arises from the fact that the concrete entities with which science deals possess, in different proportions, a property, generally called the organic. That is, the whole consisting of the parts, which we are discussing, can, to a greater or lesser extent, be an organic whole. At one extreme is the mechanical type, where all the important properties of concretely functioning parts can be defined independently of their relationships to other parts or to the whole. Essentially, it is the case in which the part can be, in practice, separated from these relationships and remain the same. So you can take a steam engine apart and actually examine the pistons, record their size, shape, braking strength, etc. The same can be done for the other parts and, provided our observations are accurate, the efficiency of the engine can be calculated from these. Now, precisely, if a whole is organic 91, this becomes impossible. The very definition of an organic whole refers to something within which relationships determine the properties of its parts. The properties of the whole are not simply a resultant of the properties of the parts. This is true, whether it is an organism or some other unit, e.g. a mind, a society, etc. As far as this is true, the concept of part assumes an abstract, or rather, fictitious character, because the part of an organic whole is no longer the same once it is de facto or conceptually separated from the whole. Perhaps the classic statement of this point was given by Aristotle, in Politics, when he stated that a hand separated from the living body is no longer a hand, except by misunderstanding the terms, for example, by referring to a stone hand 92. However, the logical character of the concept remains the same, whether the concept refers to a mechanical part, which can be observed without an essential change of properties in its complete and concrete separation from the whole, or whether the concept refers to an organic part, which, once separated, remains a part only in an improper sense. However much the concept of the pure type, especially in the organic case, may differ from anything concretely observable, the proof of its legitimacy is that it is possible to think of it as concretely existing, i.e. that this does not imply a contradiction in terms 93. The concept of any particular physical body or system of bodies in mechanics has this character. This is true even if it is imaginary, such as a perfect gas, a frictionless machine, etc. Chemical elements have the same character, even if some of them have never been found in nature isolated from other elements. The same also applies to concepts such as that of perfectly rational act, of perfectly integrated group, etc. The scientific legitimacy, one could almost say, the indispensability of such concepts is beyond question, without them there could be no science. Moreover, the use of such concepts is not limited to the definition and their empirical identification, as real parts of a single concrete phenomenon. Indeed, this is only the first step of a scientific generalization, in the sense that it can be seen that these parts are common to a plurality of different concrete phenomena. Furthermore, much can be said about the behavior of these parts under given circumstances. Such judgments can produce a kind of generalization that is highly explanatory and, within certain limits, perfectly valid. The general statements about the possible or probable behavior of such concrete or hypothetically concrete parts of concrete phenomena or combinations of them, in given typical circumstances, will be called empirical generalizations 94. The point on which we must insist is the fundamental logical distinction existing between these two species of concepts, part types and empirical generalizations, and another species which, strictly speaking, can be called the analytic concept. This kind of conceptualization, moreover, presupposes the previous one. In fact, whatever the concrete or even hypothetically concrete parts or units into which a complex concrete phenomenon can be decomposed, once these units are established, they will logically have general attributes or qualities. Any particular phenomenon or concrete or hypothetically concrete unit is not to be regarded as a property in this sense, but as capable of description in terms of a particular combination of the particular values of these general properties. Thus a physical body is described as having some particular mass, velocity, position, etc., in terms of mechanical theory. Similarly, an act can be described as having a certain degree of rationality, disinterestedness, etc. It is to these general attributes of concrete phenomena, relevant within a given frame of reference, and to certain combinations thereof, that the term analytic elements will be applied. It must not be thought that such analytic elements can have a concrete, or even hypothetical, existence separately from other analytic elements of the same logical system. One can say that a given act is rational, but never that it is rationality, in the sense of a concrete thing. There are rational acts concretely, only in the same logical sense that there are heavy bodies. Above all, the distinction between part types and analytic elements has nothing to do with the relative degree of organicity of the phenomena to which they refer 95. When these are organic, both concepts imply abstraction, but for different reasons. The part of an organic whole is an abstraction, because it cannot be observed as existing concretely regardless of its relations with the whole. An analytic element, on the other hand, is an abstraction because it refers to a general property, while what we really observe is only its particular value in the particular case. One can observe that a given body has a given mass, but one never observes mass as such. In the terminology of logic, the mass is a universal. Thus one can observe that a given act has a high degree of rationality, but one can never observe rationality as such. 96. It is the universal experience of science that, once clearly defined, such analytic elements turn out to possess certain uniform modes of relating to one another, valid independently of any particular set of their values. 97. We will refer to these uniform ways of relating the values of the analytic elements, with the term analytic laws. The fact that they may or may not be expressed in numerical terms is of secondary importance for our purposes. In the example taken from the field of action, it can be stated that, to the extent that a system of action is rational, regardless of the value and degree of its rationality, it conforms to certain laws. For example, it tends to maximize utility. They are analytical elements in the sense which constitute the variables of the physical sciences. But both the term variable and the type that is predominantly used in the physical sciences can lead to confusion about the relationship between quantitative and qualitative aspects. In a sense, perhaps, the ideal type of variable is that of mass or distance, which is a property of bodies or their relationships, which is not only observable but also measurable. That is, the only observations that can be defined as mass observations are placed along a single quantitative measurement scale, in terms of the variation of a defined and constant unit. In cases where measurement is impossible, as in the case of what are sometimes referred to as non-metric variables, it is often still possible to place all the particular observations on a single scale in order of magnitude, such that one can tell what is the larger and which the smaller of any two observations. In addition to this, measurement requires an exact placement of the observation in relation to others, determining the interval between each pair so that it can be compared, quantitatively, with the interval between any other pair. Thus, in non-metric terms, one can say that one glass of water is hotter than another and, in metric terms, that the difference is 10 degrees Celsius. Applied to real variables of far-reaching systems, measurement appears practically non-existent in the social field, and the non-metric quantitative determination of the order of magnitude is also rare. Fortunately, the logical requirements of theoretical systems allow for a further departure from the ideal type of a simple measurable variable. It is a fundamental methodological requirement that the facts, which form part of a scientific theory, must be capable of being determined with a degree of precision appropriate to the theoretical purposes of the system. Through the influence of Professor Bridgman 98, it has become common in recent years to state this requirement in these terms: one must arrive at the facts by means of a clearly definable operation. Both measurement and scaling are types of such operations, but these two categories do not exhaust the list of scientifically acceptable operations. There are procedures whereby observations are made which, although they have in common the fact that they result from the same operation, are nevertheless not capable of being arranged along a single scale in order of magnitude. This means that if order is to be introduced into such facts, it is possible by means of a certain type of classification, more complex than a single criterion of variation. However, insofar as the observations are the result of the same type of operation, that is, insofar as they are concrete examples of the same general or universal category, in this sense, they can all be treated as values of the same element. This holds true, as will be demonstrated, for the most famous of Pareto's categories, that of residuals, which cannot be measured, but are obtained on the basis of a defined operation and ordered by means of a rather complex classification, in which, it should be added, a further element of complexity will be introduced, as a result of our analysis. 99. It is probable that everyone would agree that it would be preferable, for the sake of simplicity and rigor of the results, For the elements of a theoretical system to be capable of precise measurement according to a unitary scale, as occurs for mass and distance. The problem therefore arises as to why social science should deal with elements such as Pareto residues. The answer lies in the characteristics of the facts which, as has already been pointed out, concern concrete phenomena on the one hand and their relationship with the conceptual scheme on the other. This study deals with a particular theoretical system, in a particular phase of its development. One does not ask whether other theoretical systems, radically different, are possible as a tool for understanding human behavior in society. However, given this theoretical system, in the form that is proper to it at the moment in which it is being considered here, certain problems concerning facts, such as, for example, rationality or, as Pareto says, the logic of action, are inherent in the structure of the system. The scheme can have empirical value in that it is possible to devise observational operations, in terms of which an answer to these problems can be formulated. Most of the operations that the authors studied here have used provide data whose qualitative heterogeneity cannot be reduced to a single quantitative scale of variation, however they can be framed in the conceptual scheme we have assumed. However, it cannot be excluded that in the course of the future development of the system, quantitative evaluations or even measurements may result. 100. On the other hand, the fact that so far it has been possible to accomplish so little in these terms does not mean that nothing has been achieved. Appreciable scientific result. Scientific truth is not a matter of absolute exactness, but of successive approximation. The results we have are of substantial validity and importance, even if they are very far from scientific perfection. We will assume, in the course of this study, that a theoretical system must include all three types of concepts described above. They are so closely interdependent that there is never a system of analytic elements without a corresponding frame of reference and a conception of the structure of the concrete systems to which it refers, structure as made up of certain types of units or parts. In the study of a theoretical system, however, more or less emphasis can be placed on each of these concepts. Ours, while keeping them all in mind, will mainly focus on one of them, the concept of part or unit. Our interest will be directed towards the units and their mutual structural relationships, from which concrete systems of action originate. These concrete systems are all phenomena susceptible of description according to the reference scheme of the action. We will deal at various points with analytic elements, but we do not intend to elaborate systematically on the definitions and interrelationships of the analytic elements implicit in such concrete systems of action. The discussion of the parts or units of systems of action includes two phases: the definition and classification of the elementary units, and the determination of the relevant relationships of these units in systems. These may, for our purposes, be termed structural relationships. This study can therefore be considered as an analysis of the structural aspect of action systems, or, in other words, their anatomy. We just draw attention to the fact that, in relation to the same concrete phenomena, it is possible to conduct structural analysis at different levels. The reciprocal relationships of the four schemes mentioned above 101 are mainly those of the different levels at which the social structure is described. Of these four, however, the one that interests us here, that of action, can be considered the most elementary. We do not intend to carry out an analysis of the social structure in all possible terms, but only in terms relating to the scheme of action, hence the title, The Structure of Social Action. Although any structure must be considered capable of analysis in terms of a plurality of analytical elements, it does not follow that only a choice of elements is possible for the analysis of a given concrete structure, when the latter has been adequately described. Conversely, more such choices are possible, and if more than one is applicable, it must be concluded that they are related. Precisely this possibility of different choices of elements explains why it is not advisable to try to pass directly from a description of the structure of action systems to the description of a system of elements. The authors treated converge, in an almost explicit way, on a single system, but at the level of a system of structure, not of a system of elements. In their different works, the way in which the system of elements is described varies to such an extent that it is not possible to reduce, without long and difficult analysis, the analytic elements to terms of a single system. This would be extremely difficult, since only in Pareto's work is there a completely explicit system of elements. One last introductory point requires comment. This is not and does not aspire to be a definitive work, not even in the restricted area in which it is placed. One of the most important corollaries of the conception of science set forth here is that science cannot be static, barring external pressures, but is intimately involved in a dynamic process of development. So any publication of results that go beyond a simple description is, in a sense, an arbitrary attempt to fix a point in this process. A study whose objective is to determine whether or not Caesar was assassinated on March 15, 44 BC, can certainly give a definitive result, since the fact, once established, can be inserted into any conceptual scheme. It is different in a study of the type conducted here. Like any scientific study, it can, if it is correct, leave a permanently valid precipitate, but it cannot claim to have outlined the definitive conceptual scheme within which this precipitate can be better formulated and linked to other facts. The author has been interested, more or less profoundly, in the main works of each of the scholars treated, for periods ranging from 6 to 10 years, after occupying himself with other problems for a long time, he carefully reconsidered these works. Each time this review brought to light elements of fundamental importance that had previously been overlooked. The most important points for the purposes of this study were not grasped on the first reading, but, in general, only after repeated reconsideration. The explanation for this fact may be that the reflection on these problems had in the meantime undergone a process of development, although the significant points had been read and, in a certain sense, understood. They did not turn out to be important in the sense which they later became, because before it had not been possible to connect them to a theoretical system and to the problems that arise from it. There is no reason to believe that this process of thought development has suddenly stopped. 102. The only justification for publishing the results of such a study, at this or any other time, is the belief that this process has reached a point in where the results obtained, while not definitive, are sufficiently well integrated to be significant. The God of science is actually evolution. But to those who are animated by true scientific spirit, the fact that science develops beyond the points they themselves have achieved, is not a betrayal of them, it is rather the realization of their highest hopes. Note on the concept of fact. To prevent a very common cause of confusion, it is good to state from the outset in which sense the term fact is used. Adapting the definition of Prof. Henderson 103, a fact is interpreted as an empirically verifiable statement relating to phenomena, expressed according to a conceptual scheme. For now we will not consider the problems of verifying such claims, these points will be taken up again later. For the moment it will suffice to point out a distinction that has a significant significance for the problem of scientific abstraction. In the definition given, a fact is indicated as an empirically verifiable assertion of phenomena. The problem is that the fact itself is not a phenomenon, but a proposition relating to one or more phenomena. All scientific theories are made up of facts and statements of relationships between facts in this sense. But this does not imply that the facts included in a theory are the only testable propositions that can be made about the phenomena to which they refer. A system of scientific theory is generally abstract precisely because the facts to which it refers do not constitute a complete description of concrete phenomena, but are exposed in terms of a conceptual scheme, i.e. only the facts concerning the phenomena relevant to the system are expressed theory adopted. This distinction between a fact, which is a proposition about phenomena, and the phenomena themselves, which are actually existing concrete entities, will avoid serious confusions. We will use these terms exclusively in this sense. From the above considerations it follows that no phenomenon is a fact, unless one speaks in an elliptical sense. In general, a concrete phenomenon can be adequately described, for the purposes of a single theoretical system, by exposing a certain number of facts which are logically independent. The order and number of exposures is a problem that depends both on the empirical nature of the phenomenon and on the theoretical system in terms of which it is used. For any conceptual scheme there is an adequate description, that is, the determination of a sufficient number of important facts. In general, it is insufficient in relation to the totality of facts that it is possible to know about this phenomenon. Even when we say we don't have enough facts to justify a given conclusion, we don't mean that we can't make enough verifiable claims about the phenomenon, but rather that we are unable to make certain claims which are logically necessary as premises to the conclusion. The structure of the theoretical system determines which facts are relevant to the theory of action. The purpose of this study, as has already been said, is to analyze in depth the process of radical transformation which has taken place in the structure of a theoretical system in the field of social sciences. In the continuation of the first part, the essential features of the system will be outlined, for which it is possible to speak of its continuity during the process mentioned above, and the logical structure of the initial position, or group of positions, which gave rise to origin to the process. Finally, the history of the system will be briefly framed in Western social thought, to introduce the more in-depth analysis that we will develop in the second part. We shall call this conceptual scheme the theory of action. The continuity that characterizes it, and which we have mentioned above, is given by the persistence, during its development process, of a fundamental conceptual model which, although it has been modified in the various stages in its use and setting, however, its essential characteristics have always remained unchanged. The unity of action systems. In the first chapter we called attention to the fact that, in the course of the process of conceptualization, phenomena come to be split into units or parts. The first point that must be considered, in relation to a conceptual scheme, is the character of the units adopted in this process. The fundamental unit of the system considered here can be indicated as an elementary act. Like the units of a system of classical mechanics, particles can be defined only in terms of their properties, i.e. mass, velocity, location in space, direction of motion, etc. The units of systems of action have some fundamental properties without the which it is impossible to conceive of unity as existing. Thus, to continue the analogy, to think of a unit of matter as having mass, but such that it cannot be located in space is, in terms of classical physics, absurd. It should be noted that the sense in which we speak here of an elementary act as of an existing entity is not that of a concrete spatiality or in any case of an independent existence. It is a question of the possibility of conceiving it as a unit within the ambit of a frame of reference. Before it can be spoken of as a unit in a system, there must be a minimum of descriptive terms applicable to it and a minimum of facts about it that can be known. In this sense, therefore, an act necessarily requires the following elements: 1. The one who performs the act, the actor. 2. The act must have, by definition, an end, i.e. a future situation towards which the process of the action is oriented. 104. 3. It begins in a situation, whose lines of development differ, to a greater or lesser extent, from the situation towards which the action, the end, is oriented. This initial situation can in turn be analyzed on the basis of two elements: those over which the actor has no possibility of control, that is, which he cannot modify or do without modifying in relation to his end, and those above which he has this possibility of control. 105. The former can be defined as the conditions of the action, the latter the means. 4. A certain way of relating these elements is implicit in the very conception of this unit, in its analytic uses. That is, in the choice of alternative means for a given end. Insofar as the situation permits alternatives, there is a normative orientation. 106 of the action. Within the actor's range of control, the means used cannot in general be conceived as chosen at random or dependent exclusively on the conditions of the action, but must in some sense be subject to the influence of an independent, selective factor, the knowledge of which is necessary for understanding the course of the action. What is essential to the concept of action is the existence of a normative orientation, not an orientation of a particular kind. As we will see, the discrimination between the different possible forms of normative orientation is one of the main problems that this study will deal with. But before going into the details of this problem, it will be well to indicate some of the fundamental implications of this conceptual framework. The first is that an act always constitutes a process over time. The temporal category is essential to the schema, since the concept of end always implies a reference to the future, to a situation, which does not yet exist, and would not come into being without the actor's intervention, or, if it already exists, would not remain unchanged. 107. This process, seen essentially in terms of its relation to ends, can be called attainment, realization, and pursuit. Secondly, the existence of a range of possibilities for the actor, as regards both means and ends, together with the concept of normative orientation of action, implies the possibility of error, i.e. the inability to accomplish the ends or to make the right choice between the means. The different meanings of the error and the different factors to which it can be attributed constitute one of the main themes of our discussion. Third, the frame of reference is subjective in a particular sense. That is, it concerns phenomena, things, and events as they appear from the point of view of the actor, whose action is the object of the analysis. Naturally, the phenomena of the external world have a preponderant part among the factors influencing action. But to be used in the scheme assumed here, they must be reducible to subjective terms in this particular sense, a point which is fundamental for the understanding of some peculiarities of the theoretical structures examined here. The same fact is the cause of a further difficulty which must be kept in mind, since it can be said that all empirical science is aimed at understanding the phenomena of the external world, then the facts of action are also, for the scholar which analyzes them, facts of the external world, and in this sense therefore objective facts. In other words, the symbolic reference of the propositions that the scholar calls facts is related to phenomena external 108 to the scholar himself, but not to the content of his mind. But in this particular case, unlike what happens in the physical sciences, the phenomena studied have a scientifically relevant subjective aspect. That is, the social scholar, while not interested in studying the content of his mind, is to a high degree interested in that of the mind of the people he studies. A distinction is therefore necessary between the objective and subjective point of view. This distinction, and the relationship between the two, is of great importance. With objective we will always mean from the point of view of a scientific observer of the action, and with subjective, from the point of view of the actor. A further consequence derives from the subjectivity of the categories of the theory of action. When a biologist or a behaviorist studies humans, they consider them as an organism, a separate spatially distinguishable unit. The unit of reference that we assume as an actor is not this organism, but an ego or self. That is, we mean that the body constitutes for the actor a part of the situation of the action, not unlike the external environment. Among the conditions to which his action is subject are included those relating to his body, and among the most important means at his disposal are the faculties of his body and, of course, of his mind. The analytical distinction between actor and situation cannot possibly be identified with the distinction between organism and environment adopted by the biological sciences. It is not a matter of a distinction between concrete things, because the organism is a real unit 109, but rather it is a problem of analysis required by the categories of theoretical systems that are useful on an empirical level. A fourth consequence of the action pattern deserves emphasis. Undoubtedly the situation of action includes part of what is called, in common parlance, the physical environment and the biological organism. It is equally true that these elements of the situation of action are susceptible of analysis by the physical and biological sciences, and the phenomena in question are analyzable through the units proper to these sciences. Thus, a bridge may be said to consist of iron atoms, a small amount of coal, etc., and their constituents, electrons, protons, neutrons, etc. So the student of the action, to have an adequate understanding of his object of investigation, must be a physicist, a chemist, a biologist. If this may be partly true, For the purposes of the theory of action, it does not appear necessary or desirable to deepen an analysis that each particular science would be able to do. The frame of reference, within which the student of action operates, sets limits. That is, he is interested in phenomena having aspects not reducible to the scheme of action, only insofar as they are relevant to that scheme, i.e. in their function as conditions and means. Insofar as their properties can be adequately determined, they can be admitted as data without further analysis. Above all, atoms, electrons or cells are not to be considered as units for the theory of action. Analyzing a phenomenon in its units, beyond the point in which it constitutes a means or a condition of action, leads to encroach on another theoretical scheme. For the purposes of the theory of action, the minimum concrete unit that can be conceived is the elementary act, even if this in turn can be analyzed into the elements mentioned above, ends, means, conditions and norms of orientation the more in-depth analysis of the phenomena of which these are in turn aspects is relevant, for the theory of action, only if the units that we arrive at formulating can be considered constituting the elements of the elementary acts or systems of these. Finally, let us mention a general aspect of this conceptual scheme. Before moving on to consider more specific applications. It can be used at two different levels, the concrete level and the analytical level. In the first case, an elementary act means a concrete act, and its elements are the concrete entities that constitute it. Thus by concrete end we mean the concrete total situation envisaged, as it is relevant to the reference scheme of the action. For example, a scholar may have the immediate goal of writing an essay on a given topic, although at the beginning of his action he is not able to see its content in his particulars, and this is true of many concrete ends. He will still have a general idea, he will be able to foresee it in general terms. The detailed content will be elaborated only in the course of the action. This result constitutes the concrete end. Likewise, concrete means are those things over which he exercises some control, such as his own or library books, pen, paper, typewriter, etc. Concrete conditions are those aspects of the situation which he is unable to dispose of for his immediate ends, for example because the number of books in the library is limited, and so on. The function of this concrete use of the action schema is essentially descriptive. The facts are significant to the scholar adopting this scheme insofar as they are applicable to entities having a place in the scheme itself, to ends or other normative elements, to means or conditions of acts or systems of action. But, in this context, it serves only to organize the data in a certain order, not to analyze them as is necessary to formulate an interpretation. For purposes of explanation it is usually necessary to take another step in the process of abstraction. It is a question of generalizing the conceptual scheme in order to highlight the functional relationships present in the facts already ordered from a descriptive point of view. This passage can be better understood if we consider that one of the main functions of an analytic scheme, as opposed to a concretely descriptive scheme, must be that of distinguishing the role of the normative elements 110 from that of the non-normative elements, in the action. The problem is exemplified by the difficulties that arise in relation to the concept of end. As defined here, an end is a concrete and anticipated future situation, but it is clear that not the situation in its entirety, but only certain aspects or features of it can be attributed to normative elements, and therefore to the action of the actor rather than to characteristics of the situation in which he acts. To return to the example set out above, in the process of action that leads to the drafting of a thesis, numerous aspects of the concrete purpose cannot be attributed to the actor, in this case the student, for example the fact of the books available in the library, or other conditions relevant to the deed. An end in the analytical sense, therefore, must be defined as the difference between the future situation and the one that would presumably occur without the actor's intervention. Correspondingly, in the analytical sense, the means do not refer to concrete things that are used in the action, but only to those elements and aspects of them that are susceptible, and insofar as they are susceptible, of control 111 by the actor in the pursuit of ends 112. A second very important aspect of the distinction between concrete use and analytic use of the action schema can be indicated in this way. We have already mentioned the predominant schema in the biological sciences, that is, that of the organism and the environment. The schema of the action cannot be identified with this, but in some respects it is closely analogous to it. That is, a concrete actor is seen as acting in a given concrete situation in pursuit of concrete ends. But a new logical situation arises when one tries to generalize, with respect to global systems of action, in terms of the functional interrelationships of the facts stated about them. The problem of distinguishing between the role of normative and non-normative elements can again serve as an example. From the point of view of a given concrete actor, in a concrete situation, the present and foreseeable effects of the actions of the other members are part of the situation, and can thus be linked to the action of the individual concerned as means and conditions. But in assessing the function of normative elements in the total system of action, of which the particular actor constitutes a unity, it would naturally be improper to include these elements. Indeed, what are non-normative means and conditions for an actor can be explained, at least in part, only in terms of the normative elements of the action of the other agents of the system. This problem of the relationship between the analysis of the action of a particular concrete actor, in a concrete, partially social environment, and that of a system of action comprising a plurality of actors, will be of fundamental importance for the discussion that follows. It constitutes, for example, one of the main elements for understanding Durkheim's theoretical system. The utilitarian system. We have so far limited the discussion to the more general features of the action scheme. Although the elementary act is a fundamental concept in all the theoretical frameworks treated so far, it is not surprising that the different permutations and combinations possible on this basis have not been exhausted in the early stages of the system development process. In the 19th century, a subsystem, or, perhaps better, a group of several subsystems, of action theory dominated Western European social thought. It was formed essentially on the basis of units of the type described, however combined in a particular way, which clearly distinguishes it from the system which constitutes the main object of the present treatise. Since we intend to follow the developmental process through which the subsequent subsystem emerged from the previous one, it is necessary to carefully examine the starting point of the process itself, in order to clarify the nature and extent of the change that occurred. The organization of thought in terms of the pattern of action has such ancient and obscure origins that a study of this problem appears of limited interest. It will be sufficient to point out that, like the schemes of classical physics, it has deep roots in the experience of everyday life, an experience that can be considered common to all human beings. Proof of this statement can be found in the fact that the basic elements of the pattern are present in the structure of all languages, as in the universal existence of a verb corresponding to English to do. The peculiarity of the situation that we want to analyze consists in the fact that, for some scholars, this universal baggage of experience of common sense has been selectively ordered, giving rise to a characteristic conceptual structure which, despite presenting numerous variations, retains some common features in them. The peculiarities of this structure lie in the selective emphasis on certain problems, and on certain ways of considering human action. 113. The first characteristic can be defined as atomism, i.e. a tendency to essentially consider the properties of elementary acts, conceptually isolated, and to infer the properties of systems of action through a process of directed generalization from these elementary acts. In other words, only the simplest and most obvious types of relationship between elementary acts in systems are considered, that is, those absolutely indispensable to the very concept of system. They must be grouped in relation to the person to whom the acts refer, i.e. the actor as an aggregate unit. One person's potential acts may be relevant as means and conditions of another person's action situation, and so on. It is not necessary to search far for the origins of this tendency. Indeed, it seems natural that in the early stages of development of a theoretical system, its representatives should operate with the simplest conceptual scheme that appears adequate. More complex possibilities are only considered after some factual knowledge has been accumulated, and after the logical implications and difficulties have been worked out more subtly. In all scientific theories, at the stage of development nearest to the level of common sense, an atomistic tendency is generally observable. However, this natural tendency was no doubt reinforced by certain particular features of the Western European intellectual tradition, operating since the Reformation period. First, the opposite anti-atomistic tendency, particularly when expressed at a relatively unsophisticated analytical level, and when applied to total social systems of action, leads to organicist theories of society, in which the individual disappears into a more vast together. This trend was in contrast with the deep-rooted individualism widespread in the majority of European countries 114. It is true that this individualism had an ethical rather than a scientific nature, and concerned the ethical autonomy and responsibility of the individual, particularly as opposed to authority. However, we must not forget that the clear distinction between factual considerations and value judgments is a very recent achievement, especially in the field of social disciplines. The vast majority of thinkers, who elaborated the ideas examined here, were just as interested in justifying a conduct or line of action, which they considered ethically correct, at least as much as they were in objective understanding of the facts of human action. These two points of view are found inextricably intertwined in the history of thought. The main root of European individualistic thought is probably to be found in Christianity. In an ethical and religious sense, Christianity has always been profoundly individualistic, that is, it was interested in the good of the individual immortal soul. Souls have always been considered free and equal. This attitude distinguishes all Christian thought from that of classical antiquity prior to the Hellenistic period. The spiritual absorption of the individual into the social unit, which appeared natural to a Plato or an Aristotle, is inconceivable to a Christian, notwithstanding all mystical conceptions of the Church as a spiritual body. In Catholic Christianity, however, this individualistic tendency, in its practical consequences for social thought and conduct, has been considerably mitigated by the role played by the Catholic Church. It is considered the universal custodian of the health of the soul, which can have access to spiritual life only through the administration of the sacraments by the Church itself. All medieval thought was in favor of the concept of corporate unity and conceived the Church as a central element in human life. However, with the arrival of the Reformation, this conception underwent radical changes. The possibility of direct communication of the individual soul with God, a concept proper to Protestantism, gave a peculiar imprint to the problems of social thought of the last period, that is, before social thought assumed a predominantly secular character. The ethical evaluation of the individual soul and the elimination of the sacramental church as an intermediary between the individual and God made the freedom of the individual to pursue his spiritual good and to adopt any practical form of conduct which was deemed a suitable means to achieve it. The interference with this religious freedom by the Catholic Church, on the one hand, and by the secular authority, on the other, constituted the main potential and actual danger. With the rise of nation-states, attention was mainly focused on the problem of the relationship between religious freedom, a necessary condition for the realization of the highest Christian values, and political duty. In the Middle Ages, this problem of religious freedom naturally translated into the problem of relations between the state and the Church, since the Church was universally recognized as having the authority to speak, on the religious level, in the name of everyone. However, in the new conditions created after the Reformation, individual freedom was at stake, and not that of a collective body. Although all, except a few sects, admitted the existence of an objective body of revealed truths, no organization had a monopoly on the legitimate interpretation and administration of religion. The true church was no longer the visible church, but the invisible body of the faithful or the elect. The visible church was reduced to having a function of illumination and maintenance of external discipline. Ultimately, the individual, and he alone, was responsible for his behavior in the sphere universally held to be the highest, i.e., the religious sphere. Therefore the accent was no longer placed on the preservation of a tradition of values common to the members of the community, and to all Christians, but on the safeguarding of the freedom of conscience of the individual in his differentiation from others, in particular in the face of forms of coercion aimed at making him join an organization or submit to an authority. Thus, to the extent that the interest in the ends of human action was profound, especially in the ultimate ends, the diversity of manifestations was underlined, especially between individual and individual. The roots of the position that will be defined as utilitarianism were already present in a nutshell. A further consequence of the Protestant concept of the individual's direct communication with God was the corresponding devaluation of each individual's ties to his fellow men, especially the tendency to reduce them to impersonal, unsentimental terms, and to view others not so much in terms of view of their intrinsic value, as well as for their usefulness for the realization of divine objectives, which, more immediately, coincided with individual ends. From this attitude derives an accentuated tendency towards a rationalistic analysis of the means-end relationship, which characterizes utilitarian thought. Of course, individualism is not manifested only in Christianity and Protestantism, but has independent roots in our cultural heritage. Even if it is true that the thought of the classical Greek polis was predominantly of an organic type, in a sense precisely opposite to individualism, schools of thought very close to modern individualism arose in late antiquity. Hellenistic philosophy undoubtedly had a profound influence on Christian thought, and in the early modern period, when our kind of social thought took shape, a considerable influence was exercised by humanism. Perhaps the most integrated and clearest of the positions that had a classicist influence is late Roman law, the revival of which represented one of the main characteristics of that period. Roman law shared the concept of the state as a corporate unit that had dominated the social thought of the Greeks, and this created great difficulties in defining the legitimate place in the community of a body such as the Catholic Church. But, with a development unknown to Plato and Aristotle, although still partly influenced by late Greek thought, and in particular by Stoic thought, Roman law set against the unitary state a body of free and independent individuals, who in their private sphere were separate and distinct entities. In its subsequent development this aspect of law, private law, assumed an ever more prominent place. It is undoubtedly true that among the reasons that determined the rapid adoption of Roman law by the secular princes of the Reformation period was the recognition of the usefulness of the unitary concept of the state, as a weapon against the corporate bodies with which they were in conflict. Conflict, especially feudal corporations and the church, within their own society. However, in the particular religious situation then existing, also the other aspect of the rigid dualism of Roman law, the conception of a society of free, independent, and non-corporate individuals, could not fail to exercise great influence. The more political authority asserted itself against corporate privileges, the more individual rights asserted themselves against authority, and the more the separate existence of these individual units became fundamental. How these two independent roots of individualism coordinated and intersected with each other is undoubtedly of the utmost interest. The main result attributable to the individualistic elements present in the European cultural tradition, in the terms that concern us here, is to have highlighted that the different individuals who make up a society are separate entities, particularly as regards their ends. This has resulted in an obstacle to the development of some of the most important elements of the theory of action, i.e. those that concern the integration of ends into systems, especially those involving a plurality of actors. The tendency prevailed to focus rather on the elementary act, neglecting to study the relationships between the ends of the different acts as constituents of the systems, or when they were studied, highlighting their differences and lack of integration. Let us now move on to consider the other main element of the action subsystem that particularly interests us here, the character of the normative element of the means-end relationship in the elementary act. In the development of the line of thought which forms the object of our discussion, we find a strong emphasis on a particular point, the rational norm of efficiency. The second element characterizing the system analyzed here after atomism is the problem of rationality in action. It would not be exact to speak of rationalism, since a large part of these doctrines were characterized by the minimization of the function of rational norms. However, despite this disagreement on the concrete role of rationality, a common criterion of rationality was generally adopted, while on the other hand any other positive concept of a normative element governing the means-ends relationship was lacking. Divergences from the rational norm were described in negative terms, such as irrational and non-rational. In the further development of systematic thinking, these terms, as will be shown later, took on quite specific meanings, but for the moment, what matters is that the focus was on this particular type of norm. While not wanting to trace an exhaustive historical analysis of the influences that determined this interest, we will indicate three main ones. First, there is obviously an attitude of simple common sense, whereby great importance is attached to the rational element in action. We are all engaged in multiple practical activities, where much depends on the exact choice of the means suited to the ends, and where this choice, within the limits of the knowledge available at a given time and place, is based on a correct empirical evaluation of the intrinsic relationship between means and the realization of ends. Every society obviously has a considerable stock of technical procedures, based on a vast body of traditional knowledge. Although the problem may still exist as to why other procedures, perhaps equally widespread, in which the intrinsic adequacy of the means with respect to the end was not, however, so evident, have not been taken as a model, it is none the less unquestionable that the rational element is present in all systems of human action. The most important class of concrete actions that are thus overlooked is that of ritual actions. It is worth emphasizing that two strands of our cultural tradition contain elements of strong hostility towards ritual, and therefore a tendency to minimize its importance. On the one hand, Protestantism reacted against the ritualism of the Catholic Church. The ritual was proscribed as a form of superstition, an anomaly due to the ignorance or perversity of men, something that was neither useful nor natural. This coincided with conceptions of a society in which monastic life and its devotions were held in low regard, and attention was directed towards the practicalities of secular life. Secondly, humanism was characterized by a strong vein of rationalism, handed down from the ancient world, for which superstition was viewed with hostility. Opposition to ritualism is one of the few points on which Puritans and representatives of the humanist Renaissance agreed. A very strong influence in determining the terms in which the problem of the rationality of action in social thought was conceived can undoubtedly be attributed to the appearance of modern science, especially physical science. With the crisis of religious interests, science and the philosophical problems related to science came to constitute the major object of interest for minds inclined to systematic theorizing, and science came to be regarded as the rational achievement par excellence of the human mind. Such a strong intellectual influence could not fail to leave a trace on the structure of modern social thought, in its infancy. In a positive sense, therefore, the prestige of science in the opinion of the time was one of the main elements which induced the scholars of social disciplines to take an interest in the problem of the rationality of action, while at the same time, it provided the main point of reference for the formulation of what was meant by the norm of rationality. The element that characterizes the vast majority of attempts aimed at intellectual elaborations of the concept of rationality is the point of view according to which an action is rational insofar as it can be said that it has been dictated to the actor by scientific knowledge, or at least scientifically correct, of the circumstances of his situation. The simplest and most widespread concept is that which defines a particular type of norm for the means-end relationship, accepting the end as given, without inquiring about its rationality or reasonableness. It can be defined as follows. The action is rational to the extent that it pursues the possible ends within the context of the situation, making use of means which, among those available to the actor, are intrinsically the most suitable for achieving the end, for reasons that are understandable and verifiable on the level of positive empirical science. Since science is the rational realization par excellence, what we are referring to is an analogy between the scientific researcher and the actor in common practical activities. The starting point is to conceive the actor as the one who comes to know the facts of the situation in which he acts, and therefore the necessary conditions and the means available for the achievement of his ends. Applied to the means-ends relationship, this is essentially a matter of accurately predicting the probable effects of possible ways of changing the situation, employment of alternative means, and the consequent choice among them. Apart from the problems relating to the choice of ends and those concerning commitment, in the sense that action is more than an automatic result of knowledge, no problems arise, in cases where the analogy can actually be applied. In conceiving the actor as similar to a scientist for whom knowledge is the main determinant of action, insofar as his real course conforms to the expectations of an observer who has, as Pareto says, a wider knowledge of the circumstances. So far we have described, with some indication of their origins, two of the main elements of the action system. It is a predominantly atomistic theory, in the sense indicated above, which assumes the elementary rational act as the unit of the systems of action it examines. It is not necessary to consider other characteristics of the elementary act itself. It is now time to turn our attention to how units are inserted into systems and to consider certain characteristics of the general systems thus determined. The rational elementary act that has been described, whether fictitious or not, is a concrete elementary unit of concrete systems of action. It is an elementary unit within the framework of the general scheme of action which is reached by maximizing an important property of elementary acts, rationality. Assuming that a concrete system, considered as a whole, consists only of elementary units of this kind, we obtain a total concrete system of rational action. This is the simplest and most obvious way to use this conceptual scheme, i.e. assuming, as is often simplistically done, without realizing all the consequent implications, that concrete systems of action are simple aggregates of such elementary rational acts. Even on this basis some problems may arise, as will be seen in the next chapter, but for the moment the discussion must be limited to the more general topics relating to the problem of the relationship of this conceptual scheme with concrete reality. The point of view of the naive empiricist has some important implications. If the concrete system is considered to be analyzable exclusively in rational elementary acts, it follows that although the concept of action as the pursuit of ends is fundamental, the theory does not deal with the relationships of ends between of them, but only of the character of the means-ends relationship. If the conceptual scheme is not consciously abstract, but is considered literally descriptive of concrete reality, at least insofar as the latter is important, this gap is very significant. Not indicating anything positive about the relations of ends between them can have only one meaning, that there are no significant relations, that is, the ends are arranged at random, in a statistical sense. It is through this indirect route, rather than on the basis of any positive theorem, that the last determining element has been identified, the randomness of the ends, at least of the ultimate ends, of the action. Though it seldom appears in the foreground, it will continually be found in the background as one of the implicit logical assumptions on which the whole structure rests. The theoretical system of action, characterized by these four elements, atomism, rationality, empiricism, and randomness of ends, will be defined in the present study as the utilitarian system of social theory. The term is in part conforming and in part not conforming to general usage. We have tried to outline the logical core of the body of thought generally termed utilitarian, although various other doctrines, some logically related and some not, have historically been associated with it. But, above all, the choice of the term is justified by the fact that the logic of the situation mentioned above had a precise elaboration in relation to the economic theory of utility. Apart from the modifications made necessary to place them in a wider system of thought, the utilitarian elements of human action are in fact, as will be seen, those that the utilitarian theory, understood in the aforementioned sense, better understood and analyzed. The positivist theory of action. We have already stated that the development of modern science helped to determine an essential characteristic of the utilitarian system of thought, the accentuation of the problem of rationality. The same factor can be studied in greater depth, analyzing even broader themes, in relation to the last problem that has been taken into consideration, that concerning the properties of action systems, considered as wholes. We asserted above that, framed in the empiricist conception of the relationship between theory and concrete reality, the fact that utilitarians did not take into account the relationships of ends among themselves amounts to the implicit theorem that these ends have no relationships relevant to the logical structure of theory. In other words, relative to the considerations influencing the rational choice of means, that is, the center of gravity of theoretical interest, ends can be regarded as random variants. Directing the theoretical interest on the relationship between science and rational action, without taking other elements into consideration, has further implications that refer to a wider system of thought, of which utilitarianism must be considered a subsystem. This is more easily observed in relation to the subjective point of view, which, in the development of the action, is the decisive one for the purposes of the scheme of the action itself. Examining the problem from the utilitarian point of view, it can be seen that the actor is conceived as having a certain amount of scientific knowledge of the situation in which his action is situated. But, at the same time, it is admitted without a doubt that this knowledge is so limited as to be inadequate for the complete determination of action. In utilitarian terms, it is irrelevant for the choice of ends. The fact that there is no alternative criterion of choice, for the ends as for the means, causes the system to fall into the negative concept of randomness, due to its very tendency to become logically closed. From the actor's point of view, therefore, scientifically verifiable knowledge of the situation in which he acts becomes the only significant means of orientation in the system of action. This alone makes the actor's work an intelligible order, rather than a mere reaction to the meaningless forces pressing upon him. We recall that the actor is considered here as a scientific researcher. This accentuates the importance of the cognitive elements in the subjective aspect of the action. The characteristic of this formulation is that it, explicitly or implicitly, more often implicitly, is based on the opinion that positive science constitutes the only possible significant cognitive relationship of man with external reality, non-ego, i.e. of the man as an actor. To the extent that this deduction takes shape, or to the extent that the reasoning we are carrying out implies it as a premise, this system of social theory can be defined as positivist. From this point of view, utilitarianism, as it has been defined here, is a genuine positivist system, certainly not the only one possible. On the contrary, variants of many kinds are possible, all within the positivist scheme. One can suggest the hypothesis that one of the main strands of Western European social thought since its secularization, which occurred around the 17th century, has been, in this sense, positivistic. In the 18th century, the elements that combine to form this trend are often, and to a large extent, mixed with others, so that it would be inaccurate to define the system as a whole positivistic. But during the course of the 19th century, there was a growing tendency for these elements to differentiate themselves and form a closed system, increasingly explicitly positivistic. The differentiation from another tendency of thought which, although more marked in Germany, is in any case common to European culture, the idealistic one, has been increasingly clearer. During the 19th century, the two tendencies increasingly distinguished themselves and, in the countries of Western civilization, the positivistic theory acquired a strong preeminence. There have been many variations of the positivistic system, some of which will be discussed in the next chapter, but all have remained within the same conceptual framework. The essential significance of the movement of thought that we will study in the second part is that it constitutes the transition from a positivistic theory of action to a radically different subsystem of that conceptual scheme, what will be called the voluntaristic theory of action. In order to clearly understand the extent and nature of the differentiation that has taken place, it is essential to have a clear conception of all the main ramifications of the system in the previous stage, since this system has permeated, to some extent, the thinking of the early three scholars whose works are treated here. This justifies such an extensive introductory discussion, which will include, in the following chapter, a historical profile of positivistic social thought. It is intended to provide the reader with some familiarity with the structure and ramifications of this system of thought. Without a knowledge of the various possibilities of doctrine developed within this general logical scheme, and the sense of their reality, which can only be obtained by following them into the concrete history of thought, it would be difficult to understand many points of the present study. Before embarking on this historical excursus, however, it is necessary to deepen the analysis of the logical structure of positivistic thought, in order to complete the description of the scheme. The utilitarian version of positivism not only comes first historically, but is a useful starting point for the analysis of the logical alternatives that open up within the framework of the more general system. If we accept the atomization of rational elementary acts as the feature that best distinguishes the system, it is clear that there are two fundamental aspects on the basis of which we can diverge from the utilitarian version, relative to the ends of the action, on the one hand, and to the property of rationality, on the other. In both cases, the positivistic framework sets limits to the logically acceptable divergences from the utilitarian position. Moreover, in both cases, these alternatives acceptable to utilitarianism from the point of view of positivism do not exhaust the logical possibilities of the more general scheme of action. In fact, breaking away from a positivistic position consists precisely in opening up those possibilities which are coherent with the general scheme of action, but which imply the abandonment of the positivistic version of it. For the moment, however, only those alternatives will be described which allow the positivist position to be maintained. The first point, therefore, is the position of ends in the utilitarian scheme. Here the distinction between ends of action in the analytical sense and elements of action belonging to the situation is essential. As a consequence of the voluntarism of the Christian cultural tradition, the reality character of the actor's intervention was never questioned. The positivistic element consisted only in assuming that ends must be taken as given, not only in a heuristic sense, for certain analytic purposes, but, on an empiricist basis, postulating that they vary randomly in relation to the means-end relationship and its central component, the actor's knowledge of his situation. Only in this way could the analytical independence of ends be preserved, in terms of the utilitarian scheme. But what happens when this postulate is questioned, without abandoning the positivist basis? And certainly this question had to be asked, since a postulate of this type could not in the long run be considered satisfactory from a scientific point of view. It is, in effect, the establishment of a limit to scientific investigation, and science has always been reluctant to accept such limitations, especially when they are imposed arbitrarily a priori. On the positivist terrain there was only one way to escape this limitation: if the ends are not random, this happens because it must be possible for the actor to base his choice of ends on the scientific knowledge of some empirical reality. But this principle has the inevitable logical consequence of assimilating ends to the situation of action and destroying their analytic independence, so essential to the utilitarian position. Indeed, the only possible basis of empirical knowledge of a future state of affairs is prediction, based on knowledge of current and past states. Action then becomes entirely determined by its conditions, for without the independence of ends the distinction between conditions and means becomes meaningless. Action becomes a process of rational adaptation to these conditions. The active part of the actor comes down to understanding his situation and predicting its future course of development. Indeed, it becomes problematic what the function of the rational process is, how the actor can go wrong, if there is no determinant of his action outside the knowledge and conditions posed through this knowledge. Consequently, in relation to the position of ends, positivistic thinking falls into the utilitarian dilemma. That is, either the actor's active mediation in the choice of ends is an independent factor in the action, and the end element must be random 115, or the indeed questionable assumption of the randomness of ends is denied, but in this case their independence disappears and they are assimilated to the conditions of the situation, i.e. to elements that can be analyzed in terms of non-subjective categories, mainly heredity 116 and environment, in the analytical sense of biological theory. This utilitarian dilemma will be of fundamental importance in interpreting the theories of the authors treated in the second part. Radical rationalistic positivism 117, in this sense, is the extreme case where utilitarianism, as it has been defined here, disappears, an action becomes exclusively a function of its conditions. Precisely the refusal to accept one or the other alternative of the dilemma constitutes the point of divergence, with respect to the positivist basis, of the theories that will be analyzed in the second part. The second problem concerns the norm of rationality. Here, as already noted, the utilitarian position represents the extreme case of maximization of rationality, i.e. the case in which the actor's knowledge of the situation is, even if not complete in an absolute sense, fully adequate 118 for the realization of his goals. Deviations from the rational norm must be traced back to some gap in this knowledge 119. The significant fact in this case is that on the utilitarian and, more generally, positivist level, there is no alternative type of relational norm against which such departures from rationality can be measured. Their characterization must be exclusively negative. There are two current terms that quite satisfactorily describe this situation: ignorance and error. Any infraction of the rational norm must be imputed to one or both of these elements. Either the plaintiff simply did not know certain facts important to his action, and would have acted differently had he known them, or has he based his action on considerations which deeper knowledge would have shown to be wrong, that is, he thought he knew, but in effect he did not know. The terms ignorance and error can, in a generic sense, be taken to mean simply the absence of adequate knowledge. But in positivist terms they must have a more specific characterization. Given that scientific knowledge is considered the only significant cognitive relationship of man with external reality, there are only two alternatives left to explain why the actor can be the victim of ignorance and error, or both. Either this subjective fact is the reflection of elements of the situation that are intrinsically not subject to interpretation in scientific terms, in their relationship with the action, therefore they are random elements and must be assumed as definitive data without further investigating the reasons, or, instead they can be explained. And the only explanation is that they are due to intrinsically understandable factors, which the actor either failed to understand or misunderstood. Therefore the only possibility for the scientific researcher is to go beyond the subjective experience of the actor, i.e. to abandon the subjective categories of the action scheme to analyze the objective processes that can be thought to influence the action, acting on the actor without him being aware of what is really happening. However, one point must be kept in mind. It follows directly from these considerations that if, and to the extent that, the actor comes to know these elements of his action, and is able to act rationally in relation to them, this must occur in the sense that he achieves scientifically valid knowledge and eliminate ignorance and error. To be rational means, in these terms, to become a scientist in relation to one's own action. Since there are no limits to scientific knowledge, irrationality is only possible insofar as the actors lack the logically possible baggage of knowledge of human affairs. Furthermore, if the explanation of irrationality in positivistic terms is to consist of factors not in fact known, but intrinsically capable of being known scientifically by the actor, then these factors must fall into categories capable of non-subjective formulation, i.e. the conditions of the action. In this way, strange as it may seem, the divergence from the utilitarian position, to the extent that one remains within the limits of the positivist framework, leads, in the two fundamental problems, that of the position of ends and that of the norm of rationality, to the same analytic result: explanation of the action in terms of non-subjective ultimate conditions, which can be indicated as hereditary and environmental conditions. The difference lies simply in the interpretation of the process by which their influence is exercised on the action. In one case this occurs on the basis of a rational assessment of the situation by the actor, in the other case on the basis of a process automatic which, even if it is subjectively known to the actor, is known only in terms that make effective adaptation and control impossible, i.e. only as an error. This position can be called anti-intellectual radical positivism. In this way the utilitarian dilemma is developed in broader terms. It can, in this form, be stated in the following proposition: to the extent that the utilitarian position is abandoned in one of its fundamental principles, the only alternative explanation of action, on a positivistic basis, lies in considering objectively rather than subjectively, the conditions of the action, which, in practical terms, can be taken to mean hereditary and environmental factors in the analytical sense of biological theory. The main reason why such a conclusion is not generally drawn is probably that the critics have been concerned with what is termed the concrete use of the action pattern and have not systematically pushed their reasoning as far as possible to a general analytical plan. This result raises a fundamental methodological problem. At the beginning of this chapter, attention was drawn to the fact that the subjective point of view is essential to the conceptual framework under consideration, the theory of action. But at the extreme of radical positivism, both in the rationalistic and in the anti-intellectualistic form, its analytic necessity disappears. It is true that the facts relevant to the explanation of the action are always susceptible of enunciation in terms, at least, of the concrete scheme of the action, in fact in the rationalist case, potentially in the anti-intellectualistic one, in the hypothesis that the actor is to know the extent of his ignorance and the sources of his error. But the analytical categories heredity and environment, in the sense used here, are characterized by the fact that, for the purposes of an adequate scientific explanation, they allow disregarding subjective categories. To the extent that they or other non-subjective categories are adequate for the task of understanding the concrete facts of human action, the scientific status of the pattern of action itself is called into question. It can be a useful heuristic tool, a scaffolding to be used in constructing a theory, but nothing more. In the end, it can be done without it, to the advantage of greater clarity and simplicity. 120. This, of course, is correct only at the extreme of radical positivism, and not so to the extent that one accepts the utilitarian position. But, as will be seen in the next chapter, there is a serious limitation inherent in the utilitarian system, as a general explanation of human action. If this is the case, we can therefore ask ourselves whether the interest of so many generations of thinkers for the theory of action is not based on an illusion, or at least does it constitute only a phase of scientific development, now happily outdated. This is a very widespread opinion at the moment. None of the main theses of this study is an alternative proposal, that of accepting the incompatibility of the two main elements considered here, the scheme of action and positivism, arguing however that, if one succeeds to keep them separate, it is possible to use the more valid results of the former in the field of social science. In the following pages we will present this thesis, basing it on an accurate analytical study of the empirical consequences deriving from choosing one or the other of these two alternatives. Scientific theory is indeed something to which the pragmatist formula can be applied. It is justified only by its usefulness for understanding the facts of empirical experience. Empiricism. Before closing this chapter, it is appropriate to draw attention to two important points which will be repeatedly covered in the course of the study. In describing the utilitarian system of thought, we had occasion to say that it implied what has been defined as an empiricist conception of the relationship between the theoretical system and concrete reality. We will add something further on the general problem of empiricism and its relations with the scientific abstraction. The term empiricism will be used with reference to a system of theories when it is stated, explicitly or implicitly, that the categories of the given theoretical system are in themselves adequate to explain all scientifically important facts about the body of concrete phenomena to which the system itself is applied. We stated in the first chapter that any system of scientific theories tends to become logically closed, and this fact has already been illustrated by what have turned out to be the implicit consequences of the randomness of ends for utilitarian theory. An empiricist position transforms a logically closed system into an empirically closed system. That is, on the one hand, in a logically closed system, all propositions are interdependent, as each has implications for the others, and on the other hand, the system is determined because each of these implications finds its enunciation in another proposition of the same system. But if this one system alone is regarded as adequate for the explanation of all the known hard facts which are thought to be important, relating to the phenomenon in question, then the propositions must fully include all such facts and their relationships. In other words, empiricism transforms the logical determinism inherent in all scientific theories into an empirical determinism. Although they have been, in their historical development, closely related, positivism and empiricism do not necessarily and logically imply each other. The doctrine known as scientific materialism is perhaps the most important example of a combination of the two. It consists in the theorem that in the final analysis the categories of classical mechanics are by themselves adequate for the scientific understanding of reality, and that all other systems, if valid, are ultimately reducible to this 121. Now, conclusions of this kind are not inevitably linked to positivism. This position of thought, however, places serious limits on the possibility that a genuine recognition of the importance of scientific abstraction will solve one of the most serious problems in which empiricism, of both utilitarian and materialistic orientation, is struggling. This is evident in utilitarianism. It has been demonstrated that the systems, which present some interest for the interpretation of human action, which, apart from the utilitarian version of the action scheme, have a place in the positivist framework, are those which can disregard, on the level analytical, from subjective categories. But the utilitarian system itself already takes these into account. 122, to the extent that it is possible to support its rationalistic position. The knowledge which is supposed to guide the course of action is precisely the knowledge of the ultimate conditions of the action situation, i.e. practically of the hereditary and environmental conditions. Presumably, it is for this reason that the utilitarian scheme has so long resisted all attack. Indeed, unless one goes beyond the positivist framework, not even being aware of the abstractness of the theory can one arrive at new theoretical possibilities. Setting limits to its empirical horizon on the basis of its abstractness has only led to an attempt at integration by introducing non-subject factors, in recent years especially forms of positivistic anti-intellectualism, and, while being useful for correcting certain empirical errors, has contributed very little to the analytic apparatus of social theory. This situation has occurred for a school of economists, who have come to realize the abstractness of traditional economic theory, but have only attempted to complete it without making a thorough critique of the positivist basis of the original utilitarian position. 123. At the same time, the empiricist position, supported, as was true at least until recently, by the prestige of the natural sciences, constitutes one of the most serious obstacles to further theoretical developments. Nor is it enough to overcome this obstacle. Serious difficulties remain in utilitarian and other positivist theories, which will be illustrated in the next chapter. Individualism in the theory of action. We will add a few more considerations on the concept of individualism. We have observed how the influence of individualism in the formation of social thought was above all important on an ethical level. In one sense, however, the mainstream of positivist social thought has also been affected by individualism from a scientific point of view. The two aspects are closely related, but certainly not identical. This is the problem of whether all the elements necessary for the understanding of concrete social systems can be referred to analytically isolated individuals, developing a process of generalization directed by these elements. A system of this type is atomistic. However, the individual is considered as an atom, not the elementary act. Any theoretical system which is atomistic with respect to the most elementary unity is necessarily so with respect to the individual. Thus the utilitarian position that has been defined by assuming atomism in this sense as a fundamental criterion is intrinsically individualistic. To the extent that, in passing to radical positivism, the same character of atomism was preserved, and this occurred to a considerable extent, the versions of radical positivism in question here were also individualistic in nature. In these terms, all the elements that we have identified in the previous discussion are part of an individualistic scheme. No exception can be formulated on the basis of the role that utilitarian ends play, given that these are conceived as random relative to the other elements. Knowledge, to the extent that it is rational, is not accidental, but is determined by a reflection of the known things. On a general analytical level, the facts, which are attributable to the purposes of others in the system, are eliminated. This leaves in place those elements which are susceptible of non-subjective formulation, since ends and knowledge are the only elements in utilitarian theory which are not susceptible of non-subjective formulation. 124. But the way these elements are treated is relative to the atomism of the elementary act. They include facts of the non-subjective environment and of the actor's own nature, insofar as they are important for the attainment of a certain isolated end. Heredity, in this context, is necessarily individual, since, by definition, it is determined before the individual's participation in social relations. The only logical possibility of a non-individualistic element is given by the environment, and this possibility is excluded by the atomistic approach. As long as the only differences, in the transition to radical positivism, are the elimination of the independence of ends and the departure from the norm of rationality, the radical positivist version also has an individualistic character. The group of theories intermediate between the utilitarian position and the two extreme versions of radical individualistic positivism will form the subject of the next chapter. On a logical level, it is possible to avoid this individualism while remaining in a positivist scheme. We will analyze in detail one version of this possibility of sociological positivism, the radically rational one, as formulated by Durkheim in the early stages of the development of his theories. 125. There is no reason to doubt that the association of individuals into a community has consequences that can be analyzed in non-subjective terms, analogous to those of biological theory, but the crucial facts treated by Durkheim as constituting a social environment, although they are part of the concrete environment of the concrete individual, are, on analytical examination, specifically expressed in terms of the theory of action, and within its structure, to such an extent that it appears impossible to treat them subjectively as elements of the scientifically valid knowledge possessed by the actor. With the exception of Durkheim and his predecessors, the positivist tradition has been predominantly individualistic. This has led to a tendency to automatically bring all organicist and other anti-individualistic theories into the opposing, idealistic camp, thus making these theories and all the facts they enunciate unacceptable to anyone with a positivist background. Not surprisingly, Durkheim, when his sociological positivism waned, adopted a kind of idealism. The so widespread incomprehension of his work can perhaps be partly explained by his position of uncertainty between two opposing ways of thinking. His idealism alienated the positivists, and conversely his positivism alienated the idealists. In transcending the positivism-idealism dilemma, we hope to indicate a way to overcome also the ancient dilemma between individualism and social organicism, or, as it is often called, the nominalism-realism dilemma, which has so long and unnecessarily plagued the theory social. Note A. The concept of normative. Due to possible references to the field of morals and law, where it has a precise meaning, a more generic use of the term normative in a scientific work requires a few words of explanation and an explicit definition. For the purpose of this study, the normative term will be used as applying to an aspect, part, or element of a system of action if and only insofar as it can be considered to manifest, or otherwise imply, the sensation, attributable to one or more actors, that something is an end in itself, regardless of its value as a means to any other end. 1. For the members of a collectivity, 2. For a portion of the members of a collectivity, or 3. For the collectivity as a unit. An end, in this sense, is a future state of affairs towards which action is oriented, by virtue of the fact that it is deemed desirable by the actor or actors, but which differs from the state of affairs whose occurrence they expect. They would wait, if they simply let the predictable lines of development of the situation take their course, without active intervention on the part of the actors. 126. A norm is a verbal description of the course of action deemed desirable, which is combined with an injunction to conform certain future actions to this course. An example of a rule is the statement soldiers should obey the orders of their commanders. 127. The first observation to be made, although obvious, is that the attribution of a normative element to the actors who are the object of observation has no normative implications for the observer. The latter's attitude may remain that of an objective observer, without positive or negative participation in the normative feelings of his subjects. The practical difficulty of implementing this precept in the scientific investigation of human behavior does not alter its essential value in the field of scientific methodology, to the point that it can be assumed as a norm towards which to direct scientific work. Secondly, the elements, in the sense mentioned above, can be normative or non-normative. Systems of action and their parts are, taken as a whole, neither normative nor non-normative, but in general it will be found that they involve both classes of elements. To conduct an analysis of the systems themselves, it will be essential to distinguish between these two types of items. The distinction between normative and non-normative elements of systems of action is an empirical distinction, on the same methodological level as many others that are introduced in all sciences, such as the distinction between hereditary and environmental factors used in the biological sciences 128. As it is used in this study 129, it is therefore not a distinction of a philosophical nature. The logical starting point for analyses of the role that normative elements play in human action is the empirical observation that men not only respond to stimuli, but in a certain sense try to conform their action to models that are deemed desirable by the actor and other members of the same community. Such a statement of fact, like all statements of fact, implies a conceptual scheme. The fundamental component of this scheme is what is here called the means-end scheme. The theory of action, and more particularly the voluntaristic theory of action, is an elaboration and refinement of this basic conceptual framework. From a scientific point of view, the only problem is whether this conceptual scheme functions, whether in its terms it is possible to make verifiable statements of fact which, subjected to analysis, allow for the identification of important uniformities. It is not denied that it is possible to state the same facts in terms of other conceptual schemes, especially schemes which do not involve normative elements. Moreover, schemes that have been proposed, for example the behavioral scheme, are according to the author, much less adequate than the action scheme for the enunciation and for the analysis of the facts of human behavior. This is simply stated as a personal opinion. We do not want, in this study, to critically discuss such another scheme, or to systematically compare it to that of action in its empirical implications. This study is limited to discussing the conceptual scheme of action, and the only systematic comparisons attempted here are between the various versions of that scheme. It will be shown that the action schema is an empirically valid conceptual schema, in the case indicated above, that in its terms it is possible to state verifiable facts concerning human behavior, and that it is possible to state very important uniformities concerning these facts. A normative orientation is fundamental to the scheme of action, in the same sense that space is fundamental to the scheme of classical mechanics. In terms of the given conceptual system there is no action except as effort to conform to norms, just as there is no movement except as displacement in space. In both cases the propositions are definitions or logical corollaries of definitions. But for our purposes it is not even necessary to ask the question whether human behavior is really oriented in a normative sense 130. In fact, we will not deal with the philosophical implications of the theory of action, if not negatively, to criticize the attempts to invalidate it starting from a priori assumptions. We will limit ourselves to its scientific status with respect to verifiable facts. Note B, note on types of system in the theory of action. In the previous chapter, and throughout the study, a rather complex classification of types of theoretical system in the field of action is used. To help the reader clarify the reciprocal relationships between the various types, it was thought appropriate to include a brief note on the classification used here. We felt that the best way to do this was to attribute symbols, however arbitrary, to the various conceptual elements, so that those included and those excluded from any kind of theoretical system could be expressed without ambiguity, by means of a suitable formula. This note is not meant to be read, but should be used by the reader if, reading the text, he finds it difficult to understand the meaning and interrelationships of the various terms applied to the types of theory under consideration. This is all the more necessary as this particular classification, and the terminology used to describe it, are not in current use in sociology, and the reader may be unfamiliar with them. In choosing the terms, we have tried to distance ourselves more than necessary from current usage. It is, however, impossible in a case like this, in which the distinctions made are in themselves unusual, to employ terms whose technical meaning is immediately obvious. What we present is a classification of subtypes of action theory. By action theory we mean here any theory whose empirical reference is a concrete system that can be considered as composed of the units referred to here as elementary acts. In an elementary act it must be possible to identify at least the following characteristics: 1. An end, 2. A situation, which can in turn be analyzed into a, means, and b, conditions, and 3. At least one selective criterion on the basis of which the end is referred to the situation. It is evident that these categories have meaning only in terms which include the subjective point of view, that is, that of the actor. A theory such as behaviorism, which claims to treat human beings in terms that exclude this subjective aspect, is not a theory of action in the sense in which it is understood in this study. Let A equals an elementary act. An elementary act consists of S equals a situation. The situation, when viewed directly in its relation to the action, may consist of C equals conditions, plus M equals means, more I equals normative or ideal elements, plus IE equals symbolic expressions of normative or ideal elements. When the subjective aspect of the action is analyzed according to the methodological criteria of science, the situation and its elements can be subjectively expressed as T equals scientifically valid knowledge possessed by the actor, which in turn consists of F equals verifiable factual assertions, plus L equals logically correct deductions from F. T equals elements which, in terms of the knowledge possessed by the observer, can be declared capable of exact scientific formulation, but which in reality deviate from this criterion, non-scientific elements. These are F equals incorrect assertions. L equals logical errors. IG equals ignorance, objectively knowable elements but without subjective manifestation. R equals randomly variable elements in relation to those formulated as T and T. E equals an end, see previous note for definition. N equals a selective criterion related to E and S. Let Z equals a system of action. Rel equals elementary relations of elementary acts in a system, i.e. those which, insofar as the system is described in terms of the scheme of action, are logically implicit in the conception of a system consisting of a plurality of units of this type. R1 equals relationships emerging in systems of such a degree of complexity that the elementary acts are grouped so as to form one or more larger and more organized units, defined individuals or actors, but not properties that derive from the reciprocal relationships between these individuals. RC equals emergent relationships relating to the relationships of individuals as members of social groups, of collectiveness. The most general formula suitable for describing an action system is therefore the following. A equals S, M manifested in T, T, R, plus C manifested in T, T, R, plus those manifested in T, T, R, plus E plus N, expressed as a function of T, T, R, I or IE, plus R, in a role other than that of a manifestation of S, such as IR. Z equals, A1 plus A2 plus A3, N, plus RE1 plus R1 plus RC. All the systems of interest to us, except one, namely the voluntaristic theory of action, are defined on the basis of one or more restrictions which they place, explicitly or implicitly, on the generality of this formula. These restrictions, consisting in the suppression of one or more of the elements symbolized here, can affect the analysis of the elementary act or of the relationships of the units in systems, or of both elements. The positivist theory of action. A theory of action is positivistic in that, explicitly or implicitly, it considers scientifically valid empirical knowledge as the only theoretically correct way of subjective orientation of the actor in his situation. Thus the significant subjective elements will be 1. Elements of valid empirical knowledge, t. 2. Elements implying a divergence from the criterion of validity of the knowledge, in a sphere where such knowledge by the actor is conceivable, t. Or 3. Elements random events related to knowledge t. The term knowledge, as used here, refers by definition to knowledge of the situation, whether past, present or predicted future. The elements included in 2, will therefore be interpreted as expressing ways in which action is influenced by the situation, but with subjective manifestations different from, scientifically, valid knowledge. Items that do not constitute valid knowledge or manifestations of situational influences are, in a positivist system, random by definition. The situation is by definition that part of the actor's external world about which he can have valid empirical knowledge. So the general formula for a positivistic system is A equals S, subjectively manifested in T, T, R, plus E, T, T, I R, plus N, T, T, I R. Z equals A1 plus A2 plus A3, N, plus 1 rupee plus, R1, plus, RC. Therefore, in a positivistic system the elementary act can be described in terms which, neglecting the possible random elements, which have no substantial theoretical meaning, can, with reference to each element, vary between two poles. The situation can manifest itself in terms of both scientifically valid knowledge T and scientifically invalid subjective elements T, or in terms of any combination thereof. The same can be said for the selective criterion that defines the means-end relationship. If ends constitute an analytically independent element, they must have a causal content in relation to the situation and to the knowledge that one possesses of this situation. However, at one extreme, goals may lose all analytic meaning, as the concrete goal becomes a prediction, correct or incorrect, of future developments in the situation. Elementary relationships between elementary acts must be present in any system, but the emergent elements of both categories may or may not be present, as evidenced by the parentheses. Positivistic systems can be further classified as follows, first of all in relation to the elementary act. A. Radical positivism. The elements susceptible of formulation only in subjective terms as analytically independent, disappear from the formula. The concrete end and the selective criterion are incorporated into the situation. The general formula is A equals S, TTR, plus E, TT, plus N, TT. The formula of the system remains unchanged. Important subtypes are AL. Radical rationalistic positivism. A equals S, T, R, plus E, T, plus N, T. All the theoretically significant elements positively fall within the methodological criteria on the basis of which the validity of empirical knowledge is established. A2. Radical anti-intellectualistic positivism. A equals S, TR, plus E, T, plus N, T. All the theoretically significant elements respond negatively to the same criteria, as non-scientific. In both cases the only place for random elements is the situation, cf. Darwinian variations. B. Statistical positivism. Strictly speaking, this term is applicable whenever there is a random element. However, in the context of the present study, this problem is of substantial importance only where the concept of randomness allows us to attribute an empirical role to the normative elements, without altering the positivistic scheme. In the elementary act the only place for these elements is in N and in E. So the formula is A equals S, T, T, R, plus E, I R, T, T, plus N, I R, T, T. All the previous distinctions concern only the nature of the elementary act. The other subclassification criterion instead concerns the nature of the system. An atomistic system is described only in terms of the units and their elementary relationships. Z equals A1 plus A2 plus A3 plus N plus 1 rupee. The following types are important here. 1. Individualistic positivism. The term individualistic positivism is applied to a theory relating to a system which is atomistic, or includes only relationships attributable to the organization of elementary acts referable to the actor as a superior unity, a system which, in other respects, falls within the definition of a positivistic system. The formula is Z equals A1 plus A2 plus A3 plus N plus 1 rupee plus R1. 2. Sociological positivism. A sociological system is a system which, in addition to the relationships attributable to the organization of elementary acts relating to the same actor, includes further relationships attributable to the organization of a plurality of actors in a social system, i.e. a collective. A system of this kind is positivistic insofar as the terms in which the elementary acts constituting the system are described are positivistic. The formula is Z equals A1 plus A2 equals A3 plus N plus 1 rupee plus R1 plus RC. The following types of positivistic system are relevant to this study. 1. Utilitarianism or rationalistic, individualistic, and statistical positivism. A equals S, T, R, plus E, T, IR plus N, T, IR. Z equals A1 plus A2 plus A3 plus N, plus 1 rupee, plus R1. 2. Radical rationalistic, individualistic positivism. A equals S, T, R, plus E, T, plus N, T. Z equals as above. 3. Radical anti-intellectualistic and individualistic positivism. A equals S, T, R, plus E, T, plus N, T. Z equals as above. 4. Radical rationalistic and sociological positivism. A equals S, T, R, asterisk plus E, T, asterisk plus N, T. Z equals A1 plus A2 plus A3 plus N, plus EE1 plus R1 plus RC. Asterisk the T, which is particularly important in this context in the case we will be analyzing, the early stage of Durkheim's thinking, consists of social facts, Chapter 9. Social facts are subjectively interpreted as facts relating to the action situation which, although they form part of an empirically valid theory of the actor, serve to determine his action. However, the facts considered particularly relevant are those of the social milieu. It is beyond dispute that the concrete actor is inserted in a concrete social environment. But it is certain, on the analytical level, that many elements of this concrete social environment can be formulated in terms of categories which, although not individualistic, at least are not by definition sociological, remaining outside this dichotomy. Thus, for example, the biological elements in the constitution of individuals. The problem is, therefore, to what extent there is, on an analytical level, a residue of social elements, whose subjective manifestation is a body of verifiable facts, and to what extent these phenomena attributable to the aspect of association are, on the analytical level, elements of the actor's state of mind and not, in this sense, reflections of an objective reality. The theory can be maintained only so long as crucially important facts about the phenomena studied fit into the scheme itself. The voluntarist theory of action. Contrary to all the positivist versions, the fundamental principle of the voluntaristic theory is that the methodological scheme of scientifically valid knowledge does not exhaust, either positively or negatively, the subjective elements of action that are significant. Insofar as the subjective elements are not elements of valid knowledge, the problem is not exhausted by the categories of ignorance and error, nor by the functional dependence of these elements on those capable of formulation in non-subjective terms, nor by random elements to them concerning. A voluntary system implies elements of a normative nature. Radical positivism does away with such elements entirely. The utilitarian system admits them, but exclusively as casual ends, which are consequently only data for the empirical application of the theoretical system. In the voluntaristic theory instead they become an integral part of the system itself, positively interdependent with the other elements, according to specifically established relationships. The voluntaristic system does not deny that conditional and other non-normative elements play an important role, but considers them as interdependent with normative ones. The general formula of a voluntary system is as follows. A equals S, T, T, I, R, plus E, T, T, I, R, I, plus N, T, T, I, R. Z equals, A1 plus A2 plus A3 plus N, plus 1 rupee plus R1 plus RC. The idealistic theory of action. While the voluntaristic theory implies a process of interaction between normative and conditional elements, at the idealistic extreme the role of the conditional elements disappears, similarly to what happens at the positivistic extreme, where it is the normative element that disappears. In an idealistic theory, action becomes a process of emanation or self-expression of ideal or normative factors. Spatio-temporal phenomena relate to action only as symbolic forms of expression or expressions of meanings. The scientific criterion of rationality becomes irrelevant to the subjective aspect of the action. The means-end schema is replaced by a meaning expression schema. Non-normative elements cannot condition action, they can only be more or less integrated into a meaningful system. The general formula is A equals S, I, R, plus E, I, R, plus N, I, R. Z equals S for the voluntaristic theory. We do not deem it necessary to classify the different subtypes of voluntaristic and idealistic systems, similarly to what was done for the positivistic system, as such a classification is of no importance for the purposes of this study. Note C, on the content of non-subjective categories in relation to the theory of action. One of the main characteristics of the conceptual framework of the theory of action is that it is expressed in terms of subjective categories, that is, categories referring to aspects, or parts, or elements, of the mind of the actor. The question naturally arises whether this use of the subjective point of view is simply a methodological expedient, or whether it is essential to our scientific understanding of the phenomena under study, if we rely on the pattern of action. One of the conclusions of this study will be that it is more than a methodological device, and that some of the fundamental elements implicit in human behavior in society are not amenable to systematic theoretical formulation, without reference to subjective categories, unless a schema is used. Totally different concept. At the same time, there is no doubt that certain elements that appear in the subjective scheme of action are also susceptible of formulation in terms that have no reference to a psychic state. This category includes a large part of the content of knowledge, which is believed to determine action as it approximates the scientific norm of rationality. Indeed, to the extent that this knowledge does not refer to human beings, the judgment on the scientific validity of the general concepts implicit in it can be verified by the observer in situations not characterized by any concrete phenomenon referable to states of mind. And even when knowledge of the actual or probable behavior of human beings is gained through examination of their states of mind, much of it can be reduced in terms of theories involving no subjective references. At this point the problem of the systematic classification of this knowledge arises. It seems clear that this is verifiable knowledge in terms of the theoretical systems of the sciences dealing with phenomena other than those of human culture or behavior, especially physics, chemistry, and the biological sciences. Note that it is not necessary that the knowledge that directs action be formulated in terms normally used among students of these sciences, what matters is that it be verifiable in terms of their theories. Furthermore, for action to be rational, it is only necessary that the actor's empirically correct knowledge be adequate as factual knowledge, he need not be able to explain why the facts on which he acts are valid. At the same time, there is no doubt that the factors taken into consideration by these sciences influence human behavior through other mechanisms than those implicit in the fact of taking them into account on a rational level. Whatever such anti-intellectualistic channels of influence may be, and there are probably many, their subjectively observable results will either only be indicative of factors actually at work, so as to make meaning irrelevant, or, in the extreme case, there will be no subjective manifestation. The latter alternative seems to occur in the case of various physiological processes. For practical purposes, it seems convenient to summarize the position of these elements of action, susceptible of non-subjective formulation, in the sense indicated above, in terms of heredity and environment, understood in a biological sense. We have already observed that this analytical distinction crosses over with the distinction between the concrete organism and its concrete environment. Moreover, neither heredity nor environment are definitive analytic categories in the classifications of general theoretical sciences. What is environmental for the analysis of any class of biological organisms, has its physical, chemical, and biological aspects. Similarly, although the analysis of the mechanisms of heredity has not gone beyond a rather elementary level, there is reason to believe that these mechanisms can be traced back to an analysis in terms of all three general theoretical systems set out above. One of the most fundamental units of all social systems of concrete action is the concrete individual. In reference to the systematic theory of action, this unit appears as an actor, which we know to be an abstraction. All actors as a unit are related to corresponding organisms, that is, there is no actor, in empirical terms, who is not in other respects a living organism. Furthermore, in the synthetic aspect of general biology, the physico-chemical aspects of this concrete entity are considered analogously to how in the theory of action, through the role of knowledge and other ways already highlighted, those subjective elements are taken into consideration which have some influence on concrete action. It therefore seems useful to use as a general formula in relation to the role of these elements the two concepts which form perhaps the most general structure of biological theory, since it is the biological aspect which appears to have the most direct influence on the action of this concrete unit, the individual. The present study, however, does not address the controversies that exist in the field of biological sciences. It has proved possible, see Note B, to define all the fundamental types of the theory of action considered here, without referring to the concepts of heredity and environment. They do not occupy a relevant place in the essential theoretical argumentation of this study, they simply have a clarifying function in cases where one goes beyond the limits of the systematic theory of action, in neighboring fields. The relevant lines of distinction are those between subjective and non-subjective categories, and in the domain of subjectives, between those that are and those that are not susceptible to formulation in non-subjective terms. Any further differentiation and definition, relative to the categories susceptible of non-subjective formulation, is a problem that goes beyond the limits of action theory. However, we draw attention to a point that may interest the reader. In the context of the great current of thought defined as individualistic positivism, we have defined one of the main trends as radical positivistic anti-intellectualism. By this is meant, in general, the biologization of the theory of human action, in the sense that it essentially becomes applied biology. This current has been so important that a strong tendency has developed to believe that biological factors in social action must be individualistic in a causal sense. Moreover, it does not seem that this point of view has any empirical justification. On the contrary, there is no reason to doubt that on the level of animal life, to which the subjective categories of the theory of action are inapplicable, the properties of communities constituted from a plurality of organisms are not absolutely derivable, through a process of direct generalization, from those of analytically isolated individual organisms. This is undoubtedly evident in the case of social animals, such as ants. If this is correct, there is not even reason to believe that the same elements of social systems must not operate on a biological level in human societies. It is indeed completely arbitrary to postulate that all the biological elements present in human behavior must necessarily be individualistic, or on the contrary, that all those capable of subjective formulation only, must be sociological. Many individualistic positivists fell into the first mistake, while Durkheim, as will be shown, made the second. Note D, on the relationship between psychology and biology. In the previous chapter we did not concern ourselves with defining the place of psychological factors in the positivist scheme of social thought. This problem creates an evident difficulty, that is, it seems that, Insofar as human behavior is independent of the factors of its situation, the elements which explain it must either be of a utilitarian type, or fall completely outside the scheme of individualistic thought in the casual sense. From this situation arises the need to conceive the psychological factor as connected to heredity, which would instead seem to eliminate it completely. Indeed, is not heredity an exclusively biological process? The problem does not seem so simple. There are two logically possible positions. One is the reductive doctrine, commonly expressed in a materialist form. In these monistic terms the problem dissolves, since only one conceptual scheme, that of the physical world, is valid for explanatory purposes. Thus both biology and psychology simply become fields of application of these principles to particular classes of facts. Behaviorists often take this position. On the other hand, it is possible to hold an emerging point of view or another non-reductive position. On this basis arises the possibility of distinguishing between two sets of elements, each of which operates through inheritance. The distinction can best be illustrated by two different ways of approaching the same problem. To the extent that the organism on a biological level is analyzed structurally, it is divided into anatomical parts, that is, the parts are units located in space, organs, tissues, and cells. Their mutual structural relations are relations in space. One organ is near, above, below, to the right of another, etc. On the other hand, psychological analysis has as its starting point the examination of the forms of behavior of the entire organism. To the extent that the units of these forms of behavior are structurally analyzed psychologically, they are not anatomical parts, but are described in terms of non-spatial categories. It is absurd to ask whether the sexual instinct stands above intelligence, or whether anger to the left of sympathy. The two types of analysis are, of course, related to each other, since both are applicable to the same concrete phenomena of the empirical world, but there is no reason that they should be completely reducible to each other. The second approach is located on another level. It is true that biological analysis involves teleological elements. The very concept of organism implies them. But they are teleological elements such as not to require subjective references, although they imply the conception of the organism as an entity to some extent active, which does not limit itself to reflecting its conditions of existence. Psychological analysis, on the other hand, implies this subjective reference. Psychological knowledge is knowledge of the mind, and not just of behavior. This does not mean that psychological data are limited to introspection, but that in the interpretation of observed data, such as behavior, linguistic expression, and other forms of expression, concepts must be used whose definition requires subjective categories such as purpose, knowledge, feeling, etc. Now, these subjective categories have no biological significance, precisely because they are not reducible to terms of location in space. When we think in biological terms, we are dealing with conditions of the subjective aspect of human action, conditions which are necessary but not sufficient. To the extent that the concrete organism is conditioned by its hereditary constitution, there seems to be no reason to believe that its mental characteristics are not affected by it, in the same way as its anatomical structure. In other words, the fact that mental characteristics are partly inherited is not proof that they are reducible to biological categories. Heredity is a concrete category, while biological theory is a system of analytical concepts. Thus the terms heredity and environment, with which we have synthesized, from the point of view of action analysis, the factors of radical positivism, must be considered as including both biological and psychological elements. 131. This conclusion remains true whether the general position advocated is positivistic or otherwise. But an important distinction needs to be made. In a rigorously positivistic framework of thought, the only possibility of a subjective reference is provided by the utilitarian element, at least in a different position from the epiphenomenal one. The utilitarian position is a particularly unstable position, which continually tends to transform itself into radical positivism, the tendency towards this transformation is resolved in the elimination of the subjective reference. The final logical result is behaviorism. This tends to reduce psychological considerations to biological considerations, and therefore appears to actually be at the origin of the problem that we have stated in this note. It may be suggested that making room for psychology within the analytical sciences dealing with human action is incompatible with the rigorous positivistic methodology. Psychology, in fact, is interested in those elements of human nature through which man's biological heritage is linked to his goals, ends and feelings. If these subjective elements are eliminated, as happens in radical positivism, the elements that link to biological heredity become superfluous. The problem of classification of sciences will be taken up again, in general terms, at the end of this study. In this sense and in this alone the pattern of action is teleological. It should be especially noted that the reference here is not to concrete things in the situation. The situation constitutes the conditions of action as opposed to the means, insofar as it is not subject to the actor's control. Virtually all the concrete elements of the situation are partly conditions, partly means. So, in current terms, an automobile is a means of transportation from one place to another. But a person generally cannot make a car. But having the degree and kind of control over it that the mechanical characteristics of the automobile and our property system allow, the person can use it to move from Cambridge to New York. Having the car and assuming the existence of roads, the availability of petrol, etc., he has control over where the car goes and when to use it, and therefore over its movements. It is in this sense that an automobile constitutes a vehicle for the analytic purposes of action theory. For a definition and brief discussion of the term normative as used in this context, see Note A at the end of this chapter. While the phenomena of action are in their essence temporal, i.e. involve processes in time, they are not in the same sense spatial. That is, relations in space are not as such relevant for the analytical purposes of systems of action. The acts are not primarily configured in space, but only secondarily. Or, in other words, spatial relations constitute only conditions and, insofar as they are controllable, means of action. In this sense, the scheme of action always and necessarily becomes abstract. Since it must be said that there is no empirical phenomenon, no thing or fact known to human experience, which are not, at least in one aspect, physical, in the sense that they can be placed in space. There is no known empirical ego that is not an aspect of or associated with a living biological organism. Thus, the facts of the action are always concrete facts in space, happenings of physical bodies, or which presuppose them. Thus, in a certain sense, there is no concrete act to which the category of space is not applicable. But at the same time this category is irrelevant for the theory of action considered as an analytic system, which therefore implies that the aspect of action of concrete phenomena cannot exhaust them. The facts to which the theory of action refers are never all the facts concerning the phenomena in question. Instead, there are many concrete phenomena which, as they are the subject of scientific study, are limited to the physical aspect, outside the field of action, such as stones and celestial bodies. This involvement of action in the physical world must be regarded as one of the ultimate foundations of our experience. Epistemologically, not spatially external. The external world is not outside the knowing subject in a spatial sense. The subject-object relationship is not a relationship in space. Moreover, he is not a more totally concrete entity than any actor. The organism understands the facts about this entity, which make sense in a biological frame of reference. Normative here means teleological only from the point of view of the actor. For the observer it has no ethical connotations. Infra, Volume I, p. 126, Note A. In the sense of either altering the situation or deliberately preventing a change that would otherwise occur. A particular case of this general distinction is of considerable importance. It has already been noted that the actor is an ego or self, not an organism, and that his organism is part of the external world from the point of view of the subjective categories of action theory. In this regard, two distinctions must be kept in mind. On the one hand, there is the distinction, common among biologists, between the concrete organism and its concrete environment. Thus, among the concrete means available for a given action, it is often necessary or useful to distinguish the actual faculties of the actor, i.e. the strength of his muscles, the manual dexterity he may have, etc., from the means he can find at his disposal in the environment, such as tools, etc. But on the analytical level, the corresponding distinction is different. It is that between heredity and the environment in the sense of biological theory. It is clear that the concrete organism is not the exclusive result of hereditary factors, but the complex combination of environmental hereditary factors. Inheritance becomes the term referring to those elements which influence the structure and function of the organism and which can be considered as determining factors in the constitution of the germ cells from whose union the particular organism derives. Correspondingly, the concrete environment of a developed organism must not be regarded as produced exclusively by environmental factors, because, insofar as it may have been influenced by the action of the organisms, hereditary factors will have played a part in determining the environment same. In considering an organism such as man, this is of course of great importance. Since the biological aspect of man is concretely of such importance, in speaking of action it is often appropriate to refer to terms such as heredity and environment. However, it is always essential to keep in mind which of the two pairs of concepts is applicable and therefore to refer only to the deductions connected with the pair being considered. The interpretation we propose of the possible historical influences on the formation of the utilitarian system is not the result of a systematic study, but is based on some general impressions related to this problem. It should also be noted that this is not an integral part of the study but could be omitted without significant consequences for the logical approach. We introduce it here to show the empirical relevance of propositions that might seem very abstract. Germany is the main exception. This is an untenable position because there can be no choice between random ends. See Note C at the end of this chapter, Infra, Volume I, p. 139. For a statement of the status of the relationship of these concepts to action theory. The use of the term rationalist in this case is somewhat dangerous, but there seems to be no other alternative. We are referring not to rationalism in the sense, which is generally defined as psychological, of the role respectively of rational and irrational factors in the determination of action, but rather to the use of the rational methodological scheme of positive science in the analysis of action from the point of subjective view. In this latter sense, the extreme rationalist position maintains that all the relevant elements of the action can, from a subjective point of view, be inserted into the scheme, i.e. they present themselves to the actor either as verifiable facts of his situation or as logically necessary statements of relationships between these facts. These two meanings of the term rationalist are in no way related to each other, but nevertheless it is essential to keep them distinct. For example, Durkheim has been accused of naive rationalism, and this impression arises from the fact that he operates with a rationalistic scheme in the latter sense, i.e., in the early stages of his thinking he is a radical rationalist positivist of a particular kind. Thus, to use a very simple example, the most unscientific housewife knows that if a potato is boiled for any length of time it will be cooked through. This fact, if known, represents a fully adequate knowledge base for the purpose of cooking potatoes. The fact that the housewife does not know why the potato becomes soft when boiled, except to say that it is soft because she has boiled it and that she does not know what the transformation from raw consists of, in a biochemical sense kata, has no importance for the judgment on the rationality of his action. This knowledge can be deepened to satisfy an intellectual curiosity but, unless it gives rise to a new technique for cooking potatoes, it contributes in no way to increasing the rationality of the culinary art. That these transformations take place, under certain conditions, is sufficient. Similarly, if the housewife moving to the mountainous areas of Peru observed that the potatoes need a longer cooking period, this would be sufficient for her purposes. You need not know that this is because water at great heights boils at a lower temperature due to lower atmospheric pressure, etc. These elements of knowledge, although interesting and important for the scientific explanation of the phenomenon, are not relevant for a judgment on the rationality of the action, unless knowing them could alter or change what the action could have been in lack of that specific knowledge. Except in the extreme case where there is no individual relationship between valid knowledge and action. This case is not theoretically important in the present context. On the problem of the general status of non-subjective categories in relation to the theory of action, see Note C in the appendix to this chapter. In many cases it is convenient to employ the concepts of heredity and environment as those factors of action which are susceptible of formulation in non-subjective terms. But these concepts do not fall within the fundamental definitions relating to the theory of action, and no fundamental conclusions of this theory of action are founded on them, that is, they are used for exemplary and not demonstrative purposes. However, there are some implications of this situation in the position of radical positivism, for which the pattern of action is derived from another pattern, a theory of a biological type. It is clear that the latter scheme is more general, as it is applicable to concrete phenomena such as the behavior of unicellular organisms, which cannot be described in subjective terms since no subjective aspect is observable. Again, it is beyond the scope of this study to determine whether the subjective aspect in general is ontologically real or derives from some other reality, perhaps a biological reality. The only question is whether the theory of action can be derived from known, non-subjective patterns, and whether such patterns are capable of taking into account all verifiable facts that go into the theory of action. We can anticipate the answers. 1. In the radical positivistic position, the theory of action actually becomes a derivation from non-subjective theoretical systems, mainly from biological systems. 2. It will be shown that the versions of radical positivism fail to explain some crucial facts which instead find their place in other versions of the theory of action, and this in particular for the voluntaristic elements, which are not reducible to terms of any biological theory considered in this study. It is, therefore, legitimate to conclude that if the version of action theory which seems best to meet our needs is not reducible to the terms of any biological theory, those who question the independence of that version have the burden of proving their assertion. It is not within the scope of this study to analyze all contemporary biological theories to clarify this issue. Reducible here means that the propositions of one system can be re-expressed in those of the other through logical, even mathematical, passages, without thereby altering their meaning, i.e. without modifying the fundamental definitions of the variables and the relationships between them. Two systems reducible to each other's terms are, on a logical level, two alternative ways of saying the same thing. As far as the facts of the action situation are concerned, the term system has been used in this study in two different senses which we think should be clarified. On the one hand, it refers to a body of logically related propositions, a theoretical system; on the other hand, to a body of empirically related phenomena, an empirical system. Only the first type of system is not a real system. It does not state any fact. It limits itself to expressing the general properties of empirical phenomena and states the general relationships between their values. In applying the theoretical system to empirical phenomena, the data must be provided, that is, in other words, the facts. These data represent the specific values of the general categories that make up the theoretical system. If the empirically given values of one or more variables are known, it is possible, by applying the theory, to establish other facts relating to the same empirical system. It is important to observe that to the extent that a theoretical system is abstract, the elements necessary for its application to an empirical system fall into two classes, generally defined in the physical sciences: the values of variables and constants. Those which are constants for one theoretical system naturally constitute values of the variables of some other system. Thus in the action system, the facts of the actor's situation, as analytically independent of the action, are constant. Their values must be known in order to reach any concrete conclusions, but they are not problematic for the theory of action. The only way the theory of action affects the facts of the situation is that the frame of reference of the action requires that the facts be stated in such a way as to bring out their importance with respect to its problems, that is, as means and conditions of action, not as aggregates of atoms, cells, and the like. C.T. Parsons, Sociological Elements in Economic Thought, CIT, and Some Reflections on the Nature and Significance of Economics, CIT. The elements of a utilitarian account of action have been enumerated as causal ends and as knowledge of the situation of the action. They are therefore included in the latter categories insofar as they are determinants of that knowledge. It can be observed that among the determinants of knowledge there are not only the intrinsic properties of known phenomena, but also the faculties of the one who knows. And what about reason, which would seem to be a necessary condition of rationality? The existence of this faculty naturally constitutes a necessary assumption of a utilitarian theory, and in utilitarian thought it is precisely an implicit assumption, not expressed in problematic terms. Its existence is simply the necessary rationale for the use of the rationalistic scheme of science methodology in explaining action. How men had this faculty, and above all whether the analysis of action in society can clarify this fact or the extent of the application of reason, are problems never posed in the ambit of this line of thought. The fact that, in Durkheim's sociological epistemology and in the German Wissenssociology, the problem assumed such vast importance in a later phase of the development of the theory of action is very significant and constitutes one of the most symptomatic signs of the process of transformation active in social thought. Explicit discussion of this issue will follow later. See especially Chap. 9. This definition is specifically formulated to include both the maintenance of an existing state of affairs and the realization of a situation different from the initial one. A concrete norm, in general, implies only normative elements. Thus the discipline of soldiers can be an indispensable means to achieve a certain military objective, more generally to achieve a certain degree of military efficiency. Analyzing these concrete norms, it is possible to identify the presence of a normative element in at least two senses. 1. Those who recognize the norms themselves, be they officers, soldiers, or civilians, can consider obedience to orders as an end in itself, regardless of any considerations of military efficiency. 2. If the question is asked, why obedience has value as a means, one will come to follow the means-end chain in a vertical direction. See Chapter 6. That is, one will be able to identify an ultimate end, be it military efficiency as such or as a means to other ends, such as national security. In general, normative elements are present in the same concrete norm in both of these forms. On the other hand, the recognition of the concrete norm may partially depend on non-normative elements such as, for example, an inherited tendency towards submission. A concrete rule can form a part of a system of action, and it has already been indicated, Chap. I, that these parts are generally susceptible to analysis on the basis of a set of elements. In both cases, the diagnosis is often difficult. But like many other empirical distinctions, which are useful in science, this one too is connected with certain distinctions of a philosophical nature, and its very empirical utility can have consequences, on a philosophical level. The development of these implications, beyond the relevance they present for the empirical and theoretical problems of our study, is not a task that can be addressed here. That is, for our purposes, the concept of the normative is defined only in reference to its place in a particular theoretical system, not in ontological terms. This means that its ontological status becomes relative to that of the particular theoretical system in question, which is, in turn, an aspect of the even more general problem of the status of actually usable systems of scientific theory. This problem goes beyond the limits of our study. However, we will make some considerations in this regard in the last chapter. In the next chapter it will be clear that the definition of the terms heredity and environment adopted above, p. 118, is nevertheless valid for a positivistic system. 3. Some phases of the historical development of individualistic positivism in the theory of action. Christian thought, during the period of the Reformation, was aimed at a jealous defense of the religious freedom of the individual. 132. This problem was connected to the previously mentioned dichotomy characteristic of Roman law, and therefore the problem of religious freedom came to be identified with that of political duty, given that the only authority capable of threatening the sphere of religious freedom was the state. On this point, Protestant Christian thought was unfavorable to the state, since Christianity did not attribute an intrinsic sacredness to the latter, in contrast to what happened in pagan antiquity. The state could have the support of religious authority only to the extent that it contributed to or at least was compatible with the religious interests of individuals, since such interests were the supreme aim of Christian conduct. The problem of political duty naturally included normative and explanatory elements. The core of Christian thought is normative, as it deduces rules of conduct and norms of action from Christian ideals. At the same time, however, this inevitably posed the problem of knowing the empirical conditions within which to pursue these ideals and the limitations imposed by these same conditions. The characteristic way in which Protestantism singled out the individual as the bearer of religious values had an important consequence in this respect. Arguments for freedom from authority tended to become normative. Only freedom of conscience predominantly guaranteed the very possibility of a true Christian life. Conversely, the limitation of individual freedom could be supported, on an empirical and concrete level, by highlighting the conditions of human life in society and the different situations in which freedom, obtained in the name of religion, could be used to the point of putting danger to the very balance of society. In the early developments of Christian thought, the need for the state and its coercive authority had been justified by reference to the fall and consequent guilt of man, who needed more immediate control than the spiritual sanctions of religion were capable of to provide. Gradually the element of sin as characteristic of human nature was inserted into the framework of a concept of natural law, conceived as a series of inexorable necessities, which no spiritual power, at man's disposal, could overcome. Thus, when social thought became essentially secular in the 17th century, the central problem was that of the foundation of order in society, in the particular form of a sphere of individual freedom with respect to the coercive authority of the state. This sphere of freedom was justified and defended on the basis of normative arguments, first religious reasons relating to freedom of conscience, and later, in secular thought, invoking a normative natural law which consisted mainly in a series of absolute moral rights, natural origin. 133. In contrast to this, the thesis of authority was based on a demonstration of the inexorable necessity of man's coexistence with his fellow men, above all for man by his nature a sinner, which in lay thought became a deterministic conception of nature human. Thus there is a tendency to think of the conditions of action in deterministic terms, trend that developed parallel to another. The 17th century was in fact the period of the first great systematization of modern physical science, the century of Newton. Thus there was a tendency to assimilate these deterministic laws of human nature, as logical types and partly also as content, to the deterministic theories of the physical world prevailing at that time, the scientific materialism of classical physics. The first great example of this type of deterministic thinking, in the social field, is represented by Hobbes. 134. Hobbes and the problem of order. The nucleus of Hobbes's social thought is constituted, as far as is relevant in the present context, by his well-known conception of the state of nature as a condition of war of all against all. Hobbes' thought is almost totally devoid of normative characteristics. It does not establish any ideal pattern of behavior, but simply studies the ultimate conditions of social life. Man, says Hobbes, is driven by passions. The good is simply what every man desires. 135. Unfortunately, however, there are very serious limitations to the realization of these desires which, according to Hobbes, consist mainly in the nature of the relationship between man and man. Even if man is not without reason, this is essentially at the service of the passions. It is the ability to devise ways and means to achieve the desired goal. Desires are random, there is no common rule of what is good and what is bad, which is derived from the nature of the objects themselves. 136. Therefore, since the passions, the ultimate goals of action, are conflicting, it is inevitable that the pursuit of these goals will lead to conflict. In Hobbes's thought, the reason for this danger of conflict must be sought in power. Since all men aspire to realize their desires, they must, necessarily, try to control the means for this realization. The power available to a man, as Hobbes himself says, are the means he currently has to obtain some apparent future good. 137. The ability to secure the recognition of superiority and the services of other men constitutes a remarkable element of power. For Hobbes this represents the most important of the possible means which, by the very nature of human affairs, are limited. The means possessed by one man are necessarily closed to another, therefore, power as an immediate end is an intrinsic source of disagreement among men. Nature hath made men so equal, in faculties of body and mind, that, though one man is sometimes found manifestly stronger or quicker in mind than another, yet when all is calculated together, the difference between man and man it is not so considerable, that one man may consequently claim for himself some benefit, which another may not claim, as much as he, from this equality of ability arises equality in the hope of attaining our ends. And therefore, if two men desire the same thing, and yet cannot both enjoy it, they become enemies, and in the way of their end, which is chiefly their own preservation, and sometimes their delight only, they endeavor to destroy and subjugate the other. Another point. 138. In the absence of any restrictive control, men will adopt, to attain this immediate end, the most efficient means at their disposal. These means are, in the final analysis, force and fraud. 139. Hence a situation ensues in which man is an enemy of man, and strives to destroy or subdue others by force, or by fraud, or by both, that is, a state of war. Such a state, however, is less in accordance with human desires than most of us can imagine. In the well-known words of Hobbes, it is a state in which man's life is lonely, miserable, nasty, brutish, and short. 140. The fear of such a state of affairs awakens, under the stimulus of the basic instinct, that of self-preservation, at least a grain of reason, which indicates a way out of the problem in the establishment of the social contract. Men agreed to renounce their natural freedom in favor of a sovereign authority which, in turn, guaranteed them security, that is, immunity from aggression by others, whether by force or fraud. Only through the authority of this sovereign can order and security be maintained and the state of total war put a stop. The Hobbesian system represents an almost pure example of utilitarianism, according to the definition given in the previous chapters. The basis of human action is made up of the passions, they are the ends of action, heterogeneous and casual. There is no common rule of what is good and what is bad deriving from the nature of the objects themselves. In the pursuit of these ends men act rationally, choosing, within the limits set by the situation, the most efficient means. However, their rationality is seriously reduced, as reason is at the service of the passions, and is limited exclusively to the choice of means. But Hobbes did not limit himself to defining, with extraordinary precision, the essential units of a utilitarian system of action. He came to outline the characteristics of a concrete system, which would result if the units that compose it were those indicated. Thus he ran into an empirical problem which we have not mentioned so far, since we have so far limited ourselves to the definition of units and the mere indication of their logical relations in utilitarian thought, the order problem. This problem, in the sense in which it was formulated by Hobbes, represents the most important empirical difficulty of utilitarian thought. 141. It will form the leitmotif of our historical treatment of the system. First of all, let's distinguish two meanings of the term, which can easily be confused. They can be defined, respectively, normative order and de facto order. The antithesis of the latter is randomness, or chance, strictly understood in the sense of phenomena that conform to the statistical laws of probability. Order of fact therefore essentially refers to the possibility of reaching a phenomenological understanding in logical terms, especially in scientific terms. In this scheme it is impossible to understand or reduce random variations to laws, since chance, or randomness is the name given to everything that is incomprehensible, which is not susceptible to intelligible analysis. 142. As for the normative order, it is always relative to a given system of norms or normative elements, be they ends, rules or other norms. Order in this sense means that the process takes place in accordance with the principles outlined in the normative system. In this regard, however, it is appropriate to make two further observations. One is that the breakdown of any normative order, that is, a state of chaos, from a normative point of view, can also result in an order in the factual sense, that is, a state of affairs capable of scientific analysis. Thus, from the point of view of Christian ethics, the struggle for existence reflects disorder, but this does not mean that it is not subject to laws in the scientific sense, that is, to certain uniformities in the way phenomena occur. Secondly, although, logically, it is possible that any normative order, under certain conditions, dissolves into chaos, it is nevertheless true that the normative elements are essential to the maintenance of the particular order of fact that exists when the processes are, to some extent, conformed to them. Thus a social order is always a de facto order insofar as it is susceptible to scientific analysis, but, as we shall demonstrate further on, it cannot have stability without the effective functioning of certain normative elements. As has been said, two normative elements play an essential role in the utilitarian scheme, ends and rationality. Thus for Hobbes, given that men are moved by passions and try to pursue them rationally, the problem arises whether, and under what conditions, this is possible in a social situation where there is a plurality of men who act in reciprocal relationships. Given another fact, which Hobbes refers to as the equality of aspirations, the problem of order in the normative sense, that is, of the possibility of achieving goals, of satisfying passions, becomes crucial. In fact, given the postulate of rationality, men will try to reach their ends by the most efficient means at their disposal. Among human ends, there is the attainment of a recognition of superiority by others. Furthermore, for those living in social relations, the services of others are undoubtedly among the potential means for the achievement of ends. To obtain recognition and services, both as immediate and ultimate ends, the most efficient means are, in the final analysis, force and fraud. In the utilitarian postulate of rationality, nothing excludes the use of these means. But the effect of their unlimited use is that men will try to destroy one another or to submit to one another. That is, rigorously developing the utilitarian hypotheses, under social conditions a system of action turns into a state of war, according to Hobbes's expression, that is, from the normative point of view of the achievement of human ends, which is the point of departure of utilitarianism, not in an order, but in chaos. 143. It is the state in which the attainment of such ends becomes in reality impossible, in which man's life is lonely, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. The point that we want to analyze here is not the solution given by Hobbes to this problem, i.e. the idea of the social contract. This solution implies an overextension of the concept of rationality, to a point where actors come to understand the situation as a whole, rather than pursuing their own ends in terms of the immediate situation, and further to take the necessary action to eliminate force and fraud and to acquire security by sacrificing the advantages which might result from a future employment of force and fraud. This is not the problem that interests us here, but Hobbes saw the terms with a lucidity still unsurpassed today, and the statement he elaborated is still valid. A real solution to this problem has never been achieved on a strictly utilitarian basis. It has been necessary to resort to radical positivist positions, or even to alter the entire positivist scheme. Before leaving the discussion of Hobbes' thought, it is worth discussing further the reasons for the precariousness of order that can be achieved, as long as utilitarian elements dominate the action. This precariousness is ultimately due to the existence of categories of goods which are scarce in relation to demand, and which, as Hobbes says, two, or more, men desire, but of which, however, both cannot have the enjoyment. There are indeed many such goods desired by men, both as ends in themselves and as means to other ends. Hobbes realized that it was not necessary to enumerate or catalogue them, but that their importance was to be referred to the very existence of social relations, for it is in the context of social relations that men's actions are potential means to the realization of ends. It is therefore a direct corollary of the postulate of rationality that all men, as an immediate aim, desire and seek to impose the dominance of one over the other. The concept of power thus assumes a central position in the analysis of the problem of order. A society governed exclusively by utilitarian principles is chaotic and unstable, since in the absence of limitations on the use of means, especially force and fraud, such a society cannot fail to result in an unlimited struggle for power, and in the struggle for the immediate end, power, all prospects for the attainment of ultimate ends, of what Hobbes called the different passions, are irreparably lost. If this analysis is correct, it might be supposed that Hobbes's attempts to develop his thinking logically on utilitarian grounds must have brought this strand of social thought into a rapid and justified decline. Instead, this did not occur, and indeed, in the 18th and 19th centuries, the utilitarian position had very wide consensus. But this does not mean that the Hobbesian problem was solved satisfactorily. On the contrary, as often happens in the history of thought, it was ignored or misunderstood. It is significant that the immediate practical intent of Hobbes's social thought was found in the defense, on a secular basis, of political authority. Strong government, justified by the social contract, was a necessary bulwark for the common good, threatened by the imminent danger of the reappearance of force and fraud. It has already been observed, with regard to political duty, that those who defend individual freedom tend to use normative arguments rather than arguments of fact. It is precisely in this context that what later became the dominant current of utilitarian thought developed, to the point that Hobbes was almost forgotten. Meanwhile, a subtle change occurred. What at first were merely normative arguments for ideal conduct came to be regarded as the expression of a factual scientific theory of actual human action. This theory was regarded by some as literally descriptive of the existing social order, by others as not fully responding to the real situation, but still justified for heuristic purposes, and, above all, in both cases, it was believed that it constituted the conceptual tool of analysis of a great tradition of thought. For our present purposes it does not matter much which of the two positions was taken, since the empirical qualifications of utilitarian theory were expressed in residual categories, which had no positive function in the theoretical system itself, at least until its crisis matured. Locke and classical economics. The best starting point for the discussion we want to carry out is the analysis of Locke's thought. The contrast between Locke and Hobbes is surprising and clarifying, precisely because there is a certain fundamental analogy in their conceptual schemes. Locke too thinks in terms of a plurality of distinct individuals, each pursuing its ends independently of the others, although there is no explicit statement here, as in Hobbes's work, that these ends are random. It is clear that Locke has no definite conception of a positive mode of relation between them. The only explicit reference, as far as ends are concerned, is relative to natural rights, which men have by nature, independently of civil society. Indeed, society exists precisely to protect them. But all these elements, life, health, liberty, and property 144, must be considered as the universal conditions for the attainment of individual ends, not as ultimate ends in themselves. They are the things that all rational men want as conditions or means, regardless of what their ultimate ends are. In Locke's philosophy, as in Hobbes's, men are rational in the pursuit of their ends. Nevertheless, there are very sensitive differences between the positions of the two. First, unlike Hobbes, Locke attributes limited importance to the problem of security. Of course, the foundation for the institution of the social contract is constituted by the fact that, although men have the aforementioned rights by nature, however, if these are violated in the state of nature, one can only resort to legitimate defense, while in civil society men are protected in their rights by the government. Thus, the problem exists, but it is an accidental problem. It is possible that men's rights are violated, but the risk is so small that the overthrow of the government, if it fails to fulfill its obligation to protect them, is fully justified. The dangers of such a situation are not too great, as Hobbes had thought. For Locke, government, instead of being the dam that prevents the impetuous currents of force and fraud from sweeping through society and destroying it, becomes simply a measure of protection against an eventuality that is not particularly threatening, but against which prudent men they will warn anyway. This is so true that security against aggression actually becomes a subordinate motive for participation in civil society. The fundamental motive is the mutual positive benefits of the association. In what sense do we care about this difference? It is generally interpreted as a difference in the conception of the state of nature. Instead of being a war of all against all, bellum omnium contra omnes, the state of nature is for Locke a positive state of affairs, governed by reason, the law of nature. Reason teaches all men that, being all equal and independent, no one should harm others in health, liberty, or possessions. 145. Reason is not only at the service of the passions, but is the ruling principle of nature itself. This essentially means that, being men reasonable beings, they should, in the pursuit of their goals, and in general they do, subordinate their actions, whatever they may be, to certain rules. The essential content of these norms is respect for the natural rights of others, refraining from harming them. It follows that the choice of means for the pursuit of ends is not guided exclusively by considerations of immediate rational efficiency, but that reason in this sense is limited by reason in the other sense. Above all, men will not attempt, in the pursuit of their ends, to subjugate or destroy one another, that is, there are very strong limitations on the use of force and fraud and other instruments of power. Now, in the ambit of utilitarian rationality, this position is reached by introducing a third normative component which does not pertain to the utilitarian system as it has been defined. It is this which determines the stability of Locke's particular type of individualistic society, minimizing the importance of the order problem. In using the term reason, Locke refers to an attitude to which men arrive by means of a cognitive process. It includes the recognition that all men are equal and independent, and have an obligation to recognize each other's rights and therefore eventually to sacrifice their immediate interests. This, moreover, is the necessary condition for the maximum realization, in the long term, of everyone's goals. At the basis of this position is the postulate of the rational recognition of what Halevi 146 has defined as the natural identity of interests. On these bases, utilitarian thought was able, for 200 years, to avoid the Hobbesian problem. 147. Locke's postulate of the natural identity of interests determined a very important scientific orientation which, while essentially belonging to utilitarianism, could never have occurred in terms of the more coherent Hobbesian version of utilitarian theory. This is true, despite the fact that not a few of the exponents of this doctrine have departed considerably from the postulates on which the empirical applicability of their reasoning depends. Hobbes' scheme of thought, applied in an empiricist sense, as he himself did, led to concentrating the interest on the problem of a minimum of security, in such an exclusive way that the difficulty of reaching this minimum of security made one lose given the possibility of positive advantages that can be obtained from social relationships, beyond the security itself. Locke, on the other hand, having left the problem of security in the shadows, was able to pay attention to these other aspects and, what is more important, to create a framework of thought within which their analysis could later develop in a much more mature form. Of what he achieved, Locke's thought, except for the conception of the identity of interests, rests on utilitarian foundations. The ends of individuals are still distinct and unrelated. Thus in civil society the possibility arises that any individual may be used by another as a means to the attainment of his ends. The elimination of coercive power will lead to mutual benefits. Instead, there are two logically possible alternatives. One is that of collaboration in the pursuit of a common goal, however immediate, the other is the exchange of services or goods. For many reasons the former had little weight in the tradition of thought in question here, interest focused instead on the exchange of services or goods. This is probably due to the fact that, focusing attention on the diversity of ends, and on the elementary act, the existence of common ends even on the immediate level appeared improbable and unimportant. This possibility only became relevant with the transition to radical rationalistic positivism. In the meantime, attention focused on the phenomenon of exchange. For this phenomenon to have an empirical significance, beyond the random ownership of different resources, it was necessary that it be linked to a theory of specialization and division of labor. The phenomena of specialization, division of labor and exchange constitute the empirical starting point and the focal point of interest of classical economics. One of the first important attempts at a systematic discussion of these problems is found in the chapter on property in Locke's second treatise on civilian government 148. It lays the foundations of the central theme of classical doctrine, the labor theory of value, and is particularly interesting because it reveals its genetic, though perhaps illogical, relationship with the normative aspect of Locke's theory of the state of nature. This chapter was, in the first place, a defense of private property which, it will be remembered, is listed among the natural rights of men. But Locke found property defensible as incorporating human labor. Something becomes the property of a man when he has added his work to it. 149. The state of nature defines a rule of justice in property relations. One should start from the natural equality, in other words, the initial advantages should be equalized. This of course involved the unrealistic assumption that all men had equal access to natural gifts, to which they added their work. The doctrine holds only, as Locke said, insofar as there were goods in sufficient quantity, and just as good, for others. 150. In Locke's formulation, the same standard defined the conditions of exchange according to justice and in the concrete conditions in which rational men would have accepted it. For there would be no gain in exchange, if a man received no more than he himself could produce, with the same effort, by his labor, otherwise there would be no incentive to make the trade. All this was true as long as there was no form of constraint, as long as everyone could choose which transitions he intended to make with his like, on a basis of equality and freedom. Then not only were the real distribution of property and the terms of exchange just, but goods and services actually exchanged in proportion to the labor they contained. This theorem was later taken up and developed. Its elaboration and qualification in terms of economic theory, especially as developed by Adam Smith and Ricardo, involve many problems which cannot be addressed here. In addition to the possibility, mentioned above, of unequal access to natural gifts, there are several other difficulties in applying it to a complex concrete society. One is the use of capital, the protraction of the production process over time, and thus the deferment of consumption to obtain a larger final product. Ricardo saw the consequences of this point very clearly, but his implications remained obscure to classical economists, due to their particular way of conceiving the function of capital as a fund intended for the maintenance of labor. 151. Another difficulty is that in most cases production is not carried out by an independent individual, but by an organized unit. In this way the problem of collaboration arises, which, however, need not be discussed here. 2 points still remain. First, that what was for Locke a criterion of justice, natural equality in exchange, became, in Ricardo's time, essentially a heuristic postulate to simplify the problem, in order to make possible the development of a conceptual scheme capable of practical application. In the history of the social sciences, Ricardo is the thinker who probably more than anyone else takes a strictly scientific position. But nevertheless Locke's postulate of the state of nature played a fundamental part in Ricardo's scientific theory, that he did not set ethical criteria, such as the principle of justice, makes no difference, since he had nothing to substitute for that principle as the foundation of economic theory. He himself realized with extraordinary clarity the scientific limitations of the theory of human labor value and anticipated many of the criticisms to which his work was subsequently subjected, but he had no alternatives to propose. While not fully satisfactory, this theory was at least a first approximation, and better than nothing. In Ricardo's work, what for Locke could have been an ethical limitation to scientific understanding clearly became a theoretical limitation. And it could not be overcome until a new theoretical orientation manifested itself which, in the field of economics, developed in two directions: one, with which Ricardo himself was in partial agreement, which implied the renunciation of the postulate of the natural identity of interests; the other, which appeared much later, was developed by thinkers most of whom were ignorant of the former and represented the advent of the concept of marginal utility in England, thanks to the contributions of Jevons and Marshall. This position, while still consistent with Locke's postulates, resolved the major theoretical difficulties that Ricardo had failed to overcome. The second point to highlight is that the conceptual scheme of classical economics developed as a scientific theory and did not remain a mere intellectual exercise, precisely because it was applied to a society in which the basic problem of order was believed to have been solved. Indeed, economic relations, as conceived by classical economics, can only take place within a framework of order, capable of containing force and fraud within certain limits, and in which the rights of others are to some extent respected. 152. But utilitarian theory, although operating on an empiricist basis, was unable to explain this order. Given that no other valid conceptual scheme was available at that time, it was ultimately a fortunate mistake that the gap was filled with what was moreover an unsustainable metaphysical postulate, namely that the identity of interests is in the nature of things and that there is never, under any circumstances, an occasion to doubt the stability of such an order. In strict logical dependence on this erroneous premise, there developed what is perhaps the most advanced theoretical system in the social sciences with, within certain limits, exact results. This fact can serve as a lesson to those who want to be pure in scientific methodology. Perhaps it is not always wise to discard even methodologically questionable elements, as long as they serve a useful scientific function, unless one has something better to replace them with. Of course, it must be kept in mind that, while untenable in other respects, the postulate of the natural identity of interests enunciated a fact of crucial importance, namely that in some societies there exists, to some degree at least, an order which makes possible an approximation to the conditions required by the postulates of classical economic theory. From this examination of Hobbes and Locke's versions of utilitarian thought, a distinction emerges which will prove to be of great importance in the discussion that follows, that is, the distinction between two categories of means in the rational pursuit of ends, those involving force, fraud, and other means coercive, and those involving the rational conviction of the advantages obtainable through exchange. As we have demonstrated, the latter category of means can only perform a function if the former is kept, to a certain extent, under control. Once this control is guaranteed, it assumes a prominent position. In relation to the relative weight attributed to the two categories of means, and to the problems deriving from them, two main phases of the development of utilitarian thought can be distinguished, respectively, the political and the economic one. At this point we can also understand the reasons for the crucial importance of economic theory for all the theoretical problems covered by this study. To the extent that action theory is adopted for analytical purposes, the fact that economic action is empirically important must inevitably raise the question of the adequacy of the utilitarian version of action theory, if it is correct. The assumption that it cannot, unless introducing extraneous hypotheses, explain the element of order in social relations. The central problem can be stated in these terms: how is it possible, while using the general scheme of action, to solve the Hobbesian problem of order without relying on a disputable metaphysical principle such as the doctrine of the natural identity of interests? This is why we will begin our study with a review of the work of an eminent economist, and then move on to that of a sociologist to whom the problem of the status of economic theory is of paramount importance. In short, the main interest of this study will be how to overcome the instability inherent in the utilitarian system. However, before discussing this issue, it is worth analyzing some of the theories that have followed the other logically possible path, the transition to the radical positivist position. Malthus and the instability of utilitarianism. Malthus' position constitutes an adequate starting point for our analysis. 153. Without perhaps being fully aware of it, Malthus dealt severe blows to optimistic utilitarianism. Following the polemic in which he was involved, it is possible to observe how the tendency of radical positivism, which has been discussed in the previous pages, divides in two directions. In the present context, it is not particularly relevant that the attack carried out by Malthus was not fatal and that the classical economists and their successors continued to operate for a long time, without the conceptual framework within which they moved undergoing changes. The problems that arose were clearly highlighted. The fact that they were then ignored or eluded, partly even by Malthus himself, does not concern the logic of theoretical systems, but the weakness and limits of man as Homo sapiens. The main difficulty was constituted by the fact that the postulate of the identity of interests amounted to the rejection and denial of one of the cornerstones of utilitarianism, the randomness of ends. Given that both of these principles tended to be implicit rather than explicit, it is no wonder that there have been uncertainties and swings between the two positions. But the principle of the identity of interests accorded with another fundamental element of the positivist system, the importance of the rationalistic scheme of scientific methodology in relation to action. Carrying this rationalistic tendency to its extreme logical conclusions, the problems, which give rise to the conflict between the two aspects, disappear. The interests of men coincide, since they have a common set of conditions to which they adapt rationally. Thus Locke's theory of normative nature tends to merge with the real conditions of existence, as scientifically knowable. The differentiation between the two conceptions of nature had always been more or less imprecise and utopian thought, rationalized by the teleological optimism of deism, tended to see reality as the fulfillment of its desires. 154. The French optimistic philosophy of the 18th century represents a total realization of this tendency, both in the biology of Lamarck and in the social thought of Condorcet. This change of position was accompanied by slight changes of interest in other theoretical aspects. In controversies surrounding the problem of political duty, this particular kind of rationalism could easily develop into a form of anarchism by anti-authoritarians. The contrast between human institutions and nature, to the detriment of the former, could lead to the desire for the abolition of all controls. Once freed from the corrupting influence of bad institutions, men would spontaneously live in accord with nature, in good harmony, in prosperity and happiness. Insofar as they were guided by reason, weren't their interests identical? This point of view generated another consequence. In the realization of these identical interests, many of which are common to all men, was not spontaneous collaboration the rational solution? The competitive individualism of the economic order, which had come to be regarded as part of nature itself, began to be challenged. The advantages of the division of labor were no longer seen in it, but essentially coercion, oppression, inequality. In the field of economic policy, this position increasingly took the form of anarchist socialism, terms that are in no way contradictory to each other, which Marx later termed utopian socialism. Individualist economists, undoubtedly partly in response to the set of criticisms, strove to rationalize their preference for competitive individualism. Competition was not only the consequence of men pursuing their interests independently of each other, but it had a positive social function. It was a great regulatory mechanism, a control of abuses. If a man tried to exploit another man, the competition of the market would force him to act reasonably, or he would suffer the consequences. No one could sell high when the others, without suffering any loss, were in a position to quote lower prices. However, underlining this function of competition as a regulatory mechanism, some serious theoretical problems arose. Could the need be proved on the basis of the conceptual scheme inherited from Locke? Anarchist socialist thought had recently made its dramatic appearance in England, with Godwin's Political Justice. Malthus, like all conservatives of the French Revolutionary period, was alarmed. But how could those arguments be contested? There was little to object to within the traditional deist optimistic scheme of natural law. the dividing line between Locke and Godwin's anarchism was unfortunately very tenuous. The answer to Godwin's thought, which finally emerged from Malthus' reflection and from his discussions with his father, is represented by the famous doctrine of population. Critics of this doctrine have generally limited themselves to debating whether Malthus was right, and whether he was consistent. But that's not what interests us. We note only that, in assuming that position, Malthus introduced a sneaky snake into Locke's harmonious paradise. The whole theoretical structure threatened to collapse. Malthus's response to Godwin was as follows: suppose Godwin's wish is fulfilled and all human institutions are suddenly abolished. Suppose further that the immediate result is that envisioned by Godwin, a utopia of human happiness and harmony, instead of the power struggle of Hobbes. What's going to happen? This happy condition cannot last because individuals, obeying the laws of nature, will inevitably act to increase the population. Population growth will in itself create an obstacle to universal happiness, insufficient means of subsistence. The availability of food does not increase indefinitely, in proportion to the labor employed in its production. Scarcity is characteristic of a miserly nature. There is no reason to believe that, faced with the prospect of hunger, men will continue to reasonably respect each other's rights, nor, if the alternative is to eat or not to eat, that their interests will coincide in the hunger. A struggle for the minimum necessary for subsistence will therefore result. As this struggle intensifies, it will become more bitter and involve extreme actions. If an element of control does not intervene, it cannot fail to turn into a state of war, in which each man will be the enemy of the other. In one sense, Locke had not ignored the problem of subsistence. The retention of the fruits of labor as gifts of nature was just only insofar as there were goods in sufficient quantity, and as good, for others. This phrase, which is for Locke only incidental, in the hands of Malthus it becomes susceptible to dangerous consequences. The fact is that there cannot be goods in sufficient quantity, and equally good, for others. For the possession of the gifts of nature the sword will be used. This transforms the optimistic picture beyond recognition. In reality, man does not live in beautiful harmony with nature, but this evil one has played a bad joke on him by endowing him with reproductive instincts, the satisfaction of which marks the beginning of his own destruction. 155. It is the same element of disharmony present in Hobbes, and indeed Malthus dramatically reproposes Hobbes' problem. But why isn't today's society in this cruel condition of uncontrolled struggle for livelihoods? Malthus says that this occurs precisely thanks to those institutions that are so strenuously opposed by Godwin and, in particular, property and marriage. These are not an arbitrary and malevolent imposition of those in power, nor the result of ignorance, they are the spontaneous remedy for this situation. 156. The existing state of affairs may be unsatisfactory, but it is always better than it would be if these institutions did not exist. Long before the state of chaos foreseen in the process of degeneration from Godwin's utopia is reached, these institutional ways of regulating behavior will arise spontaneously. Marriage is necessary so that no one escapes the responsibilities of his offspring, and property is the only practical possibility of giving man the means to meet such responsibilities. Only within these institutions is there an adequate motivation for moral self-checking, which Malthus argued was the only alternative to the unfortunate operation of positive checks. Anarchy would fit very well in the boundless abundance of the Garden of Eden. Under the harsh conditions of real life, man should be grateful for the protection provided by institutional constraints. Analyzing this situation, Malthus also found there an apparently solid foundation for his belief in competitive individualism, and a way to overcome its tendency to transform itself into socialist cooperation. Competition is not only advantageous, but it is absolutely necessary. It is the vis medicatrix rei publici. However, we must not miss the implications of this statement. In the form that Malthus gave it, competition is not healthy under all conditions, but only within a given institutional framework. Without proper control of population growth, competition would escalate into a state of war. the state Godwin's proposals threatened to bring about was far from profitable, while undoubtedly being competitive. This introduces a new note of great importance in the discussion of competition. It is no longer treated in exclusively utilitarian terms. However, one considers the position that the existence of institutions derives from population pressure. Malthus certainly dealt a fatal blow to the easy optimism of those who argued that competition is the most desirable thing, under any circumstances. Malthus' theory of the regulatory function of institutions is perhaps the first step in the development of utilitarian thought 157 towards positions that do not assume the existence of order as a postulate. In order to be carried to its ultimate consequences, this trend had to wait until the appearance of the intellectual movement with which we are mainly concerned in this study. Marx and class antagonism. In addition to explaining the spontaneous genesis of marriage and property, the pressure created by the increase in population entailed, according to Malthus, a third consequence, which opened up further perspectives of thought completely unrelated to Lockean-type utilitarianism. Such pressure would lead to a division of society into classes of employers and workers. The reason for this is the constant pressure to increase efficiency in production. For Locke, the benefits of exchange in civil society represent the honey of human existence, while for Malthus they are the black bread of harsh necessity. While Locke thought in terms of exchange between independent individuals, according to Malthus efficiency requires the use of capital and the organized unit of production, things which inevitably involve the work of men in a position of subordination to other men. What did this view mean other than that it tended to justify the class situation that actually existed? The fundamental disharmony between the number of men and the scarcity of means of subsistence led to another disharmony within society, the imbalance between the interests of the classes. The further implications of this point were very far-reaching and constituted new explosive material in economic thought. Ricardo, by accepting Malthus' principle, greatly developed these implications. Malthusianism, considered from the point of view of the logical requirements of Ricardian theory of the distribution of wealth, performed two important functions. On the one hand, the development of the conception of the avarice of nature led to the concept of diminishing returns, the logical foundation of the Ricardian theory of rent, which resolved the theoretical problem associated with the total appropriation of natural goods. On the other hand, the theorem of the existence of a constant reserve of manpower, derived from the principle of population, made it possible to draw the line of separation, in the marginal product, between the part due to labor and that due to capital, for by means of the famous iron law of wages. But the twofold disharmony thus introduced into the economic system, on the one hand between the interests of the exploiters of miserly nature, the owners, and all the others, on the other, between employers and workers, considerably attenuated the confidence in a smoothly operating and self-regulating mechanism of competition. We owe to Halaby 158 an acute analysis of the disharmony between these elements and the essentially Lockean postulates implicit in Ricardo's theory of value. At the same time, some peculiarities of the classical system made it difficult to carry at least the second of these two disharmonies to its extreme consequences. This was particularly so in relation to the way classical economists conceived of the capitalist employer, who was not seen essentially as one who contracts the workers' services. The terms of the sale of these services were rather set by Malthusian theory. His role was rather that of making proposals to the workers, a position which then remained in the theory of the wage fund with its fatalistic implications 159. It was Marx who drew the conclusions on this point. For him the fact of an organized productive unit meant an inherent class conflict, since the immediate interests of the two classes were completely opposite. Marx developed his thinking based on some important elements of the classical theory 160. This mainly regards the function of the workforce in the production process, whose origin is to be found in the concept of the state of nature. According to the classical theory, only labor is a truly productive factor, while capital limits itself to employing the workers. Thus the part of the marginal product that goes to the capitalist employer is only a residual part. Even Mill, the high priest of liberalism, had stated, "The cause of profit is that labor produces more than it requires for its maintenance." 161. It is therefore not surprising that this formed the basis of a theory of exploitation, that interest and profit were interpreted as a subtraction from the real wages of workers. The importance, for our study, of the Marxian theory of exploitation does not, however, consist in these particular aspects, which moreover are by now largely obsolete, but rather in the fact that Marx, starting from the element of the conflict of class, focused his attention on bargaining power. Thus he reintroduced into social thought, in relation to a particular case, the factor of power differences, which had played such a great importance in the philosophy of Hobbes and which had since been completely neglected. The classical arguments with which the theory is presented are of secondary importance, and their modification in terms of modern economic theory does not alter their essential value, although it does modify the form of the statement 162 and some of the secondary results 163. Marx's discussion of bargaining power, however, is not simply a reprise of the Hobbesian conception of the power struggle. It highlights an element that was lost sight of when analyzing the positions of Hobbes and Locke, since these positions only allowed for a rigid alternative between a state of war and a non-coercive, perfectly harmonized order, where concrete society does not resemble to neither. Even if the institutional framework is such as to maintain the use of force in very limited forms, except for certain particular moments of crisis, and that of fraud within specific limits, it nevertheless leaves the possibility of other milder forms of coercion remaining. An example of this is the legal use of an advantageous position in the bargaining process. For Marx's main theoretical purposes this was sufficient, even though many Marxists tend to see government action as a form of violent and fraudulent oppression of the working classes. Under certain institutional conditions, this element can have considerable importance, although perhaps not the importance that Marx attributed to it. Marx's reinsertion of the power factor implied a serious instability in the economic system, which, however, instead of being chaotic, as in Hobbes's theory, was the result of a power relationship within a given institutional structure, implying a defined social organization, the capitalist firm, and this made it possible for the theory of a certain dynamic process, the evolution of capitalism, to be founded on it. Up to this point, Marx can be interpreted in terms of the logical framework of English utilitarian thought, albeit, as we have seen, with some differences from the mainstream of utilitarianism. Here, however, he inserted a principle of dialectical evolution of Hegelian origin. Marx thus represents an important link between the positivist and idealistic traditions. We defer a deeper discussion of Marxist thought until we are able to analyze its relationship to idealism 164. Marx is one of the most important forerunners of that group of thinkers, including Max Weber, which we will deal with in the chapter dedicated to idealism. However, we have said enough to show that Marx's historical materialism is not scientific materialism in the orthodox sense, but is rather, fundamentally, a version of utilitarian individualism. However, it distances itself from the main strand of this line of thought due to the presence of the historical element, an element that we will discuss later. Darwinism. We have repeatedly observed that the current of utilitarian thought derived from Locke was inherently unstable, and that to ensure a minimum of stability it was necessary to accept the metaphysical principle of the natural identity of interests. To give this postulate a satisfactory logical, and not an empirical, basis within the positivist scheme, it was necessary to move on to radical rationalistic positivism, with all the consequences that Malthus so energetically rejected in criticizing Godwin's thought. Indeed, with this critique Malthus struck definitively at the postulate of the natural identity of interests, with the consequences that we have partly examined. It remains to be considered in which direction it led, in relation to the development of a general system of social theory rather than to the particular problems we have indicated. There can be no doubt about the tendency of Malthusian thought to oppose Godwin's rationalistic positivism with the other alternative of the radical positivistic system, positivistic anti-intellectualism. In particular, Malthus can be considered the forerunner of a movement that tends to interpret human action in predominantly biological terms, an orientation that strengthened throughout the course of the 19th century. First, the main problem in Malthus thinking is what is essentially a biological hypothesis, the tendency of population to increase. This powerful force can only be attributed to heredity. It is the expression of a hereditary instinct which derives its importance from the simple difficulty of controlling it, even if Malthus argued that, under certain conditions, it could be curbed by the restriction moral. Similarly, the other term in the Malthusian dilemma, the scarcity of means of subsistence, consists in certain ultimate characteristics of the non-human environment. In both cases, to the extent that the population principle determines social conditions, it is ultimately the effect of the conditions of action and not of the ends of men or any other normative element. But in these terms the margin of variability left to the human will is greatly reduced, analogously to what occurs in a radical positivistic theory. Malthus did not come to formulate this position, remaining a traditional utilitarian, but this tendency, partly due to the influence of Malthus himself, culminated in one of the great movements of thought of the 19th century, Darwinism, which, developed in a closed system and applied to human action in society, it constitutes the most important radically anti-intellectualistic positivistic system that has ever been formulated. The fundamental characteristic of the Malthusian position is the assumption that the reproductive powers of species far exceed the subsistence possibilities provided by environmental conditions. This problem can be addressed in two ways, as appears from Malthus' distinction between repressive and preventive obstacles to population growth. The preventive obstacle, the moral restriction, corresponds to the utilitarian element of Malthus. On the biological level, on which Darwin moved, this necessarily lost its value. Those who were too many had to be eliminated through repressive obstacles. Darwin's definition of this process is natural selection. Darwin differs from Malthus in that he applied to all species of organisms the principle that Malthus had applied only to man. But there is also another important difference. Malthus was exclusively interested in the problem of numbers, stating that a certain number could count on adequate means of subsistence only if those who were too many were eliminated in some way, or if prevented the birth. But Darwin became interested in the problem of which individuals were eliminated and which survived. This necessarily implies a qualitative difference between individuals. Once this qualitative difference has been detected, which Malthus had not considered, the process is no longer simply a process of elimination, it becomes a process of selection. There is another element necessary to complete the picture and close the system, the answer to the question, what is the cause of the qualitative differences between individual organisms? In Darwinian theory, this is answered by the postulate of random variations with respect to the previous hereditary type. Among these variations some are eliminated in the struggle for existence, others survive and reproduce their kind. But those that survive are not the average ones, they are a group selected so that in the process the formal type itself changes. Through the combination of variation and selection, the concept of static adaptation to fixed factors, typical of Malthus and other utilitarians, is replaced by an evolutionary theory. But it is essentially positivistic evolutionism. What elements, in fact, determine the direction of the process? Of course, the environmental conditions. The adaptation to these conditions explains the selection and reproduction. It is true that the environment alone could not produce evolution, but the other element is typically a random element that has a function analogous, on a logical level, to that of the randomness of ends in the utilitarian system. Thus, only the environment is the determining factor. To the extent that this biologizing tendency, which actually took essentially the Darwinian form, gained influence, there was an abandonment of the utilitarian position in favor of radical anti-intellectualistic positivism. If environmental conditions are decisive, it doesn't matter what ends men think they are pursuing, the course of history is determined by an impersonal process over which they have no control. Note that, in this passage, the subjective category of ends disappears and with it the norm of rationality disappears. Darwinian variation constitutes an entirely objective element, which does not require any subjective reference for its theoretical formulation. Even if rational action can constitute, on an empirical level, a way of adapting to the environment, the fact is that it remains completely extraneous to the general framework of the theoretical system and becomes a contingent phenomenon, therefore a fact of little importance. This disappearance of the normative aspects of the utilitarian system, goals, and rationality, is accompanied by another very important consequence: the problem of order disappears, in the sense in which it was discussed above 165. Without the normative elements of action, order, in the normative sense, becomes meaningless. The only order that interests scholars of human action is a de facto order, both from the subjective point of view and from the objective one. Indeed, paradoxically, the order that dominates this world is precisely that which had represented the antithesis of the social order in utilitarian thought, the state of war. It has changed its name to struggle for existence, but it is, in all its essentials, Hobbes' state of nature. This fact has not been clearly noted because, having clearly shifted the theoretical point of view, the previous problem appears to have been overcome. At most it is of interest, as, for example, it interested Huxley, only from an ethical point of view, and not from a scientific one. It is undoubtedly true that the economist's conception of the competitive order greatly contributed to providing the model for the biological theory of selection 166, even there the unsuitable, the high-cost producers, the inefficient ones were eliminated, or had to be, even if only from the market, not from life. But we must not forget that the application of this model to biological theory implies a profound change in its meaning. One of Malthus' most important observations is that competition can only be positive under certain specific conditions, precisely involving a normative order, as it eliminates those who, in terms of the social interest, are unsuitable. But the conditions of the struggle for existence contain no such elements of an order at all. They are precisely the conditions of anarchy that Malthus and the other economists feared. Thus social Darwinism, as the empiricist application of Darwinian biology to human action can be defined, following Pareto, occupies an important place in the analytic classification of theoretical systems in the field of human action. It, or other theories which find their ultimate explanatory principles in the objective non-normative influence of the conditions of action, generally in heredity and the environment, constitute the logical result of the crisis process of the utilitarian system, as far as it falls within the positivistic framework, and at the same time, moves away from the rationalist scheme. When examining the thought of a scholar, it is always significant to ask what is his position, implicit or explicit, with respect to this possibility of solving his theoretical problems, of logical conclusion of his theoretical system. If he rejects this solution, apart from utilitarianism only two other possible positions remain: either he is a rationalist in the sense to which he has alluded, and therefore holds another version of the radical positivist position, or he has abandoned the positivist scheme altogether. The Darwinian movement, while undoubtedly having been influenced in various ways by the social conceptions of Malthus and others, is primarily the result of the biological approach to the study of non-human organisms. The influence it exerted on social thought can be attributed in part to its general diffusion among the intellectuals of the end of the 19th century, and in part to the fact that, when applied to human affairs, it is particularly suited to the logical requirements of the theories considered here under exam. But as a social theory it derives essentially from biological theories. Finally, we can briefly indicate three other ways through which the study of human action has led to the transition to a radical positivistic position, respectively anti-intellectualistic, rationalistic, or inclusive of both. Other ways to radical positivism. One of the principal characteristics of the Darwinian position, in its application to social problems, is the complete abandonment of the subjective point of view in favor of the objective one. This is implied in the substitution of the utilitarian category of random desires or ends for that of random variations. The latter are objectively observable variations and the concept does not involve any subjective reference. The same objectivism can be observed in some schools of psychology. Instead of being attributed directly to general biological factors, the uniformities of human behavior can be attributed to certain characteristics of the human individual, behavior tendencies of the organism as a whole. Insofar as any subjective reference is excluded, these must be reducible to some combination of non-subjective factors, generally, hereditary and environmental factors in the terms defined in Chapter 2. The difference arises in relation to the problem of the relative predominance of one or the other. An alternative consists in placing the emphasis primarily on the hereditary tendencies of behavior. This may be called the instinct theory. However, it is not a definitive solution, because naturally the problem of the origin for which men have these tendencies and not others arises. The answer, in terms of heredity and environmental factors, is ultimately, inevitably, some form of the principle of natural selection. The ultimate basis of the theory of instinct thus becomes biological and leads, indirectly, to the same result as social Darwinism. The other alternative places emphasis on the environment. Although different versions can be conceived, the theory that has had the greatest importance is behaviorism. It is a fruit of the same intellectual lineage as Darwinism, to the point that it could simply be defined as the Darwinism of individual behavior. Darwinian biology was mainly interested in the variations of the hereditary character of species. Behaviorism postulates a series of random movements as the origin of individual characteristics. These must be conceived as random variants around the hereditary tendencies of action, which would be, for behaviorism, limited to a few unconditioned reflexes. These random movements are subject to a process of environmental conditioning by which some of them, which correspond to the functional needs of the organism in its adaptation to the environment 167, are perpetuated through conditioning and become conditioned reflexes or habits, and others, which correspond to these needs, are eliminated. It is clear that the random movements of behaviorism correspond directly to the random variations of Darwinism, while the process of conditioning is another form of the process of natural selection. However, there still remains the residue of the original hereditary characteristics, of the predominant reflexes, and the justification of the latter, in turn, takes the form of the biological theory of natural selection. Thus, behaviorism also concludes essentially at the same point as social Darwinism 168. Indeed, the difference between behaviorism and the doctrine it most strongly opposes, the psychology of instinct, is from this point of view quite marginal, only a difference in the importance given to the environment in one case and to heredity in the other. Behaviorism is also close to specifically Darwinian forms of thought, due to its characteristic type of analysis. Most importantly, however, both ultimately reduce the interpretation of human conduct in terms of a theory of biological selection. The two systems can be treated together as the most important expression of positivistic anti-intellectualism. As we observed in the second chapter, social thought of positivistic derivation has analyzed the subjective aspect of action in terms of the function of scientific knowledge, i.e., the term of reference is represented by the cognitive aspect of the subjective. This fact promoted a reaction against rationalism which, insofar as it remained within the scope of the positivist scheme, accentuated the importance of the factors of heredity and the environment 169. Social Darwinism can therefore be considered as the development last, on a positivistic basis, of the anti-intellectualistic positions. Behaviorism is of particular importance in this respect, as it not only takes the tendency to reduce the factors of human behavior to biological terms to an extreme, but goes further, it eliminates the need, on the analytical level, for the subjective approach, since this cannot reveal anything that cannot be reduced to the general terms applicable to all biological organisms. It makes the subjective factor epiphenomenal. Behaviorism draws the extreme consequences in its methodology. The formulation in subjective terms is not only superfluous but it is illegitimate, it is contrary to the canons of objective science 170. Scientific theory is thus integrated into a methodological doctrine which seeks to make its results not only empirically valid but methodologically inevitable, since, if any reference to subjective categories is excluded from the outset, objectivism becomes a closed system 171. Behaviorism thus constitutes the limiting type, in methodological terms, in the same way that social Darwinism is in a substantive sense. Ultimately, behavioristic objectivism is the only possible position for a radically consistent positivist. The positions that we have examined here, even if, with the exception of behaviorism, do not radically exclude the subjective point of view, they are on the whole formulated in objectivist terms. It remains to consider the movements of thought that have elaborated the implications of the positivist position in explicitly subjective terms. Two of them can be considered relevant here. The first, which has historically been closely connected with the economic aspect of utilitarian thought, is hedonism. Like most of the theories treated here, hedonism developed under the aegis of an empiricist methodology. It is therefore not difficult to understand how ambiguities subsequently emerged in relation to the concrete entities pleasure and happiness, such as to cause the fracturing of late hedonistic thinking into separate schools. We will deal with only one of these schools. It is not difficult to understand the general logical context in which the doctrine developed that men are essentially motivated by the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of suffering. Science cannot limit itself to postulating certain ultimate data. It was inevitable, especially in an empiricist climate, that the problem of the ultimate motives of conduct would arise. That is, one must not limit oneself to assuming that men have certain needs, but one must also try to understand why they have them. This occurs above all when one realizes that, given the environmental conditions, qualitative choices remain open, i.e. the possibilities of action from which to choose. Secondly, the interest of utilitarian thought for the economic aspect of life indicated the direction in which the solution to the problem could be sought. Indeed, the mechanism of competitive market relations reduces human movements to a common denominator. All men seem to follow the same direction of behavior, the pursuit of their economic interests. The problem is therefore, what is at the basis of this common economic motive? What is the nature of the common element? A problem which, it should be noted, arises in terms of the means-end scheme. What is the goal of individual action? It was natural that 2 points should be observed. First, that there is a distinction between the things men seek and those they avoid. Second, that success in obtaining the former is generally accompanied by positive sensations, while the imposition, against one's will, of things one tends to avoid is generally accompanied by negative sensations. If we define these two types of sensations as pleasure and suffering respectively, we have the elements of the hedonistic theory. The problem then arises of the place these elements occupy in the explanation of action. One of the possible versions is the one that interests us here, the more genuine psychological hedonism. It can be formulated as the conception according to which the orientation of rational action is explained by the fact that in human nature some acts involve for the actor pleasure and others suffering. Be it hereditary or conditioned by the individual's past experience, the relation of the particular act to pleasure or pain is a fact for the actor which he must consider. It is not an act of him, at least not in the specific context. Thus, the performance of certain acts becomes an intrinsically necessary means of enjoying pleasure or avoiding suffering. In this way, without modifying the rationalistic scheme, the vagueness of the pure utilitarian position is eliminated. Given the nature of man, element of random needs no longer exists. The reason why man should pursue a given concrete end becomes known. It is a means to have pleasure or to avoid suffering. In our terms, we pass from the utilitarian position to a radically positivistic position, reducing ends from factors of action to conditions. It is human nature that allows us to explain why men act in a certain way. Like anti-intellectualistic psychologies, this is not a conclusive position, since there is the problem of why pleasure is related to particular forms of action and suffering to others. It is true that these elements could be assumed as data, but the procedure does not seem legitimate. Instead, we need to analyze the problem by going back to the previous point. The essential principle for understanding human nature, as for that of any organism, is adaptation to the environment. Thus the explanation of the incidence of pleasure and suffering is that pleasurable acts are those which favor the survival of the species, while painful acts are those that hinder it. In this way, Still following a third way, we return to social Darwinism 172. The other direction in which classical utilitarian hedonism developed can be neglected for the moment, until the final path has been indicated by which one can arrive at the thesis that the ultimate explanation of human action consists in the conditions of its environment. It is the one already mentioned when dealing with Godwin. The genesis of this position must be linked to the influence of the normative conception of the law of nature as reason. Making reason the law of human nature entails, as we have observed, conceiving it as a discipliner of the passions rather than as an element at their service. This means that, instead of simply representing the faculty that determines ways and means for the realization of ends, it becomes the intermediary for the determination of the ends themselves. Now, to the extent that the conception of nature remains explicitly normative, the hypothesis according to which the function of reason is that of favoring adaptation to nature, does not interest us. It rests on what is, in positivist terms, a metaphysical element outside the confines of science and, due to its way of proceeding, inadmissible. But the point is that there has been a strong tendency to identify nature, in this sense, with the factors operating in a causal explanation of empirical phenomena. Normative and explanatory interpretations of natural law became confused. This was inevitable to the extent that the concept of reason was the positivist one of the faculty that manifests itself in positive science, for which the reality to which our reason adapts us must be that of the facts of our external empirical world. Thus was formed the conception of a rational adaptation directed to the ultimate conditions of action, where ends are determined in accordance with these conditions. This tendency of thought is very relevant in the individualistic positivism of the left, in the French rationalists, in Godwin and Owen, and also in the utopian socialists. From this point of view, competition became irrelevant, because each individual adjusts his action directly to the ultimate conditions and no intermediary is needed for him to make this adjustment. It has no function in the social scheme. The thinkers of this group instead insisted on the processes of spontaneous collaboration of individuals, developing an anarchist or socialist tendency depending on whether the emphasis was placed on the advantages of freedom or cooperation. Thus we arrive at an extreme solution to the problem of order raised by Hobbes. We deny the very existence of the problem. But this position, if maintained in genuinely positivist terms, actually differs from the others previously discussed in the way in which the process of determining action is conceived. In this solution of the problem the adaptation is direct, through rational knowledge of the facts. In the anti-intellectualistic solution it is indirect, through selection. But in both cases the end result, or the ultimate determining factors, are the same, the adaptation to conditions brought about through the influence of what are, in the final analysis, the conditions themselves. Indeed, in the end, even the difference in procedure is missing, because to the extent that the conditions constitute the sole determinants of the action, the subjective aspect simply becomes a reflection of these facts, and is wholly epiphenomenal. 173. Thus all the positivist currents finally flow into the same sea, that of mechanistic determinism. Utility. We have defined the form of hedonism considered above as rigorous psychological hedonism, that is, pleasure is regarded as the real cause of rational action, so that it becomes the real end of the action, while the apparent diversity of concrete ends is reduced to nothing more than a plurality of means to this one end, simply reflecting the diversity of our nature and the empirical world in which we live. Starting from the same point, there is another possible interpretation of the meaning of pleasure in relation to the achievement of concretely pursued ends. Pleasure, that is, can be regarded not as the real end, but as an index of the degree of realization of any real end. This interpretation, instead of making it a psychological factor, perhaps even a physiological factor of the action, would show it as a manifestation, in the field of feelings, of a process whose explanation must be sought in terms of other categories. This tendency of thought has only recently become aware of itself in the form of the modern economic concept of utility. In these terms it is possible to say that all economic action is motivated by the aim of maximizing utility. But this ultimately means that the element of order in economic relations must be sought only at the level of means. This proposition is only a consequence, or a form of enunciation, of the postulate of economic rationality. In other words, the immediate end of all economic activity, insofar as it is economic, is the control of the means for the satisfaction of needs. It is precisely in their convertible character as means to the satisfaction of alternative ends that goods and services can be treated in terms of this common denominator, utility. The more it is found possible to extend this character of generality, the more a thing is economic in the strict sense. Therefore, the economic means par excellence, the embodiment of pure utility, is the general purchasing power, the means that is applicable to the satisfaction of all needs of any kind, to the extent that they fall within an economic context. Utility, in its strictly utilitarian form, thus becomes the general measure of the success of rational action, i.e. of control over the means for satisfying random needs. But needs, not utility, remain the ultimate subjective factor of action. This position has been elaborated with logical clarity through the painstaking process of isolating the concept of utility from its association with psychological hedonism, nor is this surprising, given the fundamental instability of the utilitarian version of positivist social thought. As long as one remains rigorously positivist, the transition to radical positivism is inevitable. For the economist, psychological hedonism has naturally been the easiest way by which to make the transition. In positivistic terms, there is undoubtedly some truth in the criticism made by the institutionalists 174, according to whom orthodox economic theory is logically linked to hedonism. Indeed, at least in its competitive aspect, the rationalistic radical solution is unacceptable, because it makes competition superfluous, while positivistic anti-intellectualism undermines the postulate of economic rationality with even more serious consequences. The theory that identifies utility as the economic motivation is correct, while the hedonistic doctrine is not. However, this implies a total revision of the whole positivist scheme, within which orthodox economic theory has developed. The character of this revision will be a major theme in the discussion of the first two scholars we will discuss in detail, Marshall and Pareto. Second part. The derivation of a voluntaristic theory of action from the positivist tradition. For Alfred Marshall, Needs and Activities and the Problem of the Field of Economics *. In the third chapter it was said that the version of utilitarian thought involving the postulate of the natural identity of interests tended to concentrate attention, in the study of human action, on economic relations. This tendency resulted in classical economics, of which we have outlined briefly some of the most interesting aspects for our purposes. However, in the last 25 years of the 19th century, this body of thought entered a new phase of development which, while remaining within the general logical framework outlined above, implied important changes in the internal structure of economic theory, so much so that Schumpeter rightly made a clear distinction between the classical system and the modern doctrine of utility 177. The revolutionary discovery that marked the advent of the new era was that of the principle of marginal utility. While, as we noted above, the place attributed to the labor theory of value in the classical system is understandable bearing in mind its derivation from Locke's concept of the natural state, difficulties had arisen in applying it for explanatory purposes since the time of Ricardo. So far-reaching as to cause serious doubts in Ricardo himself 178. But for another 50 years the classical system maintained its scientific supremacy, essentially because nothing better had yet been found to replace it. On this technical level, the fundamental difficulty consisted in the fact that no valid solution to the value problem 179 could be found on the demand side. It was recognized that the scarcity of a good was a necessary condition for the concept of value and that, on a subjective level, there were two different aspects, defined by classical literature as exchange value and use value. The problem was how to connect them to each other. In the absence of such a connecting element, the best thing was to refer to the conditions of the offer. This element was precisely provided by the concept of marginal utility. It rested on the intuition that what is important for determining exchange value on the demand side is not the use value of the totality of the good consumed per unit of time, but the addition to this value, i.e. the total utility, attributable to the last unit offered, that is, the difference that would be caused in consumption by a small modification in this sense. This increase in use value, in utility, was termed marginal utility. Once this fundamental principle was discovered, it was logical that its implications were developed in a profound reconstruction of economic theory, which eliminated the main features of the classical system. It is precisely in this context that the significance of Marshall's thought for the present study must be understood. In English-speaking countries, Marshall was the most important author of this process. Activities and the theory of utility. Before starting the discussion of the main theme, we must point out an important characteristic of Marshall's thought, his accentuated empiricism. He harbored a deep distrust of long chains of deductive reasoning 180, and always regarded his field of study as one of concrete phenomena, a study of mankind in the affairs of daily life 181. While not explicitly arguing that economic analysis was comprehensive, he always refused to outline a systematic picture of its relationship to related social sciences. In this empiricism, Marshall was very similar to his predecessors and contemporaries of English economists. No one had ever wondered if another position was possible, but this attitude is no less important in its consequences. He was very scrupulous in his effort to strictly adhere to the concrete facts of the world that he analyzed, the world of business and work of his time 182. Despite this empiricism, the importance of the theory built on the concept of utility in Marshall's economic thinking cannot be doubted. Keynes authoritatively claimed that Marshall, although he was not the first to make it known, independently discovered the principle of marginal utility 183. Indeed, the central position of the concept of utility is necessarily implicit in the conception of economics as a science of wealth. Indeed, the modern concept of wealth is based on that of utility, since, to the extent that wealth is a quantity, it consists of satisfaction or utility 184. The same, of course, applies to production, which is the production of utilities, and consequently of physical goods, only insofar as they bring utility or satisfy needs. On this basis, Marshall built a great theoretical structure. Referring to Marshall's discovery of marginal utility, Keynes compares him to Watt, and says that, like Watt, he set about, in silence, building an engine 185. The engine he built was based on the new principle he had discovered, just like Watt's case. In this respect, the two starting points of Marshall's economic theory are the concepts of utility and marginality. An important result is the concept of consumer rent. But the guiding thread of his reasoning brought him closer to the general problem of value, in which another of his concepts, the principle of substitution, plays an important role. This, in turn, provides a tentative interpretation of the cost of production in terms of utility, an interpretation essentially identical to what is now generally referred to as opportunity cost, and by Henderson, passing cost 186. The same general analysis, applied to the values of the factors of production, gives the other aspect of the scheme, the theory of the distribution of wealth, where the concept of marginal productivity is again derived from that of utility, since production in the sense economic, unlike the technological one, consists in the allocation of means for the satisfaction of needs. Finally, the whole is generalized in the scheme of the maximum of satisfaction, scheme which, despite the important criticism formulated by Marshall in terms of consumer rent and other clarifications introduced by him, he himself recognized as essentially valid. This aspect of Marshall's economic thought constitutes a coherent whole, a logical system, which rests on certain assumptions and is generally valid within certain limits. The most important of these assumptions can be summarized as follows. 1. The building is built essentially on a concurrency scheme. Marshall does indeed consider the case of monopoly, but separately. The meaning he attributes to the term normal is, at least in a relative sense 187, competitive. 2. it assumes that needs are given independently of the utility considerations implicit in the processes leading to their satisfaction, i.e. that they are constant in the problem of economic equilibrium. The whole system refers to the satisfaction of certain needs and not to the explanation of their existence. 3. It assumes that all transferable economic resources are actually transferable and divisible. 4. The action must be rationally oriented towards the satisfaction of the need. Note that it is the needs of individuals as consumers, not as producers, which are regarded as capable of being satisfied, and that in a competitive order the two factors, force and fraud, are partially eliminated by competitive pressure and partly by a legal authority which establishes the rules of the game and imposes penalties for the infractions committed. This utility theory fulfills two functions. First, to the extent that the assumptions on which it rests are valid and usable, it provides an explanation of why economic processes develop in a certain way. Secondly, it provides a norm of economic efficiency within the framework of an optimal distribution of resources and the maximum satisfaction of needs, under given conditions. However, it should be noted that the normative use of economic concepts cannot disregard two of the postulates already mentioned, the independence of needs and rationality. On the one hand, the satisfaction of known needs provides the only possible way to judge the desirability or efficiency of an economic process. If the ends themselves were to change according to the process of their pursuit, this norm would no longer exist, one would fall into a vicious circle. On the other hand, the process of need satisfaction represents the most obvious and general meaning of the rationality of action. The concept of rationality is meaningless if it does not refer to given ends 188, and on the other hand non-rational need satisfaction is absurd except in terms of divergence from a rational type. Of course this does not mean that every action is really rational even in such a limited sense, but only that rationality is one of the main criteria of the abstract type of action defined as economic. We will say later to what extent Marshall believed these postulates to be correct, with reference to the concrete world. It should not be imagined that this element of Marshall's thought is found in his writings already elaborated as a complete logical system, separated from the rest of his ideas and recognized by him as such. His tendency towards empiricism prevented this, nor was he always explicit in enunciating the postulates we have mentioned. This is an obvious consequence of Marshall's refusal to develop to a logical conclusion his more abstract ideas, under the pretext of the fruitlessness of the long chains of deductive reasoning. However, it was necessary to briefly indicate the terms of this implicit logical system in order to have, by contrast, a clear idea of the other aspect of his doctrine, which is the one that interests us in a particular way. It is noteworthy, however, that most of the points that Keynes lists as the main contributions of the principles fall within this framework 189. The exceptions are, the time element, which represents a very important contribution, but which has no relevance to the problems considered here 190, the historical aspects and, to some extent, the alleged resolution of the dispute between Ricardo and Jevons, which we will deal with later. Due to the prominence given to it by Keynes, and even more so by some of Marshall's disciples, especially Henderson, it is legitimate to define the element of utility as the basis of his economic theory. The following discussion will highlight how this point did not, however, dominate all of his thinking. Finally, it is probably significant that Keynes does not mention the discussion relating to the supply of factors of production, although Marshall himself attributed much importance to it, and it certainly represents an innovation with respect to the point of view of previous scholars. The best starting point for an analysis of the various elements of Marshall's thought, beyond utility theory, is found in his definitions of economics. The first, in his work Principia, is the one cited above, a study of mankind in the affairs of daily life 191, and is undoubtedly very general. That definition is slightly limited by the following: it examines that part of individual and social action which is most closely connected with the attainment and use of the material requisites of well-being 192. But Marshall cannot mean only material requirements 193, Elsewhere he speaks of economics as a science particularly interested in measuring the intensity of a person's movements. 194 In monetary terms. It is this definite and exact monetary measurement that has enabled economics to far surpass any other science of the study of man. 195. However important as this measurability in terms of money is for Marshall. 196, the most significant indication of the breadth of his conception of economics appears elsewhere. In his description of the field of study of economics at the beginning of the Principles, he continues thus: so it is on the one hand a study of wealth, on the other, the most important. 197, it is a part of the study of man. Indeed, man's character is shaped by his daily work and by the material resources which he obtains by that work, more than by any other influence save that of his own religious ideals. 198. Thus he explicitly states that the study of the mechanism of need satisfaction, the subject of the theory of utility, represents only one part of economics, and the least important one. The most important is the relationship of economic conditions to human nature. Marshall pointed to one aspect of this relationship in the degrading effect of poverty on human nature and, through this, on industrial efficiency. The problem of poverty occupies a very important place in his thought. 199, the analysis he made of it can be taken into consideration in the context of utility theory. Here we are particularly concerned with another aspect of his interest in human nature, the belief that certain economic activities, pursued, not for further purposes, but primarily as ends in themselves, are the principal factors in the formation of the nobler qualities of human character, and the most important field of their expression. The concrete description of the types of activities and aspects of human nature to which he referred appears in the framework of the free productive activity and free enterprise with which they are closely associated. They consist in quality of two kinds: on the one hand, energy, initiative, resourcefulness; on the other, rationality, frugality, industriousness, correctness. On the one hand, indolence, laziness, slavery to habit, lack of ambition are opposed; on the other, luxury, ostentation, waste, insolvency. In this study we aim essentially to demonstrate that the conviction of the absolute value and of the causal importance of these qualities of character and of the activities that promote and express them, is the main reason for referring to the study of man, as well as that of wealth, in Marshall's definition of the economy, and it is the element that acts as a counterweight, in the context of his thought, to the doctrine of utility. As noted above, the economy, rigorously based on the concept of utility, must take the needs, whose satisfaction it studies, as data. It is precisely in relation to the problem of the correctness of this assumption that Marshall's interest in activities first emerges, manifesting itself in a way that is decisive for his position in front of an important theoretical problem. For a scholar who develops utility analysis as deeply as Marshall did, the caution with which he treats the subject of needs is certainly remarkable. While admitting that until recently the subject of demand or consumption was somewhat neglected, 200, and that there is a growing conviction that Ricardo has done wrong by his habit of giving disproportionate prominence to the cost of production, 201, Marshall takes Ricardo's defense, asserting that it is more a matter of misunderstanding than an error. He explicitly refuses to make consumer theory the scientific basis of economics, and all his discussion of the problem of needs insists more on possible dangers than on positive contributions. But what are these dangers? They do not concern any doubts about the accuracy of the principles of marginal utility or of the consumer's rent, 202. Marshall fears not the positive error but the negative error of omission. An idea of his awareness of this risk can be obtained from the following passage: it is only temporarily and provisionally that we can usefully isolate, for study purposes, the economic aspect of life, of man, and we should take care to consider all that aspect together, in a single glance, 203. There is a special need to insist on this even now, because the reaction against the relative neglect of the study of needs by Ricardo and his followers shows signs of being pushed to the other extreme. It is still important to state the great truth upon which they insisted a little too exclusively, namely, that while needs are the masters of life among the lower animals, it is to changes in the form of effort and activity that we must turn when seeking the notes fundamentals of the history of humanity 204. This is not just a generalized statement that the influence of activities on needs can be important. The reference to Ricardo and his followers indicates that Marshall also credited the classical labor theory of value, as a technical theory, with having considered that problem, while utility theory, by focusing on demand, risked underestimating it. But from the technical point of view of economic theory, the relationship of the labor theory of value to the theory of utility is one between a more extensive and accurate explanation of a certain body of facts, and one that is less so, for example, the labor theory is accurate as a special case of a larger theory, depending only on certain further hypotheses 205 which, as many later theorists believe, are perhaps more dubious than those implied by the utility theory. Ricardo was certainly a pure theorist. We do not know that he said anything about the function played by needs in human and animal behavior 206, and his contribution would have been in any case irrelevant given the comparatively limited horizon of his theoretical problems. It is mere fiction to assert, as Marshall did, that Ricardo was mainly interested in the problems of the cost of production because he realized their greater importance 207. If it is correct to say that he realized the importance of the question, it is not true that he understood the function. Indeed, it was mainly his inability to understand the distinction between marginal utility and total utility that forced him to fall back on labor costs, as the second best explanatory principle, of which he himself, moreover, saw very clearly the limits. It is certainly unlikely that, had he known the principle of marginal utility, he would have become the great proponent of the work theory, as Marshall suggests. So why does Marshall, whose theoretical positions in relation to utility would tend to distance him from Ricardo 208, defend him so strenuously and indeed find elements in Ricardian thought that it is extremely doubtful that the latter ever elaborated? Why is he so concerned with defending himself, more than necessary, from the suspicion that he has overestimated the importance of the question, and why he attaches so much importance to the problems 209? It is true that these problems are extremely complex and vitally affect any long-range economic policy. Marshall was interested in them for both reasons. But for now, another aspect is more important. It seems indubitable that a fundamental reason, perhaps the fundamental one for Marshall's interest in supply problems, especially the supply of factors of production, is that it is here that problems involving types of energy, activities, and characteristics manifested in economic life have a more direct impact on the problems of techno-economic theory 210. The conception of the economic order as a mere need-satisfying mechanism reduces the activities connected with this process to a means to an end, and the human qualities expressed in those activities to the same level. Marshall, however, is not willing to accept such consequences, even for limited methodological purposes. For him the development of character is the main problem of human life. Therefore, even in the more abstract problems of the economy, his interest was concentrated on the issues that most closely touch these aspects of social life. This also applies to his analysis of needs, so much so that he says, much of what has the greatest interest in the science of needs comes from the science of efforts and activities. These two sciences complement each other, each is incomplete without the other. However, regarding their relative importance, Marshall states, if one of them is the one that more than the other can claim to be an interpreter of the history of humanity, both for the economic aspect and for any other aspect, it is the science of activities, not that of needs 212. Even in the context of the theory of value, he decisively refuses to consider needs as ultimate elements without investigating their origin 213. Marshall's belief in the importance of activities is not only a counterweight to the overemphasis placed on demand, but is directly part of his positive theory of consumption. Part of this theory, focusing on the principles of marginal utility and consumption surpluses, ignores them, but every other positive conception of Marshall is based directly on the relationship between needs and activities. Let us first take his doctrine of the standard of living. Instead of following his predecessors in including in this term all those habits of life which control population growth, he introduces a sharp distinction between what he calls the standard of living and the level of well-being. The first refers to the level of activities adapted to needs 214, an increase in this implies an increase in intelligence, energy, and consciousness, which involves greater care and judgment in spending, avoiding foods and drinks that satisfy desire, but do not bring strength, and physically and morally unhealthy ways of life 215. An increase in the level of well-being, on the other hand, may suggest the idea of an increase in artificial needs alone, among which the more vulgar ones may perhaps predominate 216. This distinction appears meaningless for the original theoretical use for which this doctrine was formulated. But bearing in mind Marshall's interest in the activities themselves, the distinction between those changes in needs which are adapted to the activities and those which are artificial becomes significant. Furthermore, a close examination of Marshall's thinking about needs reveals that he divides them into three categories, when he uses the term without qualification, as in the passage concerning the great truth cited above, and when he says, in the primitive stages of development human are the needs which give rise to new activities 218, the needs which dominate the lower animals and man in those early stages are not needs in the current sense, but simply biological needs 219. Undoubtedly most sociologists, except those who believe that actions are determined only by the biological struggle for survival, would agree with Marshall that needs understood in this sense are inadequate to interpret human action. But why interpret the needs themselves in such a limited way? Most modern economists do not take this position. The second category of needs includes those adapted to the activities which are part of the standard of living, and whose satisfaction brings energy, i.e. increases work performance 220. Marshall refers to these when he says that at each step forward, it must be held that it is the development of new activities which gives rise to new needs 221, they are the only non-biological needs which he would define as natural. Natural in the sense that, as appears from the passage mentioned above, they not only depend on activities, but are practically created by them. Finally, the third category includes those connected with the level of well-being, an increase of which may refer to a simple increase in artificial needs, among which the grossest may predominate. These needs seem totally arbitrary, mere fantasies without a stable foundation in life 222. Enough has already been said to highlight Marshall's conception that what sets civilized man above animals and the savage state is a complete dedication to particular activities and the development of a certain type of character. Needs that are not related to these activities are not the ultimate goals, not even for the economy, but are artificial. The real goals of life consist in the activities pursued as ends in themselves 223. This is what he seems to mean when he says, much of what the science of needs deals with is borrowed from the science of efforts and activities. The supply of factors of production. The liveliest of all controversies concerning the scope of economic science concerns the possibility of economics to provide, by itself, an explanation of the supply of the factors of production. Classical economists, confidently placing their faith in the Malthusian doctrine of population, believed that explanation by economic factors could be satisfactory. Recently, there has been a strong reaction to this opinion. Economists increasingly tend to share the responsibility for the answer with the psychologist and the sociologist. But in this respect, as in his attitude to the cost of production, Marshall sticks to tradition, attempting to formulate a complete theory of population, labor exploitation, and savings within the framework of his economic system 224. In dealing with the first aspect of the supply of labor, i.e. its intensity, Marshall states that it is a function of wages. His most general statement is the following: we can conclude that the increase in remuneration normally causes an immediate increase in the supply of efficient labor, and that exceptions to this rule rarely occur on a large scale 225. It is clear from the context that he is thinking of the direct effect of remuneration on individual effort. Of course, Marshall does not claim that this relationship is universal. But the main exception he mentions is very significant. Experience seems to indicate that the more ignorant and phlegmatic race or individual, especially if living in a southern clime, will stay at work the shortest time, and apply himself least to it, if the rate of remuneration rises high enough to procure him the usual pleasures. But those who have a broader mental horizon and greater firmness and elasticity of character will work harder and longer the higher the rate of remuneration they can obtain, unless they prefer to direct their activities to higher ends than work for material gain. 226. Generally, two explanations are given for the type of reaction provoked, according to Marshall, by an increase in wages. One is the hedonistic one. However, this implies a serious difficulty in justifying the acquisition beyond a certain point, unless one resorts to the absurd postulate that idleness has no hedonistic value. Precisely the fact that Marshall places no limit on the acquiring activities of the most advanced peoples makes it impossible for him to stick rigidly, in their case, to the hedonistic position. 227. The other postulates an instinct of acquisition, and escapes this difficulty. An instinct is by no means indifferent to results, but it would be strange to consider those who have the broadest views as subjected to the dominion of an instinct which fails to dominate the most ignorant. Marshall adopts a different solution. The behavior of the more ignorant and phlegmatic races is influenced partly by a hedonistic conception and partly by instinct, but that of the more advanced races depends on an increasing standard of living, which determines the emergence of new needs, resulting from new activities. This, and not hedonism or instinctive greed, is Marshall's explanation for modern man's tendency to do more rather than less work if his wages rise. The exception he makes for those who prefer to turn their activity to higher ends than material gain must not be overlooked, of course, but what seems significant is that he attaches so little importance to it. He limits himself to saying that it is worthy of note. 229. Any sense of petty greed in economic acquisition as such is absent. It can undoubtedly be said that Marshall saw commercial activity 230 as the best and most important occasion for the exercise of what he regarded as the noblest characteristics of human nature. The wealth acquired in the process was not the aim, but rather a byproduct, and not entirely without its dangers. 231. It should be noted that, insofar as Marshall's activities are ends in themselves and work is the purpose of life, there is no reason to suppose that the development of activities should lead to increased responsiveness of workers to wage changes. On the contrary, an indifference to wages should be found, at least above the level necessary for full physical efficiency. But the development of activities is not an isolated process for Marshall. It is always accompanied by an expansion of the needs determined by the activities themselves. Apparently, then, this responsiveness arises from the reciprocal relationship of activities to increasing and dependent needs. However, it is significant that Marshall always conceives of responsiveness in an upward direction. An increase in wages leads to an increase in efficient work. Although he does not say so explicitly, the reader is led to suppose that the opposite relationship would exist only as a result of physiological or hedonistic causes. 232. It must also be called attention to the fact that the expansion of needs to which Marshall is referring here concerns needs of a very particular kind, needs which are adapted to activities. Other needs, a mere increase in artificial needs, would lead to completely different results. In his discussion of the exploitation of labor, Marshall thus maintains the fundamental doctrine of his predecessors, the close functional relationship between effort and retribution, but at least he discards the predominantly hedonistic explanation and replaces it with his conception of a rising standard of living, of activity-dependent needs. His treatment of the problem of population is very similar. Here again he explicitly adheres to the doctrine of his predecessors, but reinterprets it in his own way. To begin with, he affirms the validity of Malthus' position regarding population increase. 233, analyzing what he means more specifically, it appears that he considers Malthus' position to be literally valid for most of the course of history, and even today, he says, in most of the world wages are almost regulated. 234 by the so-called iron law or bronze, which depresses them almost to the cost of breeding or maintaining a rather inefficient class of workers. 235. Like many other Malthusians, he does not think that only positive controls are in operation, but makes extensive reference to different types of preventive controls, especially of an institutional nature. 236. but he agrees on the main point, which essentially concerns a static standard of living. It is the number that changes with the changing economic situation, and not the standard of living. However, Marshall specifically denies that the iron law applies to modern Western countries. The Western world has somehow broken the vicious circle. However, in general, he argues that other things being equal, an increase in the earnings that workers can obtain increases their rate of increase. In other words, the supply of labor generally responds to economic causes even in Western countries. So where is the difference? Regardless of the fact that the Malthusian law may not have been completely overcome, the explanation lies in the interpretation that Marshall gives, in the sentence quoted above, to the term worker. The context demonstrates that it cannot simply refer to workers in terms of numbers, but that increase in the Western world also includes an increase in efficiency, which entails an increasing standard of living. He states, "It is true even of England at the present day, that the greater part of the consumption of the great mass of the population goes to the sustenance of life and vigor, much of that expenditure which is not strictly economic as a means of increasing the efficiency, however, cooperates in forming habits of quick and lively initiative. It gives life that variety without which men become monotonous and stagnant, accomplishing little while applying themselves much." 237. Thus, the earnings obtained by efficient work are not much above the minimum necessary to cover the expenses of maintaining and educating efficient workers and of sustaining and putting all energies into activity. 238. Thus, following an increase in real wages, the quantity of labor increases, even if not the number, at least not in the same proportion. The wage includes a small margin beyond the cost of production of the labor force, because the increase in efficiency, directly or indirectly caused by the increase in wages, goes almost hand in hand with the latter. The cause of this increase is still the achievement of a higher level of activity. Thus Marshall, while formally adhering to the classical law, that the supply of labor power is a function of the asking price, provides an interpretation valid at least for modern Western countries, in accordance with his theory of activity, and involving a clear departure from Malthus concepts. It should also be noted that his interpretation corresponds to his classification of needs, where men are governed by animal needs, such as the instinct for reproduction, or by a static standard of living, a level of well-being. The iron law remains valid. They manage to escape it only in the case of a rising standard of living in which the essential element is the activities with which needs are related. On the problem of the supply of capital and the reasons for saving, Marshall is less exhaustive than on that of the supply of labor, but what he says must be interpreted essentially in the same terms. He explicitly states that a rise in the rate of interest offered to capital tends to increase the volume of savings. It is an almost universal rule that a rise in the rate of interest increases the desire to save, and often increases the ability to save. 239. Thus he decisively affirms the functional relationship between interest and the volume of savings. However, he does not argue that the hedonistic desire for future goods is the main motivation for saving, any more than hedonistic motivations are instrumental in pushing individuals to work. Marshall states, on the contrary, that the motivations for saving are very complex and that altruistic considerations, and in particular those concerning family affections, are of great importance. 240. There is undoubtedly a reminder of the classical notion, according to which interest is primarily an incentive to save, in the statement as long as human nature remains unchanged, it is presumable that those who, following a descent of the essay of interest, will save less than they would otherwise have done, will be much more numerous than those who will save more. 241, however, he stresses that the habit of saving is an indication of rational rather than hedonistic conduct. 242. But even this does not explain why the volume of savings should increase indefinitely as the interest rate rises. If one rejects the notion of an instinct for accumulation, and this is undoubtedly the case with Marshall, the explanation must lie in the same fundamental tenet of his thinking which we have so often remarked upon. One of the qualities which develops with increased firmness of character connected with the rising standard of living is that of becoming more clearly aware of the future and always projecting into it new needs determined by new activities. On this basis, such a reaction to an increase in the interest rate becomes understandable, although it is rather the ability to realize the future that is of decisive importance, in explaining the greater degree of correlation between saving and the interest rate. Rather, the effect of new future needs would appear to be an increase in the total volume of savings, irrespective of changes in the wage rate. Real cost. Its close relationship with the problems treated in the preceding pages will justify a brief analysis of the true cost doctrine. Marshall argues that value, in monetary terms, tends to be equal to the marginal cost of production and extends this doctrine to the production of the factors themselves. Since Marshall believes that these are essentially governed by a functional relationship to price, he inevitably follows the conclusion that labor, capital, and the entrepreneurial element receive wages strictly proportionate to their effective cost of production. 243. We have already noted that the principle of substitution gives Marshall an interpretation of real cost which is in harmony with his general doctrine of utility, an interpretation which is now generally referred to as opportunity cost. But this concept refers only to the cost associated with the use of any particular factor of production for a given purpose, to the exclusion of other alternative uses. It has no reference to the cost associated with the production of the resource itself. 244. But when Marshall speaks of real costs as distinct from the monetary costs of production, in terms of the efforts and sacrifices involved in the process. 245, his interest in the production of the factors themselves shows that he does not restrict the meaning of sacrifices to this limited sense and, of course, the concept of efforts can in no way be included in the concept of opportunity cost. So what does he mean by real cost? First, with regard to work, there have been two main interpretations of its real cost, the physiological and the hedonistic. The physiological interpretation seems to be implicit in the more extreme versions of Malthusianism, although it undergoes modifications due to the function performed by the waste level. In this sense, it is likely that Marshall believed that the population and therefore the supply of labor are in part a mechanical function of the availability of food among the more phlegmatic and ignorant races. Furthermore, individual efficiency may be a function of the standard of living for exclusively physiological reasons. Marshall specifically states that this factor is also of considerable importance in the England of his time. 246, and it certainly is in less developed countries. He therefore argues that physiological causes are by no means negligible as factors in the supply of manpower. On the other hand, Marshall often speaks, especially in reference to what he terms conventional needs and habitual conveniences rather than strict necessities, as if the effort and sacrifice involved in acquiring them were balanced by the pleasure derived from their consumption. Thus the hedonistic theory would provide an interpretation both of the reason why men work so much, and of the cost factor which, beyond a certain limit, acts as a brake. There are various statements in Marshall's work that make this interpretation plausible. For example, labor is paid by the hour in an amount sufficient to compensate it for the last hour, the most painful. 247. These statements represent the main foundation of the thesis according to which Marshall was a utilitarian hedonist, but they are not enough to explain some aspects of his treatment of labor costs. We have tried above to demonstrate that Marshall does not adhere to a rigidly hedonistic conception of work motivation, and on the other hand it is difficult to see how, beyond the limits of the physiological meaning mentioned above and the hints of an interpretation hedonistic, he could have argued that work carries a real cost in the sense of an effort that causes pain, or a sacrifice that otherwise would not have been incurred. How could he do it, if he simultaneously affirmed that work in its best sense, the healthy and energetic use of the faculties, is the purpose of life, it is life itself. 248. What is the purpose of life? The very nature of life cannot be interpreted in terms of a cost to be incurred for the achievement of an end other than itself. So how can he say that the monetary measure of the costs corresponds to the real costs, in terms of effort? 249. The confusion seems to derive from the identification of two completely different things under the single term real cost. One simply refers to those factors, whatever they may be, which act as a brake on the supply of an economic good and which must therefore, under private initiative, be balanced by the price. In this sense, anyone who asserts, like Marshall, a rigid functional interdependence of the price and total quantity of factors of production is forced to say that wages for labor of any kind correspond to the real cost incurred to produce it. But when real cost means the ultimate sacrifices that such production entails and which are compensated by the utility of the product, this statement has no meaning, beyond the limit, of the theory of opportunity cost, except in hedonistic terms. 250. We have already said that this reactivity to economic causes, on the basis of which Marshall justifies the presence of productive factors, is not, according to him, mainly due to physiological or hedonistic influences, particularly in modern Western countries, but to the growing standard of living, character development, and a level of needs in relation to activities. The activities pursued essentially as ends in themselves correspond to an equally rapid increase in the level of efficiency. 251. And this means that specifically moral factors are important in relation to efficiency itself. It must therefore be concluded that Marshall did not fully develop the implications of this result for a theory of real costs, when the term refers to sacrifices. Analogous is the sense in which Marshall would understand the statement that wages constitute the cost of production of the total supply of labor. The cost of raising and educating children is only partially considered a sacrifice. It is, at the same time, one of those activities whose development is the aim of social progress. The same is true for the sense in which the weighting involved in saving is the effective production cost of capital. In saving there is naturally a sacrifice of present consumption, but the rejection of the term abstinence in favor of the more ethically neutral term weighting. 252 is indicative of the fact that Marshall did not intend to consider it in a literally hedonistic sense. 253. On the other hand, moderation is one of the main character traits of Marshall's ideal economic man, so that the development of the habit of saving and an awareness of the future lead to a growing accumulation. Thus, while interest is the production cost of capital, in the sense that supply varies according to the discount rate, Marshall cannot be said to have argued that this rate measures the sacrifice. 254 involved in weighting, since the expectation is essentially a byproduct of character traits, which are valued in their own right. Free initiative. The keynote of Marshall's description and analysis of the modern economic order is what he terms free productive activity and free enterprise. Its development is for him the central problem, if not of all economic history at least of modern history. 256, and the understanding of its functioning, of the results and of the conditions of its existence and efficiency constitutes the main nucleus of his economic analysis. It is a system characterized by the prevalence of small competing companies, each of which is directed by an enterprising and capable businessman, who continuously, at his own risk, experiments with the various possible combinations of production factors. Instead of indolence and passive adherence to the tradition of a society linked to the past, he replaces rational experimentation with new methods. On the other hand, his flexibility and his freedom are strongly limited by the rigidity of bureaucratic organizations. 257, both public and private. Marshall found an example of the latter type, which is the antithesis of private enterprise, in monopoly, regulation, and the modern trend towards large-scale industrial organizations, government control and socialism. Indeed, he saw the very many serious problems associated with unrestrained economic freedom, particularly in relation to the position of the working classes. His concept of the function of the state was certainly not merely negative. 259. Nonetheless, he was a firm believer in individual freedom, and criticized the bureaucratic tendencies of large corporations, not to mention nationalized enterprises. 260. He was decidedly opposed to any further extension of the economic functions of the state. 261. In particular, he considered socialism as the most serious threat to the well-being of his time. 262. At the same time, Marshall's free enterprise is not an unbridled struggle for existence, the natural state of Hobbes. It is rigorously limited by ethical norms. Marshall never tired of repeating that economic development could only be achieved thanks to the improvement of character and morality that occurred in modern times. 263. But while this moral improvement to some extent facilitates an extension of governmental functions, It tends far more to render them useless and to create a system of economic freedom capable of functioning with a minimum of supervision. It is also important to note that Marshall's criticisms of large-scale forms of organization apply to both private and public enterprise, albeit to a lesser extent. Both inevitably tend to fall into routine and lack of initiative. It is significant that Marshall attributed the monopoly's inability to absorb entire sectors of industry, not so much to the technical limitations of large-scale production and organization, as to the fact that no firm has the material time to reach the proportions necessary for the monopoly domain, before the process of decline begins, which then forces it to make room for a new company. 264. There are two main reasons for Marshall's acceptance of the laissez-faire policy in principle. The first is found in a deduction from his theory of utility, which is usually enunciated in the form of the doctrine of the maximum of satisfaction. It is true that Marshall deeply criticized this doctrine, observing its inconsistency in relation to the inequality of wealth. 265, and in particular by demonstrating that free competition leads to overinvestment in industries which tend to increase costs, and underinvestment in those which tend to decrease them. 266. Even with these reservations, he considered it a valid doctrine, on the basis of those postulates indicated above as implicit in the Marshall-Lien theory of utility. Furthermore, it is significant that he enunciated the doctrine in individualistic terms. 267, without even considering whether it could be applied to a collectivist state in which the whole process of production and resource allocation was in the hands of a single centralized body, operating in the interests general. The omission is no doubt indicative of a propensity for laissez-faire positions. For Marshall, the doctrine of maximum satisfaction was certainly more than the byproduct of abstract theoretical speculation. He always refused to indulge in abstract reasoning that he did not believe could have any practical application, were it not that this doctrine represented for him a valid generalization of the main trends of the competitive society. Having accepted it would be incomprehensible for him. Its importance in Marshall-Lien thought is seen most clearly in terms of the closely related principle of substitution, which can be considered a more limited and less drastic statement of the same doctrine. In his work we find numerous passages from which it appears that he believed that the principle of substitution leads, in the system of free initiative, to the realization of an optimal combination of resources. 268. The fundamental reason for his certainty that these two principles function under modern conditions is his belief in the growing rationality of mankind. For this confidence it is understandable that he should have accepted the two principles as essentially true at an advanced stage of social progress. One issue to consider, in relation to the laissez-faire system, is its efficiency. Considering the satisfaction of consumers' needs as the only possible criterion of efficiency, it appears that a laissez-faire regime can, under certain conditions, be an efficient system of organization. Many of these conditions were for Marshall much more than a series of methodological abstractions, they represented to a large extent the reality of the free enterprise system, or the goal towards which, according to Marshall, it was tending. This is indisputably true for three of the four conditions indicated above: competition, mobility, rationality, which he considered all characteristics of free enterprise, in contrast to other systems. The doubt that this is the only relevant foundation for his adherence to the concept of laissez-faire arises in relation to the other important hypothesis, that of the independence of needs. This point, as we have already shown, was totally rejected by him, and rejected in order to safeguard the influence of activities as ends in themselves. Closer examination reveals the fact that the activities and qualities of character that Marshall values so much are everywhere associated with free enterprise, while the opposite qualities, i.e. apathy and inertia on the one hand, ostentation and luxury on the other, are invariably linked to different conditions, or, even if they appear in a society ordered according to the principles of free enterprise, they do not properly belong there. Indeed, although he considered free enterprise as an efficient system of organization, his apology for the businessman, who combines industriousness, frugality, and firmness of character with lively enterprise, is so decisive as to make the doubt arises whether he would not have advocated a system capable of favoring these qualities even at the cost of a considerable loss of efficiency. His praise of Athens, as opposed to Sparta and Rome, and of modern seafaring nations such as England, as opposed to powers such as France and Germany, validates this hypothesis. 269. However, with his characteristic Victorian optimism, he argued that the two are parallel, that the interests of efficiency are not in opposition to those of individual character and culture. Conversely, socialism and even less drastic forms of central power interference with economic freedom meant for him inefficiency in the economic technical sense and limitation of the spirit of enterprise due to a degradation of character. 270. Although the two motives work in the same direction, it is important that they are kept distinct and that their different origins are highlighted. Social evolution. After what has been said, it is not necessary to dwell much on Marshall's doctrine of social evolution. Marshall also formulated a doctrine of him. This is indeed natural for a man whose formative period coincided with the moment of diffusion of Darwinian thought in England. Marshall supported an essentially unilinear doctrine, although he did not consider evolution as a continuous, uninterrupted, or inevitable phenomenon. 271. There is no reference to a cyclical conception of social change, nor to a process of a dialectical nature, nor, finally, to the idea that society develops according to a process that can be defined as ramification. In the general framework of this continuous unilinear process, two main elements can be identified corresponding to the two factors of Marshall's thought that have been followed in this study. As we have observed, a fundamental assumption of Marshall's economics is the rationality of conduct in the adaptation of means to ends. However, the rationality that characterizes his concept of private initiative did not always exist. It has matured after a long process of evolution, resulting in a gradual extension of the horizon and faculties of rational behavior. Like many ethnologists of his time, Marshall conceived the state of primitive man, in the sense not simply of contemporary peoples called primitive, but of the original state of our own ancestors, as a state of blind attachment to tradition. 272 and total adherence to a forced uniformity of behavior. 273. The process of emancipation from tradition and habit. 274 is a process of gradual differentiation of functions and of growing independence of individual action in conformity with objectively rational norms. 275. An inverse process takes place, moreover, in the form of a crystallization of rational ways of acting in customs and traditions. 276. But even if we mention this inverse process, with its stabilizing effect on social life, there is no doubt that the emancipatory one is more important, so that for Marshall evolution consists in a progressive approach to economically rational action. 277. In these terms, economic history becomes for Marshall essentially the history of the development of private enterprise. The only historical chapter of his Principles, Appendix A, is entitled The Development of Free Productive Activity and Free Initiative. Despite its repercussions, the process is generally conceived as a continuous process. 278, and the points that need to be explained are not the specific forms of behavior and organization, but the removal of obstacles and the development of some expedients that facilitate the exchange, communications, etc., such as money and credit, which are generally themselves part of the developing rationality. This corresponds to the orthodox Anglo-Saxon conception of economic history. Obstacles must be removed, but once this is done, modern capitalism, or private enterprise, is thereby established. There is no need for any propulsive force, since this process coincides with the rationality of the conduct. In the passage quoted above, concerning the great truth on which Ricardo and his followers rested, Marshall clarifies the other main aspect of his concept of social evolution. He asserts that while needs are the masters of life among the lower animals, it is to changes in the form of effort and activity that we must turn when we seek the keynotes of the history of mankind. 279. This could be interpreted as a simple affirmation of the differences between animals and man, but an evolutionist like Marshall certainly wanted to say more, and that is that, between one level and another, there is a process of development. Further on, he says specifically, It can therefore be said in general that in the primitive stages of human development it is needs which give rise to new activities. Subsequently, at each step forward, it must instead be held that it is the development of new activities that gives rise to new needs, and not that the latter give rise to the former. 280. Thus, parallel to the development of reason, a second process of evolution takes place, the development of new activities, of an ascending level of life. From this point of view, the evolution process leads to the same goal as before, i.e. the system of free initiative, because the noblest activities are promoted by the system, in which the energy and enterprise of modern Western culture are opposed to the apathy and inertia of former times. Two types of this attitude can be given: the stagnation of a primitive tradition-bound society and the comfortable passive routine of a ministry or any large organization. 281. Marshall conceives of socialism, and some forms of large-scale organization, as a retrogression in the process of evolution. One point must be noted in this connection: to the extent that what is of interest is only the satisfaction of needs, it is essentially indifferent which forms of activity are employed for this purpose, as long as they are efficient. If collective organization is more efficient in this sense, there is no reason why it should not be preferred. But if it destroys the activities and character in which Marshall believed so strongly, and which he believed were fostered by private enterprise, efficiency becomes less important. However, this second element of Marshall's concept of social evolution is, in his thought, intimately linked to the development of reason, although it is logically distinct from it. In a sense, the raising of the standard of living is itself a process of rationalization. Marshall undoubtedly believes that modern man is more rational than the primitive creature of needs and habits, but on the other hand it is clear that it cannot be simply identical with the development of reason, in a generic sense. Why is stagnation unreasonable? Why are some needs artificial and others natural? Evidently, because Marshall believed in the existence of an absolute goal of evolution, the development of the character of men. The ascending standard of living is really the central factor, and around it the concrete economic needs are grouped, and the external and social environment is adapted to it, within the limits allowed by the physical conditions. 282. The selective process of competition and the rational combination of resources derive their fundamental significance from the fact that they serve this end. This allows Marshall to speak of a higher and nobler life. And it is fundamentally because he assumes that these activities are ends in themselves that he is a proponent of the unilinear concept of social evolution. 283. The natural order. From what has been said, it is evident that according to Marshall the principles of maximum satisfaction and substitution confirmed the desirability of free initiative. He also overcame the more limited positions which consider the optimum of satisfaction of needs in relation to a fixed level of resources. We have seen that the quantity of economic resources, with the exception, of course, of natural factors, varies for Marshall with the economic causes, that is, as a direct function of the price offered. One can ask oneself whether he even manages to argue that, at least under the regime of free enterprise, there is a tendency towards the automatic production of an optimal amount of labor and capital. Such a position would imply a natural order in which all socio-economic equilibrium is determined to be beneficial to mankind. The clearest case in this respect is that of the amount of work performed by a single worker. In Marshall's thought we find very important hints that the system of free enterprise produces in this respect something very close to the optimum. Activity in a system like this is continually pitted against the apathy and inertia of other societies. While it is suggested that free enterprise sometimes tends to exploit labor power, this negative effect is almost always attributed to the social environment in which it developed, and Marshall believes that the disappearance of these abuses, through the removal of social factors that are not in harmony with private initiative, is very likely. 284. Thus, although Marshall never stated it explicitly, there is reason to believe that he considered the regime of private initiative capable of bringing about an optimum of effort. What is his attitude towards the population problem? One point is certain: if he considered the Malthusian principles valid in some way in reference to primitive times and backward countries, he was also convinced that private initiative had broken the vicious circle. The population, in a regime of free enterprise, would therefore come closest to an optimum. But would it really tend to such a situation? Marshall does not appear to have answered this question. However, it is worth noting that he never attempted to define the concept of population optimum, nor to determine how far individual nations approached such a level, a problem which in the last years of his life was beginning to attract attention of economists. However, it is certain that he believed that freedom of initiative, more than any other system, favored the achievement of this optimum. As far as savings are concerned, such a conclusion seems justified. The most realistic understanding of the future, in a regime of free initiative, leads, in this respect, to a better situation. There is no reason to think that a phenomenon such as excess saving is conceivable, and it can therefore be assumed that in a regime of free enterprise one approaches an optimum of savings, more than with any other system. In Marshall's work there are clear references to the fact that one of the great dangers of socialism consists in the probability that the volume of accumulation will decrease. This aspect of Marshall's thinking again indicates his belief in a natural order of things 285, even if this belief is not explicitly stated. But on the other hand, some serious problems arise from this interpretation. An optimum is essentially a static concept. It is an optimal fit to certain fixed factors. For society these factors must consist either of the external environment alone, or of this plus some given needs. But Marshall accepts neither alternative. In particular, he refuses to consider needs as given, and his doctrine is a doctrine of progressive development of needs created by new activities. From this point of view, the tendency to believe in an optimal adaptation could refer only to each phase of the development of needs. The possibility that Marshall conceived the natural order simply in this relative sense is related to the question of whether he saw the whole process as tending towards a fixed goal. Here again different interpretations are possible. 286, certainly the general direction of development is fixed, as is the progress of fonts, but within these limits it seems fair to say that he regarded the process as infinite. This hypothesis is validated by an interesting divergence between Marshall's thinking and that of his eminent predecessor, John Stuart Mill. In Mill's famous chapter on the steady state we find the well-known passage, "I am inclined to believe that, on the whole, it would be a considerable improvement over our current conditions. I confess that I do not like the ideal of life held by those who think that the normal state of men is that of a struggle to proceed further, that the bumping into and pushing one another, which forms the existing type of social life, is the most desirable lot for mankind, and not one of the saddest symptoms of a phase of productive progress." Marshall instead says, adaptation is inconceivable. Maybe it's not even desirable. For after all, man is the aim of production. 288, and perfectly stable business would probably produce men scarcely better than machines. 289. It is not necessary to add more to highlight the difference between Marshall and those thinkers who advocated an essentially static ideal. 290. Economic reasons. The fact that economic theory has developed predominantly within the utilitarian scheme explains the conception of human motivations as predominantly selfish in nature. The formula of the rational pursuit of self-interest has been so widely applied that selfishness has appeared as the fundamental element of the economist's conception of human action. This tendency has undoubtedly been strengthened to the extent that psychological hedonism has taken the place of the more genuinely utilitarian postulate of the randomness of ends. Indeed, if the uniformities of behavior derive ultimately from the human propensity for the pursuit of pleasure, the ultimate motive of the action is indifferent to the welfare of others. And there has been a general tendency to link this indifference to the postulate of the rationality of action, in such a way as to make them appear inseparable. However, a careful consideration of the concept of utility, which constitutes the logical basis of one aspect of Marshall's thought, demonstrates that this selfish motivation is in no way implicit in his economic system. Indeed, the concept of utility concerns only the control of the means for the satisfaction of needs and is, as such, completely indifferent to the specific character of the ultimate ends to which these means can be applied. The rules of economic behavior are exactly the same, both whether the proceeds of the acquisitive effort are used for the satisfaction of appetites as if they serve to alleviate the suffering of the poor. It is important and revealing that Marshall made this distinction very clearly. He insists on the rationality of human action, but far from pretending that it has a selfish character, he leaves a wide margin for altruistic elements and, what is more important, he argues that the field of altruism is rapidly widening with the process of evolution, that is, with the growing efficiency of the economic forces. It would therefore seem that in Marshall's thought there is not simply a distinction between selfishness and rationality, but an inverse relationship, that is, by increasing rationality, man becomes less and no longer selfish. 291. To explain this, we have to go back again to the function that Marshall attributes to the activities, so important for him in the development of character. The leitmotif of this element of the action is the disinterested dedication to the processes of economic production for their own sake, without ulterior motives. Holding this view, Marshall could not, of course, identify his economic man with the egoist who had figured so prominently in traditional economic thought. Acquisitive activities could not be regarded only as means to his personal ends. Having definitively detached himself from the utilitarian hedonistic tendency that emphasized the element of selfishness, he is not surprised that he can also see the altruistic elements of motivation. However, it should not be assumed that the disinterested dedication to activities, the main object of his interest, finds an adequate definition in the generic concept of altruism. But it is impossible to analyze this problem here. 292. While this position led Marshall to reject the egoism of the traditional economic man, with regard to rationality the trend was quite the opposite. Not only is man rational, but he becomes more and more so, and this fact is characteristic of the progress of the system of private initiative. The postulate of rationality, which was fundamental in all utilitarian and hedonistic thought, is absolutely consistent with the assumptions of the utilitarian element of Marshallian economic theory and is indeed essential to it. But one may wonder if the concept of rationality on the level of utility, i.e. as essential to the efficient acquisition of desirable goods and services, is all that we find in Marshall's thought, and once again the element of the activities has an essential function, but in this case, instead of leading Marshall away from traditional positions, there is correspondence. The man of the regime of free initiative is not rational only for reasons of prudence, he rather has an ethical duty of rationality. Careful and systematic administration of its resources and faculties, realizing possible future needs realistically and taking the relative measures, the accurate regulation of consumption and lifestyle habits, according to schemes that contribute to his productivity and put him in a position of strength. All these characteristics are part of the disinterested ethical attitude that is typical of Marshall's ideal economic man. It is true that these qualities contribute to the efficiency of purchasing activities, but from an ethical point of view this efficiency is a byproduct rather than the raison d'être of the attitude. The two things are, of course, in harmony. The individual, by behaving in a rational way, secures the necessary means to satisfy his growing needs. But this fact should not prevent us from seeing the radical difference between Marshall's explanation of the elements of this process and that commonly given by traditional economic theory. Marshall, it has been said, was a staunch supporter of economic individualism as a principle of social policy. This ultimately has its roots in an ethics that insists primarily on individual moral responsibility. But it must be clear by now that the reasons for Marshallian thought implicit in this attitude are not individualistic, in the sense of those present in the traditions of thought that have been examined up to now. Finally, our discussion must turn to the more general theoretical problems that characterize Marshall's position. 293. The problem of the scope of economic theory. How important is the position in Marshall's thought that has just been noted for our analysis? The element defined as utility theory can legitimately be considered as a development of the elements formulated in the utilitarian trend of positivist thought, which was discussed above. It consists essentially of the same elements, dissociated from their former relationship to psychological hedonism, modified and refined by the principle of marginal utility and by developments logically derived from it. At the same time, the general context in which his theory of utility is developed is the traditional individualistic one, which implies at least a tendency in the direction of the identity of interests. The doctrine of maximum satisfaction is considered essentially correct. Competition is overall a positive fact and tends to become more and more so. There is no real interest in the problem of order, in the sense given to it by Hobbes, or in the problem of class conflict in the Marxist sense. But this theory of utility is not an isolated element, it is continuously intertwined and connected with the theory of activities. Indeed, this last element predominates over any other in Marshall's thought. While there are references of a hedonistic type, and here and there environmental factors or racial characteristics are hinted at, these can be considered secondary elements if we compare them to the two central points of Marshall's thought. We must now observe that all these factors, which Marshall treats as secondary factors, are precisely what constitute the other alternatives of positivist thought. One might have thought that to the extent that he felt the inadequacy of the utilitarian element, Marshall would follow his predecessors by resorting to hedonism. In his work there are, in fact, hints in this direction, and some critics have even come to consider hedonism as the main logical basis of his thought. 294. However, it has been possible to demonstrate that this interpretation is not correct. If Marshall had been a true hedonist, he would have had to respond very differently to the many problems raised above. There is no tendency in his thinking to think in terms of instinct psychology, none of his concepts can be traced back to it. Finally, if he did not support extreme positions regarding the possibility of the individual to control his destiny, regardless of hereditary and environmental conditions, he did not even accentuate these last factors. He certainly did not attribute the inadequacy of utilitarian theory to its neglect of them. With the exception of one important case. 295, none of his concepts depend on the hypothesis of direct influences of hereditary and environmental factors such as to seriously limit the freedom of human action. Thus it becomes evident that the real basis of Marshall's dissatisfaction with the theory of utility does not derive from his holding other factors of positivistic baggage to be important. The fact is that his activities cannot fit into that scheme, they rather constitute a factor of value. 296. Concrete economic actions are not considered as simple means to achieve purchasing power, they are also pursued for their own sake, they are ways of immediate expression of ultimate values in action. They are an expression of ends or needs, but not in the same sense as the needs of utility theory. In fact, the latter, for the purposes of utility analysis, are significant only insofar as they constitute the ultimate basis of the functions of demand. Instead, Marshall's asset values are expressed directly in specific forms of assets, essentially independent of demand. This is why he is so careful to keep them distinct from purely utilitarian needs that he prefers to call them activities. Indeed, Marshall's threefold classification of needs, which, as we have shown, is implicit in his thinking, is very illuminating. In the first place, there is the category of biological needs, a purely positivistic element. Second, that of artificial needs, which cannot fail to be identified with the utilitarian category of randomness. Expressions like the bizarre whims of fashion undoubtedly express the idea of randomness. Both of these categories fit perfectly into the positivist scheme. This is not the case, however, for the third, needs adapted to activities. The classification sharply distinguishes the latter from other types of needs, both of which have a place in positivistic thinking. The needs adapted to the activities are not only expressed directly in the action, regardless of the medium of the question, they are clearly not random. The lack of randomness cannot be due to hereditary or environmental factors, otherwise they could not be distinguished from biological needs. They constitute a well-integrated system, a coherent ideal of conduct, not simply random ethical values, but the expression of a unique ethic. The economic virtues, in the two forms of enterprise and honesty, are not isolated and independent virtues, but constitute a system of virtuous behavior. In the third chapter we observed that a theory of social evolution, founded on a positivistic basis, must be of a linear type. Marshall-Lian theory is certainly linear, but not for the same reasons. In addition to the factor of accumulation of knowledge and technical culture, and integrated with this, there is a second dynamic element, the development and progressive realization of this system of values-free enterprise activities. The theory remains linear because, within Marshall's thought, there is only one of these value systems, and he does not even consider the hypothesis that there may be others. We also noted in the third chapter that the utilitarian position is essentially unstable and tends to split in one direction or another. The important fact to observe in Marshall's thought is that no tendency in the direction of radical positivism is revealed in it. The only serious difficulty is constituted by hedonism, which, as we have shown, is a secondary element of his thinking. There can be no doubt that the main basis of the utilitarian element of his thought belongs to the non-positivist strand of utilitarianism. It is an element of value. In his thought, it has the same function as the postulate of the natural identity of interests in the thought of the first optimistic utilitarians, or of institutions in that of Malthus. It is by virtue of the activity element that competition can be beneficial. Marshall argued that pure competition allows the powerful to thrive in their environment, but that there are also forces that are environmentally beneficial. These are of course the activities. However, there is an important difference here from the previous use of cognate concepts. Marshall's activities do not constitute a postulate of the same order as that of the natural identity of interests. It is not so much a postulate as a theory, the affirmation that certain factors play a decisive role as variables in the determination of human conduct. It is a theorem that claims to be verifiable through empirical observation and, while not being totally acceptable, as it unjustifiably limits its attention to a single value system, the important point is that this order of factors is thus explicitly inserted by Marshall in the logical system of economic theory. Furthermore, the element of activities is for Marshall functionally independent. It does not derive, like Malthus institutions, from another factor, the biological one. Finally, Marshall does not limit himself to generically assigning a role to this factor, but provides some precise indications on the nature of this role. The emphasis is placed on one of his functions because it is where the departure from the utilitarian model is most evident. It is the discussion of value attitudes as expressed directly in action, independently of the question. But at the same time, the same attitudes also play a role through the question. There is a category of needs adapted to the activities which can also be defined as needs having the same origin as the activities. This raises a very important methodological problem. To the extent that the needs expressed in demand are a part of this integrated value system, they are not, according to Marshall's economic theory, random needs. This is, of course, implicit in the notion that they cannot be held to be independent of the processes of pursuit of the means necessary for their satisfaction. Thus, from a slightly different angle, this factor of Marshall's thought constitutes an opening in the utilitarian scheme in a non-positivist direction. What we have said is sufficient to show that Marshall introduced a factor of a logical order radically different from any other present in the utilitarian system or from any other version of the positivist scheme. But the theoretical importance of this fact has been obscured in his work by a series of circumstances. First, the empiricism Marshall shared with his predecessors and contemporaries precluded any attempt to draw logical distinctions between the various classes of factors in concrete economic life. This would involve the long chains of deductive reasoning, which Marshall viewed with distrust. Secondly, the particular empirical characteristics of Marshall's activities were such as to prevent one from understanding their radical theoretical consequences. On the one hand, having limited himself to a single system of values forced him to maintain the point of view of linear social evolution dominant in the essentially positivistic thought of his time. On the other hand, the specific character of this single system was such that it quickly integrated with the rationalistic elements of utilitarian thought into an organic whole. The particular values present in it placed a particularly strong sanction on the rationality of conduct, on careful and systematic work, and on the selection of the most efficient means for the achievement of certain ends. Indeed, this appreciation of rational efficiency held only within certain limits, limits defined by terms such as rectitude, honesty, fairness. Marshall did not consider what place efficiency in deliberate exploitation or deception, let alone the use of force, had in the system of free enterprise. But these limitations are not very relevant since they coincide overall with the principles of the previous economic theory of laissez-faire, which implies the postulate of the natural identity of interests. Instead of ruling out possible divergences from the optimal conditions of private initiative on the basis of a postulate, Marshall resorts to a positive theory 298. Some theoretical implications of Marshall's new position escaped his successors. Here we can only point out that the logical basis for these implications is there. But their importance will become much clearer as, over the course of subsequent chapters, the general concepts are followed through their ramifications in the work of many other scholars whose training and empirical theories are vastly different from Marshall's. Before leaving the discussion of Marshall's thought, it is good to explicitly clarify a particular methodological problem. So far our discussion has dealt with Marshall's thought primarily as an example of the logical possibilities of a general social theory, such as the one we outlined in the introductory chapters. But Marshall rejected any attempt to develop a general social theory. He is an economist, therefore the problem arises of the position of economic science in relation to general social theory 299. Marshall's conception of economics, as we demonstrated at the outset of the chapter, was essentially empirical, a study of mankind in the affairs of daily life. What does this mean in the context of our analysis? The business of everyday life is presumably a concrete category of phenomena. Marshall did not seek to differentiate an economic element in this concrete sphere. He also placed a further limitation in defining the affairs of daily life as a field of study, saying that economics is particularly interested in measuring the intensity of a person's motives in monetary terms 300. This can be stated in a more general form in the sense that economic science has, over the course of a long tradition, constructed a framework of analysis whose central element is represented by the use of supply and demand curves. Money occupies a key position because it is the quantitative medium on the basis of which supply and demand relationships are generally expressed. Consequently, we can conclude that for Marshall, economics is particularly interested in everyday activities insofar as they can be related to supply and demand. But it is necessary to clarify what follows from this. The scheme of supply and demand is a framework within which to arrange the relevant facts for the purposes of economic analysis 301. But the phenomena that Marshall describes, precisely in terms of supply and demand, are concrete phenomena. On the one hand, they are the set of concrete needs of a plurality of individuals, not of ends as an analytical element of their action. On the other hand, the supply curve is a statement of the concrete, partly hypothetical, relationships of the quantity supplied as a function of the price. The problem arises of determining the relationship in which these concrete categories stand with the general analysis of the structure of action, which is the aim of this study. To the extent that these facts are considered only as data, and the analysis is limited to their implications in relation to the market mechanism, it can be said that the explanation of the phenomena remains on an economic level. The problems of economic science are therefore limited to a series of relationships between supply and demand data and do not include the determination of the data themselves. This is the position taken by some economists of the later period, of which Pareto can be considered a representative. But this is not Marshall's position. For him, the definition of economics as a science concerned with measurement in monetary terms means that it is concerned with all elements of human action as problematic, and not simply as constant data, insofar as it can be assumed that they are functionally related to the price. This emerges perhaps most clearly in his discussion of the supply of factors of production 302. It is clear that the explanations he proposes are not formulated exclusively in terms of the utilitarian element of action or his own theory of utility. The population, for example, is undoubtedly conditioned in part by biological factors. In any concrete example, the capitals are limited by technologically relevant features of the environment, and the like. In the supply of both labor and capital, he has established a central function for the element of activity, which specifically lies outside his theory of utility. For Marshall, it was legitimate to treat these problems as economic problems, since, in the final analysis, they are subject to economic forces, as he understands them. That is, these supplies correspond to changes in related demand, through the price mechanism. The essential reason for the inclusion of the activity element is that in terms of utility alone this correspondence appeared dubious. For example, the value of the population principle was for Marshall much more questionable than it had been for the economists of previous generation. The same goes for needs adapted to activities. With this concept Marshall puts his characteristic system of values in relation with economic phenomena, through demand. On the basis of these considerations we must conclude that even the use of the supply and demand scheme does not change the empiricist character of Marshall's conception of the economy. In fact, despite this limitation, it is always an attempt to exhaustively explain concrete phenomena thus described 303. Marshall's own use of the scheme of supply and demand demonstrates that on this basis, in addition to the elements of utility operating in the action, other factors are necessarily implicated as well. On the one hand, he does not explain the exclusion from the economy of the other hereditary and environmental factors of the positivist system. On the other, he himself placed the element of activities at the center of attention. Despite the limitations imposed by the pattern of supply and demand, all the main elements of human action have emerged in the course of the development of economics and have been given an important function in economic theory 304. Marshall, by adding activities to it, simply completed the list. The inevitable conclusion from this is that, on an empiricist basis, there is no place for a logically separate body of economic principles. Economics is simply the application to a particular set of concrete phenomena of the general principles necessary for interpreting human conduct. If one wanted to give a name to this theoretical body, it could be Encyclopedic Sociology 305, the synthesis of all scientific theory relevant to the concrete facts of human behavior in society. Economics thus becomes applied sociology. Not all the consequences have been drawn from this conclusion for the importance of analysis based on the pattern of supply and demand in the field of economics, but with the institutionalist attack against the latter, its importance becomes even more evident. Indeed, the use of this scheme, coupled with an empiricist methodology, has yielded dangerous results, as can be seen in some of Marshall's doctrines. Moreover, it is possible to demonstrate that there is an analytically isolable aspect of human action, which can be defined as economic. However, it will be better to postpone its exact definition until later, when we will deal with the position of economic science in a more in-depth context, in relation to Pareto's work. Suffice it now to say that this aspect can be considered, with certain clarifications, a derivation from the utilitarian trend of positivist thought. It also corresponds, approximately, to that stated in Marshall's utility theory. This logically separable aspect of utility may form the basis of a logically distinct discipline, generally termed economic theory, which, however, in these terms, is concerned only with one element or group of elements of human action and not with a concrete category. Separable of the phenomena of human action, a way or a type of action. This position avoids the empirical consequences to which Marshall's thesis inevitably leads. But we don't want to make any predictions. For reasons that we will discuss later, the supply-demand pattern is inherent in a science of economics considered in these terms. But its importance is not limited to the elements that have a place in this abstract economic theory. Theoretically, any factor related to human action can influence the concrete conditions of supply and demand. The dangers resulting from the analysis based on the pattern of supply and demand, on an empiricist basis, are therefore two. On the one hand, there is a tendency to deal with factors other than the utility or economic aspect of the action, only to the extent that they can be related to the supply and demand scheme. This leads to minimizing the function of these non-economic factors, even in their importance for daily activities, i.e. for concrete economic activities, to the extent that their influence does not exert itself on the quantities demanded and offered. As we will see, This occurs primarily for the institutional element. Any element not subject to the kind of quantitative determination inherent in the scheme tends to be undervalued. This, together with other biographical elements, helps to explain why Marshall treated the factor of value only in the form characteristic of activities, tending to limit it in one particular direction, namely that of promoting free enterprise. By this we do not mean that there is no empirical justification for his formulation, which, on the contrary, has important reasons for being, but only that it implies serious errors of perspective. Examination of the work of other thinkers will show how different the pattern can be if any of these errors are avoided. On the other hand, non-economic elements, which are subject to formulation in direct relation to the supply and demand pattern, tend to be overvalued. We seem to be able to affirm, for example, that the logical necessity which prompted Marshall to place the total concrete supplies of capital and labor in direct functional relation to their prices, led him to exaggerate the importance of the factor of activities, in the sense characteristic in which he understood it. It is certainly probable that the total supply of labor is only to a small extent a function 306 of wages paid, and perhaps this is even more true of the supply of capital. It is true that the exact extent to which non-economic factors, in the characteristic combination existing at any given moment, should promote responsiveness to economic forces, i.e., according to Marshall, price changes, can only be established by research empirical. However, this does not mean that it is necessary, on a logical level, to attribute excessive value to this relationship. Above all, its importance must not a priori be considered characteristic of an advanced stage of social evolution. Marshall's position implies that the non-economic factors, which do not promote this responsiveness, exist only in the primitive phases. They are the habits. This undoubtedly shows a leaning towards laissez-faire positions, which need to be corrected. In the development of social thinking we find a principle analogous to that of least effort in physics. When new elements appear, determined both by new empirical observations and by new theoretical considerations, they must be able to fit into the pre-existing framework of theories. The principle is that this will tend to occur with the minimum possible modifications of the previous picture, compatible with the full recognition of the new element. The case of Marshall can illustrate this principle. It can be said that in the background of his thought there is the pattern that has been defined as individualistic positivism, with a special emphasis on the utilitarian variant, considered in relation to the logical structure of the system. His activities form a new element. However, it is inserted in such a way as to disturb the general picture of the system very little. This is achieved in two ways. First, it fits at a point where, as we have shown, the old system had always required an extra positivist support, the postulate of the natural identity of interests. It performs essentially the same theoretical function as this old support. Secondly, the new element tends to be considered and treated only in terms and aspects that relate directly to the pre-existing system. The activities become the basis of a theory of progressive development of character, which promotes the concrete realization of an individualistic, private initiative economy. It provides a new field for economic forces, as an ever greater part of human facts is brought into a functional relationship with the price system. Indeed, the fusion is so complete that, thanks to the prevailing empiricist climate of opinion, the logical character of the new element and its distinction from the rest of the system have not been discovered, despite the fact that more than a generation of economists, who have dealt with Marshall's work, have studied this aspect very deeply. The next stage of our discussion concerns the work of Vilfredo Pareto. Despite all the differences which at first glance make Pareto appear as the representative of a world of thought completely different from Marshall's, there is a continuity of cultural tradition which makes these differences particularly significant. We shall find that in this completely different context some further developments of two fundamental problems can be followed. Pareto, like Marshall, starts from a point that is close to the positivistic system, but the same element of value implicit in Marshall's activities appears in Pareto's thought in a different form and context. Then his position and implications of him can be elaborated further. Furthermore, Pareto poses again, and this time explicitly, the empiricist question in its special application to the problem of the limits of economic science. The analysis of Pareto's thought will provide the opportunity to examine, in a much broader perspective than the previous one, the problems raised by the inclusion of Marshall's activities in the positivistic Eden. V. Vilfredo Pareto I, Methodology and Fundamental Analytical Framework. Vilfredo Pareto's empirical conception of social phenomena clearly differs from Marshall's. Before starting the discussion of the methodological and theoretical foundations of these divergences, we will mention some essential points. 307. In the first place, Pareto explicitly rejects the linear theory of social evolution which, on the other hand, has an important function in Marshall's thought and is characteristic of his generation, above all in England. Pareto developed a cyclical theory according to which social forms go through different phases, which repeat themselves in more or less the same order. He does not deny the possibility that the process follows a fundamental direction, but so explicitly minimizes the elements of this prevailing direction, as opposed to those of the cyclical model, that it is legitimate to consider his theory of social change as radically different from that of Marshall and other evolutionists. 308. The cyclical theory places the contemporary social situation in a totally different perspective from the one assumed by Marshall. It is no longer a question of the culminating moment of a continuous process, which has followed the same direction since the beginning of history, but it is a phase of the cyclical movement, a phase which has repeated itself several times in the past and which will undoubtedly repeat itself also in the future. In particular, it must not be assumed that the development trends characteristic of the late 19th and early 20th centuries will continue indefinitely or even for long in the same direction. This applies, for example, to technological progress and the growing prosperity economic. On the contrary, Pareto's view is that we are now in a phase where the direction of social processes is rapidly changing. Recent times have known the triumph of individualism, humanitarianism, intellectual freedom, skepticism. The near future will probably bring limitations to individual, intellectual, economic, and political freedom, a recovery of faith in place of the current widespread skepticism and a greater use of force. All positions, with the possible exception of the reflowering of faith, which Marshall believed we had passed forever, despite some survivals. Marshall had also emphasized the fundamental harmony of interests of individuals and groups in society. Above all, he had downplayed the importance of class differences and defined existing inequalities in possibility as remnants or leftovers destined to be progressively eliminated. Pareto instead strongly emphasizes the disharmony of class interests, and underlines the contribution of Marx. 309, although he shared the prevailing position among English economists of the unsustainability of most Marxist theories. Finally, Pareto highlights the function of force and fraud in social life, and in this he is close to Machiavelli and Hobbes. This point is also in strong contrast with Marshall's opinions. Attributing an important function to these phenomena is irreconcilable with the conditions of the free enterprise regime. These, like many other factors on which Pareto insists, would have been relegated by Marshall to the early stages of social evolution, phenomena destined to be controlled with increasing effectiveness and definitively. Such divergences between scholars having a profound scientific preparation cannot simply depend on chance, on the fact that one happens to observe facts that the other has not noticed. Nor can they be the expression of personal feelings, which as such would not have great importance for scientific work. On the contrary, it is highly probable that they are intimately connected to the fundamental theoretical framework of the thought of these authors. Such divergences on the empirical level therefore pose a problem. Are there similar theoretical divergences? To answer this question we must undertake an analysis of Pareto's methodological position and theoretical framework. Methodology. Although this work does not generally deal with the biography of the scholars examined 310, it is worth recalling the two main phases of Pareto's career, before he began his Traité de sociologie générale. He studied physics at the Turin Polytechnic and worked for many years as an engineer. His interest in mathematics and physics did not diminish afterwards. In interpreting his work, this fact must be kept in mind both for its reflections on the methodological level and as a substantial element of his thought. Subsequently, passing through interests of a political nature, he began to be interested in concrete economic problems and, later, in economic theory. His publications in this field were much appreciated, and at the age of 45 he was entrusted with the chair of political economy at the University of Lausanne. He was one of the most important economists of his generation. His conception of sociology and of the general methodology of social science is deeply influenced by the problem of the status of the concepts of traditional economic theory in relation to concrete reality and other theoretical frameworks. Physical science and economic science, in the close connections that we will explain, jointly constitute the fundamental axis of his thought. Like many of his predecessors, Pareto set out to assimilate the economic and social sciences to the positive sciences, on the model of the physical sciences. But keep in mind that much of the physical science of the time consisted of doctrines that can be more or less exactly defined as scientific materialism, which were considered not only working hypotheses or approximations, but necessary truths about the concrete world. They were truths of such a fundamental character that no theory which did not accept them could aspire to be considered scientific. They were held to be methodologically necessary. That is, most of the methodology of science of that time, especially physical science, was in a position of radical empirical positivism. Pareto rejects this position. He has a much more modest and skeptical conception of the limits of science, which is not original but is based on the thinking of a group of scholars, which also includes Mach and Poincaré. Pareto accuses 311 Comte and Spencer of having transgressed the limits of science. He limits his conception to very general methodological requirements 312, and in the first place he argues that it is neither necessary nor desirable to transfer the basic concepts of the physical sciences to the field of the social sciences. The theory must be constructed on the basis of direct observation of the specific facts pertinent to these sciences. Even general concepts, such as system and equilibrium, are used only by analogy, and he himself states that analogous does not mean identical 313. In this way Pareto frees himself from the reductive tendencies which instead have so much weight in traditional positivism. Pareto usually limits himself to very general methodological considerations. Essentially, in his definition of science he relies on the term logical experimental. This is equivalent to saying that two essential elements are involved: logical reasoning and observation of the fact. Logical reasoning cannot by itself give other results than tautologies 314, but nevertheless it is an essential element. However, it is considered as subordinate to the other element, that of the fact, experimental or observed. It is worth noting that Pareto never attempts, at least in his explicit methodological discussions, to specifically delimit scientific fact. He does not use, as far as it has been possible to determine, the term sense datum or other similar terms. The term most used by him is experience, which clearly defines the verifiability and independence from the subjective feelings of the observer. Experience is equated with observation 315, and is often referred to as the factor that enables individuals to judge 316 differences of opinion. The concept of Pareto therefore appears very broad. A fact would include any verifiable statement concerning a thing or event external and independent of the observer, in the sense that a. its existence and properties are not functions of the observer's personal feelings, preferences, or dislikes, and in this sense they are data. b. as proof of this independence, two or more observers, when confronted with the same thing or event, will agree on the essential elements of their description of it, or may, on the basis of logical arguments, be brought into agreement. It seems clear to us that the significant aspect of linguistic expressions is included among the facts open to experimentation. At the very beginning of his 317 discussion, Pareto refers to propositions and theories as experimental facts 318. It is sufficient to observe that when we refer to a written or verbal proposition as the same proposition, that is, to the same fact or, to put it better, phenomenon, this identity is not based on a generalization of intrinsic elements common to a combinations of wave sounds and b, ink marks, which in the two cases respectively constitute the symbolic means that expresses the proposition. It is a difficult problem to establish to what extent there is any significant commonality on an intrinsic level. 319. The elements common to the two sets of data are not the sensitive impressions as such, in any concrete sense, but the meaning of the symbols. This insertion of meanings into the realm of experimental facts or observable phenomena is perhaps the most important element to underline with regard to Pareto's concept of fact. Without it, propositions could not be observable. Although he never makes this point explicitly, much of his sociological thinking would appear meaningless outside of this position. Pareto is more explicit on a second important point: an experimental fact does not necessarily incorporate the totality of a concrete phenomenon. Theories of logical experimental science consist of statements of fact connected through logical reasoning. But the facts implicit in the formulation of a theory are known through a process of analysis and are not necessarily complete descriptions of concrete phenomena. Indeed, Pareto states that it is impossible to know a concrete phenomenon in all its details. 320. To say that a theory is not adequate to fully explain a concrete phenomenon certainly does not constitute a criticism. 321. The facts incorporated in a theory describe certain elements, or aspects, or properties of concrete phenomena, not the phenomena themselves in their totality. It is therefore clear that, in his methodological position, Pareto rejects the empiricism that we can instead find in Marshall's thought. Science must first analyze complex concrete phenomena, and only after having built an analytical theory can it, through a process of synthesis, aspire to a complete scientific explanation of any sector of concrete reality. While this is a general scientific doctrine, it is significant that the main specific example provided by Pareto concerns economic theory. He says, "Let Q be the theory of political economy. A concrete phenomenon has not only an economic aspect E, but also other sociological elements C, G. It is a mistake to want to include in political economy, as many have done, the sociological parts C, G. The only correct conclusion to be drawn from this fact is that it is necessary to add I say and not replace, to the economic theories that give E, other theories that give C, G. 322. The way in which Pareto introduces an abstract analytical theory of the type of economic theory is not the opposition of theory to fact, but the inclusion of the element of theoretical abstraction in the very concept of fact. If, as he says, in logico-experimental science principles depend completely on facts, this is tenable only because the facts themselves are, to use Henderson's phrase, observations in terms of a conceptual scheme, and are not thereby complete descriptions of concrete phenomena. The aspects of concrete phenomena relevant to a particular theory are generally not given, in immediate experience, in a form that is theoretically usable. It is therefore very important to be able to observe the relevant facts, in isolation from others. Some natural sciences, but not all. 323, can do this thanks to the method of experiment. But this, and Pareto says it explicitly, is a practical help offered by science, not a logical necessity. The process of abstraction in the social sciences must be essentially analytical and not experimental. This, however, does not diminish its validity. The purpose of a logical experimental science is to formulate laws. A law, according to Pareto, is nothing other than an experimental uniformity. 324, that is, a uniformity in the facts. But for a valid interpretation of this statement it is necessary to understand the particular concept of an experimental fact that we have indicated. A law is a uniformity in facts, but since facts are aspects of concrete phenomena seen in terms of a conceptual scheme, a law is not a generalization on the basis of the concrete necessary behavior of these phenomena. In this regard, two clarifications must be made. The first and most important is that in the social sciences any given concrete phenomenon is generally a meeting point, as Pareto says, a point of entrelacement. 325, of a certain number of different laws. Therefore, the complete scientific explanation of concrete phenomena can be obtained only through the synthetic application of all the theories involved. With the exception of borderline cases, no single law is sufficient to provide the full explanation of concrete events. Secondly, as Pareto says, we can in no case know concrete phenomena in all their details, so that even the synthesis provides only a partial and incomplete explanation. Science always represents successive approximations. 326. In this way, the element of necessity present in scientific law refers only to its logic. As such, a law cannot have exceptions. 327. What is commonly called exception is actually the superimposition of the effect of another law on that of the first. 328. In this sense, all scientific laws have exceptions. But this logical necessity, which was defined above 329 as logical determinism, must not be referred to concrete phenomena. The logically closed system of scientific theory must not be arbitrarily reduced to an empirically closed system. In its empirical application, however, a theory can only give rise to probabilities and not to necessities. 330. We will then consider some aspects of Pareto's methodological position. Now let us consider the use he made of his methodological tools. We observe first of all that the two influences we have spoken of are already present. The modern physical sciences have provided the most important example of a science of human behavior which has developed an abstract theory not directly applicable to concrete social phenomena without synthesis with other elements sociological. Here Pareto finds the starting point for the substantial analysis of him. Logical action and non-logical action. Although economic theory constitutes the main model, Pareto uses a broader category. 331, the category of logical execution, as the basis of his analytical system. Economic theory, as interpreted by Pareto, is abstract by virtue of the fact that it isolates some variables, elements in the proper sense, and offers a formulation of them in a separate system. At the same time, this subsystem of action theory is not equally important to all types or aspects of total systems of concrete action, but it is particularly relevant to some of these aspects, what Pareto terms logical aspects. At this point it is necessary to indicate the relationship between the analysis that we will develop here, on the basis of Pareto's work, and that which constitutes the main line of development of Pareto's thought in the trait. Although closely connected, the two lines of analysis are not identical and it is essential to clarify the differences. Logical action is not an element in Pareto's theoretical system. He uses this concept for pragmatic purposes, and it seems correct to deduce from it that its purpose is to work out a solution to the problem of defining, observing, classifying, and dealing in a system, some of the elements of action which economic theory does not sufficiently take into account. The action that most closely meets the criteria of logic is, on the basis of a first approximation, the one that economic theory is best able to interpret. It can therefore be assumed that the study of cases that deviate from these criteria allows to isolate at least some important non-economic elements. A rigorous definition of logical action is, consequently, the first step in the operation by which Pareto identifies some of these non-economic elements. However, once used for this purpose, as Henderson observes, both the concept itself and its opposite, the non-logical action, fall away. 332 and their inclusion in the final system is no longer possible. However, in defining and using the concept of logical action, Pareto elaborated some observations and distinctions that can be placed in another context, the one that is mainly of interest here. This is because Pareto's concept of logical action can be considered as the starting point of a systematic analysis of the structure of concrete systems of action. Pareto never undertook such an analysis, but his results are such as to have, in several points, direct implications and contacts with this analysis. Indeed, the results that Pareto arrived at through a different process provide a confirmation of the accuracy of the analysis that will form the main thread of our argument. To clarify this coincidence of results, it will be necessary to investigate certain technical aspects of Pareto's conceptual scheme. First of all, it is important to observe that Pareto affirms right from the start the possibility of studying social phenomena from two different points of view, which he defines as objective and subjective, respectively 333. The objective point of view is initially identified as what the phenomenon really is, as opposed to how it appears to the mind of certain individuals. The further development of the distinction, however, particularly linking the objective aspect with the way in which the action appears to those with more extensive knowledge 334, makes it legitimate to infer that the objective point of view is that of the scientific observer, while the subjective one is that of the actor. It is very significant that Pareto included the subjective point of view right from the start of his important treatment. It is in fact included in explicit terms in the definition of the logical action. We will give the name of logical actions to the actions that logically unite the actions to the end, not only with respect to the subject who performs the actions, but also with respect to those who have more extensive knowledge. 335. The following paragraph gives a slightly different interpretation. Logical actions are those in which subjective ends coincide. The phrase "as it really is" implies in its context that the relationship between operations, i.e. means, and the end can be established by means of a scientific theory on intrinsic grounds. That is, what Pareto tries to do is to assume as his criterion of action logic the intrinsic and demonstrable adequacy of the means to the end, in conformity with the more extensive knowledge of the relations between the means and the end of which an observer scientific may dispose. 336. In his second definition of logical action, Pareto introduces a distinction between the objective and the subjective end, identifying the criterion of logic with their coincidence. The following interpretation seems to us to be the most reliable. The subjective end is clearly represented by a concrete state of affairs to which the actor aspires and which he supposes to be the objective of his action. In the course of action, however, he chooses and employs certain means or, to use Pareto's terms, performs certain operations, which he believes contribute to the realization of the subjective end. But this supposition will be correct only if the actor's judgment on the relationship between the means he proposes to employ and the end is correct. Such a judgment implies the prediction, on the basis of verifiable knowledge, of the probable effects of the modifications made to the initial situation, and of their automatic consequences, referred to by the term means. However, knowing the subjective end and knowing the means that one proposes to use, an observer can, with more extensive knowledge, judge whether the particular operations carried out can actually contribute to the achievement of the prefixed purpose. This prediction of the effects that the use of the proposed means will have, on the basis of the best available knowledge, is apparently what Pareto means by the objective end of the action. It can therefore be seen that, insofar as the theory which directs the action is scientifically exact as regards the means-end relationship, the two will coincide. 337. Furthermore, apart from unforeseen events, which can be controlled by stating the objective end in terms of probability rather than necessity, both will coincide with an exact description of the state of affairs achieved as a result of the action. It is probably for this reason that Pareto sometimes speaks as if this, the result of the action, were the objective end. In cases where the distinction is not important, this position is undoubtedly legitimate, but in technical terminology it is better to follow Pareto and limit the use of the term end to the future state of things that is foreseen, both if this is foreseen by an observer than by the actor himself, and in other cases to speak of the result of the action. These considerations allow us to interpret an important statement of Pareto, namely that the objective goal must be a real goal, placed in the field of observation and experience, and not an imaginary goal, placed outside this field. The latter end can instead be a subjective end. 338. The objective goal is always achieved through an empirically valid forecasting process of the probable effects of given operations in a given situation. For this prediction to be possible and verifiable on the basis of the results, it must be in the field of observation. However, in the case of the actor, postulating that the subjective end always has this character would involve the problem of the logic of the action. In fact, the relationship of the means with the end, in his subjective conviction, can deviate from the scientifically objective standard. However, if it deviates from it because the purpose does not fall within the field of observation, the action, of course, is non-logical by definition. It is important to note that the differentiating criterion of logical and non-logical actions is based on the comparison of the observation results from the objective and subjective points of view. The means-end relationship has to be seen first from the actor's point of view, what he thinks the effectiveness of his means will be, and then as it really is, as the more extensive knowledge of the observer leads him to believe it will or would be. It is not enough to limit attention, on the behavioristic model, to the observation of the external course of events. In this way it is impossible to know the subjective goal of the action, which is by definition a subjective anticipation on the part of the actor. What is possible to know is the objective end or the result of the action. But this must always be, by definition, the logical result of the operations actually performed. Indeed, to the extent that a course of events is scientifically understandable, its final phases must always be logically united, in the sense that Pareto attributes to the term, to the previous ones. Then, from the objective point of view, the action is logical. 339. The differentiating criterion therefore implies the subjective point of view and can be stated in two ways. A. The action is logical to the extent that the operations are logically connected to their end, from both a subjective and an objective point of view. That is, as regards the relation of the means to the end, it must be established in the actor's mind on the basis of a scientifically 340 verifiable theory, or, if the actor does not know the theory, the efficiency of the combination must be verifiable in terms of the same. B. The subjective aim must coincide with the objective aim. Subjective end here can mean only the state of affairs which the actor wishes or seeks to bring about. It can serve as an end only to the extent that it anticipates the actual result before the operations in question. It is a subjective anticipation. Therefore, to say that the objective and the subjective end correspond means to say that the subjective end is the state of affairs that can be scientifically demonstrated, will be realized in concrete terms, as a result of the action that the actor proposes. The problem of the theoretical significance of the concept of logical action now arises. It is significant under several aspects. Firstly, it is valid for Pareto as a criterion by which to isolate a series of concrete actions that he does not wish to study, that is, those adequately treated by economic theory and related disciplines. Second, it serves as a classification criterion of what Pareto defines, in this context, elements of concrete actions. 341. These are elements analogous to chemical elements, which can exist in pure form, but are more generally found combined with others. These are essentially the cases in which Pareto applies the concept. However, for our purposes, it is important to consider a slightly different application. Action, according to Pareto, is logical to the extent that it conforms to a certain type of norm. From the point of view of our study, the most important contribution is the rigorous definition of one of the main types of norm regulating the means-end relationship. The definition of him, however, concerns only the norm. The most important questions that remain open are, what is the rest of the structure of acts and systems of action, of which a norm of this kind can form a part, and at what point does the logical norm fit into this structure? It should be clear that this is the kind of norm which has played such a large part in positivist thinking. Whenever it has appeared in a positivist scheme, the character of the latter imposed certain limitations on its combinations with other elements, and with the types of other systems with which it could be thought to be connected. But none of these limitations is implied in the terms in which Pareto defines the concept. As for the correlative category, the non-logical action is not defined positively, but residually. If action as a whole is denoted A and logical action L, then non-logical action is AL. This is the only definition that Pareto provides. Therefore, if we want to determine the scheme in which the norm of logicality, or, to use the previous terminology, of rationality, is placed by Pareto, it is necessary to follow the analysis of the concept of logical action up to the treatment of non-logic. Furthermore, it must be kept in mind that Pareto tended to establish a system of analytical elements, while the present study is mainly interested in a different, albeit closely related, object, the structure of systems of action. Although he does not give an explicit definition, action seems to designate the total complex of concrete phenomena relating to the life of human beings in society, a relationship between them, simultaneously from the objective and subjective points of view. Pareto only examined logical action again in the synthetic discussion of social phenomena, in the last part of his treatment. Instead, he moved on to an in-depth study of non-logical action. It is important to understand the characteristic way this process is developed. Pareto begins with the following antithesis: logical actions are, at least for the main part, the result of reasoning. Non-logical actions originate mainly from a certain psychic state, feelings, subconsciousness, etc. It is up to psychology to deal with this psychic state. 342. It seems to be Pareto's opinion, at least at this point, that such a psychic state is not an observable reality, but rather a hypothetical entity. 343 that intervenes to explain observable facts. For human beings there are, on the contrary, two sets of observable and concretely distinguishable data, Acts 3:44, which he indicates with B, and expressions C, of feelings which often develop into moral, religious, and similar theories. The psychic state is denoted by A. Thus, the non-logical action is analyzed in terms of three elements. The first two, manifest acts B and theories C, are both classes of concrete data and observable. Also, the mental state, A, which is inferred from B and C. None of these are strictly defined. Perhaps the clearest statement is that B refers to manifest acts, i.e. those involving spatio-temporal events, and C to the linguistic expressions associated with these acts. 345. A, however, is left much more undefined. It must be very clear that this scheme affects only the non-logical action, i.e. the concrete action minus the logical elements. Thus, linguistic expressions are understood only insofar as they are not scientifically valid theories of the relations of means to ends, and manifest acts only insofar as they do not represent the operations by which the suitable means are applied. For these purposes, at this stage Pareto is interested in the general relationships existing between the three elements. Differently than in the logical action A, it can be said that C is not the cause of B, despite the very marked tendency that men have to want to consider non-logical actions as logical actions, leads them to believe that B is an effect of the cause C. 346. However, all three are in a condition of mutual interdependence. Thus there is the direct relationship CB, but precisely to the extent that the action is non-logical, the relationships AC and AB are more important. C is less important as a cause of B than it is as a manifestation of A, which is the principal common origin of both B and C. Thus A and C are in a state of mutual interdependence, but the relationship is not entirely cause to effect, since the non-logical action C is much more effect than cause. Precisely for this reason C can be considered as a sufficiently reliable index of the variations of A. Given that A is an unobservable entity 347, we cannot study it directly, but through its manifestations. Of the two types of manifestation, the theories and the acts, the first is preferable, because its relationship of mutual influence with A is less than that of B. 348. Its variations will therefore indicate more precisely the variations of A, since they depend to a lesser extent on its own influence. To the process of reasoning, which he considers as the main cause of logical actions, Pareto contrasts the psychic state A. If the understanding of reasoning is the best means to explain the action, insofar as it is logical, the understanding of A it is instead the road to understanding the non-logical elements of the action. But in the first case the reasoning process was presented in observable data, the scientific theories governing logical action, while this does not happen in the second. But for the reasons indicated above, Pareto feels justified in limiting his analytic attention to the elements C, and therefore he leaves out not only the logical action but also the B element of the non-logical action. Until the stage of synthesis, his attention will remain limited to the theories associated with non-logical action. This explains a fact that constitutes a problem for the scholar who, like many others who have studied Pareto's work, interprets his analysis as an analysis of non-logical action conceived as a concrete type. After the chapter in which the scheme that we have discussed below is presented, 3 related to theoretical problems follow. The first, Les actions non-logiques dans l'histoire des doctrines, contains mainly an analysis of the reasons why non-logical action has not been subjected to in-depth scrutiny. The second, Les théories qui dépassent l'expérience, deals with theological and metaphysical theories, while the third, Les théories pseudo-scientifiques, concerns theories that claim to be scientific, a position that Pareto, based on his analysis, refutes. In these 3 chapters, especially in the last 2, we find a common current of thought. The theories examined are all analyzed according to whether or not they can aspire to be valid theories on a logical experimental level. Hence the tendency to interpret this discussion as a continuation of the methodological treatment of the first chapter, as a preparation for the subsequent theory of ideologies. But this is not the real problem with Pareto's argument. He deals with theories rather than acts because he has decided to limit his own analysis of non-logical action to C. These 3 chapters constitute the inductive part of the analysis. In the 6th chapter, on residues, he moves on to the deductive method 349. The methodology, as we shall see, is a secondary aspect, a tool for analytical purposes. But before developing the main line of the argument, let us note another interesting point. Immediately after having presented the scheme A, B, C, Pareto introduces a subdivision of B. He says, the ancient Roman religion, before the invasion of the gods of Greece, did not have a C theology, was reduced to a cult B. But this cult B, reacting on A, had a strong effect on the actions D of the Roman people. There is more. The direct relationship BD, when it existed, is manifestly absurd for us moderns, but the bad report could, instead, in some cases be very reasonable and useful to the Roman people. Theology C has, in general, a direct influence on D, even weaker than on A. 350. Here Pareto divides the original manifest acts B into worship and other acts. He does not give the concept greater precision, but it can be inferred that cult B is what can more generally be termed ritual actions 351, while D is the category of actions having essentially intrinsic importance. Furthermore, it is perhaps significant that, in reference to the study of non-logical action, Pareto retains the original symbol B for the cult, while for the others he coins a new definition. He may have considered ritual as the central category of overt action determined predominantly by non-logical elements. In any case, a large part of the manifest acts that are inserted in his concrete material are of a ritual nature. This is true, for example, of the first case he presents, that relating to the feeling that it is possible to control time by magical means. Having made this distinction, Pareto has no occasion to deal with it further. He is then interested only in C. Any distinction between different elements of B thus becomes irrelevant. Such problems acquire new importance for his argument only after the results of C's analysis have been interpreted and applied to the understanding of non-logical action as a whole. This is a research direction that will prove useful for subsequent analysis. It is only here that the properly inductive part of Pareto's work begins. He first abstracted the logical elements of the action, leaving aside the non-logical ones. Then, from the non-logical action, he discarded the manifest acts B, or B and D, leaving only the linguistic manifestations or theories involved in the non-logical action. The nucleus of the analytical part of Pareto's trait, distinct from the synthetic one, is an inductive study of theories or linguistic expressions in non-logical action. Residues and derivations. The inductive method followed by Pareto is based on the comparison of a large number of similar data 352, to separate the relatively constant elements from the relatively variable ones. But first he has to identify the data. Pareto is not interested in theories relevant to action in a generic sense, but only in those relevant to non-logical action. That is, having abstracted logical action in general, he must abstract from concrete theories the theory aspects of logical action itself. As a criterion, he adopts his concept of logical action. Insofar as they concern the relationship of means to ends, the theories relevant to logical action are theories that meet the criteria of logical experimental science. This has turned out to be the meaning of the expression operations in logical relation to their ends. Consequently, the theories Pareto deals with are those that deviate from the criteria of logical experimental science, because compliance with these criteria reduces the theory in question to a mere manifestation of logical elements. Only to the extent that they deviate from the criteria themselves are theories relevant to Pareto analysis. This is why Pareto, throughout his analysis, is concerned with drawing the dividing line between scientific and non-scientific theories. The criterion of scientificity is what he uses for the selection of his data. But there is more. It has been said that action is non-logical only insofar as it deviates from the logical standard. Similarly, the theories treated by Pareto are only negatively defined as residual categories. They are theories to the extent that they do not correspond to the standard of scientificity. Now the methodological starting point adopted by Pareto has provided him with a basis of analysis for scientific theories. They are logical experimental, that is, they can be analyzed in the two elements of the statement of fact and logical reasoning. Pareto relates the results of his inductive study to this scheme. He finds that non-logico-experimental theories can in turn be decomposed into two main elements, one, relatively, constant and one variable. In his concluding theoretical discussion he compares these elements directly with the elements of logico-experimental theories. The latter, indicated with C353, can be decomposed into a part A, made up of experimental principles, descriptions, experimental statements, and another part B made up of logical deductions, to which are also added experimental principles and descriptions, used to draw deductions from part A. Thus the line of distinction that Pareto draws between scientific theories is not precisely the one indicated above, but is slightly modified. A includes only the major fact element of the theory, its fundamental premise, while B includes both the logical reasoning element drawn from A and the minor fact elements. Theory C354 where feeling has a part which adds something to experience, which are beyond experience, decompose analogously into a part A made up of the manifestation of certain feelings, and into a part B made up of logical reasoning, sophisms, and also by other displays of feeling used to draw inferences from A. Thus there is correspondence between A and A, between B and B, between C and C. Here we are concerned only with theories C, and we leave aside the experimental scientific theories C. One could not ask for a clearer statement. A cannot, by definition, be a statement of fact. Therefore, for the actor, it must reflect something other than the property of a phenomenon external to the actor. To this something else, which he manifests, Pareto gives the name of feeling. It is an aspect of the mental state from which analysis originated. Is always 355 the manifestation, in the form of a proposition serving as the main common premise for a group of theories, of a feeling 356, B on the other hand can involve both logical and sophistic reasoning. It is the manifestation of man's need for logical explanation 357. But whether logic is good or bad, it is always B, as long as it is associated with an A. Part A is the principle that exists in the mind of man, part B the explanations, the deductions of this principle 358. Before going further it would perhaps be good to give a name to the entities A, B and C, since indicating them only with alphabetical letters can make the exposition more difficult and less clear. For this reason alone, we will define A residues, B derivations, and C derivatives 359. This is the only explicit definition of residues and derivations found in Pareto. It is clear that they are elements of the non-scientific theories 360 which accompany the non-logical action. It is curious that in the great majority of studies on Pareto 361, the residues have been identified with the letter A of the previous scheme 362, the derivations with the C of the same scheme 363. This persistent trend, in opposition to the explicit indications of Pareto himself, poses a problem. Errors can be random, but behind a persistent error, in a well-defined direction, there must be another cause. This is an important point for our study 364. It can be said that the residue is an operationally defined category. It is isolated by means of a certain procedure. The initial elements are a body of theories associated with the action. These theories are critically analyzed according to the criteria of logico-experimental science, and those elements of them which are in conformity with the same criteria are set aside. The remaining elements are further divided into constants and variables 365. After isolating the variable elements, the residuals are the constant elements that remain. They are used by Pareto as elements of his theoretical system. The data that is collected by repeating this operation a large number of times, in different cases, cannot be translated into quantitative terms in the sense indicated above. Thus, after having defined the concept, Pareto proceeds to a classification of the residues and therefore of the derivations. He divides residuals into 6 main classes and several subclasses. For the purposes of this study, it is not necessary to attempt an analysis or critical evaluation of this classification, but for a particular purpose we will briefly examine the first 2 classes 366. The 2 structural aspects of non-logical action. The logical order of our study now requires that, abandoning the analysis of Pareto's thought for a moment, we consider some implications of what has been stated, in relation to the problems that are of particular interest here. Pareto limits himself to saying, with regard to residues, that they are manifestations of feelings, and that the latter, not the residues, must be considered as the determining forces of social equilibrium. The analysis that follows aims to show that 2 classes can be distinguished among the feelings manifested in residues, with important consequences for the relationship in which residues stand with the structural aspect of systems of action. That this distinction does not appear explicitly in Pareto's treatment depends on the fact that his interest was oriented towards a different problem. He elaborated the concepts of logical action and non-logical action for a particular purpose, essentially to define the operation by which it was possible to isolate the residues. Having identified the residues, he undertook their classification without at that stage dealing with their relation to systems of action. Moreover, when he came to deal with such systems, Pareto formulated some statements that coincide with those that will be elaborated by us following a different procedure. We will discuss this in the next chapter. Now we must indicate the starting point of the analysis through which we will arrive at these statements, and its relationship with the preceding discussion. As mentioned, Pareto defines logical action positively and leaves non-logical action as a residual category. Then he tackles the problem of defining some non-logical elements by referring to the theories related to non-logical action which are, by definition, non-scientific theories. The residuals represent the constant elements of such theories, while the derivations represent the variable elements. The question is whether any other classification of the elements of such theories beyond the Pareto subclassification of each category is possible and relevant. First of all, we note that the concept of logical action corresponds exactly, as has already been observed, to the norm of rationality proper to the positivist tradition. It is the conformity of the subjective aspect of the action with the criteria of valid scientific knowledge. Non-scientific theories imply, in some respects, a deviation from these criteria. The question is, in what respects? We have already indicated that for a positivist theory, to the extent that it is admitted that the subjective aspect of the action can be expressed in cognitive terms, any divergence with respect to the criterion of scientific validity must be susceptible of interpretation as an unscientific element. That is, resolvable in terms of ignorance and error. It is certain that some of the deviations from the logical experimental standard dealt with by Pareto in analyzing the theories in question fall into this category, while it is equally clear that another group remains outside it. Theories, or elements thereof, may not only be scientific, but also non-scientific, insofar as they involve entities or considerations which remain entirely outside the scope of scientific expertise. The more extensive knowledge of the Pareto observer is not sufficient to ground a judgment of their validity. They are not verifiable, not erroneous. The problem then arises of what are the consequences of this distinction between two different ways of deviating from the norm of logic in terms of the conceptual scheme of action indicated above. It has already been observed that the scientifically valid knowledge which can play a part in determining action is that of the means and conditions of the action itself. We have also pointed out that, to the extent that concrete means and conditions constitute a social environment, consisting of actual and potential actions of other persons operating in the same social system, the status of the elements of their action which they require for their formulation of subjective categories is, from an analytical point of view, problematic. In fact, those that are objects of knowledge for a concrete actor can turn out, analyzing the system as a whole, to be attributable to the ends or to other subjective elements in relation to the actors considered together. However, apart from Durkheim's attempt to attribute an analytic independence to this social environment, the importance assigned to objective knowledge essentially translates into giving importance to those aspects of the action situation which are formulatable in non-subjective terms, essentially, heredity and environment. This has led to the biologization of social theory in one direction, that of radical rationalistic positivism. We have also demonstrated that, to the extent that the subjective aspect of the action has been treated, from the cognitive point of view, as not susceptible of inclusion in this rationalistic scheme, but nevertheless as relevant, in positivistic terms, it has been considered unscientific, i.e. consisting of ignorance and error. Now, in the same context, the causes of ignorance and error, the elements of which they constitute a manifestation, are these non-subjective elements themselves. The insistence on this aspect coincides with the tendency to reduce action in terms of heredity and environment, to biologize the theory of action, but in an anti-intellectualistic direction. In these terms, a system of theory remains constrained within the limits of the scheme that we have defined as the utilitarian dilemma. Indeed, in the logic of action as Pareto defines it, only a relationship of means with the end is implicit, not a relationship of ends between they. And to the extent that consideration of non-logicality is limited to terms of ignorance and error, the determinants of action will turn out to be categories of non-subjective systems, especially heredity and environment. Only in these terms, if the structure of the total systems of action is not taken into account, but, implicitly or explicitly, there is a process of generalization directed by the elements formulated up to now. A system of logical action would be a utilitarian system or a system positivist of a radically rationalistic type, while a non-logical system would be at the extreme of anti-intellectualistic positivism. To the extent that the interest is limited to the conceptual elements considered up to now, there is a tendency, even if not exclusively, to place the emphasis on the empirical level, on the divergence between theory and practice as a fundamental criterion of non-logicality. It is conceivable that theories should manifest the non-subjective non-logical elements in such a way that, if theories formulate the direction of operation of real forces, they are significant only as indices of the latter, and knowledge is not an independent element. However, Pareto places the emphasis not on this theoretically conceivable case, but on the case in which theories differ from the real state of things. Pareto wants to demonstrate that while we think we are doing one thing, we actually do another, completely different thing, and there is no doubt that he succeeded in determining the importance of this phenomenon. But, as will be seen, this is not the only result of his argument. The majority of scholars of Pareto's conceptual model, however, have used it exclusively in this sense. His critique of the theories that accompany action has been taken as the basis of their ascientificity. The residues are then interpreted as the constant elements in such unscientific theories. The feelings that manifest are those aspects of the concrete phenomenon which are understandable in terms of non-subjective categories. What interests us most, the essential individual element present in the residue, is considered an irrational instinct. Pareto was considered to have provided another interpretation of the psychology of instinct, which was the most widely held system of thought in the last generation. And even one when a more general conceptual scheme is identified in his thought, is that of positivistic anti-individualism. Naturally, it is true by definition that among the logically possible deviations from the theories of the logical experimental standard, there are those defined here as ascientific. It is also evident that such deviations are of great importance and frequency on an empirical level. Pareto takes these theories into consideration, and therefore the developments of this line of thought play an important part in his theoretical scheme. One could perhaps say that Pareto sometimes tends to express himself in terms that can be interpreted as if this type of theory were the only theoretically important. But there is a fundamental strand of his thought that does not fit into the scheme, that is, the affirmation that such theories contain elements that are not only unscientific, but also non-scientific. This first part, of an analytical nature, of Pareto's work, does not contain any explicit treatment of total systems of action. The analysis of the isolated elementary act is sufficient to establish the definitions and operations he needs in this phase. However, at the very beginning we find a distinction which suggests another possibility, namely, that while the objective end must be a real end, which comes within the field of experience, this does not necessarily hold true for the subjective end, which can, however, be an imaginary end, which remains outside the field of experience. The formulation of this distinction in terms of the contrast between entities internal and external to the field of experience or empirical observation, suggests that the imaginary nature of an imaginary purpose is not necessarily referable, exclusively, to an erroneous attribution of by the actor to the end itself. It is entirely consistent with Pareto's scheme to maintain that reference is made to a state of affairs which is not accessible to scientific observation and, consequently, the theory of the actor cannot in this sense be declared, with empirical criteria, neither exact nor incorrect. Nor is this point isolated. On the contrary, arguments supporting this thesis recur throughout the analysis of residues and derivations. The theories that are analyzed tend to fall into two classes, which we think are more appropriate to deal with separately. On the one hand, the justifications of why certain actions should be undertaken, on the other, ideas concerning ways and means appropriate to accomplish them. In the first class, the non-scientific aspect is more important than the unscientific one. With reference to justifications, which occupy a large part of the empirical discussion, the most frequently argued thesis is not that the actor presents a justification which the observer, with his more extensive knowledge, can prove wrong, but which either is not provided no justification, or that the one provided is not verifiable. To the first class belongs the maxim which he quotes from Hesiod, "Do not urinate in the mouth of a river," for which Hesiod provides no explanation. To the second class belong the many statements of the type, justice, or the will of God, or some other element of the same nature, impose a given action. It is also true that Pareto demonstrates how justifications of the latter type, as a rule rather than as an exception, can be criticized from a logical experimental point of view for other reasons than the fact that they contain unverifiable statements. In particular, there are numerous elements of ambiguity and logical and factual error. Here the distinction between residues and derivations becomes important, since it can be said that one of the most significant results of Pareto's analysis is that the latter characteristics are generally proper to the derivations, not to the residuals, and consequently are of secondary, although not always negligible, importance. It is inherent in the process by which they are individuated that the residues are the central propositions, explicit or implicit, of a group of such theories. They are, as Pareto says, the principles implicit in actions. Since the class of theories we are discussing constitutes a complex of justifications of certain courses of action, from our point of view an important class of residuals is one that we can express in general terms, a feeling that this or that another state of affairs is desirable. Such statements are residuals, not because they misstate facts which can be correctly stated, nor because, by themselves, they reveal the ignorance of those to whom they can be attributed. They are residuals because they embody ends, or classes of ends of action, which cannot be justified in terms of a scientific theory, in other words, not because they are suitable means to the attainment of other ends, but because they are regarded as desirable as ends in themselves. These residues can be defined as normative residues, in the sense of the normative term defined above 367. In the next chapter we will discuss more deeply what the appearance of this type of element means among the Pareto residuals. For now we will limit ourselves to a few observations. First, the classification of residues into normative and non-normative is a line of distinction that evidently intersects Pareto's classification by introducing into it a further level of distinction, different from Pareto's. We shall not attempt here to follow this problem further in its application to the Pareto conceptual scheme. However, we can make an observation. Whatever the particular characteristics of the classification of residues, the very fact that Pareto introduces an explicit classification implies an important point, that residues are not random elements for the theory of action, but that on the contrary they constitute a definite element of systems of action and are in a condition of interdependence with the other elements. This theorem must be applicable to both normative and non-normative residues, and this is in open contradiction with the utilitarian postulate of the randomness of ends. To the extent that ends fall into the category of residues as independent elements, they are not random ends, but are in a positive relationship, and one that can be specified, both with the other ends of the same system and with the other elements of the system. Action. Consequently, a concrete system to which Pareto's conceptual scheme is applicable cannot be a utilitarian or radical positivist system. Another important point. Pareto used the concept of logical action as a criterion of distinction, for certain methodological purposes. It is logically possible that a concrete act, a class, or even a complete system of action responds to this criterion and is therefore defined as a logical system. But it does not follow that such an act, class, or system of action implies only the elements which are formulated in the concept of logical action. On the contrary, the latter defines only the character of the means-end relationship, based, it would seem, on the assumption that the end is given. Indeed, nothing dictates that the ends of logical acts must be statements of fact and not, on the contrary, manifestations of feelings. It will be seen later that this is more than a logical possibility. It coincides with Pareto's explicit position in relation to certain points of fundamental importance. And it cannot be otherwise, if residues are considered an important element of a concrete system. Since even if the means-ends relationship is exclusively logical, there may be, and according to Pareto there are, some ends which are not susceptible of justification in terms of a scientific theory, whose justifications in other words contain at least residues, if not of the derivations. Insofar as this can be shown to be a theorem, explicit or implicit, in the Pareto position, the latter cannot be assimilated to any form of positivistic theory of action. A fundamental distinguishing feature of an end, in the analytic sense, is that it is necessarily a subjective category. Considering only the objective point of view, it is not possible to distinguish an end from any other objectively observable result of a sequence of behavior. But it is clear from the previous discussion that non-subjective elements are also manifested in the Pareto residuals. Why then are normative residues not simply manifestations of non-subjective elements? There are many considerations to bear in mind in this regard, but we can only make a very general observation here. There is no reason to distinguish different classes of residues as elements of an action system, unless the different classes vary independently of each other. But by arguing that a residue not only is not a statement of fact verifiable from a subjective point of view, but cannot be replaced by an statement formulated objectively, i.e. that it is an unverifiable proposition, Pareto makes a distinction of this type between classes of residues. In fact, the residues that manifest the non-subjective elements can be incorporated into such statements from the objective point of view. Not only the classification of residues made by Pareto, but any modification or elaboration of it introduced for our purposes, is naturally provisional. We do not claim that it will never be possible to reduce some, or even all of the normative residues to such non-subjective terms. but the important point is that until this reduction has been made, Pareto's theoretical system is not a positivist system. It implies elements that have no place in a system of this kind and implies, as we shall demonstrate, a structure of concrete systems of action which is irreconcilable with any positivistic system. Our interest is concentrated for the moment on the system as formulated by Pareto, and on its adequacy in relation to the facts under consideration. Consideration of what might emerge from further analysis and further criticism is beyond the scope of this study. Until now the discussion of the non-scientific, as opposed to the unscientific, aspects of theories has been about why a particular course of action is pursued. It has been found that some purposes, those which will be referred to as ultimate purposes, fall into this category. The question remains whether in the theories, as far as they concern problems of ways and means, one can also discover a non-scientific element, or whether the deviations from the logical experimental standard can here be traced back only to terms of ignorance and error. Very important, in this regard, is the study made by Pareto of some classes of concrete action, the class B discussed above 368, which are commonly defined as ritual actions. Indeed, ritual occupies such a prominent place in Pareto's treatment that one of the main foundations on an empirical level in support of the thesis of the importance of non-logical action is the diffusion of ritual. But, analyzing closely the way in which he treats the ritual, some important points emerge. We seem to be able to affirm that in no way does it appear that the important problem for him is the divergence between what men have believed to be the right conduct and the one that has been adopted in reality. 369. Indeed, the problem of the divergence between theory and practice is never studied in depth, rather it is assumed that men perform rites by strictly following the prescriptions of the ritual tradition. What is important to note about Pareto's treatment is that it is expressed predominantly in terms of the character of the theory, but unlike in the case of justifications, what matters here is not the nature of the main premises, but rather the character of the combinations of means and ends. These are not inherently derived from verifiable empirical knowledge, but are arbitrary. Arbitrary here means, according to Pareto's formula, not logically united to their end. That is to say, if the operations are analyzed by an observer possessing the widest possible scientific knowledge, he cannot identify any reason why the operations themselves should serve the realization of the subjective end. The objective end and the subjective end do not correspond. Pareto does, it is true, provide a classification of the types of such arbitrary combinations of means and ends. They can be reduced to a limited number of principles such as, for example, similar produces unlike, or similar produces the similar, etc. But he gives no general characterization of ritual, except the negative one that the means-end relationship is, from the logical point of view, arbitrary, and that therefore ritual actions must be regarded rather as manifestations of feelings than as means to the realization of ends. In this way he shows that he attaches great importance to them, and his discussion constitutes a notable advance on the prevailing positivist tendency which treated the ritual exclusively as a consequence of forms of error. Pareto succeeds in isolating the residues by analyzing the ritual as well as the justifications of other actions. The question is, what is the character of the feelings implicit in these residues? It will be noted that they appear at various stages of the Pareto classification of residues. But no reason emerges from his treatment to suggest that no normative feelings are included. The concrete form in which these prescriptions are implemented is generally that of the standard. In one example Pareto cited, Greek sailors believed that before setting out on a voyage it was desirable to offer certain sacrifices to the god Poseidon. The analysis of this ritual in terms of residues and derivations does not provide any basis for discriminating the normative from the non-normative components of the feelings implicit in the ritual itself. In this case it is reasonable to assume that we are dealing with both categories. It is true that, when considered from a logical experimental point of view, the theories involved in ritual prescriptions involve errors, or unverifiable claims, or both. The first element is negligible. but in a positivistic context we tend to go directly from the proof of the existence of the error to the conclusion that it is determined by a non-normative and non-subjective instinctive impulse, which is not acceptable. In Pareto's treatment, nothing can justify such an interpretation. He does not even address the problem of what could be the origin of this error of non-scientific elements. However, it is possible to go a little beyond Pareto's position to indicate a direction of possible development in the interpretation of ritual. Pareto's definition of logical action defines a type of norm that occasionally regulates the means-end relationship. We have shown that in no positivistic context is this the only conceivable type of theoretically relevant norm. Any deviation from this type must be interpreted as a manifestation of non-normative elements, usually biological. But the fact that Pareto's conceptual scheme does not correspond to any of the interpretations of the positivistic model suggests the possibility that one or more other types of normative elements may be relevant for understanding the choice of both means and ends. The norm operating in logical action can be defined as intrinsic rationality. The term intrinsic is chosen because it suggests its antithesis, symbolic. It also seems possible that the choice of means for a given end implies a selective standard defined in terms other than those of intrinsic adequacy with respect to the logical experimental standard. The standard of selection may be that of symbolic adequacy as an expression, in that sense a manifestation, of normative feelings. This interpretation seems to coincide with the empirical criteria implicit in Pareto's treatment of ritual. Indeed, the relationship between a symbol and its meaning is always, by definition, arbitrary when considered from an intrinsic point of view. There is no intrinsic reason why the particular linguistic symbol book should have the meaning it does. This is demonstrated by the simple fact that completely different symbols have the same meaning in other languages, for example the French term lever. We want to suggest that the normative aspect of the means-end relationship dominant in ritual actions is of the order of that implied in the relationship between symbol and meaning, rather than that of cause and effect as formulated in scientific theory. It is necessary to draw attention to two different levels in which the scheme can be used. The most obvious is the level at which the act, or operation, can be regarded as having an explicit and conscious symbolic meaning for the actor. We usually interpret conforming to certain rules of etiquette as an expression of feeling, for example, greeting a person on the street as a sign of friendship. But it is also possible that the symbol meaning scheme is sometimes a suitable tool of understanding for the observer, even though the actor is not explicitly aware of it. Thus, for example, when faced with magic facts, the actor's subjective attitude is generally similar to that of one who believes in the intrinsic effectiveness of a given operation, but for the observer it is interpreted adequately as an expression of feelings of the actor. Often the actor attaches no conscious meaning to the action, as in the case of Hesiod cited above, and often the subjective meaning he attaches differs from that attributed to him by the observer. We do not want to continue here the analysis of the relations of symbolism with ritual action. The problem was posed because it refers to a case in which the influence of the normative elements on the means-end relationship occurs in ways different from those implied by the rational norm, a case present in Pareto's scheme itself, and which can lead to important theorists for this study. We postpone a more in-depth consideration of the problem until we deal with Durkheim's thought on the function of symbolism in religion 370. The appearance of the symbol-meaning relationship in the field of direct sociological application brings attention to a series of methodological problems that we limited ourselves to mentioning at the beginning of the chapter. We have pointed out that Pareto's formulation of the concept of scientific fact did not specifically address the problem of the observability of the meanings of symbols, but that the empirical procedure he followed is such as to imply this observability. This must now be clear. The main analytic task that Pareto set himself was the inductive study of the theories and propositions that accompany action. In dealing with these theories and propositions, his main concern was to analyze them at the level of meaning, to subject them to a critique from the point of view of their scientific status, their logical coherence and the extent to which they involve statements of verifiable fact. Only after this analysis has been completed does the question arise as to why such theories are produced and accepted by the majority of men. There can be no doubt that on a certain level Pareto feels the methodological need to treat the meanings of symbols as facts that can be inserted into scientific theory and therefore to treat them as verifiable. 371. But the problem resurfaces on a deeper level. You will recall Pareto's statement that, to the extent that action is logical, it is understandable as a result of a process of reasoning, but that to the extent that it is non-logical, it depends on a psychic state. Now the implication of the first part of the statements is that if we know the process of reasoning, i.e., the theory which accompanies action, we have, however understandable it is in terms of the category of logical action, an adequate basis for the understanding of the action itself. Methodologically, this means that for someone who knows the language, understanding the meaning of the symbols that make up the theory is enough to understand the overt action. It is not necessary to resort to any further entity, to any psychic state, which, although functionally connected to these meanings, is not so closely connected to them for the scientific purposes pursued as to make the distinction useless. In the second part of the statement, Pareto states that, as far as non-logical action is concerned, the situation is different. It would therefore be easy to infer that the meanings of the symbols are irrelevant to the understanding of the action, that the latter originates in a totally different order of elements. Is this inference legitimate? It is no doubt suggested by the formulation of the first analytic scheme, the triangle ABC, with its sharp separation of C as a category of concrete phenomena, and of A as the unobservable, hypothetical entity on which C depends. In other words, the question arises of what is implied in the term manifestation that Pareto uses to express the relationship of the residue, which is an element of C, with feeling, which is presumably an element of A. This problem is closely connected to that of the status of the normative elements of the action. If norms are expressed, that is, if they become observable facts, it is only in the form of systems of symbols. As far as the action conforms to a norm and can to this extent be defined as determined by the normative element, this distinction becomes useless. The theory can then be regarded as an adequate expression of the real determinants of action. This is true, as has been shown, of the logical elements of Pareto theory. It would seem to follow that, to the extent that the action diverges from the pattern marked by the norm, the theory is no longer adequate, but that other factors should intervene to explain the action. This is certainly one of the main reasons for the distinction between A and C. The difference between the norm and the real cost of the action is indeed one of the main aspects of the non-logicality of the action. We have also shown that it is not the only one. There is also a group of normative elements which are not included in the category of logical action but which can nevertheless be present in logical acts. One of these, as we have seen, is to be found in the ultimate ends of the action. In this regard, nothing in Pareto's treatment indicates that the residues, insofar as they formulate these ultimate ends, should not be considered precisely as adequate expressions of the real determinants of the action, as happens for the reasoning process in the case of the action logic. This occurs in the extreme case where the ends are defined, specific and unambiguous, and the deductions relating to the ways and means rigorously logical. The problem, as we shall see, is certainly not limited to this case, which as a limiting type is not devoid of theoretical importance. It is indeed the limiting case that Pareto treats as the rational and abstract society that we will discuss in the next chapter. In this regard, indeed, a reason arises for keeping the type of forces determining non-logical action distinct from those formulated in the concept of logical action, but it is a different reason from that relative to the situation in which the predominant characteristic is the difference between theory and practice. It is not, as in that case, a question of the difference in the character of the relationship between the symbols constituting the theory and the real forces, since these symbols are adequate expressions of the real forces. It is rather a difference in the character of the entities to which the symbols refer. In the case of logical action, it is the facts of the external world for the actor. In the case of non-logical action, it is primarily the feelings of the actor himself. The need for a distinction between A and C is motivated by the fact that some of the symbols of C refer to elements that have no place in a scientific theory. Consequently, the action cannot be considered as determined only by the process of reasoning, that is, by elements susceptible of formulation in a scientific theory, but another must be added to these, the ultimate goal of the action. This ultimate goal is the manifestation of a feeling in contrast to the statement of fact, as clearly emerges from Pareto's formulation of the second analytic scheme. Thus the same dichotomy between the fundamental non-logical elements that recurs throughout his analysis appears in another form. In one of his settings, the action is non-logical because it does not conform to the norms accepted by the actor. The symbols of the theory of the actor are inadequate expressions of the real forces determining the action, and it is necessary, in addition to the meanings of the symbols, to resort to another order of elements included in the feelings. But in this context, feeling predominantly means an element which is operative despite the subjective intentions of the actor. His theory is therefore, subjectively, characterized by ignorance and error. Finally, the origin of this ignorance and error, in the analysis, consists in hereditary and environmental factors, especially in the instincts. Insofar as this is relevant in non-logical action, it is the feeling, as a manifestation of an instinct, which is decisive. It manifests instinct and, in turn, the residue manifests feeling, in the sense that one is an index of the other 373. The residue, which is a proposition, is relevant not because of its meaning, but as an index of an entirely different order of elements which in their relation to action are not open to interpretation in terms of the symbol-meaning relation, but only than that of cause and effect. Furthermore, these are elements that are external to the actor and that he can know in exact terms and therefore adapt to his action. This is why in this context the mismatch between theory and scientific standard is a matter of ignorance and error. In the other context in question, the state of affairs is different, no problem of incapacity to comply with the rules has been identified. What matters is the scientific status of some elements of the theories in terms of which the norms themselves are enunciated. The relation of the rule to action is essentially the same as in the case of logical action. What differs is the origin of the normative element, which does not depend on the actor's accurate observation of the facts of the external world, but on something that is subjective to him, his feelings. Insofar as this context is relevant to the residue, a proposition manifests feeling in the sense that it is the adequate linguistic, i.e. symbolic, expression of this subjective element, of the actor's ultimate goal or intention, or rather of that aspect of it that cannot be derived from scientific knowledge of its situation. Here the manifestation can be understood better as an expression than as an index. In this sense a residue manifests a feeling in the same way, and just as adequately, in which a statement of fact manifests an aspect of the external world. The essence of the problem lies in the symbol-meaning relationship, not in cause-effect, or mutual interdependence on an intrinsic level. Why hasn't this dichotomy been better clarified? The reason is that most Pareto scholars have tended to grasp only one aspect, but also due to the fact that on an empirical level the case analyzed above effectively represents a limiting case, which in concrete systems of action one approaches only with a certain approximation. Precisely for this reason, the implications of this situation emerge in Pareto's treatment only when he resorts to the methodological trick of analyzing an abstract society, which is exactly analogous to the trick of studying the fall of bodies in an absolute vacuum. The situation is analogous to that in which mechanics would find itself if all bodies on this earth had, with respect to the atmosphere, a density approximately equal to that of feathers. In such conditions it would have been difficult to formulate the law of gravitation through a process of empirical generalization based on their actual behavior in nature. This, however, would not be a reason for the law of gravitation to lose its validity in such a world. Let's go back to the topic that interests us. Non-scientific action-related theories diverge from the scientific standard not only because their main premises are manifestations of feeling rather than statements of fact, but also because the reasoning involved is more or less flawed and the premises themselves are ambiguous. With reference to the residues with which we are concerned here, it is above all this last characteristic that is important, to the extent that its premises are not logically determined. a theory cannot derive from the residues indications of action that are not ambiguous. All this, which Pareto also underlines, does not eliminate the theoretical importance of the limiting case, in which this ambiguity is eliminated, just as the fact that the feathers fall in a slow and irregular way does not cancel the importance, on a theoretical level, of the behavior of bodies that fall into the void. Furthermore, and more importantly, there is no basis for the view that all divergences from this borderline case are due solely to the non-normative elements of the action. Pareto, an extremely rigorous scholar, insists in pointing out that scientific statements are approximate, not absolutely reliable. Scientific progress is a matter of successive approximations. The meanings of the symbols used in scientific theories are never entirely adequate expressions of the aspects of concrete phenomena that they tend to represent. A priori, there is no reason to exclude that it is the same for residues as manifestations of feelings. But there is a difference. Feeling is itself a human creation, it can be relatively vague and imprecise, and achieve some eventual concreteness only through a process of development. Furthermore, there may be conflicts between feelings which are only relatively clearly formulated, and which may be hidden by undefined residues. The analysis will reveal innumerable ways in which situations of the type that Pareto so acutely analyzes can arise, while remaining on the normative level. Pareto's distinction between logical and non-logical action can therefore be used, not as he himself used it in the operation tending to identify residues, but as a starting point for outlining the structure of action systems to which his system of elements it is applicable. An examination of the way in which he analyzes non-logical action leads us to distinguish between the two different ways in which the theories analyzed in residues and derivations can diverge from the logical experimental standard. They can be ascientific or non-scientific. To the extent that the divergences are of the first type, the elements to which they correspond can be placed in the framework of anti-intellectualistic positivism. Feelings are the channels through which action is determined by non-subjective hereditary and environmental factors. To the extent that, on the other hand, the divergences are due to non-scientific elements in the theories, this is not possible, since the residues can be the ultimate ends of the action, in which case the feelings are not reducible to biological terms, but remain subjective. The same may at least be true in relation to the selective element of the means-end relationship where, as in ritual, the combinations are logically arbitrary, but nevertheless the interpretation is possible that they manifest normative feelings rather than impulses. Instinctive. In the present chapter we have only dealt with the theme of the structure of such action systems, indicating that, on the basis of the logical-non-logical Pareto distinction, it is possible to construct a scheme of the structure of the systems in two main directions. One leads to establishing the place of the elements of the situation, the normative aspect of the system, the other to the ends and feelings present in the ends and other normative aspects of such systems. The fact that this last line of analysis is undoubtedly left open by the formulations of Pareto himself clearly excludes that his thought is included among the positivist systems that have been examined. In the following chapter we will develop 3 points. First, the validity of the affirmation according to which the distinction between the two different aspects of the non-logical is actually present in Pareto's thought will be checked, by relating it to some crucially important arguments in which this theme is highlighted, albeit in very general terms. In particular, it will be shown that Pareto could not have shared the positions of radical anti-intellectualistic positivist thought that many of the scholars of his work have believed to attribute to him. In other words, Pareto's feelings are not the instincts of psychology. Second, on the basis mentioned in this chapter we will elaborate more deeply the structure of action systems. In particular, we will consider some problems relating to the relationships between elementary acts in a system. Pareto did not attempt an elaboration of the type undertaken here. But, having completed his classification of residues and derivations, he considered, in the synthesis part of his work, their interaction both with each other and with other elements in a social system. In doing so, he formulated some characteristics of the social system itself, which can serve as a verification of the validity of the elaboration that we propose here to develop on a structural level. Thirdly, we will thus be able to demonstrate a considerable correspondence between the results reached by Pareto and those emerging from our analysis, in relation to the problems with which these studies deal. U. Vilfredo Pareto 2, Extension and Verification of Structural Analysis. Pareto and Social Darwinism. Before addressing the central argument of the analysis that we will conduct in this chapter, we want to provide a further refutation of the thesis that the only important theoretical result of Pareto's analysis of non-logical action is a psychological theory of instinct or any other theory referable to positions of positivistic anti-intellectualism. We have shown above 374 that, where the rationalism of the utilitarian position takes the direction of positivistic anti-intellectualism, an instinct theory or any other analogous one does not represent a stable solution. We tend not to consider these instincts or impulses as ultimate elements, without investigating more deeply the forces which, in turn, determine them, and every time we have deepened the analysis remaining on positivist positions, some version of the doctrine has resulted of biological survival. Therefore, if this position played an important role in Pareto's thought, it is very unlikely that some reference to the theory of survival would not have emerged. The most important interpretation of this theory, in the period in which Pareto's thought matured, was undoubtedly the Darwinian one. Pareto's attitude towards Darwinian theory, in its social application, is therefore of great interest. The essence of Darwinism, as it will be recalled, is represented by a combination of two elements. On the one hand, it is believed that the hereditary type of an organism is subject to random variations with respect to the previous type which has a modal value. On the other hand, these variations are subject to a selective process in terms of their adaptation to environmental conditions. The selective process, by influencing the survival and reproduction rates among the variants, shifts the modal type, for the next generation, in the sense of making it better adapted. Since the element of variation is random, it is only the environment that gives a certain direction to the evolutionary process. In social applications, social forms can be considered as variants, but in terms of a strictly positivistic scheme, unless they are direct forms of adaptation of the environment, which generally implies a rational process 375, they will be considered as functions of the hereditary human type, so that social Darwinism becomes an application, for a particular field, of biological theory. On the basis of precise secondary sources, it can be said that Pareto found elements of great interest in the theory of social Darwinism 376, but he ended up decisively rejecting it as an adequate general social theory. There is a perfectly explicit statement of this. One such theory is social Darwinism. If one concedes that always, barring temporary fluctuations, the institutions of a society are those which best correspond to the circumstances in which that society finds itself, and that societies which have no such institutions eventually disappear, one has a principle capable of receiving important logical developments and such as to be able to constitute a science. But this doctrine decayed with the one from which it originated, that is, with the Darwinian theory of the production of animal and vegetable species. It does not determine the forms of institutions, it only determines certain limits which they cannot go beyond. 377. Pareto, therefore, considered social Darwinism as a general theory inadequate. Environmental conditions do not completely determine social forms, but only establish limits to the variations of those, which are susceptible to survival. Trying to know more rigorously the process of determination, within the ambit of this theory, is possible only by surreptitiously introducing ultimate causes 378, but this constitutes a serious flaw in the theory. The implication of this position is clear, that is, beyond environmental conditions, there must be factors determining social forms other than chance variations 379. Otherwise Pareto's rejection of Darwinian theory has no logical basis. Such an explicit statement could hardly be based solely on a lack of analysis of the problem. But if this does not seem sufficient to establish the position assumed by Pareto on this problem, we can offer two other elements of testimony. In his discussion of social utility, which we will discuss more fully below, Pareto draws a comparison between two abstract theoretical types of society. What is most interesting in this context is the first, a society where feelings operate exclusively, without reasoning of any kind 380. The second is a society where only logical experimental reasoning operates 381. In the case of the first type, the form of society is determined by the feelings and external circumstances in which society finds itself, or if only the circumstances are given and the determination of feelings by means of the circumstances is added. Darwinism, taken to the extreme, gave the complete solution of the problem with the theorem of the survival of the individuals best suited to the circumstances. 382. Based on this statement, two observations can be made. First, the abstract society under consideration is not human society 383, but human society stands between the two types just noted 384. As for the second abstract society, it suffices to say here that the form of society is not at all determined, given the external circumstances 385. Therefore, even if the Darwinian solution were acceptable for the first type of society, it would still be inadequate for social theory precisely to the extent that human society is closer to the second than to the first type. This is therefore another indication of Pareto's critical attitude towards Darwinian theory applied to human society. Again, it certainly seems evident that the feelings of the first abstract type represent precisely what should be understood by feelings if they constituted the non-rational psychological factor and other factors susceptible of non-subjective formulation. First, Pareto states that animal societies most likely come very close to this type 386. But also this society is characterized by the absence of any kind of reasoning. In this sense, feelings are exactly what the determining factors of action would be, to the extent that the theories, the subjective aspect, are from a causal point of view irrelevant for the understanding of the factors themselves. But insofar as feelings have this character, nothing prevents, in principle, their being determined by external circumstances by means of selection, at least insofar as Darwinian theory is valid on the biological level. But Pareto does not justify his rejection of social Darwinism here on the basis of the limitations of Darwinian theory on a biological level, although he mentions some 387. His rejection is rather motivated by the fact that human society approaches the second abstract type outlined by him. An examination of this position will indicate the nature of the limitations of the psychological or instinctive conception of feelings. He deals with it in an important passage. The form of society is not at all determined when given external circumstances, and it is still necessary to indicate what is the end that society should pursue through logical experimental reasoning. 388 With all due respect to humanitarians and positivists, a society determined exclusively by reason does not exist and cannot exist. And this not because the prejudices of men prevent them from following the dictates of reason, but because the data of the problem that one wants to solve with logical experimental reasoning is missing. The indeterminacy of the concept of utility appears again here. 389. This is certainly one of the essential points of Pareto's work, which we will return to later in another context. Here it is important to underline the following 2 points. First, that, as we have already observed, the Darwinian solution cannot be applied to this abstract society, nor to concrete human society, mainly because it neglects the element formulated here. And the reason why it cannot be applied is not that in this abstract society there are limits to the role of logical experimental reasoning, but that the essential data for a solution of the behavioral problem are lacking, on the basis of such reasoning. It is specifically stated that the inadequacy of Darwinian theory consists in this lack of data and does not depend on inherent limitations of human rationality, not on men's prejudices, in other words, not on ignorance and error due to irrationality of human nature in the psychological sense. To assume that these are the only obstacles to a society determined exclusively by reason, that is, by scientific knowledge, is precisely the fallacy of humanitarianists and positivists. Pareto does not limit himself to saying that the most significant obstacle to a society organized on scientific basis is not represented by the irrationality of human nature, the sentiments of the first abstract society, but he claims that it depends instead on gaps in the complex of necessary scientific data to determine the action. He also indicates where these gaps are located. The element that is missing is the goal that society should pursue through the application of logical experimental reasoning. Furthermore, in confirmation of this interpretation, he refers to his previous discussion of the function of ideal ends, which leaves no doubt about his conviction that the latter have a very important function in social life. The analysis of the second abstract type of society highlights Pareto's thesis that the ends of action, in the analytical sense, are not for the actor facts of experience in the proper sense of the data of logical experimental science. But precisely their importance in the determination of action excludes the existence of a society determined exclusively by reason. This is the fundamental non-logical aspect of one of the main non-logical elements of Pareto action, a limitation of the scientific character, for the actor, of the ultimate ends of the action, not a limitation of the human capacity to adapt rationality of means to certain ends. Although residues are not specifically mentioned in this discussion, there seems to be no doubt that these ideal ends are encompassed in the concept of the residue and that the feelings they evince are at the root of ideal ends, and are thus here specifically distinguished from the non-residual factor. Psychological rationale. It must also be emphasized that a society determined exclusively by reason is linked by Pareto to the ideals of the positivists. This is only the position first outlined as radical rationalistic positivism 390. Pareto thus finds himself in a position which implies the rejection of both radical anti-intellectualistic positivism, social Darwinism, and the rationalist version, as adequate interpretations of society. If one wants to somehow bring his theory back into the positivist scheme, the only open alternative is that of utilitarianism. We will see later if it can really be inserted into this pattern of thought. The description of human society as occupying an intermediate level between the two abstract societies seems to justify the conclusion that the feelings manifested in the residues really separated into two different classes, of particular importance in the present context. 1. The feelings of the first society abstract, it seems to include primarily the non-rational psychological factor, essentially instinct. The other, represented by the end which a society should pursue, is of a fundamentally different order. The two classes have in common only the fact that they are not included in the concept of logical action, defined in terms of the intrinsically rational means-end relationship. Pareto, limiting himself to defining non-logical action negatively as a residual category, did not manage to formulate this distinction, which therefore finds a place in his formal scheme. Nevertheless, this distinction emerged from his own work. The implications of him will be the subject of our subsequent analysis of his theory 391. However, before moving on to that, we can examine the other indirect argument which further confirms Pareto's rejection of social Darwinism, and this will further clarify his position. Pareto often returns 392 to the problem of whether the residuals correspond to facts or to experiences. Now, in the first place, this unequivocally confirms the first proposed interpretation of the genesis of the concept of residue as an element of non-scientific theories. Because if it is the psychic state A that is interpreted as instinct or impulse, as Sorokin and many others do, the problem is simply absurd. An impulse can neither correspond nor fail to correspond to facts. It is not a proposition but a phenomenon, or at least the element of a phenomenon. Only propositions can be judged in terms of such a problem. Thus, for the problem posed to make sense, the residue must be a proposition. But, once this interpretation is given, the origin of the problem becomes very clear. Throughout his work, Pareto compares the non-scientific C theories with those of science C. In his discussion of derivations, he extensively analyzes the origins of the logical indeterminacy of the first group of theories, in contrast with the logical rigor of the theories scientific. Element A of scientific theories, corresponding to residues, is specifically defined as a statement of experimental principles. But the residue is always the manifestation of a feeling. Thus, by definition, it does not correspond to the facts in the same sense. if it did, it would ipso facto fall into category A. Interestingly, Pareto did not limit himself to this negative conclusion. He argues that there is some relationship between residues and social facts, which needs to be studied. 393. In carrying out this research, he observes that the importance of non-scientific theories in social life is so great that if they lead to consequences that do not agree with the facts, long ago they would have been destroyed, annihilated, all societies. 394. Above all, this statement seems to assume that these theories are mere indicators of the real forces that govern society, but that, in some way, they even express them. At the same time, it hints at the direction in which important facts must be sought, by resorting to the problem of survival. On the next page we find the answer. 395. At first it is evident, and this is what is true in Darwin's solution, that such forms and residues cannot stand in too open contradiction with the conditions in which they are produced. 396. Pareto, assuming the extent to which action is really guided by theories, misrepresents the scientific standard of truth into the pragmatic standard of the prospect of success in the realization of ends. A residue which is an end, does not correspond to the facts in the same sense as an experimental principle, because the conditions of the situation of the action are not determined but leave a considerable margin of variation in the objectively achievable ends. But if ends are chosen without consideration of the possibilities of realization under the given conditions, the consequences can be fatal for the actor. The residues cannot stand in too open contradiction with the conditions and society survive. This confirms definitively the interpretation that some residues are statements of ends of action, not as facts for the actor but nevertheless, in their realization, still subject to the limitations imposed by the conditions of the situation in which the actor finds himself. But the meaning of Pareto's argument is not limited to this. Even if this position is admitted, there is no guarantee that ends incompatible with the conditions of existence of society will not be chosen. What is the solution then? An alternative, in case they are totally incompatible, is, of course, the extinction of the company. Pareto does not rule out this solution. But there is another. Individuals may not fully follow the logical consequences of a rigorous acceptance of these ends, but they may stop at a certain point when the consequences appear socially, or individually, dangerous. This in turn must be rationalized, and this is one of the main functions of derivations, even if they do not correspond to the canons of logic. A residue which deviates from experience can be corrected by a derivation which deviates from logic, so that the conclusion approaches the experimental facts. 397. The main significance of this second point is to be seen in the fact that Pareto also attributes the most evidently irrational aspect of derivations, their inadequate logic, rather to the importance of their function than to the fact that action is independent of subjective ends. Even if it is purely instinctive, the necessity of its existence is in itself sufficient proof that Pareto did not conceive of residues as an entirely psychological factor. But there is no reason to take this extreme position, even if instinct undoubtedly plays an important part. Illogical derivation could be a means of resolving a conflict between incompatible ends. 398. The analysis of the relationships between Pareto's work and social Darwinism therefore unequivocally confirms the interpretation that in the residues, as the main determinants of non-logical action in the context that interests us here, there is not a well-homogeneous element defined, the impulse or the instinct, but at least two radically different elements. The Pareto attitude towards social Darwinism has brought to light the resistance of the second element and its nature, namely that it is closely related to the subjective ends of action. The distinction between the two is so important that, as we have seen, it emerges from Pareto's own work even though he has not made room for it in his basic conceptual framework. We will no longer have occasion to concern ourselves with the psychological factors of impulses. Turning now to the problem of certain theoretical implications of the end or of the value factors and of the type of conceptual framework necessary for their adequate treatment, we will note that Pareto did not provide adequate indications in this regard as well. The logical aspect of action systems. As has already been said, the distinctions on the basis of which Pareto defines the procedure that allows for the isolation of residues could be elaborated with reference to analytically isolated elementary acts without consideration of their relations in systems. Pareto himself starts from the definition of this procedure to arrive at an elaborate classification of residues and derivations, then directly applying the results of this classification to systems of action. The concept of logical action disappears from his treatment. He does not develop its implications for the structure of systems of action to which his elements are applicable. We now propose to attempt just that. After having elaborated a general outline of the structure of these systems, the latter will be related to Pareto's description of the social system. The starting point is the concept of logical action. It will be remembered that this concept refers only to the character of a selective standard concerning the choice of means. It can have analytical significance 399, as emerges from Pareto's discussion of abstract society, only to the extent that it is formulated with reference to a specific end. The reasons for this emerge from the analysis of the action scheme presented above. In fact, if the element of ends were to be included in the logical action as formulated by Pareto, it would make no difference from the point of view of the result, whether or not the action was guided by a scientific theory. The only way the purpose of an action can be determined by the application of the scientific method alone is by predicting a future state of affairs based on known facts about past situations. The element that characterizes an end in the analytic sense, the difference between the situation the actor attempts to bring about or maintain versus what the situation would presumably develop if he refrained from acting, has no place in the schema of the scientific methodology used for the subjective analysis of the action. It must be, to use Pareto's formula, not a fact but the manifestation of a feeling, that a given state of affairs is desirable. The theoretical elaboration that we want to undertake here is based on the need for the concept of logical action, in order to be truly applicable in an analytical sense, to refer to an end that is given, which in turn is analytically independent of the process of reasoning concerning the ways and means. Although Pareto has not analyzed these problems in great detail, the explicit formulations that he has provided coincide with our approach and are therefore adequate, in this respect, for the purposes that we set ourselves. Pareto did not manage to take this further step in his analysis of him because he did not consider the action in systems from the analytical point of view, but only from the synthetic one, given that the analysis of isolated acts was sufficient for the immediate goals that he set for himself. But we must bear in mind that actions do not exist separately, each with a distinct and isolated end to its situation, but in long and complicated chains so constituted that what is from one point of view an end to which apply the means is, from another point of view, a means to some other end and vice versa, and so on through a large number of links in both directions. Furthermore, analytically, it necessarily follows that any concrete act can constitute a point of intersection of a number of such chains, so that the same act is at the same time, in different respects, a means to several different ends. Similarly, a given goal can be pursued by many different means. We often kill two birds with one stone, or, to put it another way, the total complex of means-end relationships must not be considered as a large number of parallel threads, but as a complex network. Speaking of a single chain, a thread detaches from the net and passes through a large number of crossings where it is knotted with other threads. The nodes are the concrete acts. It is clear that this chain is an analytical abstraction. Thus, for example, in the chain that starts from the raw material and goes to the finished product in industry, mining is a means of obtaining coal, which in turn is a means of obtaining the coke necessary to smelt the iron ore and to obtain the cast iron from which steel is obtained, which is used to build engines, which, in turn, are used to make cars for transport of various kinds. Each act in the chain is a means to a further end, thus smelting is a means to the production of pig iron, while coke is itself the end of an act at a lower level in the chain, i.e. the immediate end of the treatment of coal in a coke oven and, indirectly, of the coal mining process. Furthermore, at each stage of the process other means are necessary for each immediate end than those which have a place in this particular chain, so, for example, in the production of cast iron, in addition to coal, iron ore, calcium carbonate, all the complicated equipment of blast furnaces and finally manpower are required. Similarly, the product of any stage of the production chain will probably enter several successive chains, thus steel can be used for automobile cylinder heads, other automobile parts, rails, railway equipment, construction, for munitions and for thousands of other things. The isolation of any particular chain involves the abstraction from these crossings of the different chains. Generally, the producer in the early stages of the process is aware of the ultimate uses to which the products he treats will be used only in the vaguest and most generic sense. Nevertheless, we can still make some general propositions about such chains. The first is that, to the extent that ends are elements analytically independent of action, such chains must be open, not closed. That is, moving up the chain of means-end relationships in one direction, from means to an end, which in turn is a means to a further end, etc. Logical necessity leads sooner or later to an ultimate end, i.e. an end which cannot be considered as a means to any further end in terms of logical action, i.e. intrinsically. Similarly, if we follow the chain in the opposite direction, from an end to a means, which is, in turn, an end for which other means are employed, etc., sooner or later elements 400 are encountered which must be considered ultimate means or ultimate conditions. In the case of logical action this actually happens, unless what appears to be an ultimate goal is, for the actor, only an experimental fact. But in this case the logical action is considered inclusive of the element of the end, which is contrary to the presuppositions stated above 401. The second proposition that can be formulated about logical action in this context concerns the reciprocal relationship of the ultimate ends of a plurality of chains. The proposition is that, starting from the initial assumption that ends are an independent element of action, the ultimate ends of different chains cannot be in a causal relationship to each other, but must constitute, to a significant extent, a coherent system. Since if the end represents a factor of the action, from an empirical point of view it is certainly different whether one or the other of the two alternative ends is pursued. The pursuit of one of two alternative ends implies a choice, but if the relationship between these two ends is merely accidental there can be no choice, or rather the choice itself must be accidental, a result of chance. As we have observed 402, the concept of randomness, in general, has no meaning. Randomness, to make sense, must be relative to something specific. But in terms of the alternatives offered by the concept of logical action, if the determined element is not found in ends, it must be found in means-end conditions or relationships 403. That is, to the extent that the mutual relations of ends are purely causal, they can only be indifferent 404. Thus a dilemma arises again: either the implications of the analytic concept of logical action are accepted, including the systematic and reciprocal relationship of ends, or again we fall into contradiction with respect to the initial assumptions. In other words, if one accepts the concept of logical action, one must extend the meaning of rationality from the relations of means to a given single end to the choice between alternative ends. This therefore means that there are knowable relationships between ends, that is, that they are part of the same teleologically significant system. Thus, to the extent that action is logical in this sense, the total system of an individual's action must in some measure be related to a coherent system of ultimate ends. We will now examine the problem of the relations of mutual ends of different individuals in a social system. First, however, it is necessary to address the problem of the possible internal differentiation of the intrinsic means-end relationship 405. In this regard, 3 points from Pareto's work should be remembered. First, he considered the type of action generally termed economic, at least in part, as a methodological model for logical action. Second, he recognized that the economic type did not exhaust the category of logical action, but that the logical one was the broader of the two 406. Third, he did not provide any systematic exposition of the relationship between the other logical elements and the economic element. he limited himself to enumerating them as the operations of the arts and sciences and, a certain number of operations military, political, juridical, etc. 407. This enumeration stands in stark contrast to Pareto's attempt to establish systematic analytic relations between logical and non-logical action in general and between the different elements of non-logical action. To what is this omission to be attributed? Essentially to the fact that Pareto formulated his analysis in terms of isolated elementary acts, without reference to their interrelationships in systems of action, which, for his purposes, was sufficient. Indeed, as long as only the isolated elementary act is considered, the logical element appears unitary, that is, there is only the relation of a single end to the relevant means. But as soon as we extend the analysis to systems of action, two important lines of distinction emerge. Logical action necessarily implies the simple relationship of means to a single end, since it is the elementary atom on the basis of which the whole structure of systems of action is built. In its application to the rational aspect of the elementary atom, this can be defined as the technological element of the action or, even better, for general ends, of the intrinsic means-end relationship. But stopping here means giving an arguably atomistic interpretation of the problem from a structural point of view, and Pareto, in his explicit treatment of this problem, stops precisely at this point. He is concerned with developing a system of elements. But as soon as we move on to analyzing a system of action, we see a complication arise. The existence of a plurality of ends implies that certain means are potential means to more than one end. Therefore, to the extent that these means, in relation to their potential uses, are scarce, the actor has to face a different order of problems from that of maximizing technological efficiency, which consists in choosing the most suitable means for a single endpoint. It is the problem of allocating limited resources among their various potential uses. This can be defined as the specifically economic element of logical action 408. It should be kept in mind that in every concrete economic action a technological element is always, by definition, involved. The simplest example can be found in the case of individual expenses. In examining the problem of the ways and means to achieve a given goal, the individual will have to keep in mind at least two series of considerations. On the one hand, what is generally defined as the efficiency of a given procedure, on the other, its cost. Thus, when building a house, the question will arise of which type of heating is preferable to install. Suppose electricity, gas, oil, and coal are available as sources of heat. The first two, in relation to the action, are the most efficient, as they give the most satisfactory results with a minimum of effort on the part of the operator. But in New England at least, they're much more expensive than most, especially coal. As a result, many who would prefer them give up because of the high cost. In these terms, cost is the sacrifice of other goods that could be purchased with more money, assuming that the financial possibilities of the individual are limited. This is what many economists refer to as opportunity cost. Considerations based on cost can thus often be in conflict with those based on technological efficiency 409. We may sometimes find it necessary to choose the least efficient way of doing a thing solely on the grounds that it is least expensive. The monetary cost of goods and services purchasable on a market is, of course, not an ultimate datum for the economy, but it reflects, more or less exactly, the conditions of relative scarcity in relation to demand in society at large. Price is society's main tool for making economies, for making sure scarce resources are not put to less important uses. The essential point of the problem, in the present context, is that the introduction of economic considerations, in addition to technological ones, implies that not only the particular elementary act, but every other chain of which it is a part, is related to the most vast network of chains that are intertwined with it. The economic factor is framed, with particular reference to the importance of other chains, in the direction of the ultimate goals 410. This exhausts the analysis of logical action in which attention is paid to an analytically isolated individual. This individual necessarily faces not only technological but also economic problems, since in order to act rationally he must allocate not only the resources of his environment but also his own availability. This has been called Crusoe's economy. But, in social conditions, the importance of the economic aspect is enormously increased by two facts. One is that there is a problem of allocating resources not only between the different ends of the same individual, but also between those of different individuals. The other is that the available resources, considered from the point of view of any individual, include not only his own resources and the non-human environment but also the potential services of others. In this way, among the means usable for everyone's ends, there are the actions of others. Both of these elements become important following the division of labor and the consequent exchange process. 411. First, some mechanism must operate in any society by which the claims of different individuals to control the limited non-human resources available are resolved. There are two types of mechanisms by which these claims can conceivably be controlled. Either the solution may simply be a resultant of everyone's attempt to achieve his ends under the given conditions, or there may be some principle imposed and enforced externally to the process of competition itself, resulting in a relatively stable situation. 412. However, those who try to present the first alternative as a comprehensive solution are faced with a problem. It fails to explain why limits should be placed on the use that an individual or group can make of the means, in order to control the resources available to them. Expense of the needs of others. In the absence of such limits, there is nothing to prevent the large-scale use of a very important group of such means, the coercive means. To the extent that any individual or group has an ability to control the situation in which another acts and is able to influence the realization of the other's ends, he or she can use this control in such a way as to change the other's position. Above all, by threatening to change the situation to the detriment of the other, he can make the latter advisable to do what he wants, in order to avoid the threatened changes, or possible sanctions. It can easily be demonstrated, and has been demonstrated in classical form by Hobbes. 413, that this potential use of coercion could result in such a conflict that, in the absence of controlling forces, would degenerate into a war of all against all, the reign of force and fraud. Consequently, for some measure of social order to be achieved. 414, and to the extent that ends are real factors in action, there must be some control over the exercise of coercive power by some individuals over others. The same situation emerges, even more drastically, when individuals are viewed directly as means to each other's ends, rather than as competing competitors for control of natural resources. This is essentially the situation Hobbes thought, and it is the more serious of the two indicated. 415. Thus, if one considers the relations of a plurality of individuals in a system of action, the potential conflict between the ends of different individuals means that the economic process of allocation is subject to the influence of an extraneous factor, not included in the original concept of the economic element of the action indicated above. This derives from the fact that the set of relevant needs, or goals, does not constitute a single control element, as in the case of the individual. On this level, the problem is not simply an allocation problem, but a question of determining some of the conditions under which the allocation must be made. For an economic process to take place within a society, there must be mechanisms that guarantee a relatively stable organization of power relations between individuals and groups. Only within this relatively stable framework of control and order can what is generally termed an economic system develop. Once such a foundation exists, a broad development of the division of labor is possible, and stable exchange processes can take place mainly by limiting the means by which the assent of the other party to a transaction can be obtained. This process is accompanied by the development of institutions that facilitate exchange processes, especially money, banks, and credit. But we must never forget, as economists have so often done, that all of this is conditioned by the existence of a series of control conditions whose alteration can have very important consequences for concrete processes. One of Pareto's greatest merits, as will be indicated in the next chapter, is that he has not neglected these considerations but has used them carefully. The importance of such elements of order is illustrated for example by the single price system. Americans find it quite natural that the vast majority of goods are offered, as far as the context of a bargain is concerned, at a set price, and that the only thing the buyer has to do is decide whether or not he wants to buy, and how much at that given price. But this is an element of order that in itself is not inherent in the relationship between buyer and seller, as anyone who has experience of countries where, at least in certain sectors, this system is not in use knows. Thus an Italian taxi driver will often haggle over the price, and the American tourist, accustomed to paying the amount shown on the meter, will feel lost and end up paying an exorbitant amount just to get out of an unfortunate situation as soon as possible. The single price system therefore has the function of protecting the buyer from the exploitation of his needs, or from his ignorance or inability to bargain with a crafty and perhaps unscrupulous seller. The skills of the latter, far from useless in our society, must be exercised in other fields, other than bargaining. All these consequences have been exposed without posing the problem of the reciprocal relationships between the systems of ends ultimates of different individuals in the same society. In this regard, again, two fundamental alternatives are possible for 16. One is that these value systems vary in their content at random in relation to external conditions for 17. This is the postulate on the basis of which Hobbes elaborated his thought, and his conclusions in this regard are very instructive. An element of control is necessary to prevent a relapse into the war of all against all. For the postulate to be rigorously formulated, that element must be outside the social system in question. The explanation provided by Hobbes on the institution of the controlling agent, in his thought the sovereign, actually contradicts his postulate, as it assumes a momentary identity of interests, security, from which the social contract derives. The other position assumes a considerable degree of integration of ultimate ends in a common system for 18. Much will have to be said in the course of this study about the possible implications of this thesis, for now it is enough to anticipate that it opens the way to an interpretation of the foundation of order in a society which is in a certain sense immanent, that is, based on nature of the company itself. Whether this element has empirical importance is essentially a question of fact, which cannot be resolved solely in terms of the abstract analysis we are developing here. What has been said so far can be summarized as follows: the analysis and elaboration of Pareto's conception of logical action, in its application to the structure of social systems of action, lead to a more complex scheme than those encountered so far, and in any case of any scheme that could be developed on the basis of an atomistic theory. Instead of single isolated elementary acts, it is necessary to think in terms of complex chains of intersecting means-end relationships. However, these can be analyzed with reference to a limited number of essential elements. In the first place, it is logically necessary that such chains, assuming that ends constitute an analytically significant factor of action, are divided into three sectors: ultimate ends, ultimate means and conditions, and an intermediate sector, the elements of which are both means and ends, depending on the point of view: means when viewed from above, proceeding from the end towards the means, and ends when viewed from below, proceeding from the means to the end. Secondly, with regard to the mutual relationship of ultimate ends, the problem arises, on three different levels, of the extension of systems. For a single means-end chain there is no problem. But if one considers the total system of an individual's action, the economic necessity of allocating scarce resources among alternative uses implies, if the system of action is logical, that ultimate ends are integrated into a coherent system. There can be no randomness of ultimate ends in a concrete system of action to which the concept of logical action in this sense is applicable for 19. Thirdly, on the social level of a system involving a plurality of individuals, the same problem arises again. It is logically possible, assuming a controlling agent, that there is no integration of these individual systems into a common system, but, lacking this deus ex machina for 20, this integration is also a logical necessity of an autonomous system of logical action. Essentially the same considerations, set from a slightly different point of view, lead to a threefold subdivision of the intermediate sector of the means-finds chain. First, there is, to the extent that a single immediate end is involved, a technological element. But the consideration of the possible applicability of the same limited means to a plurality of alternative ends introduces a second element, of an economic nature. To the extent that logical action is economic in this sense, it has two immediate ends: the acquisition of control over these limited means and their rational allocation. On the social level, however, the acquisitive aspect of economic action, which implies a third element, is particularly the first of these 421. Where third parties are present, coercion is a potential means of obtaining the desired control, an aspect not inherent in the economic concept per se 422. This too has a double aspect: the exercise of coercive power as a means and its acquisition as an immediate end. It follows that it is possible to speak of three classes of immediate or proximate ends that fall within the intermediate sector: technological efficiency, control over wealth, and the power of coercion. Each of these can in turn, on a concrete level, serve as a means for the other two. The element of coercive power can be called political 423. But while each can serve as a means for the other, they are, in a certain sense, in a hierarchical relationship with respect to each other. In fact, if the set of conditions under consideration is extended, each becomes a condition for the realization of what precedes it. Thus, as long as no other ends are involved, the technological ones are self-sufficient, but as soon as other uses compete for potential means to a technological end, their economy becomes a necessary condition of the rationality of their use for the end in question. The broader context in a certain sense subordinates the technological element of efficiency to the economic one. Similarly, economy with respect to other people implies the definition of power relations with them. Until these are defined, it is irrational to be interested in their potential services in an exclusively economic context. The theory of social utility. It may seem that with this long digression we have moved far away from Pareto, but is not so. It seemed to us necessary to develop this system, indeed quite complex, in order to provide a basis for the interpretation of what in the present context is the most interesting theoretical part of Pareto thought, the theory of social utility. In truth, Pareto did not elaborate his analytical scheme so extensively in this direction, but we believe that his formulation of the problem of social utility can be well understood only if one realizes that it implies, from a partially different point of view, essentially the scheme developed above. The derivation of this position of economic theory is very clear. It can be said that Pareto, in the theory of social utility, attempted to elaborate the sociological equivalent of the economic doctrine of maximum satisfaction, which we discussed earlier in relation to Marshall's thought. It consists, it will be recalled, in the proposition that under certain defined conditions, the pursuit by each individual of his economic interest, that is, his attempt to maximize the means for the satisfaction of his ends, will lead to the maximum possible satisfaction of the interests of all other individuals who make up the community. The main conditions are rationality of action, mobility of resources, independence of needs from the processes of their satisfaction, competition, and substantial equivalence in exchange relations, which is possible only through the elimination of force and fraud and other forms even milder than coercion, and perhaps even certain non-coercive forms of the exercise of power. 424. Starting from here, Pareto reaches the crucial point of his exposition through four phases. The first two concern the achievement of maximum utility in the context of economic science, the other two in that of sociological science. The nature of this distinction is one of the most important points to discuss. In the economic context, utility is called by Pareto off-limity, a term coined by himself. 425. It will be convenient to follow his terminology. Pareto said, "In political economy, we can determine the equilibrium with the condition that each individual achieves the maximum of off-limity. Constraints can be given so that this equilibrium is perfectly determined. If now some constraints are eliminated, this perfect determination will cease, an equilibrium will be possible in infinite points for which the maxima of individual off-limity are reached. In the first case, only movements leading to the determined equilibrium point were possible. In the second case, other movements are also possible. These are of two very distinct kinds. In the first genus, which we shall call P, the movements are such that, by benefiting certain individuals, one necessarily harms others. In the second genus, which we will call Q, the movements are such that all individuals are benefited or harmed, without exception. 426. At this point Q of a process of change, it may be possible for the change to proceed in a given direction with an increase in off-limity for each member of the community. This change can be justified on purely economic grounds because there is no problem of quantitative comparison of the off-limities of different individuals. On the other hand, such a change will at some point reach a limit P beyond which any further change in the same direction would increase the off-limity of some, but at the expense of others. Regardless of how many are on one side or the other. 427. To stop, or to continue, it is necessary to resort to other considerations, unrelated to the economy, that is, it is necessary to decide, through considerations of utility, social, ethical, or any other, which individuals should benefit, sacrificing others. From an exclusively economic point of view, once the community has reached a point P, it is better for it to stop. Pareto defines this point as a maximum of off-limity for a collectivity, or we can also say for the members of the community taken in a distributive sense. Now, if a collectivity could consider itself as a person, it would have a maximum of off-limity, as a person has, that is, there would be points where the off-limity of the collectivity considered as a unit would be maximum. 428. But this maximum of off-limity of a community does not exist because, between regions, the off-limity of different individuals are heterogeneous quantities that cannot be compared. Only because a maximum for the community does not require such a comparison does it have meaning for the economy. What consequences can be drawn from this? Undoubtedly for Pareto the economic level of the analysis concerns only the processes of acquisition and distribution of the means for individual fine data. If a given change affects all individuals in the same direction, whether its effect 429 on the community is to increase or decrease total off-limity can be determined in purely economic terms. But if this does not occur, that is, if it becomes necessary, in order to formulate a judgment, to calculate the net balance by comparing the off-limities of different individuals, one must resort to extra economic considerations in terms of social utility. Note that Pareto does not say that the comparison cannot be made, only that it cannot be made in economic terms. It is the off-limities and not the utilities that are heterogeneous. At the technological level, no problem of comparison of purposes arises. On the economic level, however, this problem arises, but the economic criteria do not justify going beyond the ends of the individual to compare them with those of others. This corresponds exactly to the conclusions of the previous analysis. Pareto then goes on 430 to extend his analysis to the wider field of sociology. Here he mainly emphasizes the fact that certain transformations affect the interests of different groups of individuals in different directions, and this finds a sanction in the acts of the public authority or in another analogous way. The effect of such acts is to compare all the utilities of individuals of which the authority is aware. In essence, it roughly performs the operation that pure economics rigorously performs when it makes heterogeneous quantities homogeneous by means of certain coefficients. 431. He continues. In pure economics, a collectivity cannot be considered as a person. In sociology it can be considered if not as a person at least as a unit. The off-limity of a collectivity does not exist, however, the utility of a community can be rigorously considered. Therefore in pure economics there is no danger of confusing the maximum of off-limity for a collectivity with the maximum of off-limity of a collectivity, which does not exist, while in sociology one must be very careful not to confuse the maximum of utility for a community with the maximum of utility of a community, because there are both. 432. So what are these two maxima? What is their distinction between one and the other and with respect to the maximum of off-limity? Finally, what are the theoretical implications of the existence of both? Quoting again, when the proletarians say they do not want to have children, who only increase the power and earnings of the governing classes, they are thinking of a problem of maximum utility for the community. 433. That is, the problem on this level is of a distributive nature. It is a problem of resolving the conflicting demands of individuals and different groups within the community, for goods that are in any case scarce. The more one has, the less one has left for the others. In every society there is such a distributional problem in relation to how much different individuals and groups require for the realization of their ends, independently or in conflict with those of others. How does this problem differ from the distributional aspect of economics? It implies broader considerations. Economic theory, to the extent that it extends into the area of social relations, formulates only some elements of these relations, those relating to the determination of a rational allocation of the available means. But this, as we have seen, is only possible socially if there is a relatively stable social order by which coercion is eliminated. This order does not depend predominantly on economic factors. In this context, utility for a community differs from the corresponding off-limity, precisely because the distributive aspect is kept in mind. It is a question of solving the distributive relations of individuals in general, not simply in their economic aspect. And above all, this implies not only the distribution of wealth, but also of power. Without a relatively controlled distribution of power there can be no social system. Pareto further says, from this we must conclude not that it is impossible to solve problems that consider various heterogeneous utilities at the same time, but rather that, in order to reason about them, it is necessary to admit some hypothesis that makes them comparable. 434. Pareto seems to consider two aspects of the problem at the same time which it is important to keep separate. So he seems mainly interested in a problem of political choices, on what basis it is possible to decide which of two alternative measures contributes more to the total utility for the community. The answer is that this depends on the distributive criterion according to which the authority operates. The problem becomes really determined only when this hypothesis has been introduced, but it is not based on experimental facts, since within the limits of the conditions of existence of society there are no facts determined in this sense. It is rather the ultimate ends of authority which, for the observer, are arbitrary. We have no other criterion than feeling. 435. But this virtual aspect is not all, indeed for our analysis it is not even the most important part. Because if this limitation of the possible scientific basis of political decisions is accepted, very important consequences result for the empirical character of the society in question. It is not only that in order to formulate a judgment on a given decision a hypothesis of this type is necessary, but to the extent that a, men's actions are guided by subjective ends and b, their utility, i.e. their ends, is heterogeneous, there must exist in some enforced, if not perhaps accepted form, a principle in terms of which their heterogeneous utilities are, for practical purposes, reduced approximately to a common denominator. That is, political decisions cannot be guided entirely by science because the actions of individuals in society, even when they are rational with respect to certain ends, involve non-scientific considerations in determining the relationships between them. But whatever their origin, such relations actually exist, and utilities are homogenized to an appreciable extent. Otherwise there would be no society. But that's still not all. The concept of the maximum utility of a community and its distinction from the one just discussed have not yet been considered. Pareto says, in sociology a collectivity can be considered, if not as a person, at least as a unit. 436. What kind of unity, other than that which is connected with the maximum for a community, and does Pareto formulate this distinction clearly? 437. The answer that is important in the present context. 438 is found in a sentence that appears in the French version of his work. 439, referring to the second of the two abstract types of society already discussed, the treatment of which directly follows that of social utility. It was, as will be recalled, a society determined exclusively by logical experimental reasoning 440. And he added, the form of society is by no means determined if the external circumstances are given. It is also necessary to indicate the purpose that society should pursue by means of logical experimental reasoning 441. After his insistence on the distributive aspect of the problem of unity for a community, it is significant that he speaks here not of the ends that the members of a society should pursue, distributively, but of the end that society should pursue. This means conceiving the collectivity as a unit, in the sense that society can be seen as pursuing a single common goal, or system of goals, and not simply individual goals. There seems to be no other possible explanation of what Pareto meant by this concept and by the need to keep it distinct from the other. This second abstract society is, of course, not concrete human society, although this does not mean that it is empirically irrelevant. On the contrary, human society is considered an intermediate condition between this and the other abstract type of society. It must therefore be Pareto's opinion that the goal that society, as a unit, pursues is an important element in concrete human society. In the abstract rationalistic type of society that Pareto deals with here, the existence of such an end of society has some important implications for the ends of individuals. The concept of end, as used in this study, is a subjective category, and it therefore refers to something that is in the mind of the actor. The only way in which a concept such as the purpose of a society can be given meaning, in terms of this conceptual framework, is by defining it as an end common to the members of society. In these terms, the different systems of ends of the different members are not only homogenized, to a certain extent, in the sense that principles of distributive justice are present in the real social order, it can also be said that certain aspects of these individual systems are the common heritage of the members. The systems of ends can be considered, to this extent, integrated. That this assertion is applicable to Pareto's abstract society seems to be a legitimate inference from the foregoing considerations and from the fact that the subjective means-end schema has so much relevance in its own analysis. Of course, integration in the full sense occurs only in abstract society. In this as in other aspects, this society constitutes an extreme case. Certainly neither Pareto nor the writer intends to infer that concrete societies are, albeit approximately, perfectly integrated in this sense, or that their members are, in the majority, aware of the existence of a system of common ends. But whether this system is explicit or implicit, whether we approach integration more or less, the theoretical validity of this theorem is not impaired, just as the fact that the feathers fall slowly and irregularly does not affect the validity of the law which governs the fall of bodies into the void. A concrete example, which approaches the experimental conditions of the theorem, is provided by the Genevan Calvinists at the time of Calvin, who pursued the common goal of establishing the kingdom of God on earth. Later, in the course of our study, we will discuss not only this example, but also the general problem of the empirical relevance of the theorem. Pareto's treatment actually implies two different points in relation to the problem of the status of this element. First, like the distributive principle, it cannot be justified by logical experimental science. Together with the other, indeed, it represents the main missing fact, for the actors, from which derives the fact that 442 a society based exclusively on reason cannot exist. But this is no reason to underestimate its empirical importance. Indeed, this is one of the most significant applications of Pareto's assertion of the need to distinguish between the logical experimental truth of a doctrine, here, the goal, and its social utility, implying its causal importance. With this argument emerges in Pareto's thought one of the most important interpretations of what can be defined as the sociological theorem, i.e. the assertion that society is a sui generis reality, it has non-derivable properties, through a process of direct generalization from those of the constituent units. It takes here the form of the assertion that one of the central facts implied by the theorem is the existence of a common end, or system of ends, which escapes analysis when individual actions are considered in isolation. It is no coincidence that this aspect emerges only in the phase in which Pareto is interested in the general systems of action, and not in relation to the analytical scheme of the previous phase. In the following part of this study, dealing with the work of Durkheim 443, we will have the opportunity to follow the developments and forms assumed by this theorem. Here we can anticipate that Durkheim substantially arrived at the same position as Pareto and that this interpretation is the most correct. 444. It is important to realize what constitutes the fundamental constructive principle of Pareto utility theory. The two types of maxima on the level of economic and sociological analysis are not parallel, but are placed in a hierarchical relationship. The principle of hierarchy is that each new phase involves a wider set of considerations than the previous one. It takes into consideration complex aspects of the system, which are not relevant at a more limited analytical level. What specifically defines each new phase is the insertion of a further fundamental structural element of means-ends analysis, as described above, so that in the end we arrive at the conception of a complete social system of intrinsic means-ends relationships, in the version radically rational, the totality of which is necessary to analyze a concrete society. The problem of utility therefore does not arise on the technological level, since no comparison of ends is involved. The problem arises for the first time on an economic level, and has a purely distributive nature. The accommodation of conflicting economic needs between individuals does not involve only economic considerations, because here the economic considerations are secondary and subordinate to the political ones, i.e. relating to the power of coercion, so that any economic distribution is possible only within a general framework of distributive equity. However, all these distributive problems only concern the definition of potential conflicts between individuals for the possession of wealth and power, without indicating the unitary basis on which the structure as a whole rests. Pareto believes that this basis of unity must ultimately be found in the necessary existence of an end which society pursues. That is, the ultimate goals of the individual systems of action are integrated so as to form a single common system of ultimate goals which is the unitary element that connects the whole structure. In this way, Pareto's analysis fits point by point with the analysis of the intrinsic means-ends relationship developed above. It doesn't seem possible that it's just a coincidence. The non-logical aspect of social systems. At this point the question may be legitimate: isn't it true that Pareto's main interest focused on non-logical action, while this discussion has dwelt for about 20 pages on logical action? Ours was an introductory speech, necessary for a correct interpretation of the structural meaning of the distinction between logical action and non-logical action. We will now try to demonstrate how the exposed schema connects to other elements treated by Pareto. The most adequate starting point is provided by Pareto's definition that human society is an intermediate state between the two types. 445. In order to grasp this problem exactly, it is necessary to consider another implication of the scheme that we have developed when discussing the concept of logical action. It has been noted that the analytic meaning of the concept, for our purposes, essentially rests on the postulate that subjective ends represent an effective factor in action. 446. Only on this basis can it be argued that economics, or any other science dealing with logical action, has explanatory value. 447. This point of view implies not only that the concept of logical action need not necessarily refer to a class of concrete actions, even hypothetical ones, but that its abstractness is of a particular nature, that is, it defines the norm of what the action, given certain assumptions, it should be. 448. Such a norm can serve simply as an ideal model, but it can also be relevant for the causal analysis of concrete human action, relevant to the extent that it turns out, on an empirical level, that men actually try to act according to a logical scheme, to abide by the norm. However much on a concrete level their action may diverge from a full realization of the norm itself can be considered inclusive of an indispensable structural element in the real system of action and can thus be decisive for the process that leads to the result of the action. Action. Logically, there are three configuration possibilities of the general relationship of a norm with the concrete process of the action. The first is that the mere existence of the rule, i.e. it's being considered, by the actor, as binding, automatically entails that the action conforms to it. The second is, on the contrary, that the norm is a mere manifestation, an index of the real forces that regulate the action, but has no causal impact. The action is in this case an automatic process. Finally, there is the possibility that although the norm constitutes a structural element in concrete action, this is not the only one. There are obstacles and resistances 449 to the realization of the norm itself, which must be overcome and in reality are only partially overcome. The mismatch between the real course of action and that prescribed by the law does not prove that the impact of the latter is of little importance, but only that it is not the only important element. These resistances and their even partial overcoming imply another element, the effort, which has no place in either of the two alternatives 450. Unless we completely reject the analysis of Pareto's work carried out in this chapter, it certainly seems legitimate to us to indicate the third alternative as belonging to his thought. The hierarchy of means-ends relationships is a hierarchy of normative structures superimposed on one another. However, these normative structures do not exist in the abstract, but have meaning for action only in relation to another set of factors of resistance. This seems to be the most adequate interpretation, in connection with the theory of two abstract societies and the assumption that human society occupies an intermediate place between them. The second abstract society, which includes the aim which a society should pursue, formulates some of the normative aspects of systems of action in abstraction from the resistance and other non-normative aspects. The feelings and conditions of the first abstract society, on the other hand, represent these non-normative factors. Only a combination of the two sets of elements provides the basis for an adequate structural analysis of human society, hence the assertion of the intermediate position of real society. Let us first make a brief reference to the non-normative factors. They can be considered to correspond to the factors previously defined 451 heredity and environment. Their effects can, of course, be studied objectively, but they are also subjectively important. On this level, however, they can, on the one hand, appear as reflections of an external reality, as facts of the external world, to the extent that the subjective aspect is considered as a theory. For the actor they are independent of his subjective feelings 452. This independence, which all positive science methodologists have emphasized, becomes in the context of the action resistance to the arbitrary will of the actor. These are things that he must keep in mind as necessary conditions for his action. It is obvious that the hereditary characteristics of an individual fall into this category just like the properties of the external environment. The subjective point of view is that of the ego 453, not that of the concrete biosocial individual 454. To the extent that it is this element, or group of elements, which constitutes the psychic state present in the residues, Pareto's affirmation that his field of investigation falls, in the first place, into the sphere of psychology, at a even deeper than that of biology and the sciences that study the non-human environment, is correct. But precisely to the extent that the interpretation outlined above of the development assumed by Pareto's thought towards the voluntaristic theory of action 455 is correct, this cannot be a complete description of the psychic state or of feelings. Instead, it is essential that the action be considered as a resultant set of these elements and normative factors. It has been said that non-normative elements are related to action in two basic ways. In the case of logical action they form the foundation of the facts that the actor takes into consideration. In the case of non-logical action they play the role of impulses with respect to which the subjective aspect of the action is irrelevant, or appears as a secondary manifestation. The first type of influence can be exemplified by the case of a mountaineer who adjusts his march, moment by moment, to the nature of the terrain he traverses. He will have a different gait according to the degree of slope, and generally the steeper the climb the more slowly he will climb. He will use different techniques and take different precautions depending on whether he is on rock, snow, or ice. We don't want to say that other factors don't come into play. For example, the slower progress on a difficult climb is also determined by the automatic physiological effect of the greater effort sustained by the heart, lungs, and muscles, but beyond that, in terms of the pattern of action, there is a process of becoming aware of the facts of the situation. Also of the second type of connection there are innumerable examples. It is easier to demonstrate this for cases in which the effect is perfectly known in terms of science, but not known by the actor. For example, it is well known that for workers working in a tunnel below the water level, too rapid a change in atmospheric pressure as they exit the pressure chamber has painful and sometimes fatal consequences. An inexperienced person could go out directly, without realizing the consequences. If he had known them, or had not forgotten them, he would not have acted that way. The result of his action would also have been different. Proceeding beyond the simple statement that social systems of action have normative aspects, we must try to distinguish various types of structurally relevant elements and to indicate some of the structural relationships between them and non-normative elements, and with respect to the distinction between logical action and non-logical action. The complex network of intrinsic means-end relationships involved in social systems of action, to the extent that it is integrated, at the ultimate limit of the chains of relationships, gives rise to a system of ultimate ends more or less common to the members of the system. But in the whole system, if it is considered to be made up of chains of means-end relationships, it can be assumed that the action is oriented, and to a greater or lesser extent responsive, to a norm of rationality in the process of adapting the means to the ends. Similarly, to the extent that the system of individual action is rationally integrated, it is oriented towards an integrated system of ultimate ends. The analogous conception of a system of collective ends stands in essentially the same relation to concrete action. It formulates a state of affairs that the members of society, as far as their systems of ends are integrated with the collective one, can deem desirable, and towards which they direct their action. Both in the individual and in the collective case, a clear and logically precise formulation of a system of goals and the concrete process of adaptation to the system must be considered borderline cases. In a rationally fully integrated society, i.e. Pareto's second abstract society as it is or could be, according to his formulation, there would be a seamless integration of individual ends with the common system, and a high degree of precision in the formulation of the ends themselves. The society to which the theorem of maximum satisfaction could be applied, in the economic sector, without the need for any qualification is of this type, although this is not the only possible example as it implies a particular system of ultimate ends. 456. It is possible to conceive at least two different forms of divergence from this abstract type. On the one hand, society can be imperfectly integrated, in the sense that the systems of ultimate ends of individuals are not integrated with each other. This is a situation of conflict. To the extent that individual rationality is not at stake, this type of deviation leads to the system theorized by the utilitarians, with the already widely discussed tendency of a development of the struggle for power. The struggle for power, interpreted in rational terms as a means for the realization of the ends of an individual who carries out an exact evaluation of what he wants and what he does, places the concrete system in an intermediate position between the type of integrated system on the rational level and the utilitarian type. The conflict between interest groups, which occurs for example in the attempt to influence legislative decisions by means of maneuvers and pressures, is the type of phenomenon that corresponds to this context. On the other hand, a second type of divergence is also very important. It is the case in which, as far as the system of ultimate ends is concerned, the systems of ultimate ends of individuals do not have a precise formulation, are indeed so imprecise that not even latent conflicts are highlighted. The ultimate goals that appear observable must be interpreted in this case as manifestations of feelings, which Pareto defined as vague and indeterminate. These feelings, insofar as they involve normative elements, can be termed value attitudes to distinguish them specifically from those in which the non-normative element predominates. The sentiments in favor of freedom, of justice, and the like, belong to this category, since it is known, and Pareto also demonstrates it without the possibility of ambiguity, that even by very rigorous authors they are formulated in far from precise terms. Nevertheless, these attitudes, although relatively vague and imprecise, are susceptible of general description and classification in general categories and can therefore be assumed as variables. Class distinctions of this kind become clearer if they are placed in a broad comparative perspective. We will clarify this statement with an example when we analyze Weber's comparative sociology of religions. But even where the divergence from the abstract type is clearly demonstrable, as occurs in general, the rationally integrated type has a normative relevance for the concrete system in that the value attitudes involved, if rationalized, will lead the actors to assume this system of ultimate ends as a conscious and specific norm. However, the use of this concept requires great caution in order to avoid attributing concrete existence to such a rationalized system. It is essential at this point to realize that the normative aspect of concrete systems of action does not end with the possibility of demonstrating the existence of precise and clearly formulated ultimate ends and systems of these ends. This position is no more valid than the one according to which the function of knowledge is limited to situations in which it is correct and fully adequate. In general, the concept of a rationalized system of ultimate ends is less important, from an empirical point of view, except on a methodological level, to highlight certain theoretical consequences, than that of more generic value attitudes. We can now outline a further differentiation within the complex of ultimate values. It will be recalled that right from the initial phase of his work 457, Pareto makes a distinction between real ends and imaginary ends. A real end is an end understood in the field of observation and experience. An imaginary end is an end that is not included therein. An imaginary end is by definition a state of affairs which, at least in some aspect, is unobservable. Consequently, given that the objective end cannot be determined if the subjective end is imaginary in this sense, the two cannot coincide and the action is, according to Pareto's criterion, non-logical. It is clear that the ultimate ends of the means-end chains must be, in this sense, real or, as we think it preferable to say, empirical ends 458. Since only insofar as an objective end is determinable is it possible to refer to it one of the Pareto criteria of logical action, that is, either that subjective and objective ends coincide, or that operations are logically connected to their end. If the end is transcendent, it cannot even be said that the actor is in error in judging the supposed adequacy of the means to his end, since there is no criterion for determining, on logical experimental grounds, whether the means are or not adequate. So if the goal is to drive from Boston to New York, there are objective criteria for determining which is the right route, and it can be said with sufficient certainty that if the motorist takes the Portland Road and continues in the same direction he will not arrive in New York. But if the goal is eternal salvation, it is not possible to determine whether the acts that the actor believes lead him towards his goal, i.e. prayer, good works, etc., are effective, since the condition of salvation it is not amenable to empirical observation. In such a case the observer must merely observe, 1. That the actor says he is or will be saved, and 2. That people making utterances of this character are, in observable respects, in a certain condition. But whether or not the actor achieves his goal is, scientifically speaking, a meaningless question. It is impossible to give an affirmative or negative answer. If one admits that a category of imaginary or transcendent ends is empirically important, as Pareto does 459, the problem arises of the nature of the relationship of these ends to the means, and in particular to the network of intrinsic means-end relationships. In response to this problem there are logically two possibilities. First, the actor may hold that a given transcendent end, such as eternal salvation, implies one or more empirical ultimate ends as necessary means. This, in an extreme case, may be a logical deduction of the philosophical system in terms of which the transcendent end is conceived, or it can diverge from the canons of pure logic in different ways and forms. However, the theory is not completely logical experimental, since at least one element, the transcendent goal, is not observable, even after the action has been performed. Consequently, not only, as in the case of an empirical ultimate end, is the end itself given, but the link between the last empirical step in the means-end chain and the ultimate transcendent end is non-logical, Since a scientifically verifiable theory, it can establish an intrinsic relationship only between entities that are both observable. Second, a transcendent end can be pursued directly, without implying an empirical end or a chain of means-end relationships. In this case, the means-end relationship cannot by definition be intrinsically rational. The problem then arises whether it is completely arbitrary or whether there is a standard with respect to which the choice of means is made. In the previous discussion 460 we suggested that there is at least one selective standard, the one that has been termed symbolic. This term, symbolic means-ends relationship, will be used whenever the relationship 461 between means and ends can be interpreted by the observer as implying a standard of means selection based on symbolic adequacy, i.e. a standard corresponding to the symbol relationship, meaning, not cause and effect. For this analytic concept to be applicable, it is not necessary for the actor to be explicitly aware of the symbolic relationship. There are probably numerous subtypes of the symbolic means-end relationship, but one, that of ritual, will be of central importance in the subsequent discussion of this study. Ritual, as defined by Durkheim 462, and we will accept his definition here, implies, in addition to the function of symbolism, the criterion that we are dealing with action in relation to sacred things 463. It can therefore be defined as manipulation of symbols, considered sacred in some respect, whose operations are subjectively considered as valid means for the realization of a specific end. However, it does not follow that ritual means are applicable only to transcendent ends. Indeed, the category of magic will be defined later 464 as the application of ritual means to empirical ends, thus distinguishing magical from religious 465. We will carry out a deeper analysis of the function of ritual when we analyze the work of Durkheim. For the moment, a few general observations regarding the place of this concept in Pareto's thought will suffice. To the extent that the ends are transcendent or the means-end relationship is symbolic, or both are true, the action, according to Pareto's criteria, is non-logical. But in a different sense from that relating to action dominated by instinct and other non-subjective factors, in that case the action is a process of adaptation. The organism performs the right action in the given situation, but without subjective motivation. Such criteria cannot be applied to the sphere we are considering here. The subjective aspect is decisive, but the theories that regulate the action are in this case non-scientific, not ascientific, because entities and relationships are involved which are not verifiable or observable in scientific terms. These cases must be distinguished from those in which errors of observation or flaws in the logical process occur. From the point of view of the actor, action of this type fits into the means-end scheme. From that of the scientific observer it is better defined in different terms, that is, the sociologist must try to connect all the facts that are observable for him with empirical entities. In these terms we can therefore say that action involving transcendent ends and ritual acts can be considered, for certain ends, an expression, in a sense, manifestation, of ultimate values. That is, the relationship with the causal factor is a relationship analogous to the forms of symbolic expression. This type of action is related to what it expresses essentially in the way linguistic symbols are to their meaning. This may perhaps explain the tendency earlier 466 observed to include ritual means among the derivations, which are, after all, elements of symbolic expression. There are sufficient empirical reasons to believe that among the value attitudes expressed in transcendent ends and in ritual 467 the common ultimate values, which are also expressed in common ultimate ends of an empirical nature, have an important function. From the consideration of the importance of a system of common ultimate ends, the problem of its complex ramifications emerges in relation to the chain of means-end relationships. Furthermore, an examination of the implications of the normative character of the whole chain of intrinsic relationships, including ultimate ends, shows that it must be considered as the fully rationalized limiting case of a set of more generic elements, which can be defined as attitudes of value, which however do not represent the strength factors discussed above, but are specifically value factors 468. Both empirical and transcendent ultimate ends, as well as ritual, can be regarded as expressions of different kinds of these value attitudes. 469. The ends themselves fall into two categories, the Pareto categories of the real and the imaginary, in the terms adopted here, respectively the empirical and the transcendent, whose relationships with action are of different natures. Only empirical ends can function directly as the ultimate ends of a system of intrinsic means-end relationships. To the extent that transcendent ends are involved, another non-logical element comes into play, which in turn may involve an alternative type of means-end relationship, the symbolic one, which is characteristic of ritual action. Action that pursues transcendent ends for themselves, and by ritual means, can be considered 470 a form of expression of ultimate values. Here we can observe what the importance attributed to ritual in Pareto's work means. 471, it is not only 472 a manifestation of instincts and impulses, but also one of the main forms of expression of ultimate values. 473 in relation to action. We can now define the problem of the link between logical action and non-logical action. If we accept the two main Pareto elements, that logical action is a structurally significant element of action systems and that it is the logical relationship between means and ends that characterizes it, then it appears that these criteria refer to a clearly distinguishable part of the aforementioned scheme, the intermediate sector of the chain of means-end relationships. Let us refer to another Pareto statement. As far as action is determined by a process of reasoning, and this process of reasoning or scientific theory is not simply a reflection of real determinants, then the factors of heredity and environment, the ultimate means and conditions, must be excluded. They must also be excluded for another reason, as it turns out that in another context the same factors are sources of ignorance and error and therefore are, in this context, also non-logical factors. That non-logical action, as a structural element, overlaps logical action and that both categories include the same elements as defining criteria is certainly not possible. Likewise, ultimate ends should be excluded. As we have seen, they can be considered as a manifestation of value attitudes, which also manifest themselves in other ways, particularly in ritual and in the pursuit of transcendent ends. The value attitude thus constitutes the nucleus of a complex which is best treated globally, as a non-logical factor. In fact, this is how Pareto analyzes it. Problems that may arise in relation to the status of logical versus non-logical action can be attributed to the fact that Pareto did not formulate the distinction between the two in terms of systems of action. An isolated elementary act can have only one end, and that end must either be excluded or included. If it is included, there is a risk of including in the category of logical action the many problems connected to value attitudes, leaving only the factors of heredity and environment, where the subjective reference is omitted, as non-logical elements. If, on the other hand, the original definition based on the nature of the means-end relationship is accepted, without consideration of the broader system of action, the ends risk being assimilated to the means-end relationship and not analyzed separately with the consequences already examined. However, if we consider the broader context, any possible objection to Pareto's definition disappears, namely that it eliminates the function of ends and makes all the subjective aspect of action a dependent variable. For this to be true, however, logical action as a structural category must be considered as a part of the whole chain, or network of chains. It can, for specific analytical purposes, be abstracted from the whole as an element or group of elements, but it is easy to fall into error if one claims that it, even if only hypothetically, has an independent concrete existence. 474. This can only lead to the rationalism of the utilitarian position, or to the complete elimination of ends as a factor of action. If the logical action is taken as representative of the intermediate sector of the chain of means-end relationships, another important consequence follows. In the context of a given system of ultimate ends, the immediate ends of acts within the intermediate sector are given as facts for the actor, in the same sense in which potential means and conditions are given. This is essentially because these immediate ends are, in turn, means to something else. This occurs above all for the generalized means that emerge on the level of economic and political analysis, that is, in reference to economic goods and power. Other things remaining constant, it would always be irrational not to maximize wealth and power. The problem does not at all involve determining the ultimate ends of action. Wealth and power are potential means to all the ultimate ends of an intrinsic means-ends system 475. Consequently, it can be said that at these levels, within the framework of a system of ultimate ends, these immediate ends are given in the sense that the postulate of rationality implies that they are pursued 476. In view of this fact, it is understandable that Pareto, like many others, showed a tendency to assume the ends of logical action as givens for the actor. Pareto essentially defines interests as these two main generalized means, suitable for the realization of any ultimate end, or generalized immediate ends of rational action. They have been treated extensively here with reference to the place they occupy in the means-end normative system of a society considered as a whole. Power and wealth appear as means to the common system of ultimate ends. However, this is not their only function in concrete social life. The integration of a total system of action with a common system of ultimate ends constitutes an extreme type. It is not a generalized description of a normal situation, but only formulates an extreme case of a concrete situation. It is appropriate to consider a very important aspect under which the concrete situation diverges from this limiting case of perfect integration, i.e. when the ends and values of different individuals are not integrated with any system of common ends. This does not necessarily make their actions diverge from the logical model. On the contrary, it is precisely here that the lack of integration can take the form of a struggle between different individuals and groups for power and wealth. For all have a similar interest 477 in these generalized means for their ultimate ends, even if the latter are diverse and not integrated. To the extent that ultimate ends are not in direct conflict, as they sometimes are, the lack of complete integration leads to a focus on interests. Consequently, as Hobbes demonstrated, the control of these interests is a vital point for the stability of any social system. More on the status of economic theory. The analysis carried out in this chapter has made us take some steps forward in the search for the solution of a fundamental methodological problem, that of the status of economic theory. It will be recalled that Marshall empirically defined the scope of economics, which he believed referred to everyday affairs at least in relation to the pattern of supply and demand. But in practice he included two distinct orders of considerations, on the one hand those relating to the theory of utility, on the other those relating to activities. Pareto assumed a very different starting point, considering pure economics an analytically abstract theoretical system which, in order to be applicable in concrete terms, must be integrated with other elements of a sociological nature. It follows from the previous analysis that Marshall's activities fall within what Pareto would define as sociological elements. They involve, predominantly, non-logical elements, elements of value. It can be said in terms of the conceptual scheme adopted here, that the fundamental element of Marshall's activities is a common system of ultimate values. Many of the gravest empirical problems in Marshall's thought arise from his failure to admit that such a system of value attitudes can vary independently of elements of utility theory, situational awareness, resource scarcity, and utility maximization motivation, in Pareto's term, off-limity. The two central elements of Marshall's scheme correspond to very different moments in an analysis of the structure of social action systems. Unlike Marshall, Pareto keeps these two planes in mind and therefore his conceptual scheme is free from certain limits that vitiate Marshall's perspective. The above exposition, in addition to providing a much more precise analytical basis than the one previously available, for the differentiation of the two main elements of Marshall's thought, has made possible a more adequate definition of what constitutes the nucleus of the theory of utility. It is clear that the core of interest of economic theory is logical action. The ideal experimental conditions for the concrete application of economic theory are in part conditioned by the postulate that the logic of action systems is maximized. This is the much debated principle of economic rationality. At the same time, however, the structural analysis of systems of action has revealed that economic theory is not equally interested in all the structural elements of such a system. even in the limiting case of a perfect rational integration. As we have said, action is explicable in economic terms only to the extent that it is logical. Consequently, all factors causing a divergence from the norm of intrinsic rationality are eliminated as non-economic. Secondly, it is clear that systems of ultimate ends are themselves, insofar as they are variables, non-economic. Every concrete system to which economic theory applies includes ultimate ends, but these, for economic theory, are givens. Third, the means and ultimate conditions of action are non-economic factors. For the theories that are relevant to them are susceptible of formulation in non-subjective terms, and consequently economic theory would not imply any independent variable relating to non-subjective theoretical systems. It follows that the center of interest of economic theory is aimed at the intermediate sector of the chain of means-end relationships. However, we have noticed that this intermediate sector can in turn be differentiated into three subsectors. Economic theory, as understood by Marshall and by the vast majority of other orthodox economists, does not in any way propose to give an explanation of the distributive order of a social system, but only of certain processes that take place within of that order and are subject to certain rules. It does not even consider the tendency to violate the limits set by this order by means such as force and fraud, but considers activities only insofar as certain particular types of means are employed. On the other hand, he is not particularly interested in what has been defined here as the technological aspect of the means-ends chain, although, for reasoning in economic terms to make sense on a concrete level, it is necessary that the technological problems have been at least partially resolved. Therefore, the main nucleus of interest is the central subsector of the intermediate sector, i.e. the moment in which considerations relating to the allocation of limited means among limited resources are involved. Consequently, for the purposes of this study, economics can be defined as the science which studies the processes of rational acquisition of means limited to the ends of the actor through economic production and exchange, and their rational allocation between alternative uses. In this sense, economic theory is a system made up of the variables that more directly account for the extent to which a given system of action involves rational processes of acquisition and allocation of limited resources through the use of established means. How closely this concept of the role of economics corresponds to Pareto's use of it appears from the place where he introduced the concept of economic utility, off-limity, into his more general theory of social utility. We can now briefly summarize the topic of this chapter. In the previous chapter it was concluded that in addition to the distinctions made by Pareto himself in his classification of residues, it was necessary, for our purposes, to distinguish two different orders of structural elements of action systems, which were implicated in the feelings manifested in the residues. This conclusion was definitively verified by analyzing the relationship between Pareto's thought and social Darwinism. Pareto's opposition to this doctrine demonstrates that the feelings present in non-logical action cannot be reduced exclusively to the impulses of anti-intellectualistic psychology. His claims about social Darwinism find further confirmation in Pareto's use of two hypothetical models of abstract societies, to only one of which Darwinian theory could be applied. The formulation of the second type demonstrates that an important distinguishing feature of Darwinian theory is the recognition of the function of elements of value as factors in action. The same conclusions emerge from an examination of the meaning of Pareto's question, do the residuals correspond to the facts? And from his answer. We have also tried to integrate the explicit analysis carried out by Pareto by considering the implications of the concept of logical action for the structure of systems of action involving a plurality of individuals. The result has led to the conception of integrated chains of intrinsic means-end relationships, which at one end present integrated systems, both individual and social, of ultimate ends, and at the other the means and ultimate conditions, heredity and environment. We also noted that the intermediate sector between the two extremes could be divided into three parts, depending on the breadth of the range of conditions under consideration, i.e. into a technological subsector, an economic subsector and a political subsector respectively. We have also shown, by applying it to Pareto's theory of social utility, that this scheme is not an arbitrary construction. It appeared adequate to explain all the main elements of the theory, many of which had not been explicitly developed by Pareto in his original analytical scheme. Above all, the concept of the end that society should pursue, which Pareto considered essential for that of the utility of a community, cannot be interpreted if the system of action of a society is not conceived as culminating in a common system of ultimate ends. This is the Pareto version of the sociological theorem, and its formulation involves a radical overcoming of the sociological individualism typical of the positivist tradition. Finally, we have posed the problem of the relationships existing between this system of rational types and the other parts of the action system. It has been found that it represents a system of norms which constitute a group, but not the only one, of structural determinants of action. It involves hereditary and environmental factors in the function both of ultimate means and of conditions and causes of ignorance and error, that is, the factors that oppose the realization of a rational norm. These, along with other elements, are present in feelings. On the other hand, ultimate ends have been found to be only one element of a larger whole whose core is a system of value attitudes 478, which are also present in feelings. These value attitudes appear in action not only insofar as they are connected with the ultimate ends of the chain of means-end relationships, i.e. with ultimate ends of an empirical nature, but also with transcendent ends and, as elements, in ritual action, in the control institutional, in art, in play 479 and in other ways. This complex of ultimate values comprises a relatively well-defined set of structural elements, clearly distinguishable both from the intermediate means-end sector and from hereditary and environmental factors. In the context of this structural analysis, it appears that Pareto's concept of logical action is perfectly applicable to the intermediate sector of the chain of means-end relationships. Non-logical action, which Pareto defines as a residual category, implies two main groups of structural elements: on the one hand those susceptible of formulation in terms of non-subjective systems, in particular of heredity and the environment, on the other in terms of the complex of values. The analysis of the non-logical action undertaken by Pareto himself, which led to the concepts of residue and derivation and to their classification, is on a different level with respect to the direction of analysis followed here, and consequently this distinction, which is fundamental for the purposes of our study, it does not appear in the analytical part of Pareto's treatment. However, it appears in the synthetic parts, especially in the discussion of the two abstract societies. The fact that Pareto did not develop these concepts on an analytical level can be explained in that, for his purposes of study, he had no occasion to push the explicit treatment of non-logical action beyond the isolated elementary act, i.e. up to the study of the structure of global social systems of action. In the next chapter, bearing in mind the results of this lengthy analysis, we propose to resume some of Pareto's empirical generalizations. This for two reasons. First of all, through an empirical verification, we will have confirmation of the validity of the previous analysis in relation to Pareto's conceptual scheme. In this respect, we will show that an understanding of his thinking is impossible without referring to the element of value in his theory. Furthermore, this will allow us to demonstrate that theoretical elaborations of this kind are of great use in the interpretation of concrete phenomena. We will then conclude this section with a brief examination of the relevance of the results of the Pareto analysis to the problems of our study. 7. Vilfredo Pareto 3, Empirical Generalizations and Conclusions. The problem of ideology. The first empirical aspect of Pareto's work that we have to deal with is his study of ideologies 480, of theories related to non-logical action. For the particular methodological reasons already mentioned, this analysis represents the central element of its analytical treatment, although it also has direct empirical application, and we will deal with this aspect here. Pareto's general approach, regarding the distinction between logical and non-logical action, is formulated in these terms: to the extent that the action is logical, the theories associated with it are of a logical experimental nature, and consequently a divergence from the logical experimental standard found in the theories accompanying the action can be considered as an indication of the presence of at least some non-logical element in the action itself. A first great contribution of Pareto is represented by the analysis he made of these theories, above all, by showing how many of these were not scientific in nature. He modified existing opinions 481 on the relative importance of logical and non-logical elements in action. From the previous analysis it appears, if nothing else, that we are dealing with a very complex problem. However, there are some indications about a possible solution. What distinguishes logical experimental theories in their relationship with action is the character of the means-end relationships that they postulate, that is, which correspond to scientifically verifiable theories. The elements that diverge from the logical experimental norm can be classified into two categories. On the one hand, the elements concerning the status of what appear from the subjective point of view to be the means-end relationship, and on the other hand, those concerning elements of the action which they do not fit into the logical means-end relationship. The first type of divergence implies, in turn, two possibilities: either an incorrect observation of the facts or an incorrect reasoning on the basis of the observations themselves. One or the other, or both, can be present in any concrete theory. To the extent that the non-logicality of a theory is of this type, there is a tendency, as we have seen, to consider its significant aspect as irrelevant and to interpret the theory itself as a manifestation, as an index of something else. So the real forces of the action are not expressed in the theory, but the latter is like a veil that hides them, and discovering them is the task of the sociologist. In this sense, the forces manifested in the theories turn out to be the non-significant categories of heredity and environment. They become significant in relation to the subjective aspect of action only insofar as they can be related as means and conditions in relation to subjective ends. But, from this point of view and in this context, if such a relationship exists for the actor, it is wrong. Consequently, the real meaning of these non-logical action determinants lies on another plane. Theories are ideologies in the derogatory sense of secondary manifestations of the real forces determining action. The practical empirical result is the conclusion that such theories are not important in themselves, but secondary phenomena valid only as thermometric indications. 482. The other type of deviation involves very different considerations. These can again be divided into two categories. The ultimate ends of action, analytically, empirically or transcendentally or both, are always manifestations of feelings and never statements of what, for the actor, are external facts. It follows that whenever an ultimate goal is implied, the theory accompanying the action must, by definition, diverge from the logical experimental standard. Here, however, deviation from the aforementioned standard does not imply that theory is devalued as a factor in action, it is only denied that it has scientific status. This of course does not mean that the residue is the effective force in action. The problem is not that simple, and Pareto was perfectly aware of it, but the residue, the principle, is an expression of the value attitudes that are implicit in it. It is more than an index, it incorporates at least some aspects of these value attitudes. In its relation to action it stands in the normative relation of a logically formulated 483 and or of a norm which, in the extreme case, is a perfectly adequate 484 expression of real force. But above all in relation to ultimate ends, this limiting case is rarely achievable. There is therefore an element of indeterminacy in the relationship between residue and sentiment, between a logically formulated end and an attitude of value, on which Pareto rightly emphasizes. But this is not relevant to the main purposes of our discussion, namely the assertion that, even if inadequately, a residue really expresses a feeling, an attitude of value. The relationship is radically different from that of the case considered above 485. Secondly, on the level of values, theories can diverge from the logical experimental standard due to the character of the means-end relationship, that is, the relationships that are established may not be simply wrong, from an intrinsic point of view, but may have a particular positive character, that is, they can be symbolic or ritual. 486. As in the case of ultimate ends, these relationships necessarily imply a deviation from the logical experimental standard, representing, from this point of view, arbitrary relationships. However, as in the case of ultimate ends, it does not follow from this that they are irrelevant to understanding the forces that determine action. On the contrary, the following can be said: to the extent that these theories have a rigorous logical formulation conforming to their own standards, they can be considered an adequate expression of these forces, or even, for practical scientific purposes, interchangeable with them. That is, the action can be considered determined by the theory, by the process of reasoning, in the same way that logical action is. In this context, the distinction between logical and non-logical elements of action does not arise at the level of a difference in the relationship between theory and action, but in the character of the theories that can be considered to determine action. Here the term ideology takes on a radically different meaning, designates not a non-relevant theory, but a non-scientific theory in relation to action. 487. However, this is true only in a fully rational situation. Apart from this case, which does not occur for many concrete theories, the theory, due to its indeterminacy, is not an adequate expression of the real forces of action or even of the factors of value. If this is true, it is not possible to accept the theory as it appears, but a complex operation must be carried out to separate the fundamental elements from the contingent ones. This operation is the inductive analysis, which highlights residues and derivations. It is because of this indeterminacy, of the lack of correspondence to the logical norm, that this laborious operation becomes necessary before the sociologist can have a real knowledge of the forces that determine social equilibrium. However, this necessity is not indicative of the irrelevance of value factors. Even when, as occurs with the sole exception of the limiting case indicated above, the theories are not adequate expressions of value attitudes, they nevertheless remain the best we have. Particularly if they have been subjected to analysis to separate out their residues, they are more usable than any other manifestation because they are less influenced by extraneous factors than are overt acts. Pareto never attempted a classification of these unscientific theories in terms of their relative degree of approximation to the fully rational type. A very summary classification can be suggested by the distinction between myth and dogma. 488. A myth is essentially an expression, while a dogma contains the explicit statement of a principle established as a guide to action. The last category includes what are generally defined as ethical, metaphysical, and theological systems. The problem of the relationship between ideologies and scientific theories is particularly serious in the case of dogmatic ideologies. The general distinction between scientific theories and metaphysical theories has a long tradition in European thought. In the thought of Comte, for example, it represents a fundamental element. What is new in Pareto's work is not so much the formal distinction as the two main uses to which he applied it. In the first place, dealing with theories more or less recognized as non-scientific, he demonstrated, with incisive critical analysis, that generally their degree of logical rigor is very limited. 489. Not only do they transcend experience in their fundamental premises, but these premises themselves, in very many cases, are so lacking in rigor that it is impossible to draw well-defined and unambiguous rules of behavior from them. 490. So the procedure adopted by Pareto to study its relationship with action is necessary much more often than it might seem at first sight. Secondly, Pareto extended his critique to a vast group of positivist theories which presented themselves as guiding principles of action. Theories of progress, democracy, humanitarianism, etc., have for him the same value as those of karma and transmigration, of Catholic dogmatism, or of the mythology of the Eskimos. They are only pseudo-scientific theories that do not coincide with the logical experimental standards either as regards the formal rigor or the content. 491. While his criticism is directed specifically against these particular theories, the conclusion that can be drawn, at least indirectly, is of wider application, namely, that all theories expressing the ultimate values of action are, in themselves, not scientific. And as long as the principal elements of the action remain as they are, these theories do not change, however much their form may vary and assume a scientific semblance, their essential character remains unchanged. 492. As for the population as a whole, we observe an alternation of theologies and metaphysics rather than a decrease in the total of these phenomena, as we have already often seen. 493. This conclusion, essentially due to Pareto's skepticism towards the methodology of positive science, has revolutionary empirical consequences for the positivist theory of social change. As we have demonstrated. 494, the latter is predominantly a theory of linear evolution. In the anti-intellectualistic version it has absorbed the theory of biological evolution, and social change has been conceived as a process of progressive and cumulative adaptation to environmental conditions. This interpretation, as we have seen above. 495, is unequivocally rejected by Pareto. In the rationalist version, however, the dynamic element of the transformation process is represented by the cumulative development of scientific knowledge. Although this element exists in Pareto, its influence in the social field is limited to the category of logical action. Whatever dynamic process the element of ultimate value may be subject to, it is by no means certain that it is necessarily a linear process of accumulation. 496, as in the case of scientific knowledge. In the above quote, Pareto speaks of a return of theologies and metaphysics rather than the continuous development of a single system. Indeed, it seems very probable that this conception of the nature and function of ideologies is closely connected with Pareto's explicit rejection. 497, of a linear theory of evolution and with his adoption of a cyclical conception. The study of this problem can therefore be linked to the discussion of the cyclical theory. However, before abandoning the topic of ideologies, we can observe that the preceding discussion allows us to interpret the Pareto distinction between the truth and social utility of a doctrine. 498. Confusing the two is, he says, a typical mistake of those who can only see the logical elements of action. The standard of truth that Pareto continually uses is that of logical experimental science. A false doctrine is, therefore, one that does not correspond to the standard. But to hold that only true doctrines in this sense are useful would mean that society must be based on reason, which, as we have shown, Pareto thought impossible because the essential data of such a situation were missing. Society therefore, as long as elements of value operate, will always be characterized by the presence of false, i.e. non-scientific, doctrines. Furthermore, these doctrines partly manifest, and partly constitute, essential elements for the maintenance of social balance. Their suppression therefore could only be harmful to society. For these false theories to serve as effective motivators for behavior, they must be believed. 499. But since they cannot be proven scientifically, the truth, i.e. the criticism based on the logical experimental standard, can only act as a corrosive element, undermining this faith. 500. Skepticism is, Pareto often observes, an inadequate basis for action. 501, consequently, knowing the truth, i.e. adopting a skeptical and scientific attitude towards problems of value, can render members of society incapable of acting for the pursuit of community goals. 502. Essentially the same considerations apply to the interpretation of what Pareto meant by another frequently repeated assertion, that the effectiveness of logic is often exaggerated as a means of persuasion, a means of getting others to act as one wants them to act. One of the arguments on which this opinion is based is the traditional one of anti-rationalist psychology, simply that men do not act rationally in any sense. They are influenced by habit, suggestion, mass psychology, etc., or by instinctive impulses. Arguing doesn't give any results, they have to be placed in situations where these mechanisms act in the desired way. This element is part of Pareto's conception, but it is not the only one. Rational persuasion also has limited effectiveness because, to persuade someone to do something, one must not only show him how he should act, but also make him understand the reason why he should do it. When there are values and not facts such that anyone has to recognize that they are true or false, but values that are subjective, there is no rational means of convincing another to accept a particular end. 503. An Indian mystic may tell an American businessman that the earthly things to which he devotes his life, money and success, are pure illusion and that reality can only be approached by sitting in contemplation under a tree, it is unlikely that he can demonstrate this convincingly to the American. The only possibility in such cases is the appeal to feelings. Values are accepted or rejected, they are not demonstrated or denied, as is the case with Facts 504. Pareto's treatment of the problem of ideology thus confirms the general analysis. While one of the possible positions coincides with the devaluation of the function of ideas in behavior, this is not true of the other. In the latter context, Pareto fights the error of identifying ideas in general with logical experimental theories. He discusses the function of the latter only. What can be defined as ideas of value instead have great importance for the interpretation of social equilibrium. 505. The cycles of social change. The cyclical theory that Pareto developed did not intend to exhaust the study of the total process of social change, but mainly concerned the process of change in the relationships existing between two of the six classes of residues. 506 and between these and the other factors of social equilibrium, Class I, the instinct. 507 of combinations, and Class II, the persistence of aggregates. The fact that he chose these two classes and the way in which he developed the study suggests that he considered them of primary importance. The two classes of residues are not rigorously defined, but some characteristics of the people in which each is predominant are indicated several times. The residues of the combination instinct. 508 give rise to the tendency to form combinations of the most disparate elements, even without prior knowledge of their intrinsic relationships. 509. It is accompanied by the spirit of innovation, inventiveness, and the ability to foresee and plan. We tend to achieve ends by skill and intelligent use of one's resources rather than perseverance, to use indirect rather than direct methods, to avoid open conflict, to circumvent obstacles rather than overcome them. The residuals of the persistence of the aggregates. 510 instead essentially refer to the opposite characteristics. They imply the stability of the combinations that have been formed, constancy and clarity, a willingness to accept open conflict, a tendency to overcome obstacles and, consequently, to use force, traditionalism rather than a spirit of innovation, limited skill, and cunning. This general contrast is accompanied by a more specific one, relating to issues of great social importance. Strong individuals in combinations. 511 tend to value the present more than the future, the immediate future more than the distant future, material goods more than ideal ones, and the satisfactions and interests of the individual more than those of the community, be it the family, the local community, or the state. On the other hand, strong individuals in the persistence of the aggregates give more importance to the future than to the present, to the ideal than to the material, and subordinate their personal interests to those of the collectivities to which they belong. Consequently, for Pareto's theory, some of the most important properties of any concrete society depend on the relative proportions in which these two classes of residues are present in its members. 512. But for Pareto, the relevance of this aspect depends above all on its relationship with the class structure of a society. Class differentiation is, he argues, so fundamental that society could almost be described as a hierarchical entity. For his purposes, however, it is enough for him to divide society into two classes, the elite and the non-elite. The elite is made up of those who definitely stand out from the crowd in every field. They always represent a small minority. The elite is, in turn, divided into rulers and non-rulers. The first is made up of those who directly or indirectly significantly influence, or take part in, government administration. The formation of the elite, in terms of the two classes of residues, is a topic of great importance. In society considered as a whole, the residues change slowly and the classes of residues that are related to each other even more slowly, but the same does not occur for the elite due to the relatively small number of its members. In most societies there is a process of circulation of elites through which some individuals enter and others are excluded. In the course of this process the character of the elite can change dramatically in a relatively short period of time. This process is conceived by Pareto as an essentially cyclical process, and he analyzes it in terms of three closely related phases. The first concerns the status of the governing elite. The starting point is the postulate that there is in general a class antagonism, so that government is not reduced to an administrative activity with a routine character, but also implies measures aimed at achieving and to maintaining power. These measures can be distinguished, according to Pareto, into the two main classes of strength and cunning. 514. Force needs no explanation, it is the exercise, in critical moments, of physical coercion or its threat as a means of obtaining obedience and consent. Cunning includes clever maneuvers and stratagems, appeals to feeling and interest, up to fraud in the proper sense. It is clear that, to the extent that the two classes of residues in question are mutually exclusive, and they are for Pareto to a considerable extent, men of persistence will tend to use force and to appeal directly to the feelings of constancy that they themselves possess, while the men of the combinations will mainly use cunning, appealing to interests and exploiting those feelings that they do not possess. The cycle, therefore, is characterized by the alternation of the prevalence, in the ruling elite, of these two classes of remnants. Pareto observes that a ruling elite that is unable or unwilling to use force to maintain its position is easy prey to a small, well-organized, and well-led group willing to use force to achieve its ends. 515. He calls such men the lions. The cycle begins with such a group coming to power through the use or threat of force. These men tend to be strong men in the persistence of the aggregates, men with a solid faith that is shared by those who follow them. But these qualities, however effective they may be in leading their holders to power, are not so good in keeping them in power. The use or threat of force is more useful in the process of seizing power against those who hold it than in maintaining discipline towards one's followers and other subjects when in power. As a result, we tend more and more towards combinations, cunning. These same circumstances also alter the conditions of circulation of the elite. The advantages of the exercise of cunning as a means of government mean that the ruling elite is composed of men very skilled in the use of cunning and intrigue, who have never shared the faith of the instigators of the regime. Thus, the remnants of persistence in the ruling elite are on the one hand weakened by the fact that the demands of the situation less and less require their own qualities, and on the other hand are reduced due to the introduction from below of a different type of individuals. Especially when opposition, whether internal or external, instead of being suppressed by force is overcome by cunning, governing organization tends to become more and more expensive. All of this makes the ability to devise means that do not involve the use of force particularly important. Finally, in combination with these elements, the very security deriving from the possession of power tends to weaken the persistence of aggregates in the ruling elite. Having achieved the immediate goal, power, we tend to lose sight of the ultimate goals and the members of the elite settle down in the enjoyment of the fruit of their victory. This is mainly because the process of weakening the residues of persistence is often accompanied by the flourishing of refined forms of civilization, which, of course, occurs above all within the elite. This process is then reflected on those who are governed. On the one hand, the feelings on the basis of which the ruling elite came to power can be violated in the process of dissolving the residues of perseverance, among other things by turning cunning into fraud. On the other hand, the changing conditions of circulation of the elite lead to the formation of capable men, strong in the persistence of the aggregates, who share these sentiments and who are willing to use force. To what extent the situation becomes unstable depends largely on the ability of the elite to deprive the governed of its leaders. If it is sufficiently open and allows for the promotion of these men, the process can continue for a very long time. But, in any case, the growing prevalence among the men's elite of combinations, the foxes 516, continuously decreases the latter's resistance to force and on the other hand increases the probability of a decisive opposition from below, or even from the outside. The result could be the overthrow of the elite and the beginning of a new cycle. This strictly political phase of the cycle closely corresponds to an economic phase. Here the individuals of the combinations, the speculators 517, are the economic correspondent of the foxes in politics. The transformation of the character of the governing elite, which is reflected in the non-governing elite, brings out, in economic affairs, a class of entrepreneurs of this type, fertile with projects and development schemes of any kind. The immediate result can be sudden economic prosperity, as these men wrest the direction of economic affairs from the hands of more traditional and backward-minded people. The rise of this class tends to coincide with the appearance of the foxes, partly because the social environment is favorable to both types, but also partly because of a direct relationship existing between them. On the one hand, the government has immense power over economic resources, and its actions can be very important means in favoring the dominance of speculators. On the other hand, ever-increasing government spending makes speculators equally useful to the foxes. Consequently, the dominance of the two tends to coincide. In economic activities strictly understood, there is no place for a group of lions, since the use of force as a means of acquisition shifts action from the economic sphere to the political one. However, there is a type characterized by the prevalence of persistence residues. Pareto defines them as those who enjoy a rentiers, 518, people who are not energetic. They are conservatives, traditionalists, opposed to the innovations of speculators. Their functional importance in the social scheme lies in the fact that they are savers, while speculators, although often large producers, are extravagant, exploit savings, and because of their function in the cycle depend on the accumulation of savings. Pareto places particular emphasis on this distinction between speculator and rentier, between entrepreneur and saver, and on the conflict between them, stating that it is sometimes even more important than the traditional capital-labor difference. 519. He who enjoys a fixed income is characterized by a tendency to save, not as a result of rational economic calculation, but of non-logical forces. Consequently, it is certainly possible, and Pareto maintains it, that the renters, as a class, are unaware of their interests. Indeed, their great weakness is that they allow themselves to be easily exploited by speculators. 520, so that, while the cycle continues in its speculative phase, there is the danger that it will have to stop due to the depletion of savings. While on the political side it is the weakness of the regime of the foxes against force that constitutes the main limit to the phase of the combinations, on the economic side it is the incapacity of the speculators to save. However, the two elements can be intimately related since, although the rentiers are generally not very adventurous and easily exploitable, they can, under certain circumstances, be pushed into political activity, so as to form an important element in support of the lions, in opposition to foxes. 521. Finally, there is a third phase of the same cycle, that of ideologies. 522, which contains important elements for the theoretical interpretation of the cycle itself. These ideologies, the theories of the previous analysis, can be considered from 2 points of view, one intrinsic and one extrinsic. The first concerns their correspondence with the facts, the second the forces that determine their formation and acceptance in a given social situation. While all of the theories considered are non-scientific, there is an important distinction between the two types. Theories of the first type are explicitly non-scientific. They minimize the value and importance of positive science in favor of higher entities such as intuition, religious experience, the absolute, a true science, etc. Reference is always made explicitly to a different and presumably higher field than that of the experimental fact. Recourse is made to principles that determine the facts, rather than the other way around, as happens in science. Theories of the second type, on the other hand, although not legitimately scientific, are pseudoscientific. They come as close as possible to science, they have recourse to the authority of reason and to arguments of fact, they also generally imply a polemical rejection of theories of the first type. Pareto speaks of the times in which the former predominate as periods of faith, while the prevalence of the latter characterizes the eras of skepticism. From an extrinsic point of view, these two types of theories should be associated respectively with the residues of persistence and combinations and, of course, with the corresponding feelings. The period of prevalence of foxes and speculators is also a period of skepticism, that of the lions and the rentiers an era of faith. This is an essential element for the theoretical interpretation of the general cycle. The distinction between the two classes of theories demonstrates that the two corresponding classes of residues are not to be placed, for the purposes of the present analysis, on the same analytical level. Rather, they are defined by the presence or absence of certain characteristics, for example the belief in the reality of certain non-experimental entities. At least one essential element of the persistence of the aggregates is represented by ideal ends. It can be assumed that very often we are dealing with transcendent ends. It is legitimate to assume that these ideal ends exercise a discipline on Conduct 523. The same sentiments which are manifested in such ideal ends are also generally manifested in a large part of the ritual whose celebration, for reasons other than utilitarian 524, implies faith. The dominance of the combination instinct, on the other hand, corresponds to a large extent 525 to the absence of effective control over conduct by ideal ends or elements of value 526. Here the focus is on the immediate rather than the last, the satisfaction of passions, the pursuit of wealth and power. In other words, a high development of this class of residuals places particular emphasis on interests. The cycle of the two classes of residues thus becomes a cycle of integration and disintegration of faiths, of religions, predominantly within the elite. This appears, among other things, from the shape that cyclical waves take 527, it is not long, regular, but the increase in intensity of the persistence residues is relatively sudden. Pareto speaks of revolution. Then follows a gradual process of disintegration which varies over time according to the particular circumstances, but is never of a revolutionary nature. Similarly, the essential reason for the element of social instability that the cycle implies is the instability of the persistence of the aggregates in the elite. There are, according to Pareto, three fundamental reasons for this instability. One is extrinsic, the need to maintain power, the importance of cunning and the difficulties inherent in the use of force, which manifest themselves both by influencing the actions of an elite originally composed of lions, and by altering the conditions of vertical mobility. The other two are intrinsic, i.e. they concern the nature of the persistence of the aggregates. One is the difficulty of maintaining discipline against the pressure of appetites and interests, that is, it would be a matter of control, of the maintenance of interests in conformity with the system of ultimate values 528. This system, especially in the form of a system of institutional norms 529, is subject to a continuous attack of interests and, in the absence of truly effective controls, risks disintegrating in such a way as to seriously compromise social stability 530. The second intrinsic reason lies in the instability of the theories which manifest the feelings of persistence and are, at least as regards the residues, considerably interdependent with them 531. It is Pareto's opinion that the only stable product of intellectual processes, of reason, is logical experimental science. Theories will then be subjected to analysis according to the standard, and since they, by definition, do not correspond to it, they will be considered deficient and the criticism will be negative. It will be a force tending to dissolve the aggregates in question 532. However, this process cannot reach a point of stable equilibrium. The action, in fact, rests on premises for which the facts are necessarily lacking 533. Consequently, the theories associated with it cannot become scientific theories in the proper sense, but at the most they can be so in appearance, i.e. be pseudoscientific. These pseudoscientific theories, typical of periods of skepticism, do not indicate a more stable state of feelings than theories that transcend experience. Therefore another reaction ensues, which leads back to Faith 534. In this regard, Pareto develops a very revealing argument, which illustrates the characteristic intellectual position from which the conception of him emerged. Referring in particular to the medieval realism-nominalism controversy, he observes that the realistic position has no correspondence with the facts. Nominalistic criticism came much closer to reality, but went too far. The intermediate, conceptualistic position of Victor Cousin, if suitably interpreted and qualified, is more scientifically acceptable than either of the others 535. On this problem Pareto moves on two different levels. One is that of general epistemology and scientific methodology, which concerns the status of universals in general. The other line of thought, much more important in the present context, is the following: entities such as those assumed by realistic philosophy are typical elements of the theories of which the residues of the persistence of the aggregates are part. From a general critical point of view, these entities are metaphysical, outside the field of experience, which includes only the particular. But at the same time they are real in the sense that it is a fact that men believe in such entities, and this fact is interdependent with other social facts, so that a crisis of these beliefs leads to an alteration of the social equilibrium. The sociologist does not, he can treat them as purely imaginary entities, he cannot ignore them. They are essential data of his problem. This is the nucleus of truth contained in realism and in analogous philosophical positions. This is another way of stating the importance of the elements of value in action and, at the same time, of noting their characteristic position vis-a-vis the elements of fact. For the observer they are facts, but for the actor they are not observed elements of his situation, but are subjective. This is a position to which Pareto, and, as will be seen, Durkheim, returns many times in different ways. Pareto's cyclical theory provides perhaps the most complex example of the connections existing between the theoretical ideas in which the analysis of the previous two chapters was interested, and a specific empirical argument. It does not seem illegitimate to conclude that the cyclical theory confirms at least the main point of our analysis, the importance of the function of value elements in the Pareto category of non-logical action. Whatever other element of further analysis of the persistence of the aggregates may reveal, there can be no doubt that the element of greatest importance for the cycle is what appears in its ideological aspect as faith. The cycle is essentially a cycle of effective control and disciplining of action by the feelings expressed in such beliefs, or value complexes, on the one hand, and the weakening of that control, allowing the relatively open play of appetites and of interests, on the other. This last fact creates, at the same time, conditions of instability which, sooner or later, put an end to this phase of the cycle. Such ideas are not specific or exclusive to Pareto's thought. On the contrary, it is significant that all the scientists we are considering in this study, with the exception of Marshall, have elaborated ideas relating to a process of disintegration of the type of social control linked to a faith. In their application both to the contemporary social situation and to history in general, these theories are certainly in stark contrast to those related to the concepts of linear evolution and progress. The analogy in the elements of innovation both on a theoretical and empirical level, in the thinking of such different scholars, cannot be attributed to chance. We will discuss its importance in detail later. The function of force. Although cyclical theory is the piece de resistance of Pareto's empirical sociological thought, there are other interpretations of empirical problems that deserve our attention. Lack of space forces us to limit the discussion to only one, which is of particular interest here. People of liberal backgrounds are often struck by a Machiavellian-like element in Pareto's thinking. It is the emphasis placed on the social importance of force and fraud. To avoid misunderstandings, it will be good to examine how these elements fit into the general framework of Pareto theory. In modern social thought, the function of force is generally associated with naturalistic ideas, especially in the various versions of social Darwinism. In the history of thought, this element is linked to the natural state of Hobbes, as demonstrated in the third chapter. Pareto's relations with social Darwinism, discussed in the sixth chapter, make it seem probable that the weight that the element of force has in his theory is not only to be attributed to these naturalistic elements. The considerations made in the previous pages provide conclusive proof in this regard. The use of force is prevalent in the case of the lions, who are strong in the persistence of the aggregates and are men of firm faith. Those who lack faith, however, are generally both unwilling and unable to use force. What is at the origin of this association between idealism and the use of force, which Pareto underlines so insistently? The main characteristic of a faith is, according to Pareto, its absolute character. The more intensely one believes in it, the more this is true, Such faith has important consequences for action. The man of firm faith generally seeks to conform others, by whatever means at his disposal, to the principles of his faith. Force is the last means he resorts to when all others have proved useless. Given the difficulty of persuading men to the principles of faith by rational means 536, the man of firm faith resorts to force. Obstacles and risk do not hold him back, since there is no cost calculation in the face of an absolute end. The man of little faith, on the other hand, is motivated by a multiplicity of interests. No single purpose has such an absolute hold over him, and he is much more sensitive to sacrifices and costs. He does not easily take extreme measures, but tends, when possible, to avoid open conflict and to come to terms with his antagonists. Furthermore, his lack of faith facilitates the acceptance of compromises. This is the main reason for the connection between strength and persistence of aggregates. However, an important clarification must be added: there are some faiths for which the refusal of the use of force is an integral element. Pareto does not elaborate on the problem explicitly, but there seems to be no doubt that this is an element in the characteristic function which he attributes to humanitarianism. He considers it perhaps partly as a symptom of decadence, as appears from his affirmation in periods of skepticism and pseudoscience, but partly also as a faith characterized by hostility to the use of force. The effect is that the phases of the combinations of the cycle are strongly accentuated. Indeed, the reluctance of a humanitarian elite to use force further enhances cunning and opens the door to the regime of foxes and speculators. This humanitarianism, which Pareto himself defines as a kind of diluted Christianity, has been a characteristic of the European elite since the 18th century and can be considered one of the causes of the instability of the current situation, both by expanding the phases of the combinations of the cycle, and making the elite particularly defenseless, more than a fox elite generally should be, against the use of force 537. Fraud, on the other hand, is the extreme position in which the astuteness proper to foxes and speculators transforms, as the domain of the residues of combinations becomes more complete. Getting something from others, which is the main meaning of both concepts, is no longer a simple skill in devising ways and means, but turns into deception. Both force and fraud are means of getting something done. They are means which, whatever their differences, have an important characteristic in common: the absence of limits to the choice of efficient means, imposed by the ethical consideration of the rights of others 538. With the exception of cases in which coercion is used as a means of imposing the norms of common life, as is done by the state, cases which, however, do not seem to have a significant weight in Pareto's treatment, the presence of one or both, and its widespread diffusion, can be considered a symptom of lack of social integration. In fact, the lions have the occasion to use force mainly against people or groups who do not share their faith. Therefore, to the extent that the faith is shared by the entire community, this does not happen. On the other hand, notable limitations on the use of fraud appear to be indispensable conditions for guaranteeing stable social relations within a community. But there is this difference: if the faith of the lions tends to create forms of violent coercion on those who do not share this faith, on the other hand it can itself become the basis of a community of values. It is therefore a force of integration. The same does not apply to the fraud of the foxes, which is a symptom of a process of individualization, of dissolution of community ties 539. Force and fraud are therefore important in themselves and as symptoms of deeper forces, which Pareto defines as determining social equilibrium and which, in a slightly different context, can be defined as determining the state of integration of a company. Their function and importance have no doubt been drastically minimized by the liberal theories of progress and linear evolution, of which Marshall can be considered a typical representative. Force often accompanies the creative process of establishing a new value system in a society, in part through the accession to power of a new elite 540. Instead, fraud characterizes the later phases, the crisis of the persistence of the aggregates involved in this integration, and can become an important factor in the state of instability that promotes a reintegration. We can now conclude the discussion of Pareto's empirical theories with some brief observations regarding his conception of civilization. By civilization he meant the flourishing of the arts, literature, and science, as happened in Athens in the classical period and in Italy during the Renaissance. This flowering, he argued, was not connected with a static condition of society, but with a phase in the process of disintegration of the persistence of aggregates in favor of the residues of combinations. Lions generally have such firm faith that they border on fanaticism. They create an atmosphere of rigid orthodoxy, intolerance, obligatory ritual, austere discipline, and sometimes an otherworldly spirit, elements that sterilize civilization. Instead, this requires an atmosphere of relative freedom, tolerance, dynamism. Thus Pareto repeatedly states that the flourishing of civilization is associated with an increase in the residues of combinations 541. But after the process has succeeded in breaking down the barbarous rigidity of fanaticism, it then endangers the stability of the society in which civilization flourishes. Perhaps, although Pareto does not say it, an excessive instinct for combinations is fatal to the arts, but be that as it may, a new wave of fanaticism can sweep away the creations of the previous cycle 542, which will then, in large part, have to start anew. Thus, according to Pareto's conception of civilization, the flourishing of the arts occurred only in certain specific conditions, which had a short duration and characteristics which repelled many of those who love the fruits of civilization itself. The severity and fanaticism of the lions is usually a prelude, however unpleasant it may be, and the regime of fraud and corruption is usually the end product of the whole process. All this helps to understand Pareto's personal values, a topic that goes beyond the scope of this study, but which we can nevertheless consider very briefly. He was an admirer of the civilization, he was a liberal in the aristocratic rather than the bourgeois sense, a connoisseur of the finer things in life, a lover of freedom of thought and action. For him, freedom of thought and behavior was much more important than economic freedom. This is to be put in relation to his education. His father in fact spent many years in exile for having defended the cause of Mazzina. Pareto never attacked these liberal values. He did not like brute force, he did not admire the predatory animal for its rapaciousness 543. He mocked bourgeois morality, especially forms such as prohibition and sexual puritanism 544, an attitude which, however, can be traced back to the aristocratic spirit of his liberalism and is an authentic element of the liberal tradition. What distinguishes him from many of his predecessors in the liberal tradition, for example from his father's generation, are not his personal values but his idea of the conditions necessary for their realization. He had no faith in progress in the liberal sense and, for reasons which should become apparent from the foregoing exposition, he was particularly pessimistic about the prospects for liberal civilization in Europe. This is an old-world pessimism that Americans find hard to understand. One reason for American culture's hostility toward Pareto is that he was a destroyer and not a promoter. General conclusions. We just have to summarize very briefly our analysis of Pareto's work. First, some brief observations on his scientific methodology. Pareto's explicit methodology derives mainly from his experience in the field of physics. However, this does not imply the mechanistic positivism of Comte and Spencer, but a much more subtle and sophisticated interpretation of the scientific method, which attempts to purify logical experimental science from any metaphysical element, with a much more rigorous and broader criterion than the metaphysics of Pareto's predecessors had. Thus Pareto set up his analysis of the theory of action, free from positivistic dogmas, on a methodological level which would, moreover, commit him to a positivistic theoretical system. Many of the difficulties Durkheim encountered were thus spared him. Pareto also clearly realized the abstract nature of the analytic concepts of science as only Weber, among the authors studied here, was able to understand. And it can be said that Pareto, in the more general methodological context, had an even clearer conception than Weber. Thus he also avoided many of the difficulties deriving from positions of empiricism, conscious or unconscious. It is true that, In his affirmation of the central importance of observable fact in science, Pareto sometimes made statements which are, at least on the surface, susceptible of an empiricist interpretation. In his more alert formulations, however, the element of abstraction is always kept in mind, which was implied in his conception of the fact itself. Therefore, if the recurring affirmation that scientific laws are simply uniformities in facts is interpreted correctly, it does not imply the fallacy of badly posed concreteness. Furthermore, and even more significantly, none of his important generalizations and none of his theorems appear to be tainted by empiricist fallacy. However, Pareto's contribution concerns less the specific methodological problems of the theory of action than those common to science in general. Particularly in problems relating to the status of subjective categories, which are fundamental to action theory, he takes what was essentially the common-sense position of a man of culture. He could thus proceed without having to worry about behaviorist dogmas, and that the minimum methodological clarification he attempted in this area was sufficient for his purposes. At the same time, some implications of the analysis of the structure of action systems, developed above with regard to Pareto's thought, require a methodological study that was not carried out by Pareto. This especially in 2 points. In the first place, it is necessary to recognize factual character not only to the physical properties but also to the meanings of symbols. This conclusion is implicit in the use of propositions and theories as data of a scientific theory. This in turn opens up the possibility of interpreting such data as manifestations of the actor's psychic state, not only in the sense of mutual interdependence on the causal functional level, but also as they constitute symbolic expressions of the significant content of this mental state. This mode of manifestation was found to be of substantial importance at several points in this study. Secondly, Pareto does not clarify the methodological status of the normative aspect of systems of action. This is understandable given that it is a problem that does not arise for the physical sciences, in terms of which Pareto's methodological conceptions were essentially formed. But it may be one of the reasons why, in classifying residues, he did not take the distinction between normative and non-normative as one of the bases of his classification. Had he done so, he would have come much closer to formulating a morphological analysis of the structure of action systems, as has been attempted here. As we have demonstrated, Pareto's system is not incompatible with this structural analysis, but the absence of such an analysis can be considered a limit with respect to the completeness of his work as a treatise on general sociology. One of the fundamental propositions implicit in all the analysis carried out so far is that there is a normative orientation of systems of action. It follows that the abstractness of some of the concepts used in the theory of action is precisely due to the fact that they do not describe the observable state of affairs of overt action, but the norms towards which it can be assumed that the latter is oriented. Consequently, these concepts contain an element of unreality not found in the physical sciences. The only reason to include these concepts in a scientific theory is that they actually describe an empirical phenomenon, i.e., the psychic state of the actor. They exist in this psychic state, but not in the external world of the actor. It is precisely for this circumstance that recourse to the subjective point of view is necessary in the theory of action. Both Pareto's theoretical system and the structural analysis developed here start from the concept of logical action. The non-logical action then becomes a residual category, the action that cannot be defined according to a logical criterion. For the study of non-logical action we have 2 main classes of concrete data. Pareto concentrates his analysis on theories, leaving acts aside. The identification of the elements relevant to the non-logical action implies the comparison of all the theories connected to the action with those of logical experimental science, in order to isolate the elements that do not correspond to the scientific standard. According to an inductive analysis, these fall into the 2 groups of constant and variable elements, the residuals and the derivations. Pareto then proceeded to classify the residues and derivations without further interest in the problem of the relationship of the feelings manifested in them with the structure of the action systems. Logical and non-logical action served as a scaffolding for building the premises of his analytic system, but he did not further develop the structural implications of this distinction. This is where the analysis that particularly interests us here comes in. The problem is this: what are the implications of the Pareto definition of logical action for the structure of the social systems in which it operates, starting from the hypothesis that the theory of action has an independent analytic meaning and is not reducible to the terms of any other theoretical system that appears in Pareto's work? The central point is constituted by the thesis that, in this context, there are two different classes of structural elements present in the non-logical sector of systems of action, those which concern the ascientific aspects of theories and those which concern their unscientific. The first concerns the structural elements that have had a prominent function in radical positivist theories, those susceptible to non-subjective formulation. The most important of these, in Pareto's secondary interpretation, are the instincts of anti-intellectualistic psychology. The elements present in the non-scientific aspects of theories are instead those that have a normative character, which we have defined here as the set of values. Psychological impulses turn out to be a way in which hereditary and environmental factors affect concrete action, objectively as causes of deviation from logical type and subjectively as causes of ignorance and error. The other way in which these factors determine action is by constituting the means and ultimate conditions of action, insofar as it is rational. The element of value finds itself in a rather complex relationship with others. Its place is obviously among the ultimate ends in the chain of means-end relationships. The analysis of the implications of Pareto's conception of social utility has brought to light important conclusions. First, that these ultimate ends must be clearly distinguished from the means and conditions of rational action. One of the fundamental criteria of the difference is that the latter are recognized as having the character of fact which is denied to the former, from the point of view of the actor, although both have this character from the point of view of the observer. Secondly, between these ultimate ends Pareto made a very important distinction of two classes or elements. On the one hand, there are those proper to individuals and groups taken singularly within society, so that for every society the problem of distributive justice arises in the allocation of means, especially of power and wealth. From these we must distinguish the ultimate ends which the members of society have in common or which are proper to the collectivity as a whole. Only by virtue of these non-distributive elements does the concept of the utility of a community acquire a specific meaning. Here appears for the first time the sociological theorem, which will occupy a large part of the subsequent discussion. However, it is clear from Pareto's text that this part of the theory concerns a rational norm and is by no means a complete description of the facts. The first important consideration is the indeterminacy of the residues and, consequently, also of the feelings they manifest. The second is the great empirical importance that has, in Pareto's treatment of non-logical action, a type that does not fall within the intrinsic rational means-end scheme, that is, the ritual. Neither of these two complexes of facts, however, resulted necessarily reducible to the element of the psychological impulse. On the contrary, another type of element was identified in feelings which has been defined as the attitude of ultimate values, of which the ultimate ends and ritual, as well as other phenomena 545, can be considered in part as manifestations. This is an element of value in the same sense assumed in our discussion, and as such it must be clearly distinguished from the others, especially from the non-subjective elements which may be implicated in the concrete phenomena themselves. In this context it appears that Pareto's original concept of logical action can be applied to what has been defined here as the intermediate sector of the chain of means-ends relationships. However, the economic element, as it is generally conceived by orthodox economic theory, does not exhaust it, but must in turn be conceived as intermediate between two others, the technological and the political. It is distinguished from the former by the fact that more than one end is taken into consideration, and consequently the element of cost emerges, from the latter by the exclusion of coercion as a means to its immediate ends, however involve relationships with others. In these terms, no problems arise in relation to the status of ends in logical action, because the ends of the intermediate sector are immediate and not ultimate ends. Consequently, we can make two propositions, given ultimate ends, for example the institutions of a society. These immediate ends must also be considered as means implied in the rational norm of efficiency. Second, these ends can be given to the actor in an even more general sense, since the complex of social relations can under certain circumstances concentrate a large part of rational action on two complexes of generalized immediate ends, wealth and power, the desirability of which as ends is the corollary of the postulate of the rationality of action, largely independent of the specific content of the ultimate ends. These are what Pareto calls interests. Thus, in a very real sense, the goals of the logical element of action are given to the concrete actor as the facts of the situation in which he acts. Finally, the consideration of the relationship between the rational norm and the other structural elements of the action allows us to conclude that Pareto is mainly interested here in what we could define as a voluntaristic conception of action. At least three things are essential for this. Two of these appear in Pareto's formulation of two abstract societies, an ideal norm of what action should be, and a set of resisting and divergent and other non-normative factors. The third logically necessary element, which is not explicit in Pareto's thinking, is the element of commitment, by virtue of which the normative structure becomes more than a mere idea or ideology devoid of causal importance. We can hypothesize that this third element has something in common with the ritual, but since Pareto does not explicitly analyze this point, we postpone further treatment. 546. Examining some of Pareto's empirical positions has served three purposes. He has, in general, confirmed the accuracy of our analysis of certain implications of Pareto's theoretical position, especially with reference to the importance of the element of values in non-logical action. Furthermore, it brought to light new theoretical aspects of his thought which filled some gaps in the previous analysis. Finally, he demonstrated the close relationship between the new 547 theoretical system explicit and implicit in Pareto's work and his interpretation of empirical phenomena. Compared to Marshall and the utilitarians, Pareto's work represents, in both respects, a significant progress for the development of sociological thought. This analysis shows that the two things are not independent, but are so intimately connected that they can be considered as two aspects of the same process. The analysis of Pareto's work allows us to take an important step forward. Our initial intention was to present the utilitarian position and to observe its instability and its tendency to transform itself into radical positivism. Marshall's study served to show the relationship between this logical situation and the problem of the status of the economy and to underline the way in which he introduced as a variable, with the activities, a completely different order factor, which was present in previous doctrines only in the form of a metaphysical postulate. But in the general framework of Marshall's thought this element, in its theoretical consequences, was developed only to a limited extent. It nevertheless served to break the closed circle of positivistic thought. Pareto set up the study of action without positivistic dogmas. Furthermore, in recognizing the inadequacy of economic theory on the concrete level, he understood, with a clarity that Marshall had not achieved, the unacceptability of the utilitarian position for a general social theory. Having defined logical action in a way that closely corresponds to the conceptions of economic theory, he proceeded to a systematic investigation of some of the main non-logical elements of action. This led to a complex classification of residues and derivations which he incorporated into his generalized social system together with the interests and main facts of social heterogeneity. But by analyzing the way in which Pareto set up the study of the non-economic elements of action, particularly of the non-logical ones, it has been possible for us to bring the analysis of the structure of action systems to a much more advanced point than what it had been possible to achieve in relation to Marshall. Not only has the general distinction between logical and non-logical been made, which in Marshall's thought would separate the theory of utility from activities, but it has been possible to formulate and verify in relation to Pareto's work the general distinction between non-logical elements, normative and non-normative logics, and also bring the differentiation of the normative aspect of the structure to an important level of elaboration. This makes it possible to develop a much more accurate conception of the status of the element of value, which Marshall had introduced with activities, it also makes it possible to clarify the place they occupy in a traditional total system of economic theory. Finally, by definitively overcoming certain limitations of Marshall and of positivistic theory in general, it has been possible to open new and wider horizons, both theoretical and empirical, for subsequent research. Pareto's work is not a synthesis of sociological theory, in the sense of a perfect system, it is the work of a pioneer. But it is always guided by the logic of systematic theory and goes far in the process of forming such a system. His general scheme is much more advanced than the positivist systems discussed so far and Marshall's in particular. Furthermore, none of its essential elements, both methodologically and theoretically 548, is from the point of view of the study to be eliminated. However, for the particular purposes of this study it was possible to make some additions. The Pareto system is from our point of view incomplete but compatible with everything that has been developed here so far. Its very incompleteness, however, makes it particularly useful to us, since it provides an excellent means of testing the analysis we have attempted thus far, even though it does not exactly coincide with the analysis itself. The discussion will now turn to the work of a very different scholar, who presents much greater difficulties, but whose interests are closer to those of our analysis, namely the structure of social systems. The same differences between Durkheim and Pareto in the starting point, in the mentality and in the methods, bring even more clearly into relief the substantial nucleus of the common elements. 8. Émile Durkheim I, the first empirical works. Those who approach the work of Émile Durkheim have the impression, at first, of entering an intellectual world totally different from that of Pareto. The difference between the two scholars is notable in every respect. Pareto, an Italian aristocrat, reserved, skeptical, sometimes cynical, a man who looked at moral fervor with a certain suspicion. Durkheim, an Alsatian Jew, coming from a family of rabbis, who passed through the various phases of his academic career until he the common aspiration of all those who belong to the French academic world, the chair at the University of Paris. The main target of Pareto's biting irony was the faith in democracy, in progress, in humanitarianism, typical of the anti-clerical radicalism of the French bourgeoisie. Durkheim instead